Welcome to Chris Manhwa Recap. Please give a like to motivate the admin, and enjoy reading the story. A long time ago, this place was once the residence of a famous blacksmith. That blacksmith owned a shop that sold iron equipment that he created with his own hands. And then one day, his luck came, giving him the opportunity to sell his weapons to the Cairo kingdom. The endless war of those years was the perfect opportunity for him to elevate his status. When the war ended, he was awarded the title of Baron for his contributions. And that blacksmith is the owner of this land, young Master Roman's father. As soon as the servant entered, he sighed softly and thought to himself, "Oh my God! Why would he listen to a story that everyone knows?" A few hours ago, the young master with his sharp eyes asked the servant in front of him, "Do you mean, I am the youngest son of the Dmitri family? And this is the Cairo kingdom located on the Salamander continent. The world called martial arts does not exist here." At this moment, the servant's face became tense and a bit strange towards the young master in front of him, and he only quietly replied yes. Among the servants, strange thoughts appeared about his young master. He was not a very intelligent person, but this was the first time I saw him being so unusual. Or maybe I was addicted that day. It seems like that game is very popular among rich people these days. That's right, if it were him, it might be like that. Thinking about it, he was a bit scared. "Young master, today your fiancée, the young lady of the Lawrence family, will come to visit us." That could be possible because young Master Roman has lived a rotten life. He's been devastated for the past 25 years, nothing like his brothers. He's also known as the idiot of the Dmitri family. Then he continued, "Miss Lawrence greatly appreciates the other person's etiquette and polite behavior, so the thing to do is prepare everything in advance." Before he could finish, Roman interrupted, "There's something much more important. Take me to the house of the oldest person in this land. That young lady is not as important to me as knowing how to live in this current world." Hearing him say that, the servant was extremely confused. Why would someone who had lived here all his life say that? But in any case, as a servant he must complete his own duties. A moment later, the two of them arrived at an old man's house. He said, "That's all I know." Roman crossed his arms over his chest. "Thank you, you have helped me a lot, I will reward you later." The old man replied, "It's nothing, talking to him like this is already an honor for me, I am." Hearing that, "You will only be helpless for a long time, Roman Dmitri. My real name is Beck Jun-huk. The life of a martial arts expert like me is always filled with fierce ups and downs. After fulfilling all my wishes in life, I calmly accepted the coming death, but for some reason, at this moment, I woke up in the body of Roman Dmitri. This is the wish of heaven, or the punishment of the gods because I did not agree to ascend to heaven." Suddenly a voice rang out, "You dog!" Someone's foot kicked right into a guy's face. "Damn you!" Everyone around was afraid. The boy's face also shed a lot of blood. That aggressive guy said in disgust, "Dirty brat." Immediately, he and his brothers continuously kicked him. Roman's servant passed by and saw that there was something hot going on, "So please let me come over for a moment. Oh my God. Sharp fang tattoo that is." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "What's going on?" He immediately realized it was Roman, his young master. It seems that the person causing the trouble is a member of the Bloodfang gang. Hearing that, I wonder, is it the Bloodfang gang? He said that they are a loan sharking organization. Their scope of operations is not only limited to the land of the Dmitri family but also in neighboring territories. It seems that the boy owes money to the gang. That's a huge amount of money, because they made it this big. Let's pretend like we didn't see anything. Nothing good will come of it. If we dip, it turns around for a while and can't see you anymore. On the other side, they were still beating the young man when a voice rang out, causing them to pay attention and stop. It turned out that he was Roman, preparing to fight as a knight. The bald guy immediately recognized it. Was it Roman Dmitri? He scorned that because he was a noble, he dared to stick his nose in, and even said a few words of dissuasion. "Mr. Dmitri can go away now, because this is our business." The servants in the back couldn't help but worry. "Oh my God, young Master Roman, we have to go. The Bloodfang gang is an evil group, so let's go." Before he finished speaking, he immediately said, "I still don't know much about the rules here, so please explain. Who is breaking the law here, and what is the punishment they will receive?" Hearing this sentence, Hans stiffened. Without any further hesitation, he decided to say that because the boy owed money and could not pay the creditor within the specified time, the boy was wrong in dealing with that matter like that. More importantly, they acted disrespectfully towards the young master, the youngest son of the Dmitri family. This crime must be paid for with one's life. According to the legal system of this land, they should be executed. Hearing that, the other gangsters glanced at him. He also worriedly avoided those eyes. At this moment, Roman moved closer and coldly spoke, "Do you hear anything? You guys have violated the laws of this land. And I am the youngest son of Lord Romero Dimitri. We'll punish you right now." The bald man now spoke up, "I know you are a noble and don't know how distorted this world is, but you are forcing us to act when you dare to speak like that to people like us who have sharp fang tattoos on their arms." Roman replied without fear, "So it's clear." Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder, "What the hell are you babbling about?" He calmly said, "You guys are truly a bunch of trash, daring to speak like that to the owner of this land. Then I don't need to find out more about how you guys usually act." Immediately he rushed towards them, preparing to hit them. They were all extremely surprised. The bald man was the one who initiated his attack. With just one punch, his eyes seemed to bulge in pain. Blood syrup also gushed out from there. A wooden stick in Roman's hand stabbed straight into his throat. The other brothers saw that but still did not give up and took an offensive stance. Hans outside was extremely worried. But on the other side the match continued, another senior headed his way. Roman easily avoided the attack just now. Not stopping there, he beat that guy right in the head. Then a bonus punch right in the chest. Hans was extremely surprised to see that. "What? Is this person really young Master Roman?" The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was Roman's will and countless pills scattered on the floor. The Kingdom of Cairo is a realm always immersed in war, to choose a representative from each family, forcing them to serve the kingdom. And Roman, who was assigned to be the military representative for his family, committed suicide because he was too scared. His life was truly pathetic, but no matter how he lived it. The current owner of this body is the master of the demon sect, Beck Jun-huk. As long as I can control this body, I will live the way Beck Jun-huk does. After just a few seconds, he wiped out all the defenders there. One of them was so frightened that he shouted, "Monster!" After only running a few steps, he was grabbed by the head. He was in pain and let me go. At this moment, Roman pulled out his sword and calmly said, "To force an organization into compliance, it must be enforced according to the law. I will not take your life. But you will still pay the price for your disrespectful words." That guy was now stabbed straight into his body by his sword, his eyes widened as if about to fall out. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt shivers. He began to introduce himself, "My name is Roman Dimitri. If any of you are dissatisfied with the punishment I give them, you can always come find me." Legend has it that Beck Jun-huk. He climbed to the top of the martial arts world with his unimaginable strength. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists came to challenge him, only to receive the end of being massacred. The sight of hundreds of thousands of martial artists covered in injuries, collapsed and lying on the ground with hundreds of thousands of weapons was truly painful. When their hot blood flowed into rivers, the whole world knew that heavenly demons had dominated this martial arts world. Roman looked at his bloodstained hands and thought, "But now I have to go back and forth several times, just to deal with these few street thugs." On the ground lay wounded people, men who bled to death. Suddenly Roman called Hans. The butler startledly replied yes. He instructed to call the guards to report what happened here to them and told them to send someone to handle it. Looking at the scene on the ground, he trembled and replied, "Yes, yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the old butler quickly ran away, leaving Roman behind, covered in blood. Roman looked at his bloody hand and secretly despised, "This body is truly waste, it hasn't been there much and the circulation is also bad." He silently pondered that he must quickly collect information and improve this body's meridians, when suddenly a voice rang out, "Young master." Kevin, with a bruised face, hugged his arm and limped over to say, "Thank you for saving my life so much." Roman recognized that guy as the person who was beaten earlier. He calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this to save you." He used sharp words to threaten, "The Bloodfang gang violated the laws of this land and I am only punishing them. You are no exception. Please explain your story in detail. You are not allowed to lie if people still want to keep their tongue in their mouth." Hearing that, Kelvin replied softly, "I understand." He calmly told everything. "My parents borrowed money from the Bloodfang gang to buy arable land and we could have easily paid them off if we sold our agricultural products." Suddenly he screamed angrily, "But those Bloodfang guys. They destroyed all of our agricultural products. That's why we can't repay the debt." The land where agricultural products were grown was destroyed, leaving nothing intact. He said as he clenched his fists to suppress his anger, "Later I learned that those bastards did that because they were after my sister. Kevin cried helplessly. It was unfair, although we were not well off, we had never harmed anyone. He shed tears and begged, I beg you, please at least save my little sister. Looking at him in tears, Roman silently thought about those eyes. Makes me feel like I'm meeting the angry ghost of one of the 4 previous heavenly emperors. Thinking back to the past, he silently sighed. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the first time he met a wrathful ghost seemed to be in a shabby place like this. He raised his voice and asked, What is your name? Kelvin lowered his face and didn't dare to look. I'm Kelvin. He turned around and walked away. Kevin, later I will check to see if what you said is true or not. Someone will handle what happened today properly. Behind Kevin raised his voice. Thank you very much. Roman closed his eyes to think. It was just a fleeting feeling, but something was silently saying that he would most likely have a long-term bond with him. The sound of horse-drawn carriages running on the road. The voice of a maid announced, Miss Flora, we are about to arrive at the land of the Dmitri family. Flora calmly replied, I know. Flora thought to herself, I'm about to meet Roman Dmitri. 1 month ago, she was surprised and suspicious when her father announced her marriage. Was it a prearranged marriage with the Dmitri family? Flora's father coldly announced, Flora, don't you know that our territory is currently extremely unstable? To overcome this disaster, we have no other way. She was extremely devastated. It was impossible for her marriage to be decided just like that. She panicked and thought, what with someone from the Dmitri family, shouldn't I have to spend the rest of my life with a family full of Dmitri minors? Flora panicked even more when she thought about that family. They are all rugged, muscular people. She wanted to refuse, Father, but that. Her father looked gloomy and interrupted Flora, apologizing to her because her pathetic father was forced to make that decision. There was a voice outside, Our Lady has arrived. Flora was full of thoughts. At least the person she was destined to marry was also a second young master with a bright future. But even my marriage with him was destroyed. By Dmitri's youngest son, Roman Dmitri forced me to marry him instead of marrying the second young master of the Dmitri family. Flora secretly hates Roman Dmitri, the bastard of the mining family who only knows how to live in debauchery. She thought as she walked, and why did they use so much perfume? Flora silently decided that although she wasn't aware of the current situation in her family's territory, he really didn't deserve it. So today I definitely have to make it clear to him. Flora spoke first, Mr. Dmitri, I want us to forget this marriage. Roman politely replied, I think that's fine. His answer surprised her before she could react. Huh. Roman showed sympathy and calmly said, I have also heard about this marriage. This bastard of the Dmitri family would not dare to marry someone like you, so I think that the annulment of the marriage this is the right thing. Hearing Flu's head full of doubts, what's wrong with him? Is he telling the truth? Roman looked like he was in a hurry to leave and said, because this is an important matter, I will go tell my father right away. Before Flora had time to recover, she called out. He immediately turned around and asked if there was a problem. She immediately explained to me that it was because you really wanted me to come up that you asked for this marriage. She looked like she couldn't believe it. He was willing to annul the marriage without giving any conditions, so I was a little confused. Roman replied, so you want me to marry you? Flora hesitated, that's not really it. I suggested, then let's not cause any more trouble for each other. We both agreed to annul the marriage, so we will take full responsibility for canceling this engagement. He turned his back to confess, because to you, I was already considered a bastard from the Dmitri family, so it didn't matter if I had the title of the person whose marriage was annulled. Looking at his back walking out of the room, Flora was confused. What's wrong with this person? Is he really the bastard people say he is? Roman's father shouted angrily, what did you say to cancel the engagement? He calmly said, just like I just told you, I already discussed it with Miss Lawrence. Hearing that, his father became even angrier. You idiot, even if people call you Dimitri's idiot, as a father I always try to create a good living situation for you. Marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for our Dmitri family to gain a solid position in the ranks of the upper-class nobility. His angry voice questioned, you just need to marry the beautiful noble girl you want and that's it, but you can't even do that. He calmly admitted his mistake, I'm sorry. His father was so angry that he took the cup. Throw it straight at my head. Do you think you'll end this by apologizing? He scowled and pointed straight at Roman's face. If this marriage goes smoothly, I'll arrange for you to join the army, but now you're forced to go to the battlefield within 6 months. What do you want to say about it? This is not the case. The cup caused Roman's head to bleed and he calmly replied, "No." Your father continued to criticize, "I also heard that you just caused trouble with the Bloodfang gang. Witnesses at the scene said that you punished them, but I don't believe for sure that someone helped you." He continued to preach, "The problem is that those Bloodfangs are an organization that even I can't touch. You are a child and you can't do the duty that you should do, so now go ahead, take responsibility for the trouble you cause." He was blunt, "Solve your own problems and I won't help you." He was secretly pleased that he would definitely start kneeling down and crying, begging for his forgiveness. Roman calmly replied, "I understand, I will handle everything myself." Hearing that, his father was surprised. "What?" Roman said in a confident tone, "This is the consequence of my actions and I think I can completely solve it, so after handling all the problems I will come back later." He left despite his father urging him to wait. Stepping out of his father's room, he calmly used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his forehead. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Are you really crazy?" So it was Flora. "I wonder, is he still here?" "Flora is worried about your situation. They are the Hyatt Fang, the Blood Fang. They are the ones who dare to threaten the blood of the whole family. If they think you've tripped them up, they'll take crazy revenge on you. What are you going to do without the help of your family?" She expressed her concern and said it would be okay to tell the truth to that day, so please quickly go back and ask the Baron for forgiveness, sir. "Roman is cold. Why do we have to do that?" Flora wondered. "What do you mean?" I explained. "Roman warns you, Miss Flora, you should know clearly who you are," she replied angrily. At that time, in Roman's private room, the guy just let out an annoyed cry. He said, "This smell is so bad." While Mr. Hans was spraying a bottle of blue perfume on his shoulder, he said, "I can't help it, your whole body smells of blood." Roman was now dressed in a formal crimson shirt and white gloves. He complained that this outfit was too tight, making Mr. Hans standing behind him feel a bit awkward. He explained that since this was the first time he met his fiancée, Lady Florence, he had to show respect for her. Roman turned his handsome face towards him, his hand still extended. "Take the uncomfortable matchy collar. I'm thinking, engagement. I'm just getting used to this world," he mused. "This and that marriage will only cause trouble for me." Mr. Hans raised his voice to announce, "They are almost here, let's wait for them in the lobby." "Sir," Roman continued to think, but Hans was right. "I don't need to be rude to a woman who has never done me any harm. I'm determined. I have to cancel this engagement, without making her too uncomfortable. I plan to do that. But look out for this blonde woman named Flora. Never thought about keeping the minimum rules and respecting myself, so I have no reason to respect her." Thinking that, Roman said loudly to her, "Lady Flora, it turns out you are quite an arrogant person," making her slightly startled. Roman continued with determination, "I understand where you are coming from. You probably don't care about my situation when you hear that I want to cancel this engagement. But when I said I would take full responsibility, she felt worried." Roman was so eloquent that Flora hesitated and couldn't argue. He continued, however. Roman's purple eyes glared at her sharply, "Right from the moment we talked about the issue of annulment. Then you have no right to interfere with my decision." By this time, Flora was so nervous that she was sweating and couldn't say anything more. Roman coldly turned around and strode away. "From this moment on, we no longer have anything to do with each other, so let's take care of each other's business. I think the reason I said I would take full responsibility is to avoid marital problems that may arise after I cancel this engagement, and also because I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore." Roman left Flora alone in the hallway. He continued to think, "So, Flora, this is the first and last time we meet." It has become dark. At the Roman family's mansion, a woman's voice gently said, "Honey, you've had too much to drink. Or just drink that today." In the study, Mr. Romero sadly said to his wife, "Rihanna, I beat Roman again." She looked at him worriedly. His voice lowered. "When I was a commoner, I used to beat him often. After our family became aristocrats, I promised myself that I would never let my child go through such things, so again." Mrs. Rihanna touched her husband's shoulder, gently comforting him. "But thanks to your promise, our other children have grown up safely." Mr. Romero said slowly, "That's right." He helplessly held his forehead. But what about Roman? He was the only one going through a difficult time with him. He didn't know how to treat Roman anymore. Mrs. Rihanna gently kissed his cheek. "Don't blame yourself too much. Maybe as a father, you still have many shortcomings, but we are the only ones who can correct wrong behavior, mistakes of your children." She continued, "Besides, the Romero Dimitri you know is not someone who will let his son go astray. He still has a chance to correct things." Mr. Romero frowned. Are you talking about the Bloody Fang gang? Rihanna gently replied. Roman is a proud child. At that time he probably just said boldly that he would handle the Bloody Fang gang's case himself, but if we let him alone, who knows what will happen? What's going on? Mrs. Rihanna suggested, how about we let Captain Jonathan help Roman? Mr. Romero relaxed his facial muscles. Yes, you're right, he shouted loudly. Where are you? A male servant entered the study room and said, Master, please call me. Mr. Romero ordered, call Captain Jonathan to meet me immediately. Scene change, now it's daytime. A worried voice said, Young Master Roman. Mr. Hans slowly followed Roman on the street, worriedly stopping him, saying it's very dangerous for you to go out like this. Sweat poured out, he continued, the Bloodfang gang could come to take revenge on us at any time. This is really tiring, let's go home. Roman, now wearing civilian clothes, did not care about the advice but only asked, Hans, when do you think the Bloodfang gang had such great power as they currently possess? Mr. Hans then asked, Answer, I don't know anymore. Roman's eyes turned thoughtful, he continued, the Bloodfang gang began his infamous streak through merciless slaughter of his opponents, in the process of fighting those who opposed him. Those scandals make others afraid, and that fear makes their harassing behavior even more effective. Mr. Hans was bewildered, not understanding why he mentioned this. He said, but aren't they still very dangerous? Roman squinted his eyes, curled his lips into a smug smile. Yes, but they are only dangerous when they can make us tremble before their blades. Scene change, on a peaceful street. A popular restaurant called Atelier. The red-haired waitress brought out the food and spoke, Ladies and gentlemen, here is the food you ordered. Roman remained calm, while Mr. Hans saw the sumptuous plates of food. His eyes lit up like stars, and he cried out, Wow! Roman stood up and said, You just sit here and eat, I'll go out first, making Hans panic. What? Why do you suddenly say that? Roman turned his head and said calmly, From now on I will continue to investigate alone. You stay here, because this is too dangerous for you. Mr. Hans jumped up in panic. It couldn't be like that. He firmly said, Even if I encounter danger, I will never let the young master have to fight alone. That eloquence made Roman a little shaken. However, he said, Hans, you are my person, right, Mr. Hans was a bit confused but immediately replied, Of course I am your person, young master. Roman waved his hand and walked away, smiling and saying, Then do things that can help me, don't sacrifice yourself in vain like that, just you going out with me like this is more than enough, we will be back soon. Mr. Hans saw that you were so determined and didn't know what to do. He could only look embarrassed. Young master. He thought a little surprised. He really didn't expect the young master to say such words to him. Oh right, now is not the time to be thinking like that. He suddenly woke up and ran out, almost bumping into someone else, making the people in the bar angry and screaming, What are you doing? So, Mr. Hans was in a hurry. We had to let them know about this. As for Roman, he is now calmly walking on the street, his mind full of thoughts. In the past few days, I have learned something about the Bloodfang gang, that is, their strength is not too terrible. However, because they act in groups, it is very difficult to hunt them all. They are probably standing still right now, because they are afraid of the consequences if they cannot kill them. It's true that there's fame but no substance. Roman thought a little annoyed, if I can't find them myself, so I just need to let them find me. I deliberately walked around the streets with Hans, surely by now they would know where I was. He walked into a small dark alley. Besides, today was also a regular training day for Dimitri's guards, so the number of guards on the streets had also been significantly reduced. Which means if they plan to take revenge on me, today is the best chance. A shady man wearing a cloak walked up behind Roman and pulled out a sharp knife from his pocket. He screams, Roman Dimitri. Then he and his accomplices rushed up, angry, with blood and fangs to take revenge on you. Roman remained very calm in this situation, turning his head back, then suddenly a cry rang out, Captain. Captain Jonathan turned his head, It was Hans rushing towards him. Captain Jonathan. He quickly asked, Hans, why are you here? Hans was now out of breath, struggling to say, Young master. Jonathan reassured, Young master, please calm down and tell me, Mr. Hans continued intermittently, Captain, you are right. He had to go find the young master immediately. His face showed extremely urgent insecurity. Young master Roman is in danger. But at the same time in the alley, Roman blocked the other man's attack with his bare hands, combined with his elbows completely overpowering him. The brown-haired guy's face wrinkled and he shouted angrily, This son of a bitch. Roman tightened his fist around his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain, forcing him to let go of the knife. He quickly caught the knife. Then he stabbed straight into the brown-haired man's chest, making him gasp in horror and surprise. Roman pulled out the knife, still maintaining a calm expression. The brown-haired man was knocked away and staggered back, his chest covered in blood. Then he fell to the ground in front of the extreme surprise of his two accomplices. They shouted, "What the hell is going on? This is not like what we heard." Roman smirked, "Why did you guys do that? Come on in." He raised his knife in a defensive stance, a cold-blooded smile on his face. Jonathan spoke, "So, Hans, you mean, young Master Roman went out for a walk without taking any guards with him, so you think he went to fight the Bloodfang gang, right?" At this time, the other knights had also gathered to listen to the story. "Mr." Hans shouted in agreement, "Yes, exactly." Jonathan and a blonde knight looked at each other with wide eyes. Then the two of them burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, it was so absurd. How could young Master Roman, the weakest person in the world, go to fight, Mr.?" Hans shouted loudly, interrupting Jonathan, "That's the truth, why would I lie to you about that? We don't have time to stand around here." Jonathan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He remembered the words of Lord Romero, Roman's father, saying that there was a problem between the Bloodfang gang and Roman. "Please help Roman and solve this problem for me, Mr." Jonathan thought to himself, since the Lord had also personally spoken up. But it's so annoying, damn, why is he always wandering around when he doesn't even know how to use a weapon? Even though he was reluctant, Jonathan still loudly ordered the soldiers. The entire army listened to the order and their weapons were ready immediately. The majestic man turned around and said, "Hans, take us to the young master. As long as we are here, no one will dare to lay a finger on young Master Dmitri." He frowned and thought, if what Hans said was true, well, this time that stupid kid really screwed up. At the same time in the alley, the brown-haired man was stabbed in the chest by Roman, fell to the ground and cried out in pain as if dying. To the shock of his accomplices, Roman's terrifyingly calm voice said, "Why are you all still standing there?" The two thugs could only widen their eyes in shock. Roman took a stance, his sharp eyes filled with murderous intent, smirked and said, "Dive in." The black-haired man gritted his teeth angrily, "You." Then both men rushed at Roman, eyes white, sharp knives pointed at him. They shouted loudly, "You bastard, I will kill you." As fast as lightning, Roman ducked down to avoid the attack. His purple eyes were sharper than a knife, without the appearance of someone so weak that he didn't even know how to use weapons. He did not compromise and stabbed the knife straight into the black-haired man. He screamed in pain. The bald guy shouted in anger, "You dog." The guy with the knife rushed at Roman. He cautiously observed the attack. Then, as fast as lightning, Roman kicked him straight in the stomach, knocking him out and the knife was knocked out of his hand. He fell to the ground, letting out a painful cry. Roman walked towards him, his voice cold, "It's just the three of you." The bald guy still stubbornly paid the fine. "You, even if you kill us, you won't be able to rest in peace." Roman sat down and coldly said, "Why do you say that now when I have finished killing your two accomplices? Is it possible to just say something random?" Roman raised his knife threateningly, his expression cold. "Answer clearly what I asked, otherwise." He didn't show any mercy and stabbed straight into his thigh, causing him to scream out in excruciating pain. Roman's face darkened, filled with murderous aura. "Come on, tell me, who is your leader?" A while later, on the street, there is a sign with a picture of a small tree branch and a sun hanging above a pub. The restaurant was crowded and noisy with laughter. A brown-haired boy was talking passionately with his drinking buddy. Turning around, he suddenly saw something that made his eyes widen. It was Roman walking into the shop, his clothes and hands covered in blood and mud. The bald-headed, narrow-eyed shopkeeper working at the counter immediately turned to say hello to the customers, but before he could finish his sentence, he had to stop. He immediately changed his tone, "Greeting you, young master." Roman sat down, smiled calmly and said, "Hello." Behind him, the bar rang with noise. "Roman, was it Roman Dmitri? Why did that guy suddenly come here? Why did he look like that?" The shop owner said, "What do you want to order?" Roman immediately answered, "Dawn Tears, the type brewed since the 20s. The shop owner then explained, "Sorry, but our shop doesn't have this type of drink, or let me introduce you to another drink." Roman replied, "Oh, that's fine, get me something really strong." He smirked and continued, "We have work to do in the morning, so we need to get a little drunk." At that moment, the shop owner and everyone else stared at him with wide eyes in alarm, and the atmosphere suddenly darkened. Actually, a while ago, in the alley, that bald thug told Roman about the Dawn Do. He declared that it was a pub located in the city center. We often accepted missions there. They will give us work to do if we read their special code correctly. Roman immediately asked, "What is the code?" "Tears of Dawn, something strong, something to do in the morning. You must say all 3 keywords in that order." At this moment, the pub became eerily silent. The shop owner opened his mouth to speak, "Everyone." Then he pulled out a sharp knife from the counter. He shouted loudly and attacked, but as soon as he raised the knife, he immediately received a punch in the face. He fell down to the surprise of those in the bar. They quickly regained their composure and shouted, "You son of a bitch, kill him quickly," and they held swords and rushed straight towards Roman. But right after that, many guys had to run outside the shop, running and shouting, "Police and guards! Quickly call the police, someone who can't run in time will be thrown out from inside." Roman punched a guy in the neck, grabbed another guy's neck and lifted him up. He stood tall among the losers in the bar, to the shock of the remaining guys, who stammered, What the hell just happened?" "He killed 3 guys in one fell swoop. Is he really Roman? Why is he so completely different from what we heard?" In fact, there is something called the greatest technique in the martial arts world, which can enhance a person's strength with just pure breathing. The Heavenly Devil enhanced Roman's physical condition with this martial arts secret in a short period of time, although his current level was not comparable to his previous self. At that time, the remaining thugs in the bar rushed straight at Roman. He was alone, quickly used their numbers to overwhelm him. Seeing that, Roman just grinned, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Even though his current strength couldn't compare to the heavenly demons he had before, those guys were just a bunch of flies and mosquitoes to him. A moment later, the innkeeper stood up from behind the counter, groaning in pain. He struggled to stand up, holding his forehead and muttering, "What the hell just happened?" At that moment Roman spoke, "You woke up just in time." I walked towards him. I had just finished dealing with him. The shopkeeper had not yet recovered. "Young master, why did you do that?" Roman replied, asking nonsense. "You were the one who attacked me first, and it seems like I'm the only one left here, and only you." Roman spoke coldly. These things made me extremely curious, causing the shopkeeper whose face was still bruised to cry out in panic. Roman continued, his voice filled with murderous intent, "Let's talk a bit." Not long after that, Captain Jonathan saw the chaotic situation at the pub and exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Are all of them really the work of the young master?" A soldier called out, "Captain." He immediately looked up and replied, "What's going on?" He reported that a barely alive person on the second floor said, "Young master has arrived at Lawrence." Jonathan frowned in surprise. "What? Why Lawrence?" The other knight replied, "Well, he said the lair of the Bloodfang gang was in Lawrence." The man Roman Dmitri looked at the owner and slowly said, "Hey, owner, I think it would be better if we talked frankly. You've lost 2 fingers. His whole body was covered in blood. He held a large pair of scissors in his hand and immediately stood facing him. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. His face became pale. Even though he tried to stay calm, his voice still trembled when he opened his mouth to say to him, go away, I have nothing to say to you." Then, he suddenly shouted, "Kill me, Bang Fang Shui will definitely take revenge on you." Roman heard that and laughed out loud. "That's right, you should have behaved like that from the beginning. I also quite like people like you." His face turned dark but still maintained the smile that made him feel a chill down his spine when he looked at him. Those who never opened their mouths no matter how much torture they endured, and were not afraid of death, because such people often hide the most valuable information. Originally, he kept the shop owner's name because of the amount of information he had about Bang Fang Shui, but it seemed like he still refused to give in to him, and even reacted somewhat harshly. He shouted again, "You're just wasting time, just kill me." He looked a little helplessly at the shop owner. "Really?" Suddenly, Roman tilted his head slightly and gradually walked towards the next table. His eyes fell on the photo frame placed on the table. "Okay, so let's do a test," he continued holding the photo frame, "to see if you really keep your mouth shut no matter what I do." "No." He slowly opened his mouth. E.g. His hand pointed the photo frame towards the shop owner. In the frame, the 2 people stood close to each other. The middle-aged man in the photo is the shop owner who is currently tied to a chair, wearing a simple outfit, his left hand placed on the left shoulder of the other boy with short brown hair, wearing a 2-color long-sleeved polo shirt. Both of them looked a little happy when facing the camera. Roman suddenly smiled and said, "If I say, I will find and kill your son, the person standing next to you in this photo." The innkeeper immediately widened his eyes in panic. But right after that he turned his head in another direction, trying to keep calm. I don't understand what you are saying. He is not my son. Roman spoke again. Stop lying. The kid looks exactly like you. He gritted his teeth. A vein appeared on his forehead and he shouted loudly at him, "You son of a bitch, a noble like you is using my family to threaten me." He began to walk slowly towards the man. Recently I learned something extremely interesting about the Bloodfang gang. Those in the gang can sacrifice their lives just for revenge, and I realized that there was something in common between those names. Suddenly, the shop owner stopped for a moment. The man continued to say, that is, they were all in debt to the Bloodfang clan, and were not originally evil people, but in the end they turned into demons. The Bloodfang gang does not hesitate to break the law to force people to borrow money from them, and easily turns the debtor's family into the gang's slaves. That is the truth about the Bloodfang gang. They drove people to the cliff, using their families as hostages to threaten them at any time. Do you think this hypothesis is reasonable? Hearing this, he felt like he couldn't continue to raise his head to face Roman again. He was a bit hesitant. Even if you knew the truth, nothing would change. Bang Fang Shui would definitely take revenge. Roman quickly interrupted. Hey, think again. His eyes looked at the photo frame in his hand and then spoke in a low voice. You must be careful to bet properly. When I said I would kill your son, I was serious. Suddenly, the photo frame was thrown down right in front of the shop owner. The glass in the frame was broken into pieces, immediately revealing a photo of the father and son. His face became even paler. A feeling of insecurity existed in his heart. But his next words made him even more worried. I swear by this name Roman Dmitri, I will send soldiers to find the boy. The voice immediately changed and deepened, killing it. His foot stepped heavily on the photo on the ground, obscuring the image of his son. Then he slowly raised his voice, making him feel scared, so slowly, so painfully. His eyes opened wide in horror, even revealing red blood vessels inside his eyes, and a few tears unconsciously appeared immediately after. Every word he said made him feel both worried, scared, and frustrated, but Roman didn't care at all. He slowly continued, but before doing all that, I will give you a chance. The man's eyes were expressionless but his mouth remained smiling. Will you keep your mouth shut for the Bloodfang gang, let your son die in pain, or will you reveal all the information I need to deal with the Bloodfang gang? It all depends on your choice. Somewhere else, the image is lonely and quiet without a single person in sight. When the sunlight began to shine down, it stopped in front of a building in the corner. Large wooden crates and wooden carts are stacked in front of the building. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind that wooden door. What, really? Then there was another loud voice behind the door. Yes, the entire branch was defeated by Roman Dmitri alone. A large group of people appeared in the room. The young man standing in the middle of the room looked a little worried as he faced the other person and continued to say, if Dmitri's security team takes action, we will be in trouble. Hearing that, the man gritted his teeth. Damn it, I don't believe it. His face was full of anger, revealing a large scar on his left eye. Sitting still on a large old stone chair that had cracked over time, it seems he is the leader. His hand clenched and he slammed down. Then he said in a harsh voice, there was no way Roman Dmitri could do such things. Suddenly, a vein appeared on his forehead. A low groan came out of the man's mouth and he felt frustrated. He thought to himself as if he couldn't believe this nonsense news. We planned to strengthen the clan's position by eliminating Dmitri, but an entire branch was attacked by someone who came to the Royal Swordsmanship Academy. The family also refused and defeated him. He said in a low voice, where is Roman? The subordinate replied, he just left Dmitri's territory. I think it is very possible that he got the information from the Dondu. His face became stiff. Was it just him? The other person replied, yes. The man immediately raised his head high, clenched his fist in his hand and pointed towards him, his face full of confidence. It seemed he had underestimated us, daring to attack our lair alone like that. Position. He raised his voice and gathered the whole gang immediately. Seeing this, the subordinate replied loudly, yes, sir. All the remaining people present in the room seemed to understand the situation and immediately adjusted their posture to stand at attention on both sides of the row. All attention was focused on the man sitting on the large chair in the room, between. Suddenly he stood up from his chair, his spirit radiating with a look towards his subordinates. We will kill that Roman before Dmitri's night guards arrive. We must deal with that arrogant brat. As the leader, he does not allow a guy like Roman to continue to dominate, even if he is the young master of the Dmitri family. He immediately frowned and thought, Roman Dmitri, you dare touch our Bloodfang gang. Today I will kill you, hang your body in the middle of the central square, so that the reputation of the Bloodfang clan can be revived. At the magnificent villa. The hand gently touched the surface of the paper with the man's low voice coming out. What is the Barco family doing? Someone immediately responded, I think they have already made a decision. Right at this moment, a long table with a 3-light candlestick placed in the middle suddenly appeared, a middle-aged man with yellow hair sitting in a position reserved only for the owner in that room. With the remaining 6 people, one of them suddenly spoke up. Recently there have been rumors that the Barco family borrowed a large sum of money from the gold bank. The only reason for this action could only be to prepare for war. Then another man sitting next to him said, whether war breaks out is only a matter of sooner or later, we must mobilize all resources more effectively and faster than them. The homeowner was silent for a moment. Then spoke up, it seemed war was inevitable. I really didn't expect something like this to happen when I received news from the Barco family. The man sitting next to him continued to say, I didn't expect the central government to side with the Barco family like that. At this rate, our territory will be taken away by the Barco family. Suddenly a loud voice came from the person sitting on the opposite side. We must keep our territory at all costs. Our Lawrence family has always lived off this fertile land for many years. Another voice appeared, but there were documents proving that our ancestors had mortgaged our territory to the Barco family. But the other man still vehemently objected. All of those arguments were invalid. Exactly. The other party spoke again, but even the central government. But he still kept interrupting and raising his voice. They must have been secretly doing something behind our backs. The two sides continuously talked back and forth. The argument was so intense that the owner of the Lawrence family could not stand it any longer. His voice made everyone immediately pay attention to him. Let's not argue any more about this issue. He sighed softly and said, no matter what happens, we must not give our territory to anyone. The clans will run to hunt us like hungry hyenas if we reveal even a single loophole. Since the Barco family doesn't want to compromise with us, we will try our best to fight them. There was a pensive look on his face. Yes, and that is why I arranged a marriage with the Dmitri family. Hearing this, the mood of the other 6 people immediately changed. The man sitting next to him immediately said, ah yes, we still have Dmitri's house. Another person said, although they were originally miners, aren't they currently one of the richest families in the Northeast? The person sitting next to him spoke again. No matter how much the Barco family borrowed, they could not be as rich as the Dmitri family. Mr. Lawrence nodded slightly, hoping so. That's why I took my only daughter to that idiot of the Dmitri family. One of them spoke up, it's all because of Lawrence. As a lord, you made a very correct choice, so don't blame yourself too much. He slowly opened his mouth, I understand. But he did not know that, from behind the door of that room, there was a young girl with blonde hair who heard everything. As the daughter of the homeowner, Lady Flora Lawrence, she must fulfill her responsibilities, yet now she became completely stiff, pondering, thinking about what to say to them. After that, she kept walking back and forth with an extremely worried look on her face. Oh no, I've already broken off this engagement. I don't have the face to see my father anymore. Why am I so worried about something that's already been done? No, Flora, this is your life. You can't be sold out to someone like that. But at this rate, father's plan, and the family's future, will fail. After a while of struggling with my thoughts, okay, I have to tell my father right away. She immediately spoke up, I can't marry someone I don't have any feelings for. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, causing her to suddenly turn her head and look at the Lord. The man hurriedly ran back, suddenly saw her and quickly bowed his head and said, to the Lord, and greeted Lady Flora. She hesitantly opened her mouth, yeah. His voice rang out again, as if the situation was a bit urgent. My lord, there is urgent news. Everything happened so quickly that she was a little confused. At the same time, somewhere else, a loud, impatient voice suddenly came from outside the gate. I said open the gate, you bastards. But the man standing on the wall bluntly replied, I told you, put down all your weapons and follow the correct procedure. But the other party seemed unable to accept it and raised his voice. But young Master Roman was in danger. If anything happens to young Master Roman, I will not forgive you. His eyes stood on the city wall, looking down at the group of people wearing armor on horses who continued to be stubborn like that, and said in annoyance, this guy is really right. Suddenly, still on that wall, someone quickly ran towards the man. Captain, in danger. It seemed like something had happened that made them so worried. After a long while of listening to the other person describe the situation, he asked again as if he wanted to confirm. What, really? He immediately replied, yes, Lawrence Square is in complete chaos right now. His voice accidentally reached the ears of the man below the wall. He was slightly startled. Don't tell me. Then he immediately shouted loudly, I'm breaking down the gate, you bastards. The sunlight gently spread down. A sudden scream rang out, Kyok. Each person began to pay attention towards the chaos. They all felt shivers at the scary scene before their eyes. What the hell? Oh my god, what's going on? Should I stop that person? The dragged legs left a red line of blood stretching on the ground. The man with gray hair and a large scar on his left eye looked up at him. His face now looks miserable. He groaned softly. The groan emitted from his eyes filled with pleading. Please. Tears poured out, drops of water mixed with blood. The injured person cried out in despair. Please, spare my life. But Roman didn't pay any attention to a word. His hand tightly held the back collar of his shirt and silently pulled him away. His pitiful pleading voice rang out again, begging him, looking at his figure continuing to walk forward, wearing a white shirt with a few blood stains on it, but his whole body did not seem to have a single wound. While waiting for Roman to arrive, Ben always thought that it was extremely simple. The opponent is just a stupid noble. There's only one guy, so it's not even a fight anymore. Until now, in his heart he was still extremely confident in himself, and despised his enemies. Ben had many people fully equipped with weapons. Ben smiled triumphantly. He certainly couldn't lose. No, winning was extremely obvious. But when he entered, things went completely wrong with his thoughts. Things should have happened that way. At this moment, his face was pale with fear, but inside he was a little surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes. He killed all of his subordinates. Ben fell to his knees in shock when he witnessed the whole scene. Now, there was only one thought in his mind, me. Along with the sound of his footsteps, he couldn't help but feel scared. He was about to die. Roman walked up to him with his hands covered in blood. When he saw him approaching, fear covered his entire being. If I keep this up, I'll die. At this moment, his voice trembled. No, in his mind now, there was only fear of his own death. Me, I don't want to die, I'm about to die. Those two sentences kept repeating in Ben's head. His voice weakly said, please spare my life. Ben's face was beaten until it was bruised, begging you. He carried his shirt and dragged it on the ground. His body was drenched in blood, begging him to spare his life. Please at least spare this dog's life. Ben knelt on the ground, begging him. Roman now let go of him. Ben fell on the ground and vomited blood. Everyone around saw this and were scared. He knelt at his feet and begged, only, as long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask. I will become a dog serving you for the rest of my life. Please have mercy. Bye. He turned a contemptuous look towards him. You will become my dog. You should have said that. Before revealing his fangs, he kicked his head hard on the ground and he cried out in pain. At the same time, he also said, this guy is the leader of the Bloody Fang gang. You guys already know what level of scum he is. Everyone around heard that. Their faces were filled with fear. His Bloodfang gang even reached out to harm the people living in Dimity's territory. They used dirty methods to deceive you, and even wanted to kill me, for getting in their way. Roman's eyes were full of anger and hatred looking at him. All the sins of the Bloody Fang gang were too obvious, therefore, in front of the people of the world here. He stepped on his head and said with an extremely scary expression, I will examine the evil seeds inside them. During this time, Jonathan suddenly rode a horse from afar. Young master, the people nearby looked panicked and shouted loudly. Jonathan's face was filled with fear. Before his eyes was an extremely scary bloody scene. Scene change, in a lavish mansion, is that true? Yes. The knight was standing in the meeting room explaining what had happened. The rest of the people focused their eyes on him. We had allowed Roman Dmitri to enter our territory, but about an hour later, Roman dragged a man and appeared in the middle of Lawrence Square. The knight continued to speak to the shock of everyone in the room. After clearly identifying the person he was dragging along as the leader of the Bloodfang gang, Ben Miles, he executed him right in front of everyone. Everyone present was extremely surprised to hear that. It was so unreasonable. That was Roman Dmitri. He captured the leader of the Bloodfang gang, and even executed him. Baron Lawrence just listened to them silently, speak. At this moment, one of them turned to tell him, more importantly, he punished, no, murdered a citizen without the Lord's permission. We cannot ignore it, this is okay. He just kept silent when he heard that, but in his heart he thought, is it allowed? After a moment of silence, he spoke up and ordered, summon Roman Dmitri here immediately, I will hear the explanation myself. A moment later, the guard led him into the meeting room. The way the door opens. He, Jonathan and the brown-haired guard entered. Baron Lawrence saw Jonathan, startled and thought, Captain Jonathan, so he is Dimitri's night guard to help him. Roman clasped his hands behind his back and stood tall. Roman Dmitri, greeting you, Baron Lawrence. Hearing that, he pointed his finger at you, skipped those cumbersome rituals and got to the point. Why did you come all the way to Lawrence territory to commit such a violent act? His face was extremely calm, then explained, everything happened a few days ago. The Bloody Fang gang was attacking an innocent citizen in my territory, and I executed them on the spot. Later, Outside the room, Flora was standing not far away, looking in. Then she called the guards of, "Hey, over here, he heard you, turn around, miss." She pointed towards the room and asked him, "The person you just brought is Roman Dmitri, right? Why is he here, and why did he come into my father's study?" The guard immediately told her, "It seems the lady still doesn't know what happened." Flora looked puzzled. "What do you say?" Back in the room, Roman was still talking, "So I decided I wouldn't stand by and watch them rampage like that anymore. I went to their lair and killed their leader." Jonathan clasped his hands behind his back, Sirius back standing beside. "That's roughly the case." Baron Lawrence frowned angrily. "What I want to ask is, who gave you the right to do that? You do not have any right to execute anyone here in Lawrence." His eyes darkened. "I knew, but whether or not the Lawrence territory could thoroughly handle the Bloodfang gang made me extremely skeptical." Roman continued to say, "The leader of the Bloodfang gang is not a stranger or a mystery. He is extremely famous in Lawrence for countless cruel crimes, and has been bailed out of prison countless times before, so this time I personally took care of him, because I couldn't believe it. Lawrence family okay?" A middle-aged man with glasses and brown hair among them heard this and said loudly, "How dare you?" Jonathan was so scared that he was sweating. "Young master." Roman was still extremely calm at this time. His face showed sadness. "To be honest, I was a bit disappointed. I thought I would be praised, not dragged out to question like this, because I having been forced to stain my hands with blood because of a matter that the Lawrence family has always ignored. I would like to ask you a question, Baron. Was I really wrong?" Hearing that, he just bowed his head in silence. Then he said, "Do you know Ben Miles?" The middle-aged man wearing glasses next to him had an extremely scared expression. "He is a criminal, but I really don't know him." "And the leader?" Baron Lawrence's face was extremely serious and he said, "Okay, I understand. We don't need to discuss this issue any further, because this wouldn't have happened in the first place if the Lawrence clan had a way to handle it, more reasonable and complete. I will reward you later. You can leave now." Jonathan and Roman bowed slightly to bow, "Yes." After everyone went out. In the room, only he and the middle-aged man wearing glasses remained sitting. At this moment he laughed loudly. The other man had a puzzled face. "The Lord." He leaned back in his chair and stroked his beard, smiling. "He's very good, so it's Roman Dmitri." The other man immediately said, "Tell my lord, we can't just ignore this matter." He immediately interrupted, "Of course it's okay, because he's about to become Flora's husband. There must be leaves. Only with such great courage can one achieve anything." However, he stopped the man's words with a gentle expression. "I don't want to hear any more words about this. I didn't expect Roman to be so compatible with Flora. Call Flora here immediately. I want to tell her everything." Scene change. Roman and his group of horsemen leave this place. Jonathan, looking at him, asked, "Young master, do you really have to mock the Baron like that? We can escape safely like this, but what if he gets angry? The Lawrence family will not be responsible for what happened. What we did only clearly proved that it was all due to their dirtiness and negligence. Besides, it seemed that he still didn't know anything about the annulment, so he didn't punish his daughter's fiancé like that." Jonathan was extremely surprised when he heard that. In his heart, he thought, he had planned it all along. Before that. "What is this? This is the person in front of me." He looked at his cold face, nothing like the Roman Dmitri he knew. In his previous life, when Beck Jun-huk was young, his biological father threw him into a cave. His whole body was covered with wounds. His face was scared when he heard the deep voice coming from the mouth of the cave. "Jun-huk Beck, you is the son of the devil. If you have the ability to inherit me, then prove your bravery from that cold, hard ground, and rise up alive." The heavenly devil stood above the mouth of the cave looking down. "I have 12 children. Even if you die, you won't be able to affect me. If all my children die, I just need to give birth to more." You heard him say. His eyes widened, his face showed fear. "So remember, the only way to help you prove yourself worthy is to dominate everything." Behind him were the other children, all of their faces filled with murderous intent. Some time later, in the cave, Beck Jun-huk was beaten so much that he vomited blood and fell to the ground. The guy who hit him was a black-haired child, with a rough, large body. He smiled contemptuously at him, his tone full of pride. "I thought there was something special about you, because you were clearly my son. You're a devil, but it turns out you're just an arrogant brat." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, his face indignant, his fist rushing towards him. "But then he punched me hard in the face again." When the other children saw him being beaten like that, they just stood and watched coldly. What an idiot. After that, he repeatedly hit Beck Jun-huk in the face. Throughout his childhood, when most children are protected and loved by their parents, That child strangled him and then punched him in the face, then he was thrown into a world where only the strongest can rule everything. Back to the present, at night, in a beautiful, lavish mansion. At this time, Roman was soaking in the hot tub. He closed his eyes to enjoy, thinking to himself, I'm so tired. It seems that in Roman's body, I become exhausted much more easily. After waking up in this world, I experienced many new things. He glanced at his own hand. And most of those experiences were related to the Bloodfang gang. To destroy them, I destroyed everything that stood in my way. His face looked serious and thoughtful, but deep down, I didn't have any regrets at all, because I've always been that person, a person who is willing to tear to pieces, torture all those who stand in his way, and use every means to eliminate all those who have murderous intentions towards him. That is the life he has always lived. Nothing will change just because I turned into Roman. He was soaking in the water while stroking his hair, his expression extremely enjoying it. But if I keep going out like this, I'll be in danger. I still haven't completely discovered all the rules of this world, and besides, my current strength has also decreased too much compared to before. What should I do now? Think carefully. He was thinking about this when a voice interrupted his thoughts. Young master. Roman opened his eyes. A voice came from outside. The Lord wants to see you. He heard that and immediately replied, I understand, I will be there right away. Over here, in Romero's study, he sat at his desk, his hand constantly tapping on the table, looking very distressed. He asked Jonathan, did Roman really do those things? Jonathan looked worried and quickly explained, yes, young master, Roman has changed a lot. Hearing that, he stroked his beard, his face was very serious, he seemed to be thinking about something and said, Roman has changed. Jonathan is standing next to him. The young master right now is definitely no longer the person we knew in the past. Where, sir? Romero looked down at his hand, his expression calm. Jonathan, Roman is my special son. He is the only son who is not impressed. And also the only son who lived through the time when I was a commoner. He remembered the old memories. When Roman was a child, his small hands took the candy and placed it on his hand. Dad, give it to me. He held the candy in his hand and asked him in surprise, what was it? He happily answered, it's candy. After that, Romero knelt on one knee, looking worried, asking, did you come all the way here just to give me this? I told you it was extremely dangerous here, you had to stay away. But then, he smiled brightly, but Dad has worked hard all day, so I want to give him a delicious candy. Dad, please eat this candy and quickly finish your work to go home with him, baby. Hearing that, his face was extremely surprised. Coming back now, his face was extremely sad. I wished Roman could have a happy life. Grandpa's hand clenched tightly, so I pampered him, gave him a lot of pocket money so he wouldn't be teased by other children that he was from a poor family, but I didn't expect that this would make him misguided. A part of me had already given up on Roman. Jonathan heard him say that, frowned slightly, his face was a little dirty, Lord. But he added, but after hearing that Roman defeated the entire Bloodfang gang, my hope burned again. Right at this moment, Roman's voice came from outside, interrupting the two of them's conversation. Father, Roman is here. In his mind, Romero was thinking, I don't care what method Roman used to fight against the Bloody Fang gang like that. He was extremely calm and replied, come in, as long as Roman really achieves it. Then I'm willing to do anything for him, to correct the mistakes of a flawed father like me. Roman walked into the room with a cold face. He saw him come in, smiled gently, and asked, is it Roman? I heard that you can handle an entire gang of bloody fangs yourself, is that true? At this moment, his eyes looked coldly at him, thinking to himself, Baron Romero. He looked at the man sitting at his desk, not far away, smiling affectionately. You could clearly see that he was extremely hopeful about what he was about to say right now. If he told the truth, he would look at him, with completely different eyes. His eyes looked in the other direction, his face slightly drooped, but the achievement exceeded expectations like this. One day it will bite me back. If I hide my talent a little now, I will have more time to develop further. Seeing that he didn't answer, he asked, Roman. But he still frowned and thought seriously, should I tell him frankly, or hide the truth from him? The latter option seemed a bit more reasonable. However, he remembered the days before, when he was brutally beaten in that cave. That black-haired kid, laughing and punching him hard in the face, that's all you can do, keep fighting me, you bastard. He was pressed to the ground and beaten, his hand grabbed a rock. Then he used that rock, swung his hand and hit him hard in the face. His eyes were bleeding, he screamed in extreme pain. That kid covered his eyes with both hands, lying on the ground angrily cursing, he's a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he held a stone, his hands covered in his blood, and rushed towards him with eyes full of murderous intent. Then he repeatedly punched him in the face, blood splashing everywhere. The stone was covered in his blood and kept dripping. The other children saw this and were extremely scared. After beating that boy until he was motionless, he stood up and put down the blood-stained stone. During his childhood, when most children were protected and loved by their parents, he was thrown into a corner, a world where only the strongest can rule everything. He stood up and said, "You said this guy is your leader, right? Then pass my words on to the people inside that cave. That's who smashed your leader's head, and I have dominated that dark place." His eyes were filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to kill someone looking at them, which was me, by clearly affirming the superiority that he possessed. Returning to this moment, Roman smiled confidently and said, "Yes, that's right, I am the devil," does not know how to hide his superiority. It starts at the training ground. The people in the courtyard were all practicing swordplay. Then there was a loud voice that attracted everyone's attention, and the entire army stopped training. The sound of footsteps is getting closer. Romero walked over with Roman and Jonathan. The soldiers in training lined up in 2 rows, the 3 Romeros walked in the middle of the 2 rows, they bowed and bowed, saluting the Lord of Glory. At this time, Chris looked up slightly and saw Roman passing by. "Roman Dmitri, why is he here?" Jonathan stopped and turned around. He put his hands on his hips and stood between Romero and Roman. "Today, we will compete in swordplay with young Master Roman." Everyone below heard this and frowned worriedly. Anyone who wants to participate should take a step forward. Chris stood in the crowd, a puzzled expression on his face, thinking to himself, why did it suddenly become like this? He looked towards Roman. "Are we going to duel with that idiot?" Roman's expression remained unmoved. Going back an hour ago, in Romero's office, he stood proudly in front of him and said, "That's right, it's me," he said and smiled confidently. Romero was extremely surprised when he heard that. How could he defeat the Bloodfang gang? Roman then sighed, thinking to himself, I have to answer in a reasonable way, without leaving him in any doubt, then said, "Actually, up until now I've always practiced swordsmanship in secret." Romero calmly asked, "Why did you hide it from me? If I had known, I would have helped you." He immediately replied, "You have been lost for too long. I want you to see that I, this idiot from the Dmitri family, can also do something on my own. The swordsmanship that I have learned on my own cannot reach the level of defeating an entire Bloody Fang gang like that." He continued to say to their surprise, "The Bloody Fang gang is an organization famous for illegal lending, and maintains its operations by threatening and intimidating debtors, so I thought that if I could only defeat their leader, this organization would immediately collapse, so I had people spread false information and bait to trick their leader Ben Miles." His face at this moment became extremely surprised, because of what his son had done. He baited the leader of the Bloodfang clan. The Bloodfang was always ready to take revenge on weak nobles, so I used myself as bait to lure them out. Hearing that, Romero's face immediately became extremely worried. His voice grew louder. "No way, that's too dangerous. If they were really serious about revenge, they would most likely leave the leader alone, murdered his child." At this moment, Roman interrupted him again, but his face was cold as he continued, "I am sure that an organization that is maintained based on oppression and intimidation like theirs would never risk their own lives to save their leader. Knowing this clearly, it's very possible that the opportunity to regain my previous freedom is not there." At the same time I thought in my heart, and everything happened just like that. Romero now frowned and closed his eyes, and carefully thought and analyzed, carefully decided and planned, with courage and decisiveness when implementing the plan he proposed, for what the boy wanted. If you've done it, saying it's impressive is not enough. It's unbelievable that Roman is the one who can do such extraordinary things. After thinking for a while, he spoke up, "Son, can I ask you something? Your tone is calm, please tell me. I want to see your swordsmanship with my own eyes. I want to see how much my son has changed." His expression now is extremely happy and curious. I'm really eager to know how the boy has improved. Returning to the present, Jonathan asked again, "Was there no one?" The people below were silent. Chris worriedly thought, "Of course not. If you win you won't get anything. If you lose you might even get your ass kicked out of here. Who would want to participate in this nonsense?" Jonathan looked thoughtful and thought, there must be a talented person who can completely subdue Roman. In order to both maintain the prestige of the night team and affirm the young master's talent, he added, "If no one volunteers, I will choose it myself." His eyes looked towards Chris. "I really wanted to stand up, but as the captain of the night squad, I couldn't draw my sword just because of something like this. Now there was only one person to help me, just suitable." After a while, Jonathan spoke up. Chris, he heard his name being called and was startled. Let's step forward. His face immediately turned fearful. Yes sir, Chris, vice captain of the Dimitri Night Squad. At this moment, Chris remembered what happened before he met Roman. The first time I met Roman was last year, when he went out to handle a case of a drunkard causing a disturbance, hindering the business of a restaurant on the street. At that time, Chris quickly ran over. The guard is here, what's going on? When he arrived, all I could hear was Roman's cursing voice. Are you bastards kidding me? I've only touched you a little and yet you guys treat me like trash. Roman destroyed everything around him, wanting to close the restaurant today. Two people, a man and a woman, looked worried and begged, we're sorry, we're really sorry, we really didn't mean it like that, besides. Before they finished speaking, he shouted loudly and shut up. His face turned red, he held a bottle of wine in his hand and shouted loudly, who do you lowlifes think you are to dare to argue with me? His face became even angrier, that guy, get out of here quickly. Their voices trembled, young master, you better calm down, Roman had not finished speaking yet and threw a bottle of wine at them, fuck, I'm telling you, you have to come out here right now. At this point, Chris walked up to him, his voice admonishing, young master, that's enough, but he still ignored him and continued, who are we, go away. Then he grabbed my wrist tightly, if you cause trouble again, even if you were a young master. Before he could finish speaking, he slapped him hard in the face. But he still spoke in a calm voice, young master. Roman didn't care about his interference and shouted angrily, you low-class knights dare to touch me. Chris glared at him with sharp eyes, how dare you glare at me again? From the moment I received that slap, I knew that this guy had never trained in his entire life, and even his strength was only at an average level, no, even worse than a normal person. At this moment, he only had one thought in his heart about this young master, how pathetic, he's such a pathetic guy, I didn't expect someone like this to be the Lord's son. He looked at him with disdain, I completely considered him a trash, living only more cramped, but now I have to duel with that bastard Roman. Back to the present, he was the one chosen by Jonathan to fight Roman. Chris stepped forward, his face both panicked and scared. He looked at Jonathan with a pleading tone, Captain, I don't think I'm fit to participate in this practice match, but you still just coldly replied, young Master Roman can confront the entire Bloodfang gang alone, you are a rare talent, and for the match to be fair, you are the most suitable person here. He continued to talk, but, you interrupted him, Chris. In the end, Chris could only grit his teeth and accept, I understand. Switch scene to Chris and Roman standing on the stage preparing to compete. Chris frowned and looked at him uncomfortably. He looked back coldly. Jonathan was about to stand below, so on both sides, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chris, please wait a moment, I have a request. He looked at him and asked, did he ask, no matter who you are not allowed to show mercy. He looked arrogant, if you accept this request, I would be honored to practice with young Master Roman. At the same time, he also thought in his heart, surely that guy cannot wipe out the gang of fangs alone, such blood, Roman, taking this opportunity, I will teach you a lifelong lesson. Romero looked at Jonathan and nodded. Romero then looked towards Roman again. At this moment he smiled. When he saw him laughing, he was so angry that his veins popped out, he could still laugh. Jonathan immediately spoke up, it seems the young master has accepted your request, Chris, so both sides are ready. The two of them got into a fighting stance. But both of their attitudes were opposite. Chris looked extremely angry. Roman, on the other hand, smiled confidently. The two people's eyes met. Then the bell rang to start the match, starting. Jonathan shouted to start the match, so both sides got ready. The two sides began to take a fighting stance. And as soon as you hear the command, start. Then Chris decided to preemptively attack, he rushed towards Roman. He frowned and then blocked Chris's powerful sword. The people in the stands were so surprised that their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open, so fast, Chris was fighting with all his strength. Jonathan witnessed the whole thing and couldn't help but be surprised. As for Chris, when he saw that he was able to block his sword, he was also extremely surprised, he was able to block it. But soon his expression changed again, his eyebrows furrowed in anger. Did Roman block Chris's attack? After Roman finished slashing his sword, Chris immediately stepped back. He immediately returned to his fighting stance, from the rebound he felt from the attack just now. Even his defensive posture is extremely solid and strong, is it just a coincidence? His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes were full of anger. I really didn't expect this situation, but so what, right now? Only by beating this brat will I be satisfied. He thought about this and rushed towards him, his face full of anger. Chris slashed at him, but he dodged. His eyes were extremely sharp as he glanced at him. Once done, cut horizontally. But he was still able to help. At this moment Roman's face was still extremely calm. Right after that, he swung his sword to deflect his sword, but he used his speed to run behind him. Chris discovered Roman's weakness. Here it is. He immediately swung a powerful sword at Roman's head. Roman bent down and repeatedly dodged. At the same time, he glanced at Chris. He was startled to realize his intentions. Immediately stepped back. He slashed his sword from below, both fast and powerful, making Chris scared. He promptly dodged that move, but his face was still extremely surprised. A few seconds later Chris kept moving backwards. And then when he regained consciousness, his face was still sweating from fear. Just now, it was really dangerous. Romero and Jonathan below were both extremely surprised. Romero said in surprise, "No way." The other knights below seemed to be unable to believe their eyes. What a joke, almost. On the ring, Chris's eyes were now filled with anger as he looked towards Roman. Is this really Roman's power? His expression had now become worried. From defense to dodging attacks, he was not weak at all. Could he really destroy the entire Bloodfang gang by himself? At this rate I will. He stood facing Roman, feeling extremely worried, but in the end he still denied what he thought. Damn, what was I thinking? My opponent is Dimitri's idiot. I can't lose to him in front of so many people. At this moment, Roman spoke up, sharply interrupting his thoughts. It seemed like it was okay to start like that. Chris heard that, confused and asked, "What?" He immediately answered him, "This time," he said as he quickly rushed towards him. "Let's strike first." The moment his sword slashed towards him, he realized and Chris finally blocked it. His face showed difficulty as he blocked his sword. Did this guy eat duck blood? Why is he so fast and scary? Roman then repeatedly attacked Chris. The knights below who witnessed that scene were all extremely surprised. That series of consecutive attacks was truly brutal. It was extremely difficult for Chris to block his fast and powerful sword attacks. Damn, I had to work really hard to defend against his attacks. He frowned and his face turned pale. If this continues, it will be dangerous. I have to find an opportunity. Before Chris could finish thinking, Roman swung his sword extremely powerfully, forcing him to step back. His face was extremely surprised at this moment, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Damn, I have to take a step back first, huh? Immediately after that, he widened the distance and raised his sword. He just expanded his movements. He discovered your flaw and created it. And then Chris attacked his weak point, too many openings. But in the end he dodged that move. Roman looked at Chris and smiled mockingly. He frowned at him. He deliberately did that to lure me into attacking. He dared to trick me. We'll lose, Roman, really. At this moment his sword was covered with blue rays of light. Jonathan saw this with a scared face and shouted, "Chris, stop." While unable to control himself, Chris used a power that he should not have used in this match, the most brilliant sword star. Chris slashed his sword at Roman. And then a huge explosion happened. Everyone couldn't see what the hell just happened. Romero worriedly shouted, "Roman, where is Roman?" Right after the explosion ended, Chris saw Roman dodge his move. His face turned surprised and somewhat confused. Before he could recover, he fell down. Everyone was amazed to see Roman defeat Chris. Think back to when Chris was first appointed to the position of deputy leader of the night squad. When the soldiers guarding the training ground saw Chris and Jonathan sparring, they couldn't help but talk a lot. Who was the new deputy leader of the night squad, don't you know? A student of that leader, he looks so young. The black-haired guard turned to explain, but he was already a 2-star or a knight. The remaining knights seemed to find it hard to believe. He was already 2 stars at that age. It was said that after only 2 years of training, he could already feel mana. At that time, everyone in the city was talking about him. It only took him 3.5 years to become a star, in that short period of time. It is also rumored that his swordsmanship is excellent. What's his name? At the same time, at the training ground, Chris collapsed. Jonathan held the wooden sword, glanced at him. It seemed like we would stop here for today, Chris. His face was full of fatigue, but he immediately stood up and said, "It's okay." His face was full of determination, wiping away the sweat on his face and saying, "I want to practice one more time." Jonathan looked at him and smiled proudly. He had both natural talent and work ethics. This kid Chris was truly a genius. But back to the present, Chris was defeated by Roman. Before everyone's surprised eyes. Looking at Chris lying on the ground, everyone was surprised. At this moment, Romero looked towards Jonathan, who was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and asked, Leader Jonathan, what the hell just happened? Didn't you say that Deputy Leader Chris is an Aura Knight too, the most elite star in the land of Dimitri or something? That. At this moment, Jonathan's face was so shocked that he couldn't say anything more. He thought to himself, how could this be possible? Just a month ago, Roman was still a troublemaker. Well, a person who has only practiced for a year or two cannot have such skills, but that move must have been practiced for many years. How can he grow up so quickly? After thinking for a while, he spoke up. The Lord asked him not to be too surprised. It seemed like a young master. That's a swordsmanship genius. On this side, Roman's expression remained unmoved. Looked at Chris lying unconscious on the ground. At this moment, he remembered the match just now and thought to himself, he knows how to proactively attack and aggressively confront the enemy. His fighting concentration is also quite sharp. At this level, he can easily handle an entire gang of Bloodfangs by himself. No wonder Jonathan was so proud of him. By their standards he was already a pretty elite warrior. However, by their standards he was the weakest. He looked at him with disdain. Even the Devil's Tower was stronger than him. Roman thought about the ultimate move he used just now, but the ultimate move just now surprised me. There was something about it. While he was engrossed in thought, on this side Romero was standing with his arms crossed and smiling proudly. He laughed so loudly that everyone looked startled. Romero said loudly, it was so interesting. Roman heard it and glanced at him. His face was extremely radiant at this moment. Romero smiled proudly, my son, I didn't expect my eldest son to be such a swordsmanship genius. Immediately after that he turned to Jonathan. Knight Leader Jonathan, are you sure about this? Jonathan replied, as for why your son can progress so quickly, I cannot say. It seems like I haven't realized the true potential of the person standing in front of me before. When Romero heard that, he smiled even more. So why did it happen? Then he looked towards Roman and said, son, come over here. Roman walked towards him. He opened his arms and said, I have never been happier than today. I want to praise you for deciding to commit to achieving a great achievement for yourself. He crossed his arms and smiled and added, I will give you a worthy reward. Please tell me your wishes. He heard that and smiled softly. Then he said, Dad once said that I have to go to the battlefield within the next half a year, right? The two of them heard him say that and were both surprised. More troops, right? As soon as he spoke, he immediately denied, no, I want you to allow me to choose my own person. Romero's face was so surprised that he couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing that, he immediately tried to convince him, I still have a lot of time, as long as I reconcile with him. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Roman interrupted, Father. His face was full of determination, I will go. Roman looked at his son with motherly surprise. Then he immediately said, I understand. I allow you to completely manage your own affairs. You still have a girl you want to ask me. As long as you continue to show great performance like just now, I have no reason to refuse you. Roman glanced at Chris lying unconscious on the other side. Then, after a long time, after Chris woke up, he shouted in surprise and confusion, What, do you want me to teach Aura to young Master Roman? Jonathan crossed his arms and stood in front of him and said, That's the Lord's order. Hearing him say that, Chris immediately replied, Sir, no, teacher, don't you think that's too much? Look at you, that brat, you just had to use your aura to fight that young master, but you were still defeated by him. He put his hand on his head, looking helpless and said, Now I just want to find a hole to crawl into, but you want me to teach him aura, even if I get beheaded for disobedience, I also. Before he finished speaking, Jonathan interrupted, Chris, I want to make a deal with you. Chris heard him say he wanted to make a deal, so he asked in bewilderment, What? He added, I want you to teach the young master, and see what's different about him, if you can handle this. Then I will pass on all my secrets to you. Upon hearing this, Chris was so startled that he widened his eyes and looked at him. And then right after that, he stood up and said loudly, Are you telling the truth? Jonathan calmly replied, It's true. At this moment, Chris immediately thought, If I do this, he will tell me the secret to becoming a 3-star Aura Knight. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, his expression unable to refuse. Damn it, the teacher had to keep his word. On this side, Roman was taking a bath when the servant's voice came, Young master. I heard that you showed outstanding performance in the match that happened earlier today. Rumors have spread throughout the castle. He stood behind him holding a towel and said, "The deputy leader of the night squad is a 2-star aura knight, but you still defeated him. It's truly extraordinary." Roman still calmly replied, "2-star aura, Hans, do you know what aura is?" Hans immediately replied, "I don't know anymore. Isn't it the power to use mana?" Roman looked through the window. His tone was calm. "Mana, it seemed like that thing in this place was called mana. The power that Chris showed me just now was definitely an outpouring of energy. However, the way they use their energy is completely different from that in their world. Something about what they call aura here is not very effective." His face was still cold and lifeless as he thought about it, not understanding why they used such energy. Thinking about it, he suddenly smiled. It seemed like the people here had to learn more about the type of power they always used. "I will test it with my own eyes during practice tomorrow." The next day Roman and Chris met in the backyard. The two people's eyes met. Then Roman suddenly burst out laughing. Chris saw him laughing like that and cursed in his heart, "This bastard." Chris was so angry that his veins were showing on his face. He was trying to calm himself down. "Okay, calm down," then said, "Before starting to practice, I will explain to you what carelessness is. Aura is a way to utilize mana, specifically the form in which knights use their mana. Mages use mana by storing it in spells. Knights, on the other hand, store mana throughout their bodies. The pioneer of this aura concept was Emperor Alexander. Working with magicians who stored mana in various objects and forms, he was the first to discover that storing mana throughout the body would strengthen one's constitution. Aura is the release of this stored mana inside. Mana often flows throughout the body, and people can completely increase their strength by concentrating and releasing that mana. Chris explained further in a serious tone. However, learning about the history of mana was not very important. Only a select few could use mana this way. In 1,000 people, there is one person who chooses the path of becoming an aura knight, and in tens of thousands of people, there is only one person who can follow the path of becoming a magician. Chris continued without any fluctuations on his face, "So checking to see if he has the ability to integrate mana is the most important thing. The minimum requirement that aura knights must achieve is the ability to mana sensing ability." Roman crossed his arms and looked at Chris with a cold and somewhat lifeless expression, while he put his hands on his hips and spoke with a bit of pride. "For me, although it takes about half a year to sense mana, usually, to do that, it will take people more than a year. This is what people call natural talent." At this time, Roman's expression still didn't waver at all. He said, "Let's start trying to sense the mana. Can you explain to me how you did it?" Chris looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Of course." At the same time in his heart he also thought, "Roman Dmitri, after winning a game with me, he must be very proud and arrogant." He looked at Roman who was standing with his arms crossed, his face still very cold, but unfortunately, this was not as easy as he thought, because talent in swordsmanship is completely different from talent in mana. Face reality, you will see it soon. At the same time, Roman was also having his own thoughts. The premise of this training session was not correct from the beginning, because I soon learned how to sense mana, and thanks to my experience as a mad demon magician, I was able to store mana, even though it was only a small amount, but still. Thinking of this, he suddenly closed his eyes, only knowing that based on what he already knew, the final destination would only be degradation and destruction, although he could not comprehend the reason why they followed these methods. Such a method, but we have to learn how to do it first. At this moment, Chris clasped his hands behind his back, looked serious as he walked and talked, focus on his own breathing, and concentrate his mind, feeling everything related to his body is extremely important. Chris focused on explaining, "Once you get used to using mana, you will be able to activate aura. Try to focus the mana flowing through your body into a single point, that is how you activate aura." And activating the aura meant he had become a 1-star aura knight. There are many ways to take advantage of this aura activation. You can cast a spell on your blade to increase its effectiveness. Chris was still focusing on explaining it to Roman, or applying it to his own body. And in a short period of time, there was an explosion of power. While he wasn't paying attention, Roman had mastered the technique of sensing mana. And by the time he noticed, Roman had already practiced creating an aura. At this moment, he was so surprised that his eyes and mouth turned into an O. His face was filled with surprise but mixed with a bit of fear, thinking, "No way, him." He was releasing an aura, a very strong aura surrounding Roman's body. His eyes had now turned red. "Just as I thought, using ki has absolutely no effect in this world." Ki in the martial arts world will completely eliminate all impurities in the body, aiming to achieve the ultimate goal of storing Ki inside one's cleansed body. However, this world has an energy system, completely different quantity. They concentrate their mana and hope that it will flow through their bodies naturally, without having to restrict and control it. Ki in the martial arts world is rare, dry but strong. The mana of this world is full and light, allowing it to leave the body more easily. Roman's eyes darkened as he looked at the aura in his hand, thinking, if they had to differentiate, the way they used the aura was similar to practicing in the martial arts world. There was no need to waste time comparing these two methods. Practicing exercises helps the body improve and become stronger, but it only helps physically, not helping the practitioner store mana inside the body. The release of stored mana is the reason why this method is so ineffective. His eyes became deeper and deeper, continuing to think, using these methods, I will never reach the top, even if I spend hundreds of years practicing. At this moment, suddenly, Chris shouted loudly, interrupting his train of thought, what, how could you do that? Just now was that aura, right? Roman heard his voice and turned around to answer, you should have known it yourself. His voice became louder and more urgent when he heard that, that's why I asked, it took me years to figure it out, move the aura. His face now became angry, his voice full of indignation, tell me the truth right away, are you lying to me, pretending you don't know how to use mana? The more he talked, the more he couldn't control his emotions, his face darkened and tap water flowed out, that's right, now it's clear, no wonder I lost to you like that in the first place, if you have the strength, then why did you come 2 years ago? He hadn't said anything yet, but Roman interrupted, you've done it all. Chris heard that and cried and said angrily, if it weren't like that, everything would be so unreasonable, it would take me 10 years to become a man, a 2-star knight. As soon as he finished speaking, Roman gave a disdainful smile. Chris saw him like that and immediately stopped and asked, is there anything funny here? He clenched his fist, are you laughing at my efforts? He turned around with a sarcastic expression, let me ask you this question, during the difficult process of achieving that goal. Have you ever wondered about the training method you are using? For Chris at this moment, it was like lightning struck his ears, his face darkened, his mouth tightened, unable to say anything. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, what do you want to say? Before Chris could speak, Roman interrupted, everyone probably thought it was obvious. Blood Demon, a guy who in the past could destroy an entire sect in an instant. There appeared an image of two people fighting, someone who had a great influence on Muram, and the fight between him and Beck Jun-huk broke out. In the end one of the two was defeated, and after a long battle, he tasted defeat. Roman thought to himself, but the kid at that time, chose to accept that humiliation to be taught. He looked at Chris who was tense, choosing to throw away his pride to become stronger, and this guy was quite similar to the Blood Demon. He smiled sinisterly, very good. He asked, are you asking me to show you how to become stronger? He refused, I can't show you yet. Chris was fierce, so what do you want me to do? His face was expressionless, I just wanted to say that you don't have to keep going the way you were taught. If I had to show you to your face then you would be no different from your choice up to now, although however, if you want to find out for yourself. He continued, let's follow and observe what we do. Chris couldn't hide his surprise. Roman said, next month when I go to the army, your face is filled with murderous intent, observe how I fight different enemies and become stronger, and observe the various fighting methods I use, if after 10 years you can still hold out. He said, I am sure you will find the answer. Night falls. Inside the room. Chris is sitting gloomily on the bed. He raised his hands to his face. He remembered that day, Jonathan said, you must learn to sense mana. Everyone was shocked, you were able to sense mana after only half a month. He said, to release mana. Another boy was surprised, you became a 1-star knight after only 3 years, what a genius. He remembered the look in his eyes at that time, Chris, you are now a 2-star knight. He remembered the criticism given to him, I won't mention the fact that you spent 10 years practicing, but the truth is that you never asked how they practiced and that's why I laughed at you, uncle. He frowned, I will. The next morning, what? Jonathan looked surprised, Chris, what did you say? He was calm, I want to go to the battlefield with my master. He thought to himself, I want to become stronger. He guessed, maybe something happened. He confirmed, yes. His eyes were thoughtful. He also looked straight into his eyes. In the end, he had to accept, okay, maybe that was enough reason for him to force himself to this path. He announced that from now on you will no longer be a part of Dimitri's Knights, but I hope that while you are out there, you will still pursue your goal of protecting your master. Chris is expressionless, thank you sir. He smiled. It seemed he was gone. He remembered when he was young, when he witnessed a boy crying over his mother's body. He thought to himself, the boy crying because of his mother's death on the battlefield is no more. He stood up. Thanks to you I can confirm, if you are ready to follow Master, then I won't need to worry about Master being called an idiot anymore. Then he opened a door and walked in. Follow me, I think you need more equipment. He wondered, what? Jonathan turned around and laughed. To be able to survive on the battlefield, he would need to have his own secret weapon. Chris was delighted. Thank you. In the market area, one person asked, have you heard the rumors? The other guy asked, that Master Roman really destroyed the Bloodfang himself. Another guy laughed, do you think that's true? He's just a useless half-royal. The other guy didn't agree. From the sources I heard it seemed to be true, but the other guy refused to believe it. Come on, it couldn't be real. This was probably just an arrangement by the cavalry, Dr. Dimitri or something. Kevin accidentally heard this and gasped. Master Roman had personally destroyed the Bloodfang group. He remembered that he was able to destroy a group of them with just a tree branch, so he could definitely deal with the Bloodfang himself. He was touched. He did that just to keep his promise to me. He sobbed and wiped away his tears. No, there was no way he would do that for someone like me, but he really destroyed those scoundrels. Another person saw him being absent-minded and reminded him, Kevin, what are you doing? If you want to leave early then focus on work, stop thinking. Oh, okay. Sunset falls. The footsteps walked slowly. Kevin worked and thought, I want to be like my boss, someone who has enough strength to protect those around him in times of need. He looked sad. There are still many dangerous people like the Bloodfang group out there. I have to become stronger to protect my family. He sadly walked slowly, but how could he be stronger? If I had the chance to meet my master again, how could a guy like me be so lucky? Suddenly someone called, Kevin. It startled him and he raised his head. He widened his eyes in surprise. Someone surprised you so much that you dropped the box of potatoes you were holding, you. Kevin shouted loudly, Master. Roman replied calmly, long time no see. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why were he here? No, before. Suddenly he knelt down on the ground. Thank you very much. Thanks to you my family was able to live through this. He asked, it's okay. How are you doing? He happily replied, because the Bloodfang Association is no longer there, our house is at peace. I even found a job thanks to Mr. Hance's help. You admit, you don't know how much I appreciate you. He looked at you and smiled. You can listen to my request to know your future goals, as a way to repay me. Roman was a bit surprised. A request, he said, if you accept, you will no longer have to worry about family problems, you will have a home and food. I continued to your surprise, and enjoy a luxurious life instead of having to do this job. I will give you those conditions. Roman offers, so, serve me, if you promise to be loyal to me, I will improve your life without regret. He opened his eyes wide and pursed his lips in thought. Finally he hit his head on the ground. You agreed. I swear to be loyal to you, Master. Kevin continued regardless of his bleeding forehead. If you want me to die, I will die under your orders, and if you send me to kill, I will kill whoever it is. Then you raised your head. As long as you promise to protect my family, my life will be yours. He squinted his eyes and looked down. He swears on his blood. This guy reminds me of a crazy guy. He imagined that person again. Under just one command, he would fight against an army of hundreds of people. He would not fall until he completed his mission. What a crazy person. Returning to reality, he looked at the person in front of him, and this guy was probably the same. He really didn't take the trouble to come all the way here. He thought to himself, okay, from now on, I declare, you are mine. Roman Palace ordered, then, Hans, I leave Kevin to you. Help him get used to life here. You obey. Yes, I understand. He continued, Kevin, I will visit you later, so take care. He was happy. Yes, young master, thank you. Then he turned around and left. I'm going to the library. If you have anything to do, just come there and find me. You obeyed? Yes, young master. Hans asked, do you want to go sightseeing around? He politely asked again, is that okay? In the library, the table is full of books. Roman is reading the book, Aura Knight. The Book of the Path of an Aura Knight. He read a page of the book. To become an Aura Knight, you must first activate Aura, a sign that you have become a 1-star Aura Knight. Next, to become a 2-star Aura Knight, you must use Aura to cut hard steel, and the intensity and power of Aura will determine your rank. Once you become a 3-star Aura Knight, you will go beyond the reach of common knowledge, and will receive special treatment in the kingdom. Currently on the Salamander continent there is a 6-star knight, but until today, there have not been any anecdotes about anyone reaching the 7-star level. Even if they are the top 10 knights, not all of them have reached the 6-star level. After reading it, he thought to himself, 6-star knight in rank, I have already confirmed the strength of a 2-star knight with Chris. Even Jonathan, who is currently a 3-star knight, is only as strong as a rank fighter, only 2. He continued reading, anyone who reached the 6-star level would have abilities that surpassed ordinary people. The fire they unleashed from their blades had a range of up to 10 meters, and their destructive power was on a completely different level. Currently, only 12 people are said to have reached the 6-star threshold. They are treated like royalty, regardless of nationality or race, the 12 swords of the continent, or so they say. He pondered, from all the information he had gathered so far, it seemed like they were very strong people. The fact that they could reach this level without knowing how to use it effectively was surprising, proved their talent. He looked at the book, there were also magicians here, like Archmage for example. Those who have reached the 7th level will be awarded the title of Archmage. They are considered demigods, can walk around battlefields in disasters, waiting for the opportunity to attack. A spell of theirs can level the ground, cover the sky, and when fighting in numbers, they are more dangerous than 6-star Aura Knights. Roman thought again, magic is an ability that does not exist in martial arts, now I know what I should do. Then he closed the book. Having to confront these people, he understood the situation clearly, but it was quite rare for old Dmitri to risk doing something. He crossed his arms and stared at the book, and the fact that he couldn't predict what would happen made the situation even more dangerous. However, I will never stand still like everyone else, I must gain experience, and ensure I can live a satisfying life. He squinted his eyes, this would be interesting, I'm excited, now let's start getting ready. In a dark room. The door opened. Hands pointed, here. Roman asked what this place was used for before. He replied, this used to be the factory used by the previous count. He strictly banned outsiders, to the point that even air could not pass through. He nodded, this place would be very suitable for practice. I inform you, Hans, I will spend the next week in this factory. I don't need any food or anything, however, you are not allowed to let anyone in. Your face is serious, remember clearly, unless my people are in such danger that they are about to die, otherwise, no one is allowed to come close to me. You are a little scared, yes, young master. The door gradually closed. Roman looked down at his feet. He thought to himself, straw, it seems Hans spread this straw out here. He fell to his knees, although I appreciated his thoughtfulness, in reality this only made the key flow more erratic. A moment later the straw was piled up. He sat with his eyes closed to practice. He thought, up until now, I had only been able to summon a little mana. In order to use the techniques of the Heavenly Devil Taoist perfectly, I had to start from the first step. He muttered, Heavenly Demon Taoist, first step. Human, immediately around him a fire burned. He frowned, I have to get rid of all the impurities in this body. Blood gradually flowed all over his face. He didn't care that blood was pouring out from everywhere on his face. The flow of mana that should have flowed inside Roman's body was stagnant. This body had more impurities than other normal teenagers. He still continued in the fire, but because I had already predicted that this would happen, I had gathered the necessary amount of mana, the smallest possible amount to easily take this first step. I had to regain my strength, it's inherent. He opened his eyes slightly, because he had decided to live his life here, so he had to have the strength to protect what he had. I think entering the human stage is just the beginning. 1 week later, there is a group of people walking. The door to a room opened. The man in the suit is respectful, so please wait here for a moment, I will go prepare some tea and cakes right away. He called, Viscount Lawrence and Lady Flora. Baron Lawrence asked, where is Roman? He politely replied, the young master is busy with something. The two entered the room, then. He sighed, it's true that I quickly decided to visit without thinking ahead, but as expected, they didn't want us to come here. Then he sat down, it seemed like we had to wait, okay, sit down. Flora obeyed, yes. He called, Flora, she looked up at him, yes, father. He advised, I decided to come here to apologize to them for the mistakes we made, so be careful with your words. I bowed my head, I understand. Going back a few days ago, screams rang out in the castle, have you come to announce the cancellation of the engagement? Flora bowed her head and confessed, "The last time I visited, I decided to tell him my thoughts. I also wanted to do as you said, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't marry him. I don't value myself at all." Lawrence shouted, "Flora." He held his head. "In vain. I really thought you were a smart child. I really didn't expect you to do something like this." He shouted, "Do you know what is happening in our territory? The Barco family has decided to borrow a huge amount of money from the bank. Do you know what that means?" He said consequences, meaning now they just need to prepare to start a war. He was frustrated. Arranging a marriage with the Dmitri family was inevitable. The only person who could compete with the Barco family was them. "But you, how dare you?" She wondered. "Our Lawrence family is not weak, father. Wouldn't we still have a chance without the Dmitri family?" He was sad. If it was just the Barco family, it would have been possible, but the central government had accepted their shady records and orders. The act of lending money to the Barco family without making any requests proved that this was no longer simply a war between two families. He continued, "The people who are giving power to the Barco family are the ones who want our family to collapse." Lawrence said, "Because now they have a legitimate reason. They will do everything to settle and annex everything, our territory, our honor." He emphasized, "Even you, the so-called flower of the female Lawrence family." Returning to reality, Flora clasped her hands. "I already knew." She bowed her head. The current situation of her territory, and her father's thoughts when making that decision, she already knew everything, so she still decided to ignore everything for her own selfish reasons. She closed her eyes tightly, woke up. If she continued to hold on to the pride of the Lawrence flower, there would be nothing left. Outside, hence, he was impatiently pacing back and forth. "Oh, what should I do? When will the young master come out?" He was worried. Viscount and Lady Lawrence had been waiting here since morning. It was already sunset. He cupped his chin. They looked extremely dissatisfied, but since the young master said no one was allowed to visit him for any reason, so, no, but. Suddenly the door opened. He was happy. "Young master, there you are, young master." "You suddenly turned pale, young master," he shouted loudly, "young master." In the room, Baron Lawrence and Flora sat facing each other in deep thought without saying a word. He clasped his hands on his thighs and solemnly narrowed his eyebrows and thought to himself, "I was determined to do this because it was all Flora's fault. In order for the Lawrence family to survive, I must ensure that this marriage takes place." Thinking about this, no matter how steadfast he was, his hands were gradually shaking and his eyes were hardening, but even so. Then this is also not possible. Seeing his face suddenly change and standing up suddenly, Flora across from her saw that and didn't understand why she was sweating. "Father." Baron Lawrence did not seem to hear her words but stood up and walked out of the room. "I will go find Baron Dmitri myself." When he arrived at Baron Dmitri's room, he did not hesitate to push open the door and shouted loudly, "What are you doing, making your guests wait so long? If you're not satisfied with us, just send us back. I didn't expect the Dmitri family to be so cruel." The man with the brown beard, Romero, sitting in the guardroom, was startled by his noise and put down his pen and calmly looked up. He acted slowly, dipped the pen in ink and said, "I understand what you mean, but have you made an appointment with the Baron yet?" Baron Lawrence and his daughter stood before him and he began to wave his hands and said, I know we decided to come without notice, but we told each other about our intention to meet him a week ago, and we had no choice but to do so because he refused our request and then turned negative." The man opposite heard him say that and slowly explained that if he had intended to refuse our visit from the beginning, we would not have felt so offended, but like this. Having said this, he thought for a moment and then raised his head and continued, "Do you think I can refuse a visit from a viscount? But is that all you want to say? You came here just to say you're angry because you had to wait half a day." His words as well as his tone were very clear, as if pointing out every flaw of Baron Lawrence, causing him as well as the girl next to him to stiffen and roll his eyes in admiration. Seeing that, Romero was still looking at the two of them and suddenly thought about his son and spoke up. "On the day Flora Lawrence visited the Dmitri family, Roman told me his intention to annul the marriage. Although I had no choice but to scold him, even a 3-year-old child knew what had happened, that Flora Lawrence was the reason he wanted to cancel this arranged marriage." Getting out of those thoughts, Romero continued to say, "I know, but I still don't question it when I think about why he wants to do certain things. I have no other choice but to stay silent and ignore what he said, with me." Baron Lawrence's face was convinced by his words. He continued to listen to Romero's story. "We were all victims of an unwanted arranged marriage. The person wanted to arrange the marriage. Previous marriage was Lawrence. At this point, Flora could no longer maintain her mood and lowered her face to the floor with her face no longer relaxed but trembling. Romero continued to say, as if he hadn't seen anything, that the person who wanted to arrange the marriage first was the Lawrence family. Having said this, one of his hands suddenly curled into a fist and then slammed it on the table, but the Baron of Lawrence still thought that his anger was justified just because he had waited so long. Unable to control himself anymore, Mr. Romero stood up, unable to maintain his original composure, then spoke loudly as if yelling at the two people opposite him, even though we didn't want to meet him in the first place and he forgot himself, my mistake. Yet you still decided to come to me to complain. Having said that, the room became quiet for a moment. Romero slowly sat down in his chair and continued, about a month ago we received contact from the Barco family. If we decided to go into a prearranged marriage instead of the Lawrence family they would give us a chance. The guild hooked up with the central government and gave us a portion of the Lawrence territory. His anger shook the whole table and caused the ink bottle to spill out and no longer be the same as before. He continued, even so I still decided to refuse Barco's offer. Do you know why I did so, Viscount? When Baron Lawrence heard that, his voice trembled and he replied, why did you refuse that proposal? From your perspective, accepting Barco's proposal would be more beneficial. As if he was too angry because of his question, Romero began to reply in a harsh voice, the reason was very simple, because Dimitri had enough power, I decided to choose according to my own wishes. Without thinking too much, he very honestly told his whole heart to the other person, just because the eldest son of the Dimitri family liked the Lawrence family's flower, for that sole reason we decided to confront the Barco family. Hearing this, Baron Lawrence also lowered his head and reflected on his rash actions. It was a mistake, I should have calmed down, but I made a big mistake because of my anger. What should I do? This. Romero closed his eyes tightly, squinted his eyebrows, leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. The flower girl of the Lawrence family and the idiot of the Dimitri family. We know the two are not a good match, but you should remember what the Dimitri family means. Speaking of this, a fiery image of the Dimitri family symbol appeared in his mind. When the Dimitri family name was added to the Roman name, its value changed. He kept his posture still and continued to say, above all the people who hope for this marriage are not us but actually the Lawrence family. Still in that room, Romero was still talking seriously to Baron Lawrence and Flora. Am I wrong? That tone made Flora look down and think back to the past. In her mind, an image of the past suddenly appeared. Suddenly when I was a child, I remembered my days at the academy. That's where aristocrats' children come to learn and build relationships. Flora thought about the day she was in class wearing a yellow dress, but secretly looked at the boy sitting at the back of the class. It was the Joel family boy. There was a family so small that their value was questionable, a family with only a reputation. In a world where children think they are treasures born into this world, Joel is the exception. One day, Joel made a small mistake and dropped a porcelain vase on the ground. But the difference is that when the children of other famous families were not much harmed, they opened a committee to punish him. Joel could only sit at the end facing the table and endure the committee's curses. A person who appeared to be his father appeared and apologized. In front of the disdainful eyes from the other children behind the window, he asked them to forgive him and promised to educate his son. Meanwhile, standing behind Flora thought, how sad I thought that. Now that I think about it, I find it very funny. Baron Lawrence stood next to his daughter facing Romero and bowed his head as if he secretly understood what he had done. As the head of the Lawrence family, I had nothing more to say. Romero crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking, who is pitying whom? Even though he didn't open his eyes, Romero could still hear every word of Baron Lawrence clearly. Landlord Lawrence continued to speak softly. My daughter was reflecting and made a big mistake. I should have apologized from the beginning. I hope you will forgive me for being arrogant and understand. Flora stood next to her, still unable to escape the memories of her old friend. She connected from the past to the present and thought to herself, Joel was very weak then, now so is the Lawrence family. Thinking about it, from within that tangle of connections, she gradually affirmed one thing, this is a world where the weak must bow to the strong. Waiting for her father to finish speaking, Flora also began to bow her head and confess, I'm sorry for Baron Dimitri. Before I could finish my words, someone called from behind, my lord. This voice caused Flora, Baron Lawrence as well as Romero to escape from the heavy atmosphere. Looking towards the source of the voice, Master Roman has arrived. The door gradually opened. Flora looked over and found herself realizing the truth too late. The sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. The door that opened was the appearance of a handsome man with platinum hair. He had a serious face with sharp features. Wearing a formal suit consisting of a red jacket with yellow trim inside is a black shirt with a yellow tie. Because of the long coat and delicate face, it creates a confident and elegant beauty in him. Roman walked in as if he didn't care about the presence of the Flora family and greeted his father, Roman Dimistry. "I'm here to see you, father." When Romero saw his son, he was surprised and asked, "Have you finished practicing?" He walked up to the table and answered, "Yes." Romero saw his child and lowered his voice and said softly, "Okay, we will talk about what happened to you later. The Lawrence family has come to discuss the matter of arranged marriage. Since all of this originally stemmed from your decision, I will listen to you as your Dimistry family member and your father." Hearing that, he looked at Flora standing behind him and replied, "I understand what you mean. I understand what kind of outcome the connection between the two houses will lead to." Having said this, he stared at the spilled ink bottle on the table, took a towel and placed it on the stain, wiping it while continuing, "In the situation where the Barco family is threatening the Lawrence family, the forces of the Dimistry family will ensure peace, by Lawrence." When he heard his son say that, he couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "So do you still want to continue this marriage?" Roman continued his actions and continued, "At that time I thought that such a decision would be valid, but on the first day I met her, after she talked about this marriage, my thoughts has also changed." Flora heard him speak and closed her eyes thoughtfully. Roman continued, "They must have heard about the rumors about the Dimistry idiot and she must have thought she couldn't marry someone like that. The rumors decided the final outcome. No matter how others judge Roman Dimistry, I hope to live a life with someone who only judges me from what he sees with his own eyes." After wiping the ink stain on the table, he faced the stain on his towel and glanced at Flora and her father as if to imply something, then, "So I don't want to change anything, and I want to end this marriage." Roman continued to speak his thoughts to his father, but it was like letting Flora and her father hear, "So, I don't want any changes. And this marriage will end right from here." Having finished speaking, he turned back to look at Baron Lawrence and Flora to see their expressions. When Baron Lawrence heard Roman's words, his heart skipped a beat. Everything for him is now meaningless, he thought to himself. Truly ending this marriage is the last pawn that can save the Lawrence family. They were already dissatisfied and no family would accept this arranged marriage anymore. We'll have to solve those problems with what the Lawrences have. Suddenly he realized something. No, if Dimitri and Barco decide to cooperate with each other, then we won't even be able to fight against them, if at least we can prevent that. Thinking of this, he immediately bent down 90 degrees facing the Romero family as if to make them sympathize with their own mistakes. Everything that has happened and is happening in the present is all because of the Lawrence family. The Lawrence family certainly won't ask for anything from those mistakes. Romero and Roman's faces remained the same as they listened to Baron Lawrence's every word. He continued, "Although this small amount of money does not mean much to the owner of the Iron Source, I hope that this will partly represent an apology for the incident between our two families." Romero heard you say that and spoke up. "There is no need to do that. As a member of Dimistry, I will not mention your choice when discussing issues that may arise in the future." Baron Dimistry expressed each sentence through his emotions as if letting Flora absorb every word, informing the public that Flora Lawrence had to break off the engagement due to personal reasons. If he did so, there would be no more reason. Why would Dimistry cooperate with Barco anymore? Hearing him say that, Baron Lawrence bowed his head, respectfully thanking you, truly thanking you. After thanking Romero, the Flora father and son thanked Romero respectfully and said goodbye to both of them before leaving. Right at the door, Baron Lawrence still couldn't bear to leave but secretly glanced at Roman. Then he closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, "Roman Dimitri, if I had known your value sooner, I would have been careful in telling Flora not to make sudden decisions." He himself realized that he had also made a big mistake. The door closes. After the Lawrence family left, the room suddenly became quiet. Suddenly Romero called Roman, "Son." He heard the call and turned around to answer, "Yes." Romero looked at his son and asked, "What has happened to you over the past week?" When he heard his father's question, images appeared in his mind of what had happened in the past week. During that week, he stayed in the warehouse to train his body by removing all impurities, inside to enter the mortal state. In the mortal state it is necessary to take steps to prepare the body to become a celestial mage, although it is not considered impressive in Murim. With this sheer amount of energy that exists naturally in this world, then the amount of impurities in Roman's body is very important. In that state, Romero is closing his eyes with his face showing intense concentration. His body was shirtless, revealing his muscular chest, surrounded by streams of yellow-orange light surrounding him. Returning to reality, Roman thought that the changes in his appearance were proof that he was completely different from before, but it was also difficult to explain. Thinking like that, he began to rearrange his story to answer his father. I have expanded my knowledge by practicing on my own. Even though I cannot remember the specific details, I believe that the energy has already begun to circulate throughout your body. Hearing his son say that, Romero gasped in disbelief and asked again, did you just say energy circulates? Having said that, he began to spin around in his thoughts. Energy circulation is a phenomenon of naturally circulating energy in the body to improve physical ability. It is something that only happens to some people, just a few people. Uncle Roman's back appeared before him. Dimitri's idiot Roman had accomplished amazing things, including defeating the Bloodfangs. It began to grow beyond human understanding. Thinking about this, a lot of worry appeared on his face. Even that couldn't change the fact that he was his son. Getting out of his thoughts, he looked at his son and said, it's true that my son, as your father, I will definitely give you a hand whenever you need it. So never forget the truth that your name is Roman Dimitri and I am Romero Dimitri will always be behind you supporting you. He heard his father say that and immediately thought of the time he had to fight through so many insults and slanders. Stupid boy. He looked at his father and thought, having a father who is not cold or cruel and always supports his son unconditionally. His eyes suddenly showed his father's affection for him. Thank you, father. He feels that the feeling of having someone behind him who always loves him is not bad at all. Roman opened the door to go out and saw Flora standing in front waiting for him. Flora didn't dare look at him straight but lowered her face and said her heart, I'm really sorry for being so quick to judge you and causing so much trouble for both families. He didn't seem to hear but gently passed her and continued, no need to apologize because we have no intention of continuing with this arranged marriage. Flora followed behind and explained to him, I understood why he was angry. Even though it was an arranged marriage and neither of us agreed with me, I still broke my promise not to discuss it, argue with others, but I still want to tell you this while I still have the chance. Seeing that he still didn't stop, she continued to say, in fact, I have a special reason to explain this annulment. Hearing her say this, he immediately stopped and turned back to look at her as if he wanted to hear something more. Flora began to tell him everything in detail. The social gathering that the aristocratic families of the Northeast hosted seemed to have something going on there. There were rumors that I would get involved, kissing a Dimitri member. Those rumors began to spread quickly and became even worse than usual. Suddenly she remembered the rumors of evil-mouthed people. Roman Dimitri is practically addicted to drugs. Drugs erode a person's sanity and intelligence. She said while sweating and continued to look at him, I thought you must know. Although now I know that they were wrong. After listening to what she said, Roman turned around like before and looked coldly indifferent. At that time, I couldn't ignore them, so no matter what happened, it couldn't change our current relationship. So you don't need to worry anymore. Her eyes sparkled as if she wanted to hold him back, but she couldn't say anything more as she watched his back leave. It was starting to get dark. In the tea room, Roman sat and talked with his father. He began to reflect on what Flora told him this afternoon. They said it was drugs. I couldn't feel the drugs circulating in my body. Even though there were signs of using medicine to end my life, that amount of medicine had completely left my body after I completed the training process. Roman sat up straight and called his servant, Hans, over. Hans came out and respectfully answered, young master. He called him over and continued, have you ever seen me playing with toys or any situation that made you suspect me of playing with toys, mister? Hans's face became distorted because he was so surprised by Roman's question, nada. Seeing that reaction, he turned serious and asked him again, I'm not joking with you, I'm just trying to take advantage of this time to reconsider the choices I've made, until now, not according to his own memories but from an outside perspective. When Mr. Hans heard his master say that, he felt bored and frowned, thinking, do you want to go that far? Recovering his mood, he replied to Roman, about that, although I have never witnessed it with my own eyes, there was a time when I thought your actions were quite strange. Roman heard it and turned to ask, when was that? Hans heard his question and answered, about a month ago he had just returned from a social party. It wasn't anything remarkable but when he returned he seemed to be in a very odd state. At that time, his face was very haggard, his eyes were dark and haggard, his lips were dry and purple and tight. Hans continued to tell the story, but then he looked like he had lost his desire to live and remained in his room. And every night he requested a large quantity of wine. That's why I think you touched drugs at that party. The fact that he can use drugs is quite remote at the present time. Roman recalled Flora's words, the social gathering that the noble families of the Northeast hosted. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know who hosted that party?" Hans heard the question and answered, "The eldest son of the Barco family, his name is Anthony Barco." Roman's arranged marriage to Lawrence is invited to a social party organized by Barco that suddenly changes his mental state and decided to end his life. In Roman's body, he thought, there were some things that kept bothering him about Roman's death. He remembered the letter he had seen before. In the will that Roman left behind, the only thing mentioned was that he had to go to the battlefield instead of his two younger brothers and that he was too afraid of what would happen, just like that. However, when it happened to Roman, he was betrothed to Flora. And there are many ways to avoid having to go to war for married nobles, but he chose to end his life just because he was afraid of war. Speaking of this, his face frowned because of his inferences. He felt like he had missed something. Sitting on the chair, he continued to turn to ask, "Hans, seems like Anthony Barco and I are very close to each other." Hearing him ask that, he replied, "No one spends time with you, young master, but it seems like you've been having a hard time lately." He looked at Hans and said in a strong voice, it was time to start discussing the marriage issue with Lawrence. Having said that, he imagined the scene of the betrothal ceremony in the church. The arranged marriage between Dmitri and Lawrence was a big obstacle for Barco, who wanted nothing more than to control the Lawrence lands. And the easiest way to solve that problem is to stop the marriage before it starts. He looked deeply and thought, they had to do everything they could to Roman, and that led to Roman's suicide. Mr. Hans, standing next to him, suddenly spoke up, "Young Master Auno, actually a few days ago we received an invitation from the Barco family." When he heard that, he spoke up and turned to him and asked, "The Barco family sent me an invitation?" Mr. Hans held the letter in his hand and looked at his young master and said, "Yes, unfortunately it came right around the time he was in seclusion. What should I do with it?" When he heard that, his face darkened a bit and then a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, "How shameless. No, they just understand me too much. Whatever it is, it's really annoying." Looking at his coffee cup, he regained his original appearance and asked when the party was taking place. Hearing the question, Hans flipped through the letter to check the time and replied, "Exactly 2 weeks from now." That answer made him no longer hesitate to express the danger in himself at that time and sent word to Mr. Hans, telling the Barco family that we would attend that party. At the house, which has a magnificent design with all white accents, in the early morning the first guest to appear was Kevin. Mr. Hans stood outside to lead guests in. The young master was waiting for him over there. Kevin followed him and politely replied, thanking him. Suddenly he stopped and turned to Kevin and said in a low, dangerous tone, "Oh well, and don't act too surprised by the difference in the young master's appearance." Kevin was surprised when he heard that and replied, "Okay, I understand." Kevin entered the room right when Roman was standing holding the sword. He politely greeted, Young master, please call me." Roman saw that the person he needed had arrived and turned to Kevin. Right at this moment, that glance made Kevin extremely shocked. "Young master," he thought to himself, so what he meant was that the young master's temperament had changed. Roman looked at him, then came closer and asked, "How are you doing these days?" Surprising right at the beginning, when the young master asked a question, he immediately answered, "Well, young master, I'm used to everything and it's all thanks to Hans's help, but When he said this, he hesitated and looked away in fear. Roman saw him like that and asked, "But?" Kevin honestly answered, "I kept asking myself the whole time what role I was here. I wasn't sure if there was something I could do for you, young master." He looked straight at his young master and said, "I understand what you mean when you tell me to continue living because I'm shy, but I just don't understand how an ordinary person like me can have something that I can really do not." Roman could clearly hear the timidity in Kevin's every word. He is afraid of his own abilities, the young master explained with a serious voice to Kevin, his role when it came to him. When Kevin heard his master say that, the words suddenly appeared in his mind, "I will use you as my sword." Kevin seemed to realize something, his sword. Roman stood opposite him and held up the 3-finger sign and said, "But it must be about deciding one person and not being decided by another person. That's why I will give you 3 paths for you to choose." Having said that, he used his actions and words to explain to him. Roman raised his first index finger and said, "First, give up being used as a sword. If what you fear is having to wield a sword and shed blood, you won't have to become my sword but will become my hand, my feet." He advised Kevin that he could learn from Hans and do what he said and it would become his role. Having said that, he held the sword in front of Kevin and said, "Secondly, become my sword and protect by my side." Kevin raised his hand and looked at that empty hand and said, "But young master, I have never touched a sword like that before." Roman looked at him and said, "The situation is already like that, which is also the reason if you decide on the second path, I will test your will by using methods to torture you." When Kevin heard him say that, he was scared and looked up, stuttering and torturing. Torture is crushing your limbs, a method that causes extreme pain as if your bones and muscles are being crushed. Roman continued thinking, it wouldn't just be empty words, but those words would support his willingness to prove his worth. Kevin stood there, witnessing every word he said, feeling like he was about to lose his footing. Roman slowly pulled out his sword. Then threw it on the ground in front of Kevin and said, "And the last thing was to take this sword and cut off my own hand." In a situation where he hurt himself, must endure it to the end. Kevin's face turned pale and sweated, but Roman continued, he could become stronger at a speed no one could match. He remembered the image of the red-haired boy suffering from frustrations and could only hug his knees and hide in a corner, thinking, even crazy ghosts wandering the streets could become one of the heavenly kings with just their will. Close. Roman started to raise his voice, "What about you now? Whatever your choice is, I will definitely take advantage of your value. How I use you is up to you to decide." Kevin suddenly remembered an old memory, outside Dimitri's castle in an old house that could collapse at any moment when I was born. He recalled the scene where he and his father cut firewood together to make a living. When I was young, I had to work to survive. Thanks to watching over me and helping me whenever I needed it, I was able to learn how to do everything. However, my life is still at a standstill. No matter how much effort I have to put in, there will always be someone who takes that effort away. That is the life of the weak. Images of the past appeared in Kevin's mind, the day he was beaten and tortured by thugs. That's also the reason why he couldn't dare tell himself to forget what he saw. Kevin sat down and picked up the sword, then slowly stood up and thought to himself, that strength, cutting off my own hand, I don't understand how that will help me. As long as I can become stronger, if I can even learn from the strength that young master once showed, if I can escape this life that has taken everything from me. After thinking about it, he stood boldly in front of his young master and said, "I will do it." Roman stood opposite him, looking at him, but his eyes still showed no mercy. As the sword gradually moved towards Kevin's arm, he used his thoughts as well as the courage and resentment that he had put into that sword net for a long time. Kevin raised his sword high and shouted loudly. Seeing that, Roman's eyes immediately frowned and said, "Are you serious?" Inside the house, Chris was just walking down the hallway. While thinking, I finally decided to leave the knights and follow the young master, and suddenly he went into seclusion for a week. On the way, he saw Hans holding a pile of documents in his hand, which he called, Hans. He heard a familiar voice calling him and turned around, Deputy Captain Chris. Chris saw him and asked, "I heard that the young master has finished his retreat, where is he now?" Hans heard the question and immediately answered, "The young master is currently chatting with Kevin. He told me not to let anyone in while they were talking." Chris heard this strange name and asked, "Who is Kevin?" During this time, during the conversation between Roman and Kevin, the sword was soaked in blood. Kevin's arm was swept by the sword, blood splattered on his face along with a shrill scream. It was just a cut, but his hand was not cut off. After following Roman's orders, his hand lost all strength and dropped the sword to the ground. Roman stood still, watching his every action without moving or speaking. From outside, Mr. Hans's voice echoed, "Wait a minute, young master." Seeing the situation in front of him, Mr. Hans picked up the sword and said, "When were you injured? There is blood on this sword blade." He turned away and said leisurely, "That's nothing to worry about, I'm fine, that's not my blood." Turning his face away, he thought to himself, at the moment when Kevin was about to cut his hand, it brought him into an illusion. The charm of the ghost caused Kevin to swing his sword down on his wrist before entering the illusion. He had a devilish smile on his lips and thought to himself, if that cruel boy's spell were to weaken even a little bit, he might cut off his hand. 2 more weeks until the party. 6 months until the war. There are many things that need to be taught. Outside the palace courtyard, after Kevin passed Roman's test, he began to be trained by Roman. Roman changed into more comfortable clothes without losing his serious expression. "The mana enhancement technique I'm about to teach you is very dangerous." Hearing that, Kevin was surprised and asked him again, "Are you planning to teach me mana enhancement techniques?" The young master immediately confirmed that it was true. He silently thought about Mana's technique. It was not an ordinary technique, it was the magic that the crazy demon used, an ancient martial art hidden in the treasury of the main house. He thought of the hurricane brought about by magic, the Holy Spirit magic. It is a dangerous magic that corrodes the user's soul and allows them to exert their power under extreme pain. Even if the user's limbs are severed, they must never lose their will. The demon was extremely beneficial to me and he mastered this magic while enduring that excruciating pain. In his mind, an image appeared when Kevin was ready to stretch out his arm, preparing to use all his will to cut it off. If he was willing to cut off his hand, then he had the ability to learn it. Thinking for a while, he looked at Kevin and continued, "As this magic develops, you will have to endure increasingly intense pain, but there is a reason I taught you this magic." Facing him, Roman once again affirmed that this is the fastest way to teach a teenager who doesn't even know the basics of mana. If you master this magic, you will have the power to protect everything around you. It was clear that Roman wanted to take advantage of Kevin to work for him, but with clear and convincing arguments and words, Kevin opened his eyes in admiration. As soon as he heard what he said, he had the thought that he saved me from destroying the machine's fangs and now gave me a magic spell. "There is no doubt that you said, 'Yes, master.' I cannot express how grateful I am for what you have done for me, but... Boss, why do you trust me like that?" Honestly, Kevin's questions all make sense. He looked at him and timidly bowed his head. "I swore to give my life to you, but I haven't shown you anything yet. I can run away after learning this magic." Speaking of which, he began to boldly ask Roman questions. I wanted to know why he trusted me so much. That question certainly caught Roman's attention, just because. Don't continue talking even if Kevin asks again. Roman thinks about something and then doesn't answer but turns away and tells him, "Tomorrow we will start training today and rest a bit." As he walked, he silently thought about Kevin's question just now. Why can we trust him? Come to think of it, Crazy Ghosts also asked the same question. We only have unconditional faith when we trust someone. After leaving halfway, leaving Kevin standing bewildered behind, he was sure that, "But Kevin, you will never betray me. Because when you get stronger, you will know how dangerous it is to betray the devil." The next morning, as promised, Kevin and his young master stayed in the yard and began studying magic. Roman put on a red shirt that accentuated his already white skin, then crossed his arms and stood next to Kevin, instructing him that the foundation is the key to each action. Each movement must be performed correctly and not to lose concentration. Kevin firmly held his sword in his hand and aimed at the wooden tree in front of him. With his eyes as focused as possible, he obeyed his master's orders. "Yes." Chris sat from afar watching Roman teaching Kevin and he was bored talking to himself. "I don't understand. Why did he teach swordsmanship to that strange boy and why didn't he teach me anything?" He put his hand on his cheek and continued to think, thinking he would find a way to get stronger quickly if he followed him. He treated him like he didn't exist. After speaking, he leaned back, closed his eyes and looked up to the sky. It would be better to swing his sword next to the teacher. Should I ask the teacher to take me back? Just thinking about that made him open his eyes again. Then he said, "Well, let's wait a little longer." But today Roman ignored him and the following days were not much better when Chris could only sit far away and continue to watch Roman teach Kevin. Unable to bear it and be patient for another second, Chris hurled curses at her and put her away. As he spoke, he stood up and went to Roman's place. "It's been 2 weeks since I decided to follow you, Master Roman." Seeing someone calling, both Roman and Kevin looked towards Chris at the same time. Chris waved his arms and legs to demand his justice. "The first week was ruined because you spent time practicing, then you pushed me aside to train Kevin. If you did that because I was rude and shy at first, then I'm truly sorry, so please teach me too. I'm confident I can learn anything you can teach me." Hearing that, Roman still didn't pay attention to Chris and just ignored him. "Didn't I already say that? Just watch me and learn." Chris still doesn't understand. What does it mean to literally observe and then learn? Roman kept his attitude and went somewhere else. Each person has a different way of learning. Kevin doesn't know anything, so when he reaches a certain level we need to guide him from start to finish. But you are different. No matter what I teach you, you will only force yourself to learn what I, the one who defeated you, said instead of trying to understand it. Roman's words were very convincing to Chris. He asked again, "So you want me to continue observing you?" Roman immediately answered him and threw him a wooden sword. "No." Chris caught the sword and stammered and asked, "Why is it a wooden sword?" Roman certainly had a reason to give you that sword. You need results to accept the truth. Then he said, "How about this? Let's have a match with Kevin." Hearing the master say that, both Kevin and Chris looked up at him with eyes wide open in surprise. Roman explains the rules of the competition. "In this match, even if Kevin is your opponent, I will teach him how to defeat you. Basically, Kevin is my clone. If you still think you're right after this battle, I'll personally teach you." As if dissatisfied with young Master Kevin, he immediately said, "I'm fighting a knight." Because he was the one who had practiced swordplay before, Chris couldn't help but get angry and thought to himself, he wanted me to fight this apprentice, what kind of bastard did he see me as? Chris controlled his anger and turned to say to Roman, I understand, so go right here and I will show you that I am not someone who is easily fooled. On the field, Kevin and Chris stood facing each other. Unlike Chris's arrogant attitude, Kevin was very shy and timid, turning to Roman and saying, Master, fighting a 2-star knight is quite a bit. Roman also understood Kevin's feelings. I know you are at a disadvantage, but if you lose, what will you lose? Nothing. There are countless people in this world stronger than you. I tried to give Kevin confidence, the blood of those who oppressed his family by force, and Chris, who was eager to defeat you, were no different. Are you planning to do nothing every time? But this sentence seemed to evoke Kevin's forgotten memories. He began to use all his serious concentration for the match. I will try and see. At the same time, Chris still showed a disdainful attitude and angrily asked himself, I'm really angry. I didn't expect that I would have to fight this newcomer. Why did his eyes look like he had a chance to win? Roman thinks he can completely tame me with this match. Contrary to both Chris and Kevin, Roman was always sure that his thoughts were correct and he did not hesitate for this match, whether it was a practice match or whatever. Prepare, start. Sure enough, wanting to prove that his strength could not be compared to Kevin's, Chris quickly swung the wooden sword towards Kevin and struck first. There was no way he could lose to a guy who had only practiced for a while, won this week. But unexpectedly, that sword blow was blocked by Kevin with the sword in his hand. But even he didn't realize that his reflexes could become so sharp. But because of that distraction, Kevin was kicked out by Chris. When the match was shouted by Roman to begin, preparing to begin. In Kevin's head, Roman's voice appeared during the times he showed him how to practice over the past week. While listening to him, act on every word he says, defend in front with your sword, Chris will strike you with a surprise attack. Just as Roman instructed, Chris quickly swung his sword, ran towards Kevin and attacked. With all his strength, Kevin brought out his sword and fought back. Those words continued to instruct him, taking a step sideways and aiming at Chris's chest when he wanted to kick someone. But unfortunately, Kevin's reaction still did not keep up with the progress of his voice, while he was thinking about which direction he would go. Chris quickly took the opportunity to push him back, rubbing the floor and screaming. As if not wanting him to be discouraged, that voice continued to urge him to stand up. Kevin. He seemed to suspect something and turned to Roman. This voice was his master's. Roman still observed the match but did not look directly at Kevin but used his own way to send information to him. This is sound transmission, a method used to transfer sound through mana. I will guide you with it, this way. When Kevin heard this, he was surprised by this type of magic. How could sound transmission be done with mana? Even though he was surprised, he had to put those feelings aside and continue to fight. Roman used Mana's voice transmission method to send a signal to him, throwing himself to the right. When Kevin turned to follow Roman's instructions, he successfully avoided a fatal blow from Chris. The young master continued, turning around and sitting aiming at his left chest. Hearing that, Kevin immediately followed suit. He turned to attack Chris's chest, but Chris was not the average person. Even though he was suddenly attacked, his groin helped him avoid the blow. And counter-attacked Kevin with his leg kick. Kevin was kicked out by Chris again. He kept a half-standing, half-sitting position, then held his chest and silently guessed, damn it, he must have been vulnerable earlier but I swung the sword too slowly. Roman's voice continued to echo, blocking the attack from above. Thanks to that reminder, while Kevin was distracted, he regained vigilance and blocked Chris's upper blow. Roman said, exiting to the right. However, Kevin did not have time to follow the instructions and was hit right in the face by Chris, causing him to fall to the floor and get a nosebleed. Even though Chris had been counterattacking and attacking very well up until now, his arrogant confidence had diminished somewhat. This kid resisted better than I expected. Roman stood there observing everything very clearly and understood the situation right now. He was not his opponent. His body could not keep up with my instructions, but this situation was quite interesting. What a taste. Kevin, after receiving Chris's kick, stood up and Master Roman held absolute power. Although he is a knight, he moves just like what Master Roman said. Thinking for a long time, he seemed to understand everything implicitly. The problem was my body. If I had followed my master exactly, I would have defeated him. The master seemed to be controlling a puppet. He was just playing with Knight Chris. Perhaps Chris himself doesn't know that every word, thought and action he has is under Roman's control. The match was still going on with no end in sight. Roman continued to order Kevin to do as he said, leaning to the right and then forward to counterattack. Kevin heard the command and immediately rushed towards Chris to attack him. However, his agility still had no effect on Chris, as that knight immediately launched his fist and cheek. I threw the punch first, but Chris still couldn't believe his eyes. I was trying to defeat him, but he kept dodging important moments in the blink of an eye and even counterattacked. Is that a coincidence? Reflecting on each of his moves, thanks to the young master's hand, Kevin was able to quickly dodge the fatal blows given by Chris. Chris himself also doubted his ability when this new person whose identity he did not know could escape his attacks. Kevin's fighting power has gradually decreased, but as well as not. Even Chris, who is considered the most outstanding genius of the Dmitri family, cannot withstand his master's true ability. This is Master Roman's level. Looking at Roman's back, he silently seemed to give me strength and will. He is the person I will always respect as my boss. Even if there is something unreasonable, I will have to blindly follow his orders. Looking at his sword, Kevin thought to himself, if someone like me can become his sword, then the only answer is my willpower. Seeing Kevin stand up slowly, Chris changed his face and darkened, threatening him if he planned to continue fighting. Part of your body will be deformed. Hearing that, Kevin did not lose his determination and gritted his teeth. Kukik. During the match, Kevin slowly stood up and picked up the sword. His face now had many bloodstains on it. One eye was swollen and his mouth was smiling defiantly. Standing up firmly, he spoke with a voice full of determination not to give up even though the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him, to fight to the end. Chris saw his actions and gritted his teeth and shouted, "You despicable person." He took a step forward, held the sword high, walked towards him and shouted, if that was really his intention, then I will give you what you want. He said with a very sarcastic tone, from now on when he looks at his deformed arm he will regret it. Chris's contempt did not discourage Kevin, but made him focus more and more on the match to win. Using magic, Roman continued to plot and ordered Kevin to follow, stepping forward to attack with all his strength. Kevin saw Chris walking towards him without retreating. He bluntly swung his sword and ran quickly towards him, swinging a powerful blow. Chris himself couldn't believe that the timid boy in front of him didn't dodge his attack but rushed forward. He didn't expect him to step forward. After the blow flew past Chris's face, Roman looked at the situation and quickly said, Kevin, it's not over yet, turn around and attack. Without hesitation, he followed suit this time. Kevin had experience from his previous failed attacks. He turned around and raised his sword high, aiming straight at Chris. Beyond Chris's imagination, he turned around and was surprised to see Kevin's attack, but still gritted his teeth angrily and said, you thought I would be hit by that slow and wide attack. Before he could finish his sentence, because of Kevin's agility, Chris fell to the left before his angry eyes. But because Chris had fought so many battles as a knight, he decisively recovered his weak appearance and stood up to deliver a fatal blow aimed straight at Kevin's body, causing him to fall out and lie on the floor with his back motionless. Roman watched the match from afar. Smiling, he swung his sword to dodge. He had guessed that the second attack was a test. Returning to Kevin's state, he no longer had the strength to stand up but could only lie down and make weak cries of pain. When Chris saw him, his eyebrows furrowed. He was such an annoying guy. Roman slowly approached from afar, past Chris and then went to Kevin's place. He told the knight, you have won as promised. From tomorrow I will personally teach you if you so desire. Coming to where Kevin was lying motionless, he knelt down, picked him up with both hands and said, this is your choice. The match ends when Chris returns to his room. He sighed and threw his coat on the bed. Standing for a long time to let the fatigue subside, he said to himself, why did I decide to fight? In the match, if you win, you won't get anything. Not only will you waste time, but you'll also lose at the end. Thinking back on the move he lost in the match, he compared it to the previous practice. Just like when I sparred with Roman, that day I've replayed it hundreds of times in my head. Thinking about it, he seemed to realize something. If I hadn't had that experience with Roman, would I have been able to defeat Kevin without using the aura? Chris thought about that and then laughed loudly, feeling like he had realized some kind of bargain. Had he grown from just that experience? The next day, as Roman promised, he would practice for Chris. At the training ground, Chris stood opposite him and hesitantly said, me. No need to teach me anything, I will find a way to get stronger by following you. From yesterday's match, Knight Chris realized many things. He developed after just one practice match. Every decision Kevin made was correct in that situation. I thought Roman didn't guide him, but I actually thought that was wrong. Chris quietly walked to the bench of the training ground and thought, just by trying to understand Roman's decision. My mind was full of instructions. Thinking carefully, it was as if he was teaching me while instructing me. So Kevin, Chris's thoughts and actions have now gradually matched Roman's thoughts. He has successfully shown Chris's weaknesses as well as made him realize that what he said is right and he himself needs to do it. What? Roman is no longer the loser I know. Chris looked at the way Roman was teaching Kevin and said admiringly, I don't know what happened, but he has reached a level that even Captain Jonathan cannot reach. He remembered the words Roman taught him in the beginning. Observing and learning, as he said, meant enlightening himself by watching him. Thinking so, he began to focus on observing Roman. If so, then until I surpass him, I will observe and learn all the time. Roman looked at Chris and smiled. Perhaps he also knew that he had successfully changed his mind. So let's continue training. The training period has passed like that for a week. That was also the time of the social party organized by the Barco family. Going so far to come back but almost leaving, this time coming back seems a little different. After many days of practice, the day of the party was approaching. A week before the social party, in the house, a group of people were drinking and discussing many different things when they mentioned Roman. Have you heard? The person next to him heard the question and wondered what the answer was. The other party immediately said, about Roman Dmitri, I heard that his engagement with the Lawrence family was broken. He pointed his fingers and discussed that it was clearly the Lawrence family's fault according to the Viscount's statement. Hearing that, the guy next to him crossed his arms and gave his opinion. It was just an excuse. He probably felt sorry for his precious daughter after seeing that idiot Dmitri. Outside the living room, the lady sat on a chair and drank a cup of tea, also chatting with the butler about this topic, but broke off an engagement when the war with Braco was near. The man thought for a while and said, that only means that the eldest son of the Dmitri family is worse than rumored. The kitchen servants were cleaning and chatting loudly. The maid was in the middle of sweeping the floor when she turned to talk to her colleague. But I also heard rumors that he had defeated Blood. The girl next to her heard that and waved her hand. Please believe it for real. Surely it was just a way they used to save face after being rejected. At the Barco mansion, the eldest son of the Barco family held Roman and Flora's marriage annulment paper in his hand and burst out laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. He read it over and over, then smirked and said in a mocking tone, I can't believe that Roman actually broke this engagement. He's too easy to manipulate. He put one leg on his lap and turned to ask his butler if Roman had accepted his invitation to join the upcoming party. He bowed his head and replied, yes, we received the participation letter from Dmitri. Anthony sounded interesting and laughed loudly, then held his glass of water and shook it back and forth. Good, everything went smoothly. He curled his mouth and looked deeply, saying meaningfully, I'm looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited about partying. A week passed and finally the day of the social party organized by the Barco family took place. At his villa, Roman raised his hand to stroke his chin and looked unhappy as he asked the butler, Hans, do I really have to wear this outfit? The outfit that Hans gave him was a royal-style outfit with a luxurious classic design. The outfit includes a long black coat with gold trim with embellishments at the shoulders and hem, creating a feeling of royalty and power. The inside of the shirt has a striking red lining, combined with a white pleated collar shirt, exuding a polite style. Additionally, there are gold beads attached around the shoulders, adding to the splendor of the outfit. Hans stood next to him and persuaded his master that this was the first official meeting since he had divorced me and I couldn't let him dress casually. Seeing that Roman still had no intention of wearing it, Hans hesitated and continued to say more, telling him, but I'm sure you won't wear this masterpiece. But I put all my effort into it. Roman looked at him with a forced smile and then gave in, okay, I'll wear it. Hearing that, Hans knew he had succeeded and excitedly replied, I knew you would say that. In front of the house, Chris stood in front of the car and leaned his back against the door dejectedly. Why did he expect me to be so late? If this keeps up, he'll be there first. While thinking about it, Kevin's voice came from far away, I'm sorry. Kevin stepped out in classic warrior armor, his face showing concern, and ran out without even completing the costume. I was still not used to wearing armor. He walked in front of Chris, causing him to put his hands on his face helplessly and shake his head. How did you become like this? Kevin naively replied, well, that's because there's no armor that fits me even in forging. Looking at Kevin in such a state, Chris remembered the day he and he faced off. Even though he had the young master's help, I couldn't believe that I almost lost to such a guy. Looking at him struggling with the helmet when it didn't fit, Chris let out a helpless sound. Chris quickly regained his warrior appearance and seriously said to Kevin, listen carefully. We are both retainers of the Lord and the face of Dmitri. It is not an exaggeration to say that his reputation will be decided based on our actions. You cannot be rude, you must be very careful with his words. After hearing what he said, Kevin took his hand out of his hat, straightened his back, and replied, "Okay, I'll remember that, sir." I heard Kevin call me Sir Knight. Chris felt his nostrils flare and looked cool. "Okay, then just ask me if you don't understand something," Kevin happily replied, thanking the knight. After he finished speaking, he turned back to look at your helmet, then felt itchy and shouted angrily, "Hey, your helmet is tilted again." Kevin looked up and adjusted his belongings. Ah! The Barco family's party has finally begun. Inside the magnificent mansion, stepping inside are tables set with delicious and luxurious food, accompanied by melodious music and the sounds of talking and laughing from guests invited to the party. They dressed themselves in gorgeous, eye-catching dresses and swayed to the music. The guests gathered together and started gossiping. "Is Roman really coming today? I can't believe he would join Barco's party after he broke off the political marriage he pressed for when he knew full well that Barco was targeting Lawrence. What was he thinking?" Position. The girl next to him heard that and covered her mouth with a fan, laughing. "That's why everyone called him a fool. If he had a brain to think, he would have stuck with one of the two families." The man next to him continued to speak cruelly and say that the Dmitri family status was shaken because of Roman. Even though the Dmitri family is the largest and most powerful family in the Northeast, they are a bit greedy in wanting to maintain their relationship, related to the Barco family, but at least he will participate to make up for his mistake. The guy in the suit burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, what a funny guy." This conversation seemed to resonate with many people, so it reached the ears of the Grisel family's daughter Sophia. Hearing that, Sophia held a glass of wine and talked to the next table and asked what kind of person Roman Dmitri was. The man smiled contemptuously. "You would know when you met him. He left a terrible impression and he wasn't much to look at because of how short he was and how smug he was about being the eldest son of Dmitri family." The boy with green hair also added, "Even I would find ways to break this engagement if I were a woman." While discussing, suddenly from the door the voice of butler Hans rang out. Ahem, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri, was coming in. Hearing this, everyone at the party turned around and looked towards the door. The main door just opened. Roman immediately appeared with a handsome, polite appearance, an attractive smile, and walked in wearing an elegant suit. Everyone stared at him in surprise and disbelief. "That's Roman Dmitri. Why is he so different from before? There's absolutely no way he used to be shorter than me. What's wrong with his hair?" His appearance attracted everyone's attention, including the daughter of the Grisel family. Sophia saw that he immediately needed her bag and ran to greet him. "It was my honor to meet him." He heard someone wanted to talk to him and turned to look at him with cold eyes. She bowed her head and lifted her skirt and introduced herself. "I am Sophia of the Grisel family." After greeting Sophia, she stood up politely and continued talking. "You probably have never heard of our family, even though we are not an outstanding family, but my father, Baron Grisel, sacrificed his life for the Cairo Empire." Hearing this, his facial muscles relaxed and he turned to talk and laugh happily with her. "We know Grisel very well." She was surprised to hear that and asked, "Do you really know about Grisel's acceleration?" Roman smiled brightly and replied, "How could I not know a family that has existed for centuries?" Back to the time before the party happened, Roma was sitting in the study at home. "Mr. Hans went and gathered all the books and documents and placed them on the table for me. This is the information of all the families in the Northeast that he requested." "But why do you suddenly want to see all of this?" Roman sat down and flipped through the pages of documents containing information about the families, read them and then answered, "Since I will be attending the party as a representative of my family, I should at least have some background. At a minimum, we must remember the background of each person we meet as well as their heritage." He thought to himself that in order to win the hearts of others, he had to put in adequate effort. That was especially true for him, the so-called idiot of the Dmitri family. Back in the present, Roman confidently flaunts his understanding of Sophia. He looked at her and said, "Isn't that a family that has resided in the Northeast for quite a long time? Why is the Grisel family's wood famous for its high quality in the Cairo Empire? I heard that your brother has succeeded in making wood, sensing mana. I sincerely congratulate your brother on that achievement." Hearing that, Sophia was quite surprised because he could know so much. Seeing the daughter of the Grisel family and the son of the Dmitri family talking and laughing together, surprising everyone around. The two of them were talking when Magna appeared. "Hello Lord Roman Dmitri, I am Magna of the Volt family." Seeing this, Roman raised his voice and greeted again. "Oh, I am the eldest son of this Volt family. Didn't Baron Volt have some illustrious achievements in the recent war? Why was I so moved when I read about him?" When Magna heard that, he was surprised. I was very grateful that he thought so. Gradually people became more sympathetic to him. Lady Iris also came over to start a conversation. It's been a while, Lord Roman Dmitri, you've changed a lot. He turned around and replied warmly, compared to me, Miss Iris has always been beautiful. How is your mother? I heard she hasn't been feeling well lately. Dmitri has received many benefits from our agreement with the hero's family about 10 years ago, and I am also grateful that he has shown us goodwill. Everyone talked happily together. Magna continued the story. Lord Roman, I seem to have misread you. I always thought you were difficult to talk to because you were always drunk. Roman replied in good faith, oh, I want to drink alcohol, but it looks like I'll have to abstain from it. Suddenly, from afar, Barco's butler came closer and whispered to him, Lord Roman. The young master invited him into the back room. He heard him calling him and frowned. His eyes gradually became dangerous. It seemed like it was time for him to find out who was irritating him. Outside under the clear blue sky there was a group of people chatting loudly. The people they talked about, other families had a lot of knights in their retinues. Kevin glanced outside and wondered, Mr. Knight, what is this social party? Chris reminded him, we will never have a chance to go there, so don't pay any attention. Hey helmet, yours is askew again. You complain about the hat. This hat is too big. He angrily shouts, put it down. You don't understand what he means. Huh, but... Benson frowned in confusion. What's wrong with him? The blue-haired guy next to him replied faintly, I heard he was Roman Dimitri's entourage. Chris didn't even look at him but sternly reminded him to put it down. Kevin scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what he meant. But... The two of them looked at Chris and Kevin from afar and judged. It was really funny. Chris and Kevin both heard them saying bad things about them. I heard rumors that Roman Dmitri was the abandoned eldest son, but I didn't expect that he would bring along a guy who can't even hold a sword properly as his entourage. Seeing that he was scared, he told him to ignore them. He widened his eyes in surprise when he heard another guy despise Roman's abilities. What did he expect? Dimitri's skills were just that. Roman looked ahead bewilderedly. He saw a beautiful blonde lady happily chatting with another lady. He saw her smiling happily. Anthony suddenly pressed his shoulder and asked, who are you looking at so intently? Roman, he suddenly called out, Anthony. Roman asked him, do you know that blonde lady over there? He was surprised. What do you mean, you don't know her? He looked at the blonde girl who was smiling happily and heard him introduce, that lady was Flora. He froze in surprise when he heard him say her name, Flora Lawrence. Roman entered the room, immediately heard a voice, over here, Roman. Anthony sat on the sofa and asked loudly, what did you do during the time without me by your side? Roman thought to himself, so this person is Anthony Barco. He motioned for you to sit down. I heard people say you've changed, but I didn't expect you to change this much. Quickly sit down and tell me everything. Roman looked around to assess. There were still a few traces showing that someone was here. I thought again, the real reason he chased them away before I arrived was, he realized that he had some secret he wanted to tell him. He thought, if that's the case then I should make him feel more comfortable. Then he said, I don't know anymore. Roman pretended to brag, I spent a lot of money to change myself, and now I still change every day without doing anything. Then he smiled and said, but I'm so happy to be able to meet you again. Anthony was silent. He then poured wine into the glass and replied, I guess I can't think of it in a positive way. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking back then. Roman reached out to take the glass of wine and asked again, was that time? He explained, back when you, who were forced to choose between your political marriage to the Lawrence family and our friendship, were caught sleeping with my cousin in the warehouse. Anthony continued, it's true that secrets are kept quite tightly at social parties, but I still didn't expect him to go so far before his own wedding. He asked him again, so do you accept the invitation to attend this party? As a confirmation that you have agreed to my proposal, I will keep this matter a secret. Anthony threatened you, so let's discuss your marriage with the Barco family. Roman's face darkened and he wondered, marriage with the Barco family. Suddenly, my head hurt like hell. I remembered this memory. He remembered when he stood in front of the door of a room. He looked at his feet and thought, even though I betrayed Anthony Barco. Roman thought further, and begged his father to form a political marriage with the Lawrence family. He put his hand on the door handle and decided, I can't avoid them forever, I will use this opportunity to mend our relationship. He entered the room, saw Anthony calling him, you're late, Roman, come here quickly and sit down. He turned to the girl sitting next to him and introduced, "Let me introduce, this is Emily Barco, my cousin." Emily smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Roman." He hummed and introduced, I'm Roman." Suddenly Anthony asked, "Can we let her drink Cub? This is her first time coming here so she can only walk around by herself." Emily suddenly stopped when she heard this. Roman was happy, replied, "Of course, she is part of your family." When Emily poured wine for Anthony, he said, "Emily, you don't have to pour the wine, but Roman, too." He replied, "It's okay, I can pour it myself." Suddenly Anthony shouted loudly, "You bastard, are you bragging about the fact that you are about to get married?" Roman hesitated. "Anthony, about that." He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, from now on the Barco family won't have anything to do with the Lawrence family anymore." "I'm surprised, really." Anthony smiled and poured him some wine and replied, Yeah, so you don't have to be so forceful, just drink it all." He obeyed and drank more. His face became even redder, then he immediately fainted. Roman blearily opened his eyes and thought to himself, "My head, this is where it is." He suddenly saw the back of a girl. He opened his eyes and looked back to see that he and Emily were lying naked on the bed. Roman kept wondering, no, fish, what the hell is going on? Suddenly a scream rang out, making him sit up. "Roman." "I was surprised, Anthony." He gritted his teeth and asked loudly, What did you do?" He opened his eyes wide and stammered, "No." He looked at Emily lying next to him, remembering the glasses of wine he had drank before and hesitantly said, This, he realized, he couldn't remember. "Under the flickering candlelight, I heard it, listen carefully, Roman." Anthony propped his chin on his hand and told him, "No matter who you have an affair with, it's none of my business, but you touched the Barco lady." He didn't care that he was trembling all over and continued, "I can't let everything go like that." Anthony said again, "I will give you a choice. One is I will expose this entire truth and then you will be free. 2. He paused for a moment, then announced that you must marry the Barco family's bitch to restore our relationship. He seduced you, what you just did made me very angry, but if you become a member of Barco, I will calm down and forgive you." He asked again, making him freeze, "Now, which one will you choose?" At the end of the flashback, Roman calmly raised his face. He thought to himself, so that's all that happened. He realized that all the pieces had returned to their original positions. He secretly calculated that if the marriage broke down because Roman had tainted the direct descendants of the Barco family, then Dimitri's honor would fall straight to the bottom. Roman continued thinking, the two of them had received enough criticism from the public. Roman didn't even seem to have enough confidence to face his father's wrath. He remembered Flora and continued thinking, but he couldn't choose the other option, because he really loved Flora. He didn't want to give up the marriage that he had to forcefully establish, as well as smear her, blame Flora in this situation. Roman raised the glass of wine, looked at the wine in the glass and slowly realized, so this was the reason he committed suicide while making a choice. He wanted his own death to solve everything. He raised the glass of wine to drink and silently assessed, a weak person who had never accomplished anything on his own in his life. That was Roman Dimitri. He put down the glass of wine, his sharp eyes thinking, how miserable and pathetic. At this time, Anthony suddenly asked, "Why are you so hesitant, Roman? The connection between our two families could shake the entire Northeast region." He smiled widely and seduced him. "No one can resist us. You can also take advantage of the power of the Barco family in the Northeast. There is no reason for you to." He didn't finish his sentence. Roman interrupted, "Question, that's all?" Anthony opened his eyes in surprise and asked again, He put down his glass of wine and wondered if I had to accept a political marriage just for that reason. He frowned threateningly. "You must have misunderstood. This is not an option. If you refuse, I will announce everything in the house to the whole world. Do you think the reputation of the Dimitri family will how it is affected?" He continued, "Think carefully. If you still want to live with your head held high." Without letting him finish speaking, Roman put his feet up on the table. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "You." He arrogantly crossed his arms and said, "How many times do I have to say it before he understands? There is no need for the Dimitri family to accept the Barco family's proposal, for such a pathetic reason." Back at the party, Sophia was happily chatting with a young lady. She turned her head to see someone coming this way. Roman walked towards her with his hands on his hips. She called out, "Mr. Roman, where have you been?" Roman replied, I just need to attend something. It looks like I'll have to leave early because of it. Sophia said a bit sadly, what, really? The party just started. I should stay longer, a little more would be better. He laughed and replied, I'm sorry, this is an urgent matter. You're sad. Really, I'm so shy. You still have a lot of things to tell me, Roman said. Me too. Later on let's talk again when we have a chance. At this time, a servant walked up to you and called you, Mr. Roman. He walked out the door, and the servant on duty immediately bowed to greet him. Suddenly a voice rang out, take back what you just said, bastard, he thought in surprise, this voice. He looked around and saw a group of knights whispering. Suddenly, the sound of hitting rocks rang out, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. A knight's helmet fell to the ground. A red-haired knight fell to the ground. The surrounding knights shouted loudly, Kevin. A guy who despises Kevin, well, what are you expecting? Dimitri's class is just that. Christ advised him, hold on Kevin. He heard the answer, yes. The two knights who mocked Kevin glanced at each other and then sneered. A black-haired guy asked, what was he thinking when he let a kid like this be his bodyguard? The blue-haired knight sneered, look at his helmet, it doesn't even fit the specs. Those two guys constantly teased Kevin. It seemed like the kid just picked up a hat that fit him and then called himself a bodyguard. That's too flippant. Christ now asked them if the Barco family's knights were trained in martial arts instead of swordsmanship. The black-haired guy replied politely, who knows? He placed his hand on Kevin's head and boasted, I am very confident that even without training, my way of holding a sword is still better than this kid. He continued to disdain, making Kevin stiffen. This is the reason why everyone calls you young Master Dimitri idiots. Kevin trembled and said, take back what you said. The black-haired knight asked again, what? He replied, young Master Roman, he didn't do anything to be called that. He grabbed the hand that was placed on his head and shouted angrily, so, take back what you just said, bastard. The black-haired knight angrily punched Kevin in the face, how dare you? His helmet was knocked off. Christ next to him called out in panic, Kevin. Christ stepped back a bit, his hand on his sword. He pulled out his sword and thought, he is a Barco knight. He took a stance, looked at the two knights warily and thought, the Dimitri family is currently in a conflict of interest with the Barco family. He worriedly thought to himself, if I make a mess here, not only will I get the young master in trouble, but I'll also get the entire Dimitri family involved in this problem. At this time, Kevin had recovered. He trembled and said, I am, Mr. Roman's knight. He gritted his teeth and declared, I don't want to fight with you thugs pretending to be knights. The black-haired knight sneered, ha, it's true. He rushed forward and shouted, okay, let's see how long you can keep that pride. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. Everyone was surprised. Roman stopped the black-haired knight from hitting Kevin. He called out in surprise, young master. He glanced at the knight. Then swung his hand and hit him in the face. His actions made everyone stunned. The knight held his cheek in disbelief and thought to himself, what, did I just get slapped? I didn't even have time to react. He shouted loudly, a fool like you. Before he could finish speaking, Roman continued to slap him in the face. He stopped, Then, trembling, he turned around and wanted to hit me, you. He hit that guy's face again. He did not dare to look up. This time, Roman was stronger, pressing the man's head to the ground. He groaned in pain. Suddenly heard him say, you. He coldly ordered, raising his face. At this moment, in the room, Anthony lowered his head. He turned pale and wondered, damn, what the hell happened? He shouted angrily, Roman. Go back in time to when Roman talked to Anthony. He is trying to seduce you. I am talking to you about the matter of responsibility for you placing your hands on our young lady. Wouldn't it be much better to propose marriage to a descendant of the Barco family, having to mortgage property? This is the last consideration I can give you. If you don't accept it, then you have made an irreparable mistake. Roman arrogantly looked up and replied, just do what you like. I've been called a fool. Even if I add one or two more rumors about that fake evil, nothing will change. He continued, also, maybe you need to behave more properly. Anthony asked dumbly, what? He crossed his arms and explained, I chose to give up the kiss because I wanted to, not because of your threats. More or less you have fulfilled your wish since Dimitri turned his back on the Lawrence family. Okay, but now that you're baring your fangs at me, how should I react properly? He wondered if I should help the Lawrence family hinder the Barco family. Anthony's face wrinkled hearing his threat, to relieve my hatred towards him, right? Roman thought to himself, I have researched the Barco family, their connection to the central government and their influence that comes with it is undeniable, however, their power only comes from their connection, just that link. He glanced at Anthony and silently affirmed, if only considered based on wealth and power, the family with real power in the Northeast is Dimitri, not Barco. He looked at Anthony trembling and asked him, now, what are you going to do? He looked down and asked him, if this matter is resolved, you will no longer interfere in matters related to the Lawrence family, right? Roman replied, exactly, he suddenly said, then, he decided to just end this here. Returning to the present, Anthony was still trembling and thinking, Roman has changed. Roman's face and terrible aura appeared in his mind. He silently assessed that not only his face, but also his actions, eyes, and tone of voice all made the other person afraid. He held his head and wondered, he was no longer the idiot he once knew, he had become a completely different person, what had happened to him? Suddenly a servant called, young master, Anthony roared angrily, don't bother me at this time. The servant hesitantly announced, surprising him, but Lord Roman and his knights were there. Outside the mansion, the guests and the guardian knights were gathered around, they were surprised and chatting. The black-haired knight who had despised Kevin was now humbly kneeling and begging Roman, please, 11, please forgive me, I will never be like that again, please. Kevin gently begged, young master, I think it's enough for you to beat him like that. Christ also said, he's right, please consider the relationship with the Barco family, and end this matter here it is. Roman coldly replied, I am the one who decides whether he has been beaten enough, even if he dies, that is the price he has to pay for his words and actions. Kevin hesitated, but still. At this moment, Anthony aggressively stepped forward and shouted loudly, what does this mean? He pointed his finger at Roman and ordered, Roman, even if you are the youngest son of the Dimitri family, I will not tolerate things like this, if you do not apologize for your disrespectful actions, just now. Roman interrupted him, why should I apologize? He turned his eyes to the black-haired knight with a bruised face and said, this guy had to defame me, and touch someone from the Dimitri family. He asked, Anthony Barco, do you really think I'm the one in the wrong in this matter? He hesitantly shouted, even then, you've gone too far. Roman's rebuttal made him speechless, that's too much, haven't I told you yet, my personal hatred can destroy our relationship as well as that of our two families. He looked at his bloodless face and continued to say, so from today you should try to review your behavior. You coldly threatened him, I'm not patient at all, now decide what you're going to do. Anthony panicked, remembering when he said, should I help the Lawrence family hinder the Barco family? He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, wretched. He lowered his face and spoke with difficulty, thinking back, you did the right thing. Roman smiled after hearing what he said, I will let him receive the appropriate punishment. He turned around and exclaimed, we are truly good friends. He looked towards the black-haired knight and said, so now. He coldly raised his hand towards the black-haired knight and ordered, gritting his teeth. A moment later, Roman finished punishing that knight. He thought to himself, the old Roman. He used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hand while assessing that he was an idiot who did not deserve respect, even if he was a member of the Dimitri family, the most powerful family in the Northeast. He calmly called, Christ, Kevin, let's go home. He turned around and walked away in the amazement of the people around him. He continued to think to himself, but everyone in the present. Anthony also turned around and didn't look at him. He thought again, there was no other choice but to accept the truth. He confidently turned around and walked away, affirming in his heart that the idiot they knew no longer exists. Sunset falls. Christ, Kevin and Roman sit in a carriage. Kevin bowed his head and admitted his mistake, I sincerely apologize, it was all my fault that they insulted you like that. Christ also bowed his head, I was also at fault, the Dimitri family's honor was trampled, Kevin was also beaten, and I couldn't do anything. Roman looked at the two of them, he crossed his arms and remained silent. He suddenly said something that surprised you too, it must have been very uncomfortable for you to be able to hold out like that, thank you for standing by until I arrived. He continued to analyze, impatience only brought trouble, so your decision helped them prevent the worst scenario from happening. He suddenly said, but. He coldly affirmed, this is not the answer I want. He explained, because in the entire northeast area of Cairo, no one had the right to touch anyone from the Dimitri family. He ordered that even if you have to endure someone, you must remember that person's face clearly, and you must never forget your own anger. He arrogantly declared, I can't stand the feeling of being superior to others. want to follow someone who lives a life above 10,000 people like me. You are forced to adapt to this way of behavior. The horse carriage outside continued to run fast. The next morning at the mansion, Hans informed Roman, "This is all the information about the Barco family, which you requested from the Dark Moon News Association." He continued to say, "According to the report of the Dark Moon Association, the recent actions of the Barco family were very unusual." Roman looked at the report and pondered, He thought to himself, Barco, a family that settled in the northeast for more than a century, after a few members of the Barco family worked for the central government. Their family began to rise to prominence in the area. Roman turned a page of the report and said, "Just like we found out for ourselves, their military strength is not very great." Hans replied, "Actually I was quite surprised. I thought their military strength, well, as strong as their social position." He turned another page of the report and analyzed it, which proved that the power they held mainly came from the central government. Roman looked at the map and thought, there are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms existing on the Salamander continent, of which the Cairo kingdom is the smallest and weakest country. He thought again, Cairo's border ran along the northeastern mountains and was attached to all other kingdoms, so this country had experienced many invasions. Roman silently analyzed that, as a delicious prey always threatened by powerful enemies, the Cairo kingdom had no other choice but to join forces with the central government to survive. The central government also gained more power as a result. They also held supreme power on the continent. He thought, if the noble family refused their duty, they would immediately be considered rebels and immediately captured by the soldiers. Roman remembered the kingdom's law. After the rebels were subdued, their lands would be confiscated and turned into national property. A portion of their land would be given to the lord of the neighboring region, as a reward for helping to quell the rebellion. The remainder will be given to new nobles who volunteer to serve the central government. Roman told Hans, it was this system of influence that gave the Barco family invisible power when affiliated with the government. Hans was surprised. I didn't expect it to reach this level. He nodded. Yes, thanks to the government, the Barco family was able to borrow such a large amount of money from the gold bank. He looked at the report and said his thoughts. If the Barco family borrowed this money on credit without any collateral, then perhaps that money would have been invested in the mercenary group, Berg. Roman analyzed that the Berhe Mercenary Corps is a collection of hundreds of A-class mercenaries everywhere, with the Corps being in Berg. This group mainly makes money from fees for participating in wars, struggle for colonies. Hans also reported, considering the number of soldiers that the Barco family has been mobilizing recently, they probably plan to attack Lawrence within half a month. He replied, it turns out the Barco family has already completed all the preparations. Okay. He hesitantly asked, about the battle. The Lawrence family doesn't seem to be able to handle it. He replied, even if they held out in front of the siege, it would probably only last a month at most. Roman's hand rested on his chin. He thought to himself, I told Anthony Barco that I would no longer interfere in matters related to the Lawrence family. Roman thought about it, but if he wanted Roman Dmitri to continue living, he had to eliminate the threat to himself, the Barco family. He silently affirmed in his mind that no matter how powerful an army the Barco family had, they would never be able to defeat the Dmitri family. His eyes were sharp and he thought to himself, if we borrowed the power of the Dmitri family, causing the Barco family to decline would be a small matter, but doing so would be useless. Roman remembered the evil smiles of the owners of other families and analyzed that Dmitri was indeed one of the first major families in Cairo, but they were not a threat in the eyes of other nobles in Cairo, northeast region. He silently affirmed that what needs to be done now is the opportunity to restore the family's position. Roman suddenly stood up and ordered, Hans, I need to see father immediately. He said, now is the time for us to pay for our last promise. At a market, the people here are amazed. A person wearing silver armor covered in blood entered the market. This person took off his hat and let out a sigh of relief. This person is B-level mercenary Lucas, he exclaimed. Dmitri really hasn't changed at all. Lucas went to the blacksmith shop. The shop owner said, oh my god, look at your appearance. He laughed loudly and teased, is this battle going to be very difficult, Lucas? He uncomfortably ruffled his hair and replied, don't talk about it anymore. I almost got caught by some reckless bastards like that grape, it's dead. The blacksmith shop owner picked up Lucas's weapon, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, the quality of this spear is so poor, where did you buy it? He sighed and replied, at the first store I saw, it was because of it that I cried. He shouted angrily, to buy iron and weapons, you have to go to Dimitri's store, who would be stupidly ignoring the place where such peaks are produced. Lucas stood up and said, "That's why I'm here, thanks to you." The shop owner replied, "I will make you the whole outfit, it will take a while." He went out the door and replied, "Okay, I'll probably go back to Dimitri's house to rest in the meantime." He continued, "The battlefield makes me so tired." Lucas went out and saw a group of people gathered in front of the bulletin board. He wondered what was going on there that made them gather in such large numbers. He thought to himself, "Is there another battle going on? I have no intention of taking on any more work, but..." Lucas continued to think excitedly, "I can't help but I can be curious." Thinking so, he immediately walked towards the crowd and said, "Sorry, let me pass." He looked at a piece of paper on the board and thought, "Recruitment announcement." Lucas silently read the notice: recruiting soldiers, prerequisites, healthy, ambition to become stronger, number of recruits 30, salary 8 silver coins per month. He secretly calculated that the average family only needed 5 gold coins per month to live, so considering all the risks, this job was not bad. He silently groaned, but if only he didn't have this condition. Lucas read the notice again: special conditions, you will only work for Roman Dimitri, not the Dimitri family. Keep this in mind, and only apply when you are ready to give your life to Roman Dimitri. An old man standing next to Lucas suddenly shook his head and advised, "Don't even think about registering, you can't compete with hundreds of other people." He smiled and replied, "It won't be, just looking at it like that, I'm a B-class mercenary, at least I have to have 50 silver coins every month to pledge to maintain loyalty to the nobles." Suddenly, Lucas realized, wait. He asked the old man, "Did you say there were hundreds of people applying?" The old man replied, "Yes." He was surprised, "Is this job really worth that much?" The old man asked again, "What?" Lucas explained that even if the conditions were good, it wasn't for the Dimitri family, it was for the Dimitri family's idiot, Roman Dimitri. He didn't pay attention to the people around him looking at him and continued to ask, who knows what challenges he would have to go through when he became a soldier under him. He looked around and was bewildered. The old man cleared his throat and gently explained, "You are an outsider, so you don't know, Mr. Roman is no longer the idiot he used to be." The old man said, "Not only did he destroy the Bloodfangs, he also treated people very well." Lucas asked in surprise, "Why?" The old man replied, "At first we didn't believe it, but after listening to Clark, I started to think again." Lucas asked, "Who is Clark?" He replied that after the Clark family's son became Mr. Roman's subordinate, his family's poor life became much better. He wondered, let's see, what was his son's name? He wondered, apparently it was Kevin. At this time, at a bakery, Kevin happily walked out holding a large bag of bread. When Kevin returned to the palace, Roman informed him that he was on leave. "I'm surprised, what, a vacation?" Roman replied, "Yes, from tomorrow I will give you 3 days off, resting is also a way to train." He walked away, turned around and continued, "You've worked hard, so just rest assured and spend time with your family." Kevin was bewildered and said, "Yes, young master." "You went back to your room to change clothes, doubting yourself, are you on vacation?" "I'm a bit not used to it, back then if I didn't work I would die right away." He went out, thinking about his family. Since entering the castle, he had not seen his family again. He wondered what they were doing now. Suddenly someone called him, "Kevin." He looked over, "Oh Mr. Hans." He ran over and said happily, "After leaving for so long, are you going to return home like this? Mr. Roman has prepared some clean clothes for you to wear, so please change." Kevin took it. Mr. Hans placed another bag of money. "You also need money to buy gifts for your family, right? From now on you will receive 30 silver coins every month. Feel free to enjoy it, buy gifts or waste a little, it's okay." He received it in a state of surprise. On the way home, he bought a lot of bread. "I'm in a happy mood, I can't believe clothes can be this soft, just wearing them is enough to make me feel happy. I also bought a lot of bread for my family, the hot bread is so fragrant." He looked down at the bread, as happy as a flower, thinking of his sister. "I'm sure Mary would be very happy, she once said her lifelong dream was to eat ice cream in a freshly baked loaf of bread. Every day, she keeps complaining why we have to eat old bread. And I can't afford to buy a loaf of toast for him, a loaf of toast costs twice as much as old bread, plus." Then in his mind, an image of thugs breaking into the house appeared. He clutched the loaf of bread and told himself, "No matter what, I must also become stronger under the young master's guidance, I must become stronger under the young master's guidance." He came home and saw his parents and younger sister eating cake, drinking tea, and playing extremely happily. He was so surprised that he couldn't believe his eyes. What was going on? It was so strange, this feeling. It was as if I was asked to go to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums, but still. Mary saw him and cried, "Brother." Your parents also cried when they heard it, son. The whole family ran out to hug him. Oh my God, who knows how long it's been? Are you still okay, big brother, really big brother? He looked at the house and asked, Mom, Dad, this house, the two said, Mr. Hans came and gave us this house to live in. He also gave us a piece of land to grow crops. It was said that it was Master Roman's instructions. His mother added, not only that, everyone at the castle also helped us a lot. Now we feel the life in this slum. After listening, he was stunned and then understood. Oh, I understand, Mr. Roman. I was moved to tears. Thank you very much. Suddenly his father noticed the scratch on his cheek. Son, your mother, did Mr. Roman hit you? Hearing that, he awkwardly explained, What? It's not that, this is. Mom put her hand on his shoulder and said, You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we're ready to let it go. As if he could guess his mother's next words, he shouted and interrupted, Mr. Roman is absolutely not that type of person. Hearing that, his mother asked, What's wrong with your face? He lowered his head and said heavily, Mom, Dad, the truth is, scene change, at a bar, Kevin's father is talking about his house. The people in there don't believe it. He seriously told us to believe in this. He tried to explain, come on, so is there any other way you can explain about our new house and land? Hearing that, one of the people also thought it was right. Well, also right, Kevin's father continued, don't believe those rumors. According to Kevin, he slapped the damn Barco knight to protect his own knight. Which noble would protect a member of the Barco family? Are you that low? After hearing that, the other person exclaimed in surprise. On the way, everyone was discussing, they couldn't believe it, that stupid young master did that. Have you also seen the current life of Clark and his family? I heard that Mr. Roman gave those things because their son Kevin became his subordinate. Oh my. Just like that, one person after another passed by and talked to each other. I also heard that he gave them houses and lands. He even slapped the Barco knights. They were all yelling because of Kevin, Clark's close friends. Hearing him say that himself, just yesterday I still felt sorry for Thang Yi every time I saw him. But I've seen him make a fuss about something in the store before. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I heard that Mr. Roman treats his employees very well, and I also want to be like Kevin. One person after another said, I just need to gain Mr. Roman's trust. Like Clark's family, a new life. Just like that, news of Kevin's family quickly spread to the town. Everyone also had a different view of Roman. Roman Dmitri treats his people very considerately. If he can gain his trust, he can live a completely different life. That's why so many people applied to become his soldiers. When Lucas heard it, he couldn't believe it. What was going on? The destruction of the Bloodfang, and then the incident at the social party. Did Roman do all that? The Roman Dmitri I know wouldn't do anything like that. I even saw him causing a ruckus in the casino because he lost all his money 2 years ago. He muttered, It's only been 2 years and what's happening to this world? He exclaimed excitedly, This is interesting. I want to check it out for myself. In Romero's office, a man was reporting the situation. The testing phase was going quite smoothly. We only need to provide the minimum number of soldiers for entry. The rest of the overall process will be handled by Mr. Roman. Romero spoke up, Haven't we wasted too much time? The other person said, This is your last chance to get everything back. Are you okay with this? Forming an army for an individual is too dangerous. At least ask Mr. Roman's purpose first. He calmly poured the wine and said, Jonathan. When I heard that Roman would participate in the Barco family's social party, I thought that he was preparing to ally with the Barco family to drive out our second-generation race. But Roman stood in front of all those nobles, slapped the Barco knight, and even resisted Anthony's intervention. Even though Anthony could join forces with our second-generation army to pressure into a fatal blow, then gain the right of succession and complete the goal of revenge. He took the glass of wine and continued, but Roman, who had been labeled a fool for more than a decade, had already begun to live his life after the Bloodfang incident. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and he said, As a father, I am completely happy for him. Hearing that, Jonathan replied, I understand. Then Romero asked, So how many people had applied? 50, 100, with its prestige, it was very happy to get over 50 people. After hearing that sentence, Jonathan said, It's estimated that there were over 500 people. Romero, who was drinking wine, stopped when he heard it, shocked. What the heck? The next day, the official selection began. There are many people like Lucas. They applied in doubt about the rumors about that news. They could only confirm it when they saw young Master Roman. Chris came in to report, "Young Master, the testing process has been completed." The day before the entrance exam, at a bar, Lucas was taking large gulps of wine. Exclaimed excitedly, "Dimitri's dark beer is truly the best." He looked around and thought, but I still can't believe that there are so many people gathered before the audition. The number of people registering is even more than I expected. Not only that, from the identification straps on the belts of 3 people who were laughing loudly. In that hidden village, they are definitely C-rank mercenaries. There are 3 more people at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but they definitely have combat experience. Except for this place, Dimitri has quite a few inns, in the current situation where every square meter has 5 to 6 people. He silently wondered in his heart, but why? If they were people with enough actual combat experience, they should do a better job. They certainly wouldn't be out of curiosity like me, right? He drank the entire glass of wine and slammed it on the table. I couldn't bear it. I didn't understand. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Henderson, why are you here? Didn't you say you would join the Lawrence family's team?" Hearing that, Lucas also turned his head to look. Henderson, who was drinking, also spoke up and said, "At first it was true. After all, Lawrence is my hometown." He fell into deep thought and continued, "But after seeing Mr. Roman Dimitri destroy the Bloodfangs in Lawrence, I reconsidered." He told everyone what happened. People who weren't there wouldn't believe it, but that day, I saw him in the square. Roman Dimitri, his whole body covered in blood, was dragging the leader of the Bloodfangs by his hair. He emphasized, "Can you imagine, a young master of a noble family punish the Bloodfang for having a hand with his people, going to another territory to break the leader's skull?" I couldn't get that image out of my mind. I felt chills. He continued, "Everyone kept doubting and denying the incident at Lawrence. But I personally witnessed and felt that Roman Dimitri is not a weak person like in the rumors." He slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, "He is really a good leader who can fight for his people. And this military recruitment is a rare opportunity of a lifetime to become his subordinate. I will pass the selection round, receive permanent residence in Dimitri and live as a subordinate of Mr. Roman Dimitri." Hearing all these people, Lucas understood. Roman Dimitri is someone worthy of giving my life. I see. This great uproar was probably not accidental. Back to the day of admission, Dimitri's practice area. Everyone was laughing and joking. "Ah ha ha, after the audition is over, let's go have a few drinks." "Oh, so let's go have a drink to express our condolences to those who didn't pass." So that's really what happened. Lucas was pondering in his heart, if everything he heard was true, then what choice should he make? He looked around, thinking, everyone here had the same thoughts as him. People full of doubts applied after hearing all the rumors. The moment of choice will happen, when we see the real Roman. He was thinking and suddenly he couldn't hear the noise anymore. What was that? Everyone was silent. There are footsteps. Is Roman Dimitri and his subordinates coming out? His face was serious. He walked past everyone, and at the same time everyone automatically moved out of his way to let him go. Lucas bowed his head in thought. Even though he was not asked, the people in the room unconsciously bowed their heads to make way for him. From that, he affirmed that those rumors were true. Roman stepped onto the stage. "Speak in a commanding voice, raise your head." Those participating in the examination were all sweating nervously and slowly raised their heads. Rome stood on the stage and said, "As the information was recorded on the announcement, today I will choose 30 brave men to fight for me, but before we start, I have something to tell everyone." He loudly declared, "I, Roman Dimitri, have no intention of living hidden away in a distant territory. I will continuously fight to achieve a higher position than I have at present, and during that process, it is inevitable that your life will be in danger." Hearing this part, everyone was surprised. Roman continued to talk loudly, "So those who weren't sure about following me could leave immediately." He said loudly, "What you should think about when your head is chopped off on the battlefield, should not be resentment towards the person who brought you there, that is, me. But rather the regret of not being able to stand next to you and witness your leader, standing high as the most powerful monument in the land." After hearing these eloquent words, some were surprised, others couldn't help but admire. Lucas was extremely surprised and suspicious. What is he talking about? Forget about the most powerful monument on the continent. Isn't his position in the family being threatened? It should be Mr. That should be less stressful. He looked at Roman's serious expression, but for some reason, maybe he could actually do it. After Roman finished speaking, Chris spoke up, "Okay, now I will guide everyone's first round of admission. Admission is also simple. Participants will stand in a pre-designed position. The bowmaster will fire 3 shots at everyone." He continued to explain the process of the selection round. The arrow could just graze, it could also hit the target in the back. Or it will directly pin people, causing a sudden death. Chris frowned. Only those who did not move when the 3 arrows were shot could pass the first round of selection. After hearing these words, some people were calm, some were surprised, and many were scared. Chris shouted loudly, "The audition will be conducted in the order of names. Dirk, move to the pre-designed position, followed by Morrison, stand next to Dirk." Dirk stood in the right position, the archer prepared to strike the bow. A man named Morrison stood nearby. In doubt, he had said everything, but would they really target that person standing there? Logically speaking, there is no one in this world who would use death, to choose for yourself. He looked at the archer preparing to shoot and silently assessed that this archer must be a very skilled person. He will never make a mistake. The archer shoots an arrow, whoosh. Very quickly, it hit Dirk right next to his neck. Dirk was extremely panicked but kept calm and continued. The other man standing nearby saw this scene and whispered, "Okay, this is a psychological battle, just stand still and believe everything will be okay." The archer raised his bow and prepared for the next shot. Morrison thought to himself, surely the arrow would miss. Just thinking about this, suddenly the arrow pierced straight through Dirk's leg. Everyone was stunned. Only Lucas still kept a calm expression. Dirk screamed in pain and collapsed. Seeing this, Chris rushed over and also called for ambulance and medical help. "Bring something here to take him away quickly." Then 2 people ran over and carried Dirk away. Seeing this terrible scene, everyone was extremely scared, their voices trembled. The mental preparation for the arrow to hit that he said was true. It was unbelievable, so crazy. The qualifying round continues. Chris calls out, "Next, Morrison." Hearing it was his turn, Morrison shivered to the point of tears. He looked at the other person's blood and thought with fear. The nose and arrow had been pinned straight into the boy's thigh earlier. If the position had been in the head, he would have died immediately. He groaned, "Damn, damn, damn, this is too crazy. I just signed up to have a chance to become an engineer." Chris said loudly, "This is exactly what the young master said. I will say it again to everyone who chooses to give up. If you feel afraid of being hit by an archer, then give up now." The man trembled, tears flowing from his eyes because of fear, also because he could no longer become Roman Dimitri's subordinate. Chris was still talking. "If you could endure until the end, even if you were hit by an arrow, then everyone would be honored to receive a certificate of having passed the first round of admission." He shouted loudly, "Those cowards who are still in this training area, quickly go back immediately." The scene changes to the day before the audition took place. In Roman's office, he called 4 of his subordinates over, gave them what to do. He said, "I will explain your roles again. The first selection session tomorrow, you will be hit by an arrow." He crossed his arms and explained, "The archer was a skilled archer in this area. He would only shoot at rounds that did not cause fatal wounds." The archer next to me also confidently spoke up, "I won't miss, so please don't worry at all." Roman signaled Chris to bring it. "Here is your reward." Chris opened the chest. Inside was a lot of sparkling gold. The other 4 people all shouted happily. Roman added, "You won't suffer much because there will be doctors on duty, but you will still be hit by an arrow." After speaking, he asked again, "Do you still want to do it?" 4 people shouted in unison, "Yes." Finished, Roman let the other 4 go. "There's nothing else, you can go." The other 4 replied, "Yes, master," then left one by one. Only Chris and Roman remained. Chris did not understand this scene and wondered, "My lord, why did you have to go to this extent?" Roman opened the document and immediately replied, "We can't find people we like if we only threaten them. We have to show them that they are betting their lives. Although the chance of being hit by an arrow is 1 in 100, most candidates will be afraid of that 1% chance." Chris asked, "So what conditions must they meet to become your subordinates?" Roman is serious. "I want someone with a strong mentality, in other words, someone born with the heart of a beast." Chris didn't understand. The heart of a beast, Roman continued, "Yes, those born with the heart of a beast would quickly grow stronger, even if they started from nothing," he emphasized, "and only those with that quality can walk alongside us." Back to the audition. At this time, many people left at the same time, saying uncomfortably, "What a crazy audition. Are you going to take responsibility if I die? He's not a noble. I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dimitri. I give up." "Me too." Chris observed, silently calculating. About 100 people gave up. He said, "Young master." At this moment, Roman was falling into contemplation. The heart of a beast, it was an innate talent. As well as Kevin, who without hesitation chopped off his wrists on my orders, or Chris, who asked how to become stronger from someone who had humiliated him. Those types of people can be said to be born out with a beastly heart. People who don't have a beastly heart, no matter how strong they are, can't win against people who are different from the moment they were born. We have to filter out those types of people with this selection test. He said with a serious face and continued walking. When it was Henderson's turn, he trembled and breathed heavily. Lucas saw that and thought to himself, that guy is at the inn, so he didn't give up. I guess he told the truth then, even though he's shaking like a leaf now. Even though he was extremely scared, Henderson still chose to continue participating in the selection round. He secretly determined in his heart that this was an opportunity for him to pledge his loyalty to Lord Roman. I can't give up without doing anything. Very quickly, the arrow went straight to the wooden board right next to his head. He looked over in extreme fear. My heart started to waver. No. Should I give up? If I die it will be meaningless. The next arrow shot hit him right next to his arm. He was extremely scared. I thought to myself that I would give up. I still had time. He was about to tremble and give up when the second arrow was shot, not hitting Henderson but hitting him close between his legs. Chris announced that Henderson had passed this terrifying test. He trembled and sat down, still extremely scared. When Lucas saw this scene, he smirked. In just 1 second he would have given up, considering he was lucky. And so the selection process went smoothly. Except for those who gave up, there were about 400 candidates. The number of candidates in the first round was 120 people. Roman stood on the stage looking down, thinking to himself, I have chosen people who can prove useful through the first round of judging. There are people who park while trembling, as well as those who pass without fear. Both groups are not very different from their standards. They are both brave enough to suppress their fears. I have to recognize the gems from the pebbles that are there because of certain conditions or have ulterior motives. I have to distinguish those who will look at me with respect instead of fear. He spoke loudly. You all passed the first round. This round of admission proves that you are warriors, but I will only accept 30 people, so I will test all of you once, again through the second round. If you pass this examination and become my subordinate, you can live the life of a predator. Lucas was surprised. The life of a predator. Roman steps down. Now let's start the second round of selection. The rules are very simple. He walked closer to the place where the wooden swords were kept. As you can see, there are many different types of wooden swords prepared for you. The type or quantity is not important. Then he pulled out a sword. Choose the sword you like. Then prove your worth by dueling with me. Everyone below whispered. He was planning to duel. Lucas was sweating. He couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, is he alone with all 120 of us? Roman looked down with cold eyes and continued, you don't have to win. For those who can last a minute when fighting with me, they will pass and receive even better conditions than those listed above. Announcement. In the crowd, a brave man stepped forward. I will fight first. Then the man walked closer and picked the sword. Roman asked, what's your name? The other man replied, I'm Volkan. Roman looked at the sword the man chose and asked again, are you okay with that sword? Volkan held the sword tightly. No problem. He thought to himself, Roman Dimitri's confidence was overblown. Was it true that the rumors of him subduing the Bloodfang were true? But even so, there was no way he could defeat him in under a minute. Okay. Chris took the hourglass, so, get ready. Volkan looked at Roman, thinking confidently, I'll pass if I last a minute, but never mind, even though he's the one I'll be serving from now on, I'll seize this opportunity. Chris turned over the hourglass and began. Volkan immediately swung his sword and rushed forward at extremely fast speed, thinking, to engrave into his mind what kind of person he was. He slashed his sword down hard. But very quickly, Roman easily dodged. He immediately blocked his leg and knocked his opponent down. Only then did Volkan react, exclaiming loudly. Then Roman's sword was held close to his neck. He ordered, next person. Witnessing the scene made Lucas surprised. He was on another level. He dodged the attack with extremely fast and gentle movements. I didn't expect to be able to move like that. He seemed to feel Roman's terrifying aura, silently affirming that this round of admission would be 100 times more difficult than the first round. The moment Volkan lost to Roman, everyone thought of one thing, Roman was too strong. But as the duel continued and time passed, They thought that it would be easy to defeat him because his stamina would gradually run out. An hour has passed since the start of the second round. 60 matches, 60 losers. Roman continued to give orders. The next person, Roman did not show any signs of exhaustion. Now below, Henderson looked at this scene and was extremely surprised, and most of all admired, what he said before the selection round. He recalled Roman's words, "If you pass this selection round and become my subordinates, I think I finally understand what he means. You will be able to code my life, Predator." Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Roman is a predator who can live the way he says he wants in a world where only the strongest survive. When I looked at him, it feels like his words will come true. Even now when Roman is still considered the fool of the Dmitri family. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To become Roman's subordinate. Even though we wanted to become Roman Dmitri's subordinates, everyone was extremely worried about how we could fight that monster. Suddenly Roman spoke up, "If a contestant doesn't step up, then everyone here loses." Everyone was startled, then pushed each other. "Go out there, you go first." In the crowd a voice rang out, "Okay, I'll go." It was Lucas. He calmly walked out, loudly introduced, "I am the 61st contestant, my name is Lucas." He looked towards Roman and thought, "Monster." Roman Dmitri is a monster. Besides his outstanding martial arts, to think, he can cause such a pressured atmosphere. Roman Dmitri is completely different from before. Just as he said, he will not stay in this remote place forever, he will conquer this entire continent, I am sure of that. Lucas prepared to attack, thinking to himself, "I don't care about 8 silver coins, I will know if what Roman said is true or not in just 1 year, to do it." The hourglass is turned upside down, starting. He rushed straight to face Roman. "I had to pass this screening round first." Chris stood aside, silently observing and evaluating. He didn't hesitate to rush forward, except for the first person. No one attacked first, not only that, but his attack strategy. Just swung his sword and slashed his head. Just stabbed a dagger into my heart. Bang! The sound of impact rang out, and at the same time there was a flash of light. Roman stepped back. Lucas calculated in his heart. He stepped back to avoid the dagger and block his sword. He threw the dagger straight out. How about this? Immediately the dagger flew straight at Roman, and at the same time Lucas also pointed his sword and rushed forward. Roman used his sword to block the swing of the dagger, and at the same time, somewhat unexpectedly blocked Lucas's sword. He sent Lucas flying. Lucas gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, it seemed like this wasn't enough. Usually there would be loopholes when constantly moving quickly, but Roman was like an impregnable fortress. He silently took out the dagger from his belt. Even so, I couldn't stop. If I hesitated for even a second, I would lose immediately. To hold out for a minute, I had to maintain the initiative. After thinking about it, he rushed forward again. Roman smirked. "Lucas, it doesn't seem that bad." He smiled with cold eyes. Not a good way on the battlefield, but suitable for a duel. He knew how to take the initiative. He also prepared to move forward, but my intention was not simply to let him hold out for a minute. The two swords collided. Roman continued his train of thought. 1 minute was a rampart to show them how strong the lord they would serve was. Lucas swung his dagger across, while Roman quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. Roman then swung his sword and pointed it straight at Lucas's neck, the purpose of this selection round to be engraved in their minds right from the first meeting. "Your face is calm, let's end this match." Lucas was startled and was immediately knocked out by Roman again. But Lucas was not resigned. A B-level mercenary was just that. A normal person could reach B-level if they worked hard and risked their lives, but if they couldn't use mana, they would never get there. Grade A. Level possesses the power to subdue anyone. And the prerequisite for that is mana awakening. So I've reached my limit. No matter how hard I try, I can't pass B-level. But he didn't back down. Even so I survived. On battlefields where countless people lost their lives, over and over again. In giving up, I realized one thing: to survive, to win, I must make the most of everything. He wanted to hold out longer, so he threw the remaining sandbag from his waist at Roman. Chris was surprised. He was throwing sand, then realized, he only said to hold out for 1 minute, there were no other rules. Lucas collapsed then immediately stood up, holding the dagger, using all his strength to rush straight at Roman. Suddenly, he stopped and realized. His eyes were red as hell, looking straight at me. And so he gave up, laughed a few times. Then dropped the dagger. I bowed my head and said, I surrendered. A thought appeared in Armand's mind, Tian Ma sect. Before the sect begins showing its willingness to teach martial arts to its disciples, the first thing they must learn is to keep your eyes open. In case they have a slight change, even just a blink of an eye, it is enough to be killed. That is a strict requirement because when breathing, internal energy will circulate. A blink of an eye is also an action that is carefully considered. Therefore, we have been trained to always keep our eyes open, in all situations. Returning to the match, Lucas bowed his head and respectfully said, "I surrender." Then Roman used water to wash his eyes to remove all the sand. Lucas was extremely disappointed in himself at this time. I tried to use all the necessary tricks until the last minute to get around, and yet, what a terrible result. Lucas looked at Roman and thought, he is looking down on me. No, maybe he didn't expect anything from me from the beginning. Will he get angry? I should be punished. I asked myself, how will you be punished? He was thinking when he heard Roman speak, the next person. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised. And most of all the people below were extremely surprised. I don't get angry, I don't even ask why my opponent played badly. Roman also thought a little sadly, I know Lucas's plan well. I saw him reach for his bag as he leaned back to avoid the sword blow. But I ignored it and let him fight with all his might. The hell Lucas went through, I don't know how much bloodshed he's seen. But I don't have any doubts anymore. The amount of blood I've seen in the name of Beck Jun-huk is enough to turn into an ocean. That's how a devil is born. Finishing his thought, Roman looked towards the crowd. Was there no one left? The next battle begins. The following players also follow Lucas' lead and fight. Looking at this scene, Chris couldn't help but think, Lucas had set a precedent. Now all the participants in the selection used all the tricks they had until the last minute. But these people were not as lucky as Lucas, who was defeated by Roman in just a blink of an eye. Lucas thought to himself that foul play was not within the rules for disqualification. However, at the moment they became too much, he was no longer merciful. Very quickly, the man who had just fought covered his face and screamed in pain. Roman continued, next in line. Lucas looked at this scene and thought in horror, if I don't surrender, I will definitely be like them. He looked at the blows that Roman threw and thought, anyway, what is going on? It's so meaningless. It's already the 100th match. The qualifying round has already started 2 hours ago. Except for a few drops of sweat, his breathing remained perfectly steady. Roman fell into thought again, a mountain full of corpses, a sea of blood, on the brink of death. No enemy would show mercy to you just because you tried yourself. Movements will be stopped once your breathing is no longer steady, and that is when you yourself become part of the mountain full of corpses at your feet, which is why one has no choice left other than becoming a fighting master. Inhale and exhale. Natural energy can be obtained through this sequence of actions. It circulates throughout the body to restore the fatigue that has been stored in the body. Combined with ideal body management and skeletal strengthening, my body has reached its optimal state. As he fought, he continued his train of thought, returning to the time when he was conquering martial arts. At that time he fought for 3 days and 3 nights. That's why my endurance will never run out. In a gentle fight like this. The second qualifying round ended. Chris gathered everyone together, all the contestants gathered. He announced the results. The number of people passing the second qualifying round was 0. Everyone's faces became gloomy. Chris continued, however, it does not mean that no one can continue. 30 out of 120 people here will be selected. The list will be announced later. He finished the last sentence. Everyone did very well, dispersed. In Roman's office, Roman gave the list to Chris and said, this is the list of successful participants. From now on these 30 people will be trained by you. Chris took the list. I understood. I skimmed through it. So these are the successful candidates, huh? Volkan, the first man to challenge the young master. He must have been very brave and respectful of the young master. Looking at the name Henderson, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, and Henderson, without any outstanding features, the young master had found any outstanding features that he couldn't see on his body. Besides them, everyone else understands. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at Lucas' name. He asked Roman, was Lucas also chosen? Roman calmly replied, yes. Roman asked, is there a problem? Lucas said, I admit that Lucas has more talent than other B-level mercenaries. He continued to talk about the reasons why Lucas should be eliminated, but he played badly in the qualifying match. And he even decided to surrender as soon as he realized he couldn't win. He didn't fight until the end. People like this only bring harm to us on the battlefield. He continued seriously, leaving aside all honor. He is the type of mercenary who can abandon his comrades and do everything to survive. If I am the one responsible for these soldiers, I really unacceptable. After hearing all these words, Roman smiled and said, "That's why I chose him." Chris doesn't understand what you mean. Roman explains, like you said, Lucas may be a coward who doesn't value his own honor, but while everyone else doesn't think of foul play, he has a realistic way of thinking, is to come before me and act like that. This type of person will often shine on the battlefield full of. They constantly find ways to survive, and find ways to escape, no matter the cost. Roman then asked Chris, in return let me ask you this question, how can you be sure that Lucas will abandon his teammates just because he plays bad? Chris was stunned when he heard Roman ask this question. He remembered the teachings of Jonathan and Chris, those who survive in battle and are not knights like you and I do not use light energy, only those who always keep a calm face in all situations and actions, based on what's happening, those are the ones who can survive to the end. So remember, no matter how strong a knight you are, you will never be able to escape being killed by those who hide behind the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to transform themselves. He pondered, yes, Lucas's decision was indeed very practical. Chris frowned, his vision was still so limited. He spoke up, young master, please answer me something, there is something I still don't understand. He said, there are still 5 months left before you have to go to the battlefield, and nobles are not forced to go to the front lines because of military conscription, so why did you summon the soldiers so early? Roman replied, I will make an announcement soon. A person was reading the announcement on the podium, the Barco family's official statement. We have been waiting for the Lawrence family's decision on the treaty that was signed in the past. However, they betrayed their honor as nobles in their treaty with us, so after much patient waiting, we decided to raise our swords. The Lawrence family's crimes are too obvious. Not only did they not pay their ancestors' debt, but they also arrogantly declared that their family would not give up the land that was used as collateral. Therefore, we will issue a notice to the people of the Cairo Empire announcing this indictment. If the Lawrence family does not pay off their debts or return the land as collateral within a week, the Barco family, which has permission from the central government, will go to war, territorial war against the Lawrence family. When he heard this news, Chris also understood. He was surprised and asked Roman, young master, don't say. Roman smiled and said, yes, starting now, we will prepare to enter the war between the Barco and Lawrence families. At the same time, the Lawrence and Barco families were also preparing for battle. It seemed like in Flora's mind, chaotic voices kept ringing one after another. Miss Flora, from now on we have to separate, so let's decide for ourselves. The Barco family borrowed a huge amount of money from the gold bank. Do you know what that means? That means war is the only thing left for them to do. The people who suffer from despair because of political marriage are not us, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter how society judges Roman Dmitri, I still want someone to believe and follow what they see and experience personally. Therefore, I want to escape this binding engagement without any further changes. There was silence for a moment, then the voice rang out several times more intensely. This was her fault. Flora appeared with eyes wide open in dismay. She spoke, he was the one who brought this whole family down. But it was all just a dream. Flora suddenly woke up in bed, her eyes wide open, her hands clutching the blanket in panic, constantly panting. She panted while looking around. It was still the bedroom she was familiar with. Flora struggled to sit up. She placed her hand on her forehead, her face grimaced with sadness. She said, what exactly did I do? At this time it was morning. A maid in the mansion wondered if it was because of the annulment. 2 maids were standing in front of Flora's door. One of them said, the young lady has locked herself in her room since returning from the Dmitri family. The other maid replied, I heard that the engagement broke up because of her fault. Is it Miss Flora's? What could she do to make her fiancé break up with her first? They looked worried. Moreover, are we okay? I heard, we are about to fight the Barco family. What has the Lord's mood been like lately? The maid said, then left the sentence unfinished, said filled with insecurity. Flora is now sitting alone on the bed, in the dark bedroom. Her back exuded an extremely lonely look. Flora thought thoughtfully, I thought I was an extremely smart person. She remembered the solemn graduation ceremony and continued to think that she had completed an advanced course at the academy with extremely good scores. And from the bright smiles my father always showed me, I thought I was a good daughter. But really, I am nothing without my family by my side. Flora feels like she is no different from the flowers in a glass cage. Even though they are cared for and have brilliant beauty, they can never be free. She thought to herself, how ridiculous that Dmitri child is. That child, that is me. Flora sat where the moonlight shone brightly, her hands clasped in her lap. Her face darkened, she pursed her lips, thinking that she no longer had any confidence to face her father. She closed her blue eyes heavily, not knowing what that man would do in a situation like this. Come to think of it, Roman is the complete opposite of me. No one depends on him or feels any desire for anything from him. He single-handedly conquered the fangs and blood with his own strength, and even committed such a terrifying act against his own family. She lowered her head and continued to think, could he really do that without asking for help? Since when did he become so strong? How could he do such an act? Flora's blue eyes darkened, her long hair drooped. No, not to mention the possibility of doing it. The truth was that he could find a solution. She pursed her lips tightly, compared to that. A moment later, the housekeeper knocked on Flora's door and said softly, Miss, your meal is ready. He didn't see any movement. He looked worriedly at the maid next to him. She was also helpless. Then suddenly the door opened and Flora appeared, making him gasp in surprise. He said, Lady Flora, you now seem to have changed compared to before. Your expression has become stiff and indifferent. Your golden hair is tied high on the top of your head. Her blue eyes like a calm lake did not look at the housekeeper, but her mind was focused elsewhere. Flora raised her voice and said, I will go to the study room. At the family library. Flora is trying to look up the thick book. She thought to herself, Dad is trying his best to seek help from other families, but I'm sure in this situation no one will help. Her eyes shone with determination. Just like how Roman Dmitri had conquered the blood venom, we also have to find a way with our own strength. During that time, Baron Lawrence was extremely busy and miserable. The secretary reported, My lord, the Martel family has rejected our offer. The Baron's hand flipped continuously on the pages of the books, his voice urgent, Then I will sign with Vostra. The secretary immediately said that the Vostra family had also rejected our offer, shocking the Baron, whose appearance was now clearly more shabby than before. The secretary continued, Although we have agreed to set up the distribution system they have always requested, they have made it clear that they will not help us in this matter. The Baron continued to flip through the pages of the book. The secretary immediately advised the lord, no matter how he considered it, asking for help from neighboring countries would be very difficult because of the repression of the Barco family. After that, another assistant reported to the Baron in panic. There were rumors that they would retaliate against anyone in the northeastern border region who dared to interfere in this battle. Time continued to pass. The Baron became more urgent and urgent. The spokesman read a notice outside, saying that, if Lawrence could not repay the debt or surrender the mortgaged land within a week, then the Barco family, with the permission of the central government, would declare territorial war with Lawrence. Bang! Flora closed the book. The library was eerily silent. Flora tried searching for a long time but couldn't find anything. She held her head down, thinking bitterly that there was only 1 week left until the deadline. Then she put her hand down, her blue eyes lit up. Flora made up her mind. The best action Lawrence could do in this situation was. Scene change. Baron Lawrence slams his fist on the table angrily. Damn it. He said indignantly, one by one, they were all our flatterers before this happened, but now they have the audacity to treat us like we never existed. He asked the secretary if there had been any contact from the gold bank. He replied, yes, they said they would investigate the issue of mortgaged land, but it seemed the investigation would not end within a week. Considering the huge amount of money they had invested in the Barco family, I think they decided that the Barco side would be more profitable. Hearing that the Baron could only hold his head, so after trying every possible way do we really have no other solution? At that time, during the meeting with the nobles, everyone bowed their heads in worry and insecurity. A noble wearing a fur coat spoke, perhaps it would be best if I surrender. He bowed his head and explained, all help from neighboring countries had been blocked by Barco, and the gap in our forces was as clear as day, so I thought of surrendering and giving them what they want would be to protect our innocent soldiers, as well as protect as much land and property as possible, instead of letting them take it all away. The nobles at the meeting table all broke into sweat when they heard that. People's faces darken. People are nervous and swallow their saliva. Baron Lawrence spoke with difficulty after a moment of silence. What you say makes sense. Before he could finish speaking, the servant outside announced, My lord, Lady Flora requested to see you. The Baron was surprised. Flora. He told the servant, I'm busy right now, but before he could finish his sentence, Flora pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a white dress, her long hair was tied neatly and a determined look appeared on her face. The Baron asked in surprise, Flora, why are you? Her blue eyes shone with a terrifying determination. She spoke, "Father, I have something to say." On the other side, at the Dimitri mansion, Mr. Romero was stunned. "What do you mean?" Roman calmly replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to say." He was sitting in an armchair in front of the fireplace, dressed in civilian clothes, with an imposing appearance and an extremely indifferent face. He continued, "I intend to personally participate in the battle between Barco and Lawrence in the name of Roman Dimitri." Mr. Romero, sitting opposite, asked again, "Do you know what that means?" Roman replied, "Yes, father." Mr. Romero angrily slammed his teacup on the table. "You know and still dare to say that the battle between Barco and Lawrence was a legal war, approved by the central government." He shouted angrily, "Because now you have annulled your marriage with the Lawrence family's daughter, so we have no reason to interfere in their matters." The more he spoke, the more harsh he became. If Dimitri intervenes, the northeastern nobles will cut off all relations with us, and in the worst case, the central government may even send soldiers to conquer us." He helplessly held his forehead. "If you're going to help Lawrence just because of a small wavering in your heart, then don't, for God's sake." "Oh my God, I thought you were an adult." Roman spoke up now. "Father," he asked, "do you want me to live like that from now on?" Mr. Romero gritted his teeth. "Why, what the hell are you saying all of a sudden?" Roman declared, "I did not interfere in the battle just because of a small fluctuation in my heart. I still maintain my original calm attitude. In fact, recently I was threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family. He did that because the engagement between me and the Lawrence family could hinder my plans. Their plan. I have no evidence to prove what really happened that day. However, I just had a thought. People say Dimitri is the true strength of the Northeast, but the Barco family thinks we are under their command." He continued to say, "And father did nothing with all the power and assets he had. I'm sure you were satisfied with the current situation." Mr. Romero was a bit startled when he heard this. Roman's purple eyes had now turned cold. He looked straight at his father and continued, "But you, Roman Dimitri, are different. You want power and will not stand still and watch." When Dimitri's name was tainted, whether by Barco or anyone else, Mr. Romero's red eyes were now glaring at him. Roman continued, "I have many reasons, just like the Barco family declared war by creating a reason that did not exist, citing a reason that was just a child's game between the powerful." His mind gradually became dark red. He thought, a new life, but it felt like he was still struggling in the middle of an endless ocean. But one thing is certain, Beck Jun-huk's identity is changing. "I have to live a life of domination." Roman's mind clearly envisions him playing the role of a majestic general on the battlefield, single-handedly leading thousands of troops. That is the vision he wants to aim for. He continued with cold and terrifying eyes, "I did not ask you to lend me the family's power. I only intervened in this battle with my Roman Dimitri's ability, so please follow me. The path we are about to show is the path we want to live, from now on." A thought appeared in Romero's mind. Each person's birth origin cannot be changed no matter how great that person becomes. He stood by the window looking out and said, "No matter how many achievements you achieve, becoming extremely rich, or even becoming a lord governing a territory, the truth is that I am just an ordinary person. Change." Rihanna, who was sitting on the sofa, saw this and said, "I guess something happened to the other nobles when you came to the palace." He heard that and laughed and replied, "It's nothing." He smiled and sat down next to her, saying he only needed to observe their eyes to know, the way they looked at us. He remembered that eyes filled with superiority were looking down at something inferior. He said that was not how a noble looked at another noble like them. She looked at him gently and asked if he wanted to change it. He smirked and said, "No, I am satisfied with my current life. No, I am satisfied with my current life. I don't want to destroy it just to get a little more benefit." He continued, "But I hope our son will be different." In the villa under the night sky, Romero spoke differently to me, who was satisfied with governing a small faraway land. I wanted them to surpass the boundaries of their origins, and reach higher places. Back to reality. Roman was sitting on the sofa silently looking at him. He was startled to look at the boy in front of him with those eyes. Roman's eyes were full of determination looking at him. He thought the eyes of a person could not be shaken. He raised his hand, stared at it, thinking that I had always dreamed of this moment. Behind that hand was Roman sitting looking at him with determination. He thought that the child who always made me worry had grown into the present without me even realizing it. He told me to do what you like and tell me if you need help. He clasped his hand and loudly said that you, Roman Dimitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dimitri, are your father. He continued to say that no matter what the child did, there was no need to shoulder the responsibility himself. Hearing that, Roman's face relaxed and he smirked. The next morning at the blacksmith shop, He stepped foot and stood in front of the gate of the blacksmith workshop, saying that this was the place. Looking at the gate he said, it seemed they weren't exaggerating when they said the Dmitri family's smithy was the largest smithy in the kingdom of Cairo. Scenes appeared of workers hammering and people shoveling coal into blazing furnaces, facilities where many blacksmiths could work at the same time. The forges close together echoed with each hammering sound. Even on the streets there are people wielding hammers. There are about 30 such establishments in this blacksmith quarter. Roman glanced at the scenery on both sides of the street and thought, all questions about Dmitri's wealth were answered just by looking at this neighborhood. The scene of iron ore appeared with or filled with carts. The iron ore behind the palace had the largest reservation in the entire kingdom. And the blacksmiths of the Dmitri family were capable, selling the iron dug up here at exorbitant prices. The coat of arms lit up. For that reason, the nobles of the northeastern region of Cairo never dared to oppose Dmitri. Shields, axes and swords appeared. Besides fearing Dmitri's wealth, if they couldn't take on the Dmitri family's supply of weapons across the kingdom, that would be a problem serious. Roman glanced around and thought he was here. The person he was thinking about was the man known as the symbol of the Dmitri family, the master forger. I think you plan to solve this on your own, but you really need my help. He remembered the conversation with his father. He said equipment was necessary for the army. His father said armed. He raised his cup of tea and said to come and see Hendrik. He continued holding the cup of tea and said that I used to handle all the affairs at the blacksmith workshop myself as the boss, but Hendrik, who used to work beside me, took over that job after I was given the title, above, as the family's master. He managed the entire iron equipment production process. He continued, if you say you came at my request, he will provide you with what you need. Hearing that, he nodded and said thank you, father. Romero frowned and continued, however, there is one thing you must remember when you go there. The Dmitri family's blacksmiths are extremely arrogant. They are not people who will show loyalty just because you were born with the name Dmitri. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron, and are capable of processing it, can win the trust of blacksmiths. Back to reality, on the road the blacksmiths turned to look at Roman. The people who were busy in front of the smithy also stopped and crossed their arms, looking at him with an annoyed expression. He looked at them and thought he understood what his father said. He walked while thinking and considering Roman's previous stupid actions. It was not surprising that they behaved like that. At the largest forge in the workshop, a voice rang out, "Look who's coming." It was a tall, bearded old man. He leaned forward and asked him what brought him here. He looked at him and thought that this man was Master Hendrik. He replied that I believed that my father had sent word to him about the reason I was here. Hearing that, he walked over and said, "Oh, that's right, arming 30 people, right?" He said in a sarcastic tone that I thought you came here to steal because you ran out of pocket money. He looked at him silently. He pointed to the hut containing some armor and iron swords scattered next to him and said, "Take whatever you want. From the pile of things in the corner, there is enough to arm 30 soldiers." He turned to look, next to. He said he was telling me to take them. He replied, "Yes. You said sarcastically that this is your best, Master Hendrik." He heard that angrily, crossed his arms and loudly said, "Best monkey, if you are not satisfied, get out of here." He picked up a sword from the pile and said to Mr. Hendrik. He held up that rusty sword and said that it seemed like Cairo's words praising iron equipment as the best were just boasting, not thinking that he called this equipment for soldiers. When he heard that, his face darkened and he trembled. He continued, "We will ask again. I asked if this was really your best, Master Hendrik." He clenched his teeth. Hendrik was angry, but you, someone who had never sweated in front of a foundry, dared to judge the Dmitri family's equipment. Roman held his sword and listened to what he said. "If it weren't for Romero's suggestion, I would never have given anything to you. Your younger brother Rodwell spent many years as my assistant to inherit the family. You, my son, the eldest son, uses his time to flirt with women on the street." He pointed at the pile of swords on the ground and continued, "Do you understand what that means? Compared to the things on the ground, you, Roman Dmitri, are a piece of trash that cannot be recycled." He loudly criticized your brother for being the eldest son who doesn't know what to do, or else you're trash who can't do anything. He heard him scolding, and the thought that appeared in his mind was this scene. It's not that I really don't understand his anger. He raised the sword and commented, however, that this sword was not adjusted with uniform hammer pressure during the casting process, to the point that it changed color just with sunlight shining on it. It must have been the product of inexperienced blacksmiths do not master how to use hammers. You said so casually, this is not worthy of being called Dmitri's family equipment, and because you, Master Hendrik, cannot deny that fact, you actually look down on me instead of calling it trash. Ah! He was surprised to hear that and said, "What are you talking about?" He raised his sword and said, "Master Hendrik." He pointed his sword at him and said the blade was so blunt that it could not cleanly cut through flesh, and the soldier, unable to remove the blade stuck in his opponent's muscle, dropped his head with a confused look on his face. He looked at him and asked him what he thought about that injustice. He tried his best to survive, but had no choice but to die because his trash master used trash to equip himself. Hearing that, he got angry and said, "What did you say?" Roman turned around and picked up a set of armor and asked Mr. Hendrik why he thought soldiers wore armor. He held the armor up in front of him and said if it could protect his kidneys from an opponent's attack, even just once, the weight of the armor was worth bearing. He dropped it in front of him, but another soldier wearing the armor I gave him was betrayed by the very thing he trusted and died. The armor lay on the ground, he continued. He believed that the stable pieces of braided iron could protect him, but a scrap of the remains of an unknown blacksmith could not stop the attack of enemy. It punctured a hole in his armor, and his internal organs shot out from between the plate armor. He was angry, his face darkened and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? You said you still don't understand what I'm talking about." In Roman's mind I could understand his anger when his eldest son, who only came when he needed something, started judging the iron equipment while not at all interested in blacksmithing. "I think I understand your thoughts and feelings, but..." He held his sword and stabbed the armor on the ground. He was angry and thought he had gone too far. The guy holding the sword said that if we don't realize that the things thrown haphazardly on the ground are just waste, the soldiers under our command will trust their lives to this pile of waste without knowing anything. He pulled out his sword from his armor and said this matter was not simply his revenge against me because of his own feelings. It carried the lives of 30 people, and even knowing that, he, Master Hendrik, turned his back on the truth. He held the sword and looked at him and asked if he really called himself a proud artisan representing the Dmitri family. He confronted him and continued to question him about the waste he intended to give him because of his own feelings. People who have done nothing wrong must face death. He trembled and said, "I had no such intention." You interrupted his sentence. His intention was not important. The sword in your hand continued. "The purpose of the weapons and armor was extremely clear, and I specifically requested you in the honor of my father Baron Romero, but you responded by giving me this trash. Your actions, Sir Hendrik." His face was angry and full of majesty, saying, "Could I consider it disobedience towards my father?" Roman stood there holding the sword in his hand and said to Hendrik, "I know that you didn't mean to disobey my father's orders, and you just didn't want to give me anything, but is this team acting like you are opposing it?" He said with a serious expression, "This is not just my personal request, this is the landlord's order to make a good weapon and armor for me. This is class. It is also the moment the boundary between landlord and slave becomes blurred, the class system will immediately collapse." He recalled a glimpse of a previous memory in which he stood in front of someone who knelt down and bowed before him. At that moment, he understood that, loyal slave, and the slaves you consider your friends, the moment they exceed the limits of slavery, they should be punished accordingly. Roman, with his cold purple eyes emitting a cold aura, said, "I will ask you again, are your actions towards me antagonizing my father?" People around were chatting and Hendrik stammered in response, "Absolutely not against it." Roman continued, "Otherwise explain, why did you give me this trash?" He glanced back and saw someone speaking. It was so noisy. What happened? From inside, several blacksmiths walked up, pointed at Roman and shouted, "What are you doing to Mr. Hendrik, that bastard?" Among them, there was a man wearing a black shirt with an angry face and shouted, "I don't know what's going on, but I cannot see this wretched Dmitri defying me any longer." The blacksmiths all looked towards the sword that Roman was holding in his hand and exclaimed, "That bastard is still holding the sword." One of them looked at him unsympathetically, pointed at him and asked, "That guy, what are you planning to do to Mr. Hendrik?" One of them shouted, "Hold him back." Roman looked coldly at them. At this moment, Hendrik shouted loudly, "Stop." The orange-haired young man standing guard turned around in surprise. The teacher immediately turned and said, "I said stop." The space immediately fell into silence. He turned back, bowed his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is completely my fault." He remembered an old memory that was also an unforgettable memory when he was still an apprentice blacksmith. His teacher scolded him and chased him away. This bastard Hendrik, his teacher hit him in the face and made him fall, knelt down on the ground and pointed at him, cursing, "How dare you, a good-for-nothing guy like you, stay, I told you it was too early for you to make your own sword, didn't I?" He was scolded severely, "Throw away that trash immediately, and get out of the smithy if you ever want to do something like that again." His face was beaten with red marks. Behind the forge, Hendrik cursed plaintively, "Arg, that pig." While chopping wood he cursed, "He didn't teach me anything even though he was the master of the forge. He always forced me to do odd jobs and even punched me. When will I become a blacksmith like him? That's okay." Suddenly he heard shouting, "Do you think we are a charity association or something?" Inside the blacksmith shop, there was a customer who came to buy a sword for only 1 silver coin and said, "I know that this is absolutely not enough to buy a sword." The guy begged the shop owner, "But I only have this much, and I promise to pay you back if you will give me a sword. For someone like me who has nothing but good health, I need weapons to make a living." The smithy owner just stood there, folded his arms and listened, then let out a breath. The owner of the forge angrily said, "If you just want to take a look, then go away." That guy still tried to beg, "Please, I beg you, I still have to feed my family. Hendrik is currently homeless." Behind the door frame hear everything. Hendrik stood behind the door and witnessed everything. No matter how much the guest begged, the owner of the smithy still loudly chased him away. "I said go away." He heard that and suddenly had a thought. Then the gloomy guest walked back step by step on the tree-lined path, but he felt helpless. At this time, Hendrik took the sword and ran after the guest and called back. He heard that and turned to look. Let out a surprised cry, "Huh!" He couldn't believe his eyes and asked Hendrik again, "Will you give me this sword for free?" he asked, pulling out the sword and looking at it. Hendrik replied to him, "I heard your situation in the shop. If you need a sword, take this." He happily said, "Thank you very much, please take this silver coin." Seeing that he wanted to give me money, Hendrik immediately refused. "No, I said I don't need the money, it will be thrown away. I just need the sword I made to help others." He heard that quite well, surprised but still happily accepted. He smiled happily, hugging the sword, and said, "Ah, thank you." Hendrik smiled and rubbed his neck with satisfaction when he heard him say, thank you very much." But then Hendrik saw a scene that shocked him and stuck in his mind. He saw the person to whom he gave the sword had died miserably in a battle. He was lying there with blood flowing from his wound forming a puddle. His face was pale and sunken, his eyes were wide open, red was clearly visible at the corners of his mouth, and dried blood and flies were flying around him. Hendrik covered his mouth with his hand to stop the nausea. He quickly ran for his life when he and everyone else witnessed the person to whom he had given the sword in the morning lying dead on the ground with many wounds. Hendrik collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, breathing heavily. He heard people talking around him. He heard that he died while working for a merchant. Some people felt sorry for him and said, "Poor thing." Hendrik's eyes opened wide as if blood could be seen clearly in his eyes when he heard a sentence, "If the sword had not broken while fighting the bandits." The people standing around there were asking about the rest. Were the others okay? Some were talking about weapons. "That's why we need good weapons." There were also people who were concerned about the family. What should the deceased family, his wife and children, do? Hendrik heard all of these words and he felt like he was dead and knelt there. Hendrik cried like a child kneeling there thinking, "It's no different. That seems to confirm that I killed him." After that day he made his decision. "That day, I swore that I would not let that happen again." Right now he is tormenting himself over his actions just now, thinking to himself, Hendrik, what the hell did you do? I can't believe I tried to do that," repeating it just because I don't like him. "How can I be so evil?" Hendrik announced to everyone that he would pay the price for his actions. This statement surprised everyone. Roman immediately replied to him, "If you want to atone for your mistakes to this extent, then I will not pursue him anymore." These words made Hendrik very surprised. Roman threw the sword in his hand away and said to Hendrik, "Let's get back to work. I know you are a good blacksmith, Mr. Hendrik." He turned his head to look at Hendrik and reaffirmed, "So I will leave it to you to prepare and equip my 30 soldiers. Like I said, I did not intentionally disobey my father's orders." He continued talking about, "Why didn't you follow your father's orders just now? Perhaps it was just your annoyance towards me. I completely understand that." Roman suggested that, "So I think we should forget the mistakes of both sides." He talked about his purpose in making armor. "We just want weapons and armor to protect our soldiers." What Roman said made Hendrik very surprised and thought, "After punishing me so much, you finally gave me a way out." That made him think back to what he had heard about Roman. We had heard the rumors, but really, how could a person change to that extent, making him reconsider the person standing in front of him right now? This is that cold but intelligent seriousness. He let out a sigh, thinking back, I understand, he is no longer the old Roman. Hendrik stood up straight, looked at Roman and said, "I will do it again. I am truly sorry," and also made an oath. "I swear this will not happen a second time." After the oath he assured him, and as compensation, the armor and weapons for his soldiers would be of our highest quality. Roman nodded in satisfaction with Hendrik's words. After finishing talking to Roman, he turned back to the blacksmiths. "Everyone go back to the counter, we will start right away." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The fire is now burning in the forge. Everyone at each stage works hard. At this moment, he was standing there observing when he forced his mouth to ask, "I stole Mr. Hendrik's sword." The blacksmith in front of him replied, "Why don't you ask? That's right, you were drunk at that time." Roman asked again, "What are you talking about?" The worker told him what happened. It was about 3 years ago. Because he was in desperate need of money provided to him by the Lord, he snuck into the smithy, stole Mr. Hendrik's sword and sold it to the merchant for cheap price. The sword he stole at that time was Master Hendrik's masterpiece. It was a perfect sword that, along with its sharpness, also emitted a mysterious pale blue light. He looked at Mr. Hendrik and continued, "It was a masterpiece that took 6 months to design, and another 3 months to complete without ever leaving the smithy. Something like that was sold at a cheap price." His voice carried regret. He said with a sadness, "You will never understand, young master, a masterpiece you made with your own hands was sold and never returned." After listening to the story, Roman just pondered without speaking. What? Roman thought, the one who crossed the limit was the Roman from before. After hearing the story, he turned around and left the smithy. As he was leaving, he heard someone calling his name, Roman Dmitri. He turned around and saw Hendrik walking towards him. He walked towards him and said, "I still haven't completely forgiven you for that. Roman, don't listen to me again. I accept your request because this time I was wrong, but I still can't accept this." The eldest son of the Dmitri family completely ignored the smithy. Hendrik thought firmly and said, "Remember, the foundation of the Dmitri family is this smithy." Hendrik said, then gave Roman a challenge, "If one day you can create even just one trash sword yourself, I can look at you in a different light." Roman replied with a smile, "Then it won't be long." After saying goodbye to Hendrik, "I'm going, I'll be back when I'm done." Elsewhere in the wooden house with a locked wooden door. Roman went to open the door and inside there was a candle lamp hanging from the ceiling along with a very large anvil. He smiled and said, "It's been a while." He recalled this wooden house where he trained himself. Roman looked at this place and thought, arranged according to his wishes, a long basin of water to soak the newly forged sword along with other tools such as hammers and tongs. All the tools are here. The layout is like a miniature forge. He looked towards the stove thinking, "Now, let's begin." Coal was put in and the fire started to burn. Roman remembers his past self. When he was still in the martial arts world, he decided to forge his own sword when he was 18 years old. When the demon sect had not yet won, the brothers were still constantly in discord. He had to always sleep with his eyes open to save his life, prevent assassination. At that time, my second brother, Beck Jun-huk, ambushed me. We fought fiercely on the roof. It was a close fight, but my sword broke, leaving me unable to resist Beck Jun-huk's attack. That time I was really unlucky and injured myself. When my sword broke, he rushed forward and swung a blow to finish me off, but things didn't work out right when he rushed there, so I rushed in too. That created a loud bang. When I slashed across my brother's face with a broken sword, and narrowly escaped death, I thought, I need a sword that will never break in battle, and exploit my full potential. That war, brother, won in a landslide. When he had that thought, he decided, I need a sword just for me. After that day, unlike my brothers, I visited the smithy and learned how to forge swords myself. And before each decisive battle, I will forge a sword suitable to my situation. Since then I have been in the smithy so that I can learn the best swordsmithing techniques. After hundreds of thousands of battles, my sword continues to change. And the 39th sword I made is called the Tian Ma sword, a priceless treasure. And now, once again, Roman stood in front of the forge with a hammer in his hand and an iron plate as he began to forge a sword. To prepare for the upcoming war, it's time to make a new sword for me. His face was wet with sweat but his eyes were very determined. In the forge, the fire flared up fiercely. Blowing on Roman's body, he was shirtless, holding a hammer in one hand and pliers in the other. His arms rose up strongly, pounding each hammer down on the red-hot iron block. The strong arm hit the iron block one by one, repeating the same action over and over again. While using the same tempo and strength, each hammer followed the rhythm of his hand and hit the iron block with precision. His eyes looked intently at that, the moment when one is completely absorbed by an objective thing. Drops of sweat flowed down his body. He repeated his movements over and over as the hammer hit the iron block, making a continuous thud sound that made him go into ecstasy. Roman's eyes reflected back the image of a red-hot iron block with dents left on it by the hammer, making him ponder, what do we live for? He remembered his previous life, where he had to exist in a world where only those with enough skills could survive because his father was a demon, and then became the strongest after overcoming countless enemies. Suffering fell on my head. He remembered the image of a man with white hair wearing an ancient uniform and a dark cloak standing on the top of the mountain looking down at his surroundings, radiating a terrible pressure. That was what showed him. There's something in your mind that I never thought was a bad thing. Roman remembers that confident and arrogant smile and is even more convinced of one thing, the same now: we only live in accordance with our own reality. Roman's arm continued to pound each hammer, causing iron shavings to shoot up, creating red marks on his body. As he did so continuously, his mind still kept thinking about the present, but my current state, not enough to cope with each change. He came to a conclusion for himself: so we need to practice to become tough. Roman's world and the powerful forces within it, we are still not clearly aware of them. He remembers those many times stronger than him out there. In this current world there is a rule: losers do not deserve mercy. A fire erupted from the iron Roman was forging and he immediately absorbed it. This is a fire magic bullet that causes his whole body to be covered in huge flames. A type of martial art created by the person once called Yan Demon. The fire around his body looked like a real demon. This type of martial art is using burning power to quickly accumulate mana. It is the most optimal ability for the useless me at present, which is to use the heat of the burning fire in the furnace. Burning mana also has risks. Your lungs and other organs will be damaged if used too often. There will always be a burning fire in your body. At this time, his eyes also exuded the orange-red color of fire, but right now, I long for the strength that can confront all events. Switching to the castle scene, Flora is standing in front of his father and other family members talking about the difficulties. We are now had reached a dead end. She wore a gray pajamas to make the announcement. She talked about the family's current difficulties, the people around them refusing to help, and the gap in military strength was too obvious. Flora stood in front of everyone talking about the content of the talks. There were talks about surrendering to preserve at least a small part of the family's territory. Her serious expression protested the content of the conversation, but I believe that it is something we cannot do, no matter what the cost. A loud noise came from someone sitting here hitting the table with his hand. Baron Lawrence stood up with a slightly frowning face and said, instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a war that was destined to be lost, surrender was the best choice for all. He thought of something and said, Barkin took advantage of his relationship with the cabinet to receive a loan from the gold warehouse. Baron Lawrence gave his opinion for everyone to hear. If true, that loan could be considered an unsecured debt, which caused everyone to talk about it. Some did not believe it. How? Some people asked doubtfully. Without mortgage. Someone gave an explanation for unsecured loans. Unsecured loans often have very high interest rates. Flora immediately rejected this proposal. Barco was not the only side to benefit in this battle. Her words left Baron Lawrence unable to refute anything. Flora continued to say, Barco is the side that borrows money, and the gold warehouse is the side that lends money, to receive a reward that benefits both. She had thought about the prospects of this land as soon as she heard the Baron's proposal and told him the result. They would dissect this land as soon as they invaded Lawrence. After her words, the whole room fell silent. Baron Lawrence sat down and asked her, so what should we do? Flora stood there with her hands in front of her stomach and replied, there was only one solution. Fighting back to the end. This is also a drastic measure and also causes many people to sacrifice, but this is also the last resort. She continued that it is also the only wing that helps us survive. Baron Lawrence clenched his fist on the table and said two words, fighting back. He lowered his head slightly in thought, for a moment. I was looking forward to Flora's speech. He looked towards her and thought, I thought that Flora, who can understand any situation, would tell us an outstanding countermeasure. He closed his eyes and thought with a slightly disappointed expression, but it turned out to be just normal words. After thinking like that, the Baron asked Flora, closing the castle, is the only way to survive that you talked about? She seriously replied, I didn't say we just held out. She proposed, giving up an entire year's produce, and burning the fields. We will also store as much food as possible to last us until winter comes. Baron Lawrence asked her in surprise, we just need to hold out until winter. Flora immediately replied, yes, although it was possible to borrow a large amount of money thanks to his relationship with the cabinet, that was all. The interest rate would increase over time. Her eyes firmly said, a force that holds huge power with influence spreading throughout the empire and gold treasury. If the war continued to drag on instead of ending quickly, they would pressure the Barco family with profits. She continued to make suggestions that the gold treasury was not a force that could be easily threatened with just cabinet connections. What she proposed surprised many people and some nodded in agreement. Flora believes that traveling merchants need money, and that money comes from gold reserves. Flora talks about strategy again. When winter comes and the siege strategy no longer has an advantage, they will inevitably offer themselves as dessert. Baron Lawrence heard that and suddenly had an idea. Everyone in the room was discussing, I can't believe there is such a way, it's very reasonable, she's right, this is a battle of time. Baron Lawrence listened to the discussion and remembered the past. Because of the incident with the Dmitri family, I think I raised my daughter to be immature. Flora used to be a cheerful and lively young lady, but looking at it now, he couldn't believe it. Thinking back, it wasn't like that. When did my daughter become like this? She became a cold, cunning and decisive girl who rarely smiles. He stood up and slammed his hand on the table, making a thumping sound. Baron Lawrence directed everyone to say, Flora is right, starting from this moment, we will prepare for the entrenchment. Everyone in the room turned towards him to hear the decision, we will patiently endure and protect the bloodline of the Lawrence family. Even as the walls collapsed and we all perished, Flora stood there listening attentively. Baron Lawrence expressed his determination and that of everyone, we will patiently fight until the last moment. She heard Baron Lawrence's words also express her determination. Now at Roman's place he is working hard to forge his own sword. Heat rose from the swords he had just finished forging and were soaking in water. Outside the house where he was using to forge swords, the sky was clear and white clouds were a beautiful day. Roman opened the door and stepped out. The heat from inside also escaped. In his hand, he held the sword he had just finished making and told himself, no matter what, the first time of someone is very special. My first sword. He held the sword up to the sunlight. The sword in the middle had a beautiful yellow line. Roman seriously examined the sword and concluded, this sword is extremely perfect for the current me. Roman looked straight at the sword and said, your name will be given to this sword. Fire Dragon, that's the name of the sword. Roman looked at it and smiled softly, its eyes emitted a pale yellow light. A man entered the city gate. The soldiers there were all worried. He read aloud, with Viscount Barco's authorization, I will give you 3 options. The first is to leave the castle and surrender unconditionally. Surrender is the only way to preserve all of your lives. Second, the local war with us. We will force a fair and equal war in an empty and desolate area. In the presence of a judge from the cabinet, you can also choose to fight one-on-one. The form of war will depend on the choice you make. We will follow whatever decision you make. Hearing that, Baron Lawrence frowned. He said in a low voice, we don't believe Barco's reason. In declaring this war legitimate, the record of our ancestors' dead is a fabrication. I also have no intention of betting the lives of the people of Lawrence. So tell Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never, ever finish his sentence. The messenger raised his voice. The third choice is to give up your honor as a noble family and continue to resist futilely inside the castle. From this moment on, Barco will respect all your wishes. And even drops of blood will be exchanged on this fierce battlefield. The soldiers who heard this conversation were so worried that they trembled. Even Baron Lawrence is the same. The war has begun. Right now the soldiers began to fire with bows. The terrible war took place, everyone agreed, no backing was allowed. Right now in one room, someone threw a glass of water on the ground. It turned out to be Viscount Barco. He angrily slammed the table, those insolent bastards. Barco summoned a force 3 times larger than Lawrence's, however. The knight standing nearby began to calculate, I thought the battle would come to an end within an hour but the direction of the battle went against expectations. It seems Lawrence has finished preparing for this war, my lord. They dug a ditch to prevent soldiers from approaching the city wall. Along with the number of arrows fired without hesitation right from the start. Perhaps they have arranged a relatively large amount of war aid. What the hell happened in that 1 week? I can't believe Lawrence chose to stick to his guns. According to our calculations, Lawrence will surrender to retain as much territory as possible, no matter how little. But in reality they risked being wiped out and closing the city gates. Where did the situation go wrong? After thinking about it, the knight asked, what should we do, my lord? Barco is filled with murderous aura, what else can he use for that? Hearing that, the knight froze but still had to obey the order. Viscount Lawrence is not a man of strong will. He sold his precious child for the Dmitri family, when they could not stand the pressure from Barco. He is the type of person who will cowardly retreat into a turtle shell if faced with a difficult situation. Return to that fierce war. Lawrence ordered. We don't know when Barco will continue to attack. Heighten vigilance and prepare weapons. Flora is right. Barco was probably confused and withdrew his soldiers. How could you even think of that? Right now a girl came up and said, I realize that I have to become strong myself. Instead of waiting for the problem to be solved. That is the path that will continue in this life. Hearing that, he started to shed tears. Flora. I'm sorry for forcing marriage between you and Dmitri. At that time I thought it was the only way my family could survive. But from now on, no matter what situation you fall into, I trust you will make the right choice. Not long after being moved, an explosion rang out. Seeing this, Flora was extremely worried. Perhaps the city wall had been destroyed. Is that a flame? The soldiers who were fighting saw this and were all scared. Barco's side was crazy and they had prepared fire. Nothing could happen. The flame was a magic launcher that exploded enormously towards the city wall. A magic weapon. Each shot consumes a lot of gold, and because it is a strategic weapon, it cannot be used without the permission of the cabinet, regardless of how much money the owner has. Ignoring the amount of money they borrowed, it's impossible to believe that Barco has enough connections and wealth to borrow fire. There are only two ways to stop that thing. Counterattack with a magic weapon of the same class, or leave the castle and destroy it. Both options were impossible. We can't give up. Suddenly a voice rang out, Miss, we have just received a call. Roman Dmitri told me to pass on the word to you. We have a way to help, so please accept the call. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. Roman Dmitri. Flora asked, what exactly do you intend? How to rescue Lawrence from danger? Roman said, allow me to be frank, I have a personal grudge that I want to report to the Barco family. This is something I have decided, and revenge is only a matter of time. If the Lawrence family follows my plan, then we will speed up the process and deal with the Barco family for you. Flora was stunned. So what role do we have in your plan? Roman replied, very simple. He began to explain, if the Lawrence family agreed to set the stage for me first by being a little sacrifice, then I will use all my strength to help you. I swear on the name Roman Dmitri. Flora thought to herself, sacrifice, he must have known our situation, so he made such a request. We have no other choice, even if he is shamelessly asking us to be a sacrifice. She said helplessly, I promise you, as long as you can protect my family, I can do whatever you want. Roman raised his hand and said, and one more thing. Give me an excuse to intervene in this war. Since our engagement is broken, I will need another excuse. She wondered what the reason was. Roman coldly said, Anthony Barco said he harassed her. He was shocked and said that she just needed to say that even though nothing had happened between the two of them, she had no other choice but to annul her marriage to Dmitri because of such harassment. Her value among the nobility will go to zero. And your beautiful name, the flower of House Lawrence, will crumble. However, if she gave up everything that being a nobleman's daughter had given her, she would have an indispensable excuse to deal with the danger of the Lawrence family. That's the excuse I need to intervene in this war. Flora's whole body suddenly trembled. Roman saw that and said, if the time you were harassed was before you annulled the engagement, then you were still mine at that time. I will never forgive anyone who touches my body. Flora sadly thought back to the words of Roman, my man. Then she thought about the fighting scene out there. The wall has collapsed, prepare the barricade. Then she insisted, I will satisfy all the conditions you have set forth. So please kill them all those Barco bastards. Baron Lawrence shouted loudly, the enemy is approaching, don't let them get close to the wall. We must protect the wall and continue to hold out. At this moment, there was a soldier suddenly rushing towards you. Master, be careful. Flora promptly appeared. Come back, Flora, she said. Father. We have to open the gate and confront the Barcos directly. Her father was startled. What are you talking about? Open the city gate, Flora said. Roman Dmitri promised to help us. If we distract their attention by opening the city gates, Roman Dmitri will be able to direct his troops to destroy their cannons. You are surprised, Roman Dmitri, but why? She replied, I don't have time to explain, but I know for sure that Roman Dmitri is a man of his word. In another place, Roman stood looking at the map below. Chris in the back said, shall we attack them now? Roman replied, no. Chris is worried, if we wait any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Cannons are powerful siege weapons, he explained, and if you really intend to stop the Barco's plans by assisting the Lawrence family, then we must attack their camp immediately. Roman coldly turned around and asked, "Why do I have to do that?" Chris was surprised. "Yes," Roman said, "it doesn't matter to me whether the Lawrence family loses or not." He said, "Chris, instead of the deaths of hundreds of people I don't know, it's more important to me to make sure one of my people doesn't shed blood. Lawrence is going to lose a lot of people because of this. But that's also partly because they chose to follow an incompetent master. And unlike them, I don't intend to force anyone who has sworn to support me to become a meaningless sacrifice." Chris replied, "Yes, I understand. I understand." Baron Lawrence ordered, "Open the city gates, punish those cruel bastards of the Barco family. Where are the troops?" Lawrence's soldiers began to pull out. Mercenary Berg smiled and said, "You guys don't seem to know where your position is." He immediately jumped up and slashed a soldier in front of him, scaring the entire Lawrence army. They immediately turned around and ran away. "Help, we will die." Flora said loudly, "Must hold out to the end, not retreat." She thought with fear, if we don't act properly as bait, he won't appear. At this moment, there was the sound of horses running from behind. Viscount Barco was surprised. What was that? Roman and his legion officially arrived. Roman thought, war, the moment when his soldiers had to bet their lives earlier than expected, the hesitation, and fear. The reality they themselves have to face. If you survive like my soldiers, I promise to give you a life, but in the end, your strength and will are what determine whether you can survive or not. Just now at the soldiers' meeting, Roman said loudly, "Our priority in this operation will be, attack the Barco family from behind and destroy their siege weapons. It's possible that Lawrence won't be provoked by my actions, so I don't expect too much from you guys during this operation. We will pioneer ourselves. I will massacre the soldiers in front of our army to open the way, so all you need to do is follow me and wipe out the remnants. However, remember, our main priority is to destroy siege weapons." At this moment, Viscount Barco looked at the approaching soldiers and said, "Do they really think they can do it with just a few soldiers like that?" He ordered the soldiers to immediately prepare to welcome these crazy guests. The soldiers replied, "Understood." They immediately stood in line in front of them. Roman didn't mind and still rode straight in. He raised his sword and slashed once, causing the soldiers to scatter. Roman thought, the people of the Orthodox martial arts sect once had a saying. Heavenly demons are always the pioneers of demonism. The devil is invincible. Facing him on your own is tantamount to committing suicide. Everyone used to wonder why he took on the most dangerous role even though he became a devil, and now, there is only one reason. Because the strongest person must take the lead to completely destroy the enemy's morale. When Barco's soldiers saw this, they all trembled in fear. Roman said, "If you don't come forward anymore, then leave me alone." Kevin suddenly shouted loudly, attacked, and followed closely behind the Lord. Chris and his army began to advance. Kevin concentrates all his strength to fight. "I must follow my Lord, a little more. Just be a little closer to the Lord." The soldiers all said in unison, "We must stop this monster." Roman is getting closer and closer to the goal. That is the goal of our operation. Berg saw the scene of carnage in front of him and was bewildered. What is that? Is that person Roman Dmitri? He thought to himself, this mission has a huge reward and is full of risks, because the fate of the Burst mercenary group is at risk of bankruptcy. I have to finish him off myself. Roman immediately rushed forward. Berg and Roman were pouring all their strength into the sword. Berg, an A-rank mercenary known throughout the Empire. Unlike B-level mercenaries, A-level soldiers know how to use aura. Berg is a 2-star aura knight. At this moment, Berg was surprised at Roman's strength. He didn't move at all. Roman smirked. Immediately after that, he delivered a decisive blow to him. Berg still couldn't believe it. It was impossible. He was too strong. Roman swung his sword at Berg. 5 seconds later, he was dead. That was how long an A-rank mercenary could persist against Roman. Barco's soldiers were extremely confused by the scene before them. Captain. On the contrary, Roman's army was very happy. Viscount Barco saw this and was furious. "Kill him, quickly kill that bastard for me." The soldier stopped him and said, "That's very dangerous, we have to take you to a safe place first." Roman thought, flares. A product of magic that does not exist in the martial arts world. heavenly magic, heavenly demon sword consciousness, one consciousness. The sword in Roman's hand emitted light, making them tremble in fear. Roman then raised his sword to the sky and declared, "Listen, Lawrence, I, Roman Dmitri, destroyed Barco's siege weapons. Everyone is happy." Flora was touched, he really did it. Under the fall of Flare, Barco lost a key weapon, leaving no choice but to retreat. They withdrew and angrily said, "Just wait." In this battle, Chris used a different aura than before. He tried his best to condense his aura as much as possible like Roman did. As a result, his mana consumption wasn't much. Even when he was fighting fiercely, he was laughed at by everyone around him when following Roman. But Chris is getting stronger. Chris thought to himself, "I have no choice but to admit. My lord's method is correct." He was suddenly surprised when he saw the soldiers panting after the battle. He thought, "I see, all of them." To avoid being isolated, they chased after their lord in anger. They were clearly exhausted. And even so, not a single soldier in the 30 fell behind, and none of the wounds were too serious. That's why the Lord chose them. There's only one reason why we can be safe. A monster that defies logic. All thanks to Roman Dmitri, Roman says, everyone did well to survive, we finished the mission. After that, Roman and his soldiers entered the citadel. The people saw this and cheered, "Lawrence's hero, Roman, thank you very much. Lawrence will never forget what Mr. Roman Dmitri did for us." Baron Lawrence looked at Roman with eyes full of regret and thought, "What a pity. I knew he wasn't ordinary from the moment we met, but it's hard to believe he could destroy Flare on his own. Unimaginable talent. Dmitri has given birth to a tiger. If there are no mistakes, then the tiger is already my son-in-law. It's unfortunate, but that's the past." Then he changed his mood to cheerfully welcome, "Oh, hero from Dmitri. I'm very happy to meet you again." He extended his hand to shake hands with Roman. Now in the city. Roman was about to enter the room. Then Flora came over and said, "Thank you. We didn't complete the decoy mission properly, but you still didn't ignore it and helped Lawrence until the end. So I want to thank you sincerely." Roman replied, "I just fulfilled my duty according to my promise. Lawrence has done as much as I expected." Flora said, "I understand, but no matter what, I still want to repay this favor to you. Maybe you don't need any gratitude, but as Lawrence's representative, no matter what. If you want anything, please say it at the meeting. Whatever it is, I guarantee you'll get it." Roman smiled and replied, "If you're still so determined, I won't refuse." He pushed the door open and said, "Let's go to the meeting room." In the meeting room, everyone is discussing together. This is our chance. If we propose to end this, they should agree, because Barco still has many soldiers, instead of continuing to fall into danger and trouble. We should forget the past, and look towards peace. Roman heard that and thought, "Lawrence, these are herbivores." Baron Lawrence said, "I agree with everyone's opinion. Although we can stop their attack with help, there is a limit to the time we can stop Barco's attack with only Lawrence's power limit, so I will send the message immediately." At this moment, Roman spoke up, "Can I interrupt?" Everyone was silent. Baron Lawrence agreed, "Say it." Roman stood up and said, "Thank you." He began to explain, Barco is currently facing economic pressure. To pay off that large debt, they have no choice but to invade Lawrence, and that won't change even if Flare is destroyed, I predict. What we get back is the messenger's head. The generals sitting nearby were all silent before Roman's words. He continued, "The soldiers were still dragging corpses outside. Did you feel empty when you saw that scene? Barco cannot be forgiven. We must show everyone in the world how I take revenge on those beasts who dare to touch Lawrence." Baron Lawrence said helplessly, "It's not that we don't know, but what can we do with this little strength?" Roman said, "There's only one way. Herbivores have no choice but to become prey to wild animals." Elsewhere, Viscount Barco was extremely angry. Roman Dmitri, for what reason did he interfere in this matter? To overturn this unfavorable situation, there is no other way. The way Roman proposed is, duel. You must organize a duel. A duel is a victor's match between representatives of two clans, and at most 3 swordsmen can participate, a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla in which the 2 participating clans must according to the final result. The rights of the organizer are very important, and the intermediary government will send a judge until both sides have agreed. The match will take place according to the judge's orders. Baron Lawrence was surprised, a great battle. The great battle not long ago has degenerated into a war of relationships and finances. He thought a little worriedly. The opponent was Barco, familiar with the central government, with a huge amount of money he borrowed from the gold bank. I don't know which experts he will invite. Baron Lawrence had no choice but to answer, I understand. Roman said, from now on we will give you guarantees. The Baron was bewildered, a guarantee. Roman said, as long as we're guaranteed to win, there's no better way than a great battle. First of all, Barco is a level 3 swordsman. This is probably his first time participating. I will represent Lawrence and participate as the first competitor. Whether the opponent is a Barco knight or an outside expert, I'm still confident that I will win first place. He explained that he didn't know how strong someone was in his hands, but if he won the first time and lost the second time, it wouldn't mean anything. In the third match, my person Chris will complete the match. Even though he is only level 2, he has genius qualities, so he can confront level 3 swordsmen and still win. So this match is very promising, right? If you win the great battle, Lawrence's reputation will be restored. Please decide. Flora stared at Roman and thought, could it be, this is what he wanted? Will he join the great monastery? Could he be whispering that Lawrence would be responsible for unforeseeable variables? He is indeed a dangerous man. He had to say, I agree to participate in the great battle. With the agreement of both sides, the great battle has been decided. The war will take place within just 1 week from the sending of the command letter. The referee of the great battle said from Count Ertz, I am Count Ertz. The great temple battle is a sacred place blessed by Valhalla. No matter what the result is, both families must recognize that result. If either party violates this, the kingdom of Cairo will judge with honor. Now invite the two families to nominate 3 swordsmen and submit the competition table. Roman looked over at the happy Barco and whispered, maybe we have to change the order of play. Baron Lawrence was confused. What do you mean? We already decided a week ago. 1 week is the problem, he replied. As time passes, Barco is under more pressure from interest. It seems that the Barco family has deliberately delayed the time. Now they don't look rushed at all. Baron Lawrence said, did they find a very strong external expert during that period of time? Roman saw a man sleeping next to it. Then the Baron asked, then what should be changed? Roman said, originally I would be the first to go into battle to ensure the first victory, second would be Lawrence's knight, finally Chris would go into battle and finish everything. But Chris will fight first. Both Flora and her father were startled. He continued, we will play the second match and face the card that Barco has prepared. The plan was changed at the last minute. Immediately, the first match took place. Each player introduced. Barco said, I am Jansen of Barco. Lawrence's side said, I'm Lawrence's Chris. Everyone began to discuss, Jonathan Chris's disciple, wasn't that a genius from the northeast? Why did he send a level 2 swordsman to fight? What a waste of a young talent. Chris thought to himself, to become stronger we must sense danger, that's why I escaped the well and followed the leader. A shout rang out, starting. Jansen immediately launched his attack. Chris thought, the first time I fought against the main force, I realized a truth. No matter how strong the aura is, must also avoid work. You also have to avoid things, they have to coincide for it to be meaningful, you just need to hit the opportunity once. Jansen saw Krya continuously dodging, angrily said, you little rat, how long are you planning to run? Die, he repeatedly hit Chris. I'm surprised, the wide spectrum aura. I can't avoid this, what should I do? At this moment, Chris remembered the advice, Chris, throw away all morality. Chris thought, okay, pouring mana indiscriminately won't maximize the power of the aura, like the way the master shows off his power with just a small amount of mana. From side to side, from line to point. Concentrate, the power of the aura, on one point. Chris gathered his strength and instantly killed Jansen with one shot. The whole audience started cheering, crazy Chris, Chris, Chris. He was surprised that he, a level 2 swordsman, had defeated a level 3 swordsman. Roman felt very pleased with that. The referee said, come on, next. Everyone was surprised. The level 2 swordsman beat the level 3 swordsman. It was impossible, oh my god. Viscount Barco trembled with anger. Jansen was defeated again. He thought, in the second match I thought it would be over, now the last match becomes important. It's okay, I don't need to worry about the second match. Because I spent a large amount of money to get this sure win card. At this time, the sleeping man woke up. Has nothing happened to me yet? He yawned and walked up. I am Bracco's Homerus. Lawrence and Homer were all shocked. Everyone began to discuss, is that a wandering swordsman? Why is he here? Can he live in this world and still be able to see a swordsman of this level with his own eyes? He sighed, if it wasn't for the guild master's request then. Homerus ranked 49th, ranked swordsman originating from the Valhalla Empire. This is the holy land where swordsmen fight and die with honor. They risked their lives to reach Valhalla, and wanted to prove their strength. The results of the victory will be recorded, the name of the strong will be saved in the records. This is the origin of the ranking of swordsmen. Ranking used to be the culture of Valhalla. After the Valhalla Empire expanded its power, it spread throughout the mainland. The ranking selection up to the 100th position is all done by Valhalla. Baron Lawrence thought with fear, I didn't think Bracco would give Homerus a great swordsman of this level. There was no one in Cairo who didn't know that person's identity. He traveled around the kingdom, enjoying the joy of dueling with the strong, so everyone called him the wandering swordsman. Everyone was talking excitedly. I once heard that he fought a level 4 swordsman who was the 30th ranked bandit leader. He just reached level 4 recently, he probably has to give up this time. It took them a long time to win one match, what a pity. Roman thought with a smirk, a level 4 star swordsman. Through the guild's information, I investigated Bracco's whereabouts, but what I gathered was only marginal information. The information that Bracco is hiding is this big card, so expected. Just like the opponent hides their strength, they can't guess what kind of person they are. This is their chance to see the battle of the strong that only exists in books. Flora saw this and intervened, are you crazy, please give up. The opponent is Homerus ranked 49th. That's a strong person who is estimated to climb to 30th in the future. She still tried to stop Roman, do you think you can really win against a swordsman of that level? Just give up and save your life. And pray that our team will win the next match. Roman caught Homerus's glance. His eyes are so determined about himself, I don't like it at all. Flora explained, with this huge variable, we have to give up, let's skip this match. This match has no chance of winning, there is no reason for him to risk his life. Roman pulled his hand away and said, I don't like having to explain to anyone, stop interrupting. Then he walked up to the stage, was Roman Dmitri. The two began to prepare their swords. Homerus thought, if it was his ability, then he was too small, a level 4 swordsman was considered a high level on the entire continent, let's see what his strength was. I should be fighting Fernando who is ranked 30th in the rankings, but instead I have to participate in these unattractive matches. He rushes forward, it's over quickly. Chris thought in amazement, that speed. At this time, Roman avoided Homerus' sword. He thought, look, what an interesting kid. Roman began to protest. Homerus said arrogantly, how could you block my sword move? Roman thought, I was expecting a decent duel but, he was looking down on me and didn't use his full strength to fight. Homerus started using his strength, it's interesting, I will honestly fight you in this match. His strength caused the wind to blow throughout the arena, his power was so terrible, hold on tight. Roman thought to himself, it's nonsense for someone like this to be ranked 49th. There's no reason to prolong the match. He said, hey, try blocking this one move of mine, the heavenly demon sword technique is invisible. Homer sees everything around him gradually changing, oh. This sword path. Does he use swordsmanship like this? Truly, an unforgiving tactic. The sword move has no name. It's just called in order. Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, 3rd form. A moment ago, a man said, Homerus, I know you are looking forward to the match with Fernando, but this time you should consider our stance. This is a great battle between border families, so think of this as an opportunity to rest. Homerus thought, actually, after receiving the rank A mercenary card, all the missions were rejected, traveling around the kingdom, busy fighting strong people. There's no reason to refuse. Returning to the present, everyone is shocked by Homerus' death, this story. He's a strong guy who climbed the rankings before he was even a 4-star. He was ranked 49th and was immediately defeated. Roman coldly thought, a person who can't climb to the top but is quite arrogant really deserves to die. This is not a world of zero-sum competition according to Roman standards, in the past life there was. Elite martial arts masters, it is a world full of dangers, you will lose your life at any time. But here it's as bad as a landfill, Roman said. Mr. Referee, please declare the result. Referee Ertz said in panic, the winner of the second match, Roman Dmitri. The soldiers all trembled in fear at this scene. What was this? Homerus is dead, am I hearing wrong? Chris thought to himself, is this really his true strength? Since I fought with the young master, has his strength reached this level? Otherwise, after fighting with me, has he improved so much? The young man at that time was clearly not the one who could defeat Homerus. The time was very short, unbelievable. Could this happen after all? In the first match, I defeated my opponent with 2 moves. I thought it wouldn't be long before I surpassed him. My thinking is too narrow. Roman victory. The epic battle had already decided victory or defeat. There was no reason to waste manpower, and it was impossible to accept changing the roster. Referee Ertz shouted. The win and loss had been decided by both sides. Viscount Barco trembled angrily, lowered his head and thought, it's over. After all, Homer has failed. Homer is a level 4 swordsman. He is different from the lowly people of the northern region. Is a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom. Could it be that the mercenary guild brought in a fake Homerus? A man spoke up and said, my lord, we will present the great altar. Barco said, we can't lose any more. Take Benson away. He disgraced Barco at a social party. This battle is the opportunity to save that. That person thought. Benso, an unknown knight, turned out to be telling him to find a way to die, then replied, yes. Benson stood trembling in the stands. I am Barco's Benson. Everyone saw this and were excited. Who is this? This is the first time I've seen this knight. Kevin quickly knelt in front of Roman and said, my lord, I will confront him. Roman thought to himself, in a world where big fish eat small fish, the loser is destined to only die. The unknown knight is also quite difficult for Kevin. He wants to prove himself. Be careful, he replied. Kevin immediately turned away. Yes, I will not disappoint you. At this moment, Benson was quite worried, thinking, why am I being punished in this situation? Thanks to my father who is a knight, I thought I was safe and didn't have to worry. Even though he's a useless Barco knight. I will do my best for Barco, but the price for this loyalty is in the great battle, damn it. Benson looked up to see Kevin walking towards him. Could he be his opponent? He thought to himself, God, thank you. Benson arrogantly said, hey kid, you want revenge, whether you volunteered or were forced, we were all abandoned by the Lord. However, for me it is a blessing. Kevin said, I am the Lord's protective sword. Benson started rushing forward shouting, arrogant guy, go away. Kevin avoided his sword strike and fought back. He immediately put all his strength into kicking you down, this bastard. However, Kevin still tried to get up. Chris saw this and thought, the difference in strength is quite large. What was the guy thinking that he let Kevin join the fight? Kevin was constantly attacked but still managed to hold on, bastard. At this moment, thoughts appeared in his mind, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, he wants to kill you, take revenge. Some time ago, Roman told Kevin that, from today on, cutting off his own hand, the demonic spirit technique had taken root and awakened the demon within you. At this moment, Kevin was almost hit in the head by Benson's sword. Shh, be careful. He immediately quickly moved to the side. Hi, I almost broke my head, I'm going to tear that bastard apart, my head, why, so noisy? He thought, I want to become the master's effective sword. Even more so than Chris, his inferiority complex, his loyalty to his master, the emotions in his heart were as chaotic as a fierce whirlpool. Kevin begins to gain power, demonic spirit attack. Benson panicked, what is this, piercing, even armor, this bastard. He gradually got scared when he saw that Kevin didn't stop. He didn't stop, this bastard, have you gone crazy? Kevin immediately killed Benson in front of everyone's surprise. After that, he turned back and knelt before Roman. I was home. Roman said, Kevin, you've worked hard. At this moment Kevin smiled. The great battle between Lawrence and Barco, 3 battles, 3 wins, Lawrence won overwhelmingly. And in the center, there's also Roman Dmitri. Just like a heroic anecdote passed down through generations, rumors mixed with truth and falsehood, people began to praise Roman's achievements everywhere. There is talk everywhere, have you heard anything? Ah, that epic battle, Barco must have been so angry, he made a big fuss and ended up losing to Lawrence. You know my relatives are all Lawrence natives, right? Roman was Lawrence's savior, able to single-handedly massacre hundreds of Barco's rearguard soldiers at once. Furthermore, even the player is destroyed with just a single attack. If Roman hadn't appeared, Barco would have planted a flag on Lawrence's land long ago. The red blood of the 49th ranker in Cairo Kingdom, Homeros, dyed the sky, putting an end to the great battle. Children also gradually admire Roman. Roman Dimitri is a hero. I am Lawrence's Roman Dimitri. The Dimitri family is the hidden dragon that has finally ascended to heaven. We will officially collect each anecdote about ourselves. At the city of Barco. Viscount Barco had a headache thinking, it's over, it's really over. Official dispatch urging Golden Bank's principal and interest, Homeros from the Mercenary Association must take responsibility and compensate human resources. He angrily banged the table, that damned beggar. During the past time when Barco had influence in the northeast region, we searched for Barco every day. Now you pretend like you don't know each other like that. Damn it, as long as that bastard Roman Dimitri stays out of this. Yes, it's all because of Roman Dimitri. Roman Dimitri did something unacceptable in aristocratic society. This time, it's the last chance to save Barco. A few days later at Barco. Viscount Barco started speaking. Before starting to talk, I would like to sincerely thank the nobles who came to Barco. Thanks to you, I feel that the future throughout this northeast region is still bright. One person spoke up and said, let's get straight to the point. Viscount Barco began to talk, so let me be frank, just like Barco used his legitimate identity to attack Lawrence. Reputation among the nobility is also extremely important. This time the battle was to repay the debt to the ancestors. The central government thought this was the right thing to do and even sent judges, but Roman Dimitri did not have any status but was involved in this war. Because of his sudden attack, Barco lost the player. Even Lawrence's soldiers in the great battle were gone. He banged the table loudly. Does this make sense? After all, what qualifications does Roman Dimitri have to help Lawrence? If the two families were related, there would be no problem, but we all know Dimitri and Lawrence have annulled their marriage. To Lawrence, Roman Dimitri is an outsider. He has no identity at all. This is an action that exceeds the limit. All the nobles seem to agree. You were right, Roman Dimitri had no title. Viscount Barco happily replied, yes. Then he cunningly thought, okay, that's enough. Just push all responsibility to the Dimitri family and receive a huge compensation. The pile of money owed to Golden Bank will also be resolved. At this moment, Roman walked in from outside the door and said, so everyone is here. I heard that people are very dissatisfied with me. If so. The Viscount thought to himself, Roman, what was he thinking, showing his face here? Roman spoke, I will speak personally, Viscount Barco. Chris said in panic, are you really going to Barco? Doing so would be like committing suicide. There is no way Viscount Barco would leave the army alone. Roman heard that and calmly asked again, Chris, have you thought about what the relationship between me and Barco will be like in the future? He was stunned for a moment and then replied, in Barco's mind, Master is a sworn enemy. If possible, I think you two should avoid each other. Roman immediately said again, no. He looked straight into Chris's eyes and said, if you don't start, it's okay to not know, but once you start, you have to finish. It is a very clear fact that Barco has a grudge against me. Then he turned around and climbed on the horse to Chris's surprise. Roman continued seriously, if so, this is the right opportunity to take revenge on them. He looked at Chris and smiled and said we will go alone. He was a bit surprised with Hyuk's choice and hesitantly called out, Master. Back to reality, Roman is talking to Barco. I'm also curious what title Barco uses to create this position. Hearing him call his name directly, he gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself, he was just a kid from a baron's family but had not yet inherited the position. Yet you dare to look down on my rank. Barco immediately responded, here it is, it's probably because of your humble background that you don't understand the laws of the nobility, so let me tell you. He said that daring to intervene in war without any dignity is an act not allowed in the Kingdom of Cairo. We are given the status of nobles according to the law and must be approved by the central government before working. Then he glared at Roman and said, do you think the nobles are stupid? That's why they created such a procedure. It's just to keep each other's honor. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, saying that not understanding the rules of nobility was an excuse. Now do you know how stupid your actions were? Because of you, the Dimitri clan was in serious trouble. In contrast to Barco's angry attitude, Roman still calmly listened. He continued to scream and say that because of the crime committed by his son, the northeastern nobility blamed him. At the end of the sentence, everyone was silent and said nothing. Then Roman asked if he had finished talking, making him a bit stunned and angry. What? Roman didn't care about that, but his face showed a scary expression. So now it's my turn to talk about my identity. It made Barco feel something a little cold down his spine. Roman seriously said that Lawrence and Dmitri were originally two families with a marriage contract, but now I have become the idiot who destroyed the marriage contract between the two families. What do you think is the reason for my annulment? Is it my reputation or my love story? Hearing you say that, everyone there also realized something and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he continued to say that all those rumors were false. He raised his finger to point directly at Barco. The truth. It was because of Barco's eldest son due to the intimidation of Anthony Barco. Hearing that made him a little frightened and stood up. Without letting him say anything more, Roman continued to say that now is the time for Barco to return to paganism. I, who was once close to Anthony Barco, joined his side before he became engaged to Lawrence, and I fell into his trap. When I woke up, I found myself in a room with Emily Barco. Anthony threatened and demanded an annulment of his marriage to Lawrence. At this point, Roman's eyes flashed with anger. This was the perfect trap to eliminate Lawrence and Dmitri. After hearing this, everyone was a little suspicious and threatening, so that was the policy of the Barco family. Roman smiled confidently at this scene. It was time to reveal his weakness. It will no longer be a weakness. Only then did Barco react. He angrily stood up and shouted loudly, "Do you think I will listen to the nonsense you say? We all know that you have lived a life like a trash to hide the truth, whatever disgusting words you dare to say." Roman laughed a little and replied, "I knew you would say that." Then he replied seriously, "I will tell you another reason why I intervened in the war between Barco and Lawrence." Hearing him say more, he was a little scared and broke into a cold sweat. Another reason. Anthony Barco has crossed the line. My betrothed, Flora Lawrence, has been harassed by him, and because of that influence, Flora has decided to annul the engagement. Whether this story is true or not, try asking Flora Lawrence again. He thought to himself, Anthony's lies had caused me to fall into a trap. If so, I would have done the same thing. Then he clenched his fist and said, "So I intervened in the war with only my strength and did not involve the whole family. That was the only revenge I could take for her. I want to ask Viscount Barco and everyone present here. Do I really have no right to intervene in the war?" Everyone who heard the question started to worry and hesitated to answer, and Roman bent Barco's argument like that, and gained fame. Barco was now sweating, both worried and frightened, thinking to himself, there was no other way to fight about the truth of his meaningless status. He had to buy more time. In the immediate future, we have to avoid this situation to find a solution. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I don't think what you said is true, but I will confirm whether they are true or not. You can go home today." But Roman immediately called Viscount Barco. "Now you have to make a choice. Do you choose Anthony having to pay the price due to his personal issues with me to end this, or?" Having said this, Roman immediately glared menacingly and continued with a sinister smell, causing problems for the entire family just because of this. "If you don't make a choice right here, I will go home right now and tell my father everything." Hearing that, he immediately panicked and thought about something. Absolutely do not choose to declare war on Dmitri. If you have already fallen to the bottom of the abyss, if you continue to involve the Dmitri family, Barco will be destroyed. He clenched his fists and cursed silently, "Cruel guy." But I still opened my mouth to speak. "I don't want to tear apart the matter between you and Anthony into a family problem. With my authority, I will make my eldest son Anthony kneel in front of you to apologize, okay?" Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Roman interrupted, telling Anthony to kneel before me. He was a little stunned and frightened and replied, "What do you mean?" Roman then arrogantly said, "In this world there is no such thing as a person who harms another person and can choose their own punishment. I will decide the punishment." After everything was over, Anthony was now crying and calling for his father. Barcos could only helplessly close his eyes and say, "Sorry." Anthony knelt down in panic and begged, "Absolutely, absolutely not. A duel of judgment. Would you really put my life into someone else's hands?" He cried, with only an expression of extreme panic on his face, and said, "He will definitely kill me. Father, please refuse Roman's offer." Hearing that, he got angry and shouted, "Calm down. You are the eldest son of the Barco family. From the moment you become the family's heir, your life is tied to the family's destiny." Then he clenched his teeth and continued, "So let's face reality. Don't forget this hell and decide to give up an arm. After speaking, he immediately walked away, leaving Anthony collapsed. Thinking of Roman, crying in fear and clenching his teeth, thinking, "Father, Father, please." The day of the duel comes to a verdict, everyone. And Barco was now tensely watching the fight about to begin between Roman and Anthony. Anthony was holding the sword, shaking and crying and begging, "Mr. Roman, you know I really like Flora. When I heard the news that you two were together, I must have lost my mind at that time. I'm sorry for everything I did to you." Hearing those pathetic words, Roman still showed a cold face, full of murderous intent, looking at him. He continued, "I don't mean anything bad, aren't we friends?" Hearing this, Roman began to pull out the sword, causing Anthony to panic and stutter and say, Roman." He turned pale and shouted, "No, Master Roman, please spare my life this time. If you spare my life, Anthony Barco will spend the rest of his life paying the price." Everyone around saw this scene and grimaced, saying it was truly unsightly, making Barco standing there angrily gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Barbarian." Roman slowly spoke, "The rest of your life, how will you pay?" He stepped forward and said, "You have already borrowed money from the gold bank, even your relationship with the government cannot erase your cruel actions." Waving the sword in his hand, he continued, "The Barco family is finished." Looking at Anthony, who was speechless and didn't know what to say, Roman came close to him and exclaimed with a cold face, "Why would I, someone you despise so much, get trapped into a plan that calls for mercy, something for you?" Hearing this, Barco suddenly realized something and thought, "Wait a minute." Roman stabbed his sword straight into Anthony's stomach, piercing his body, and then continued, "That's right, there's no reason at all." After stabbing, he calmly glanced at her. Anthony was now startled and scared, vomiting blood from his wound. Beck Jun-huk was once in a life-and-death battle with his brother. Every night he had to be wary of his brother's assassination attacks, then one day he stabbed straight into their hearts to end their lives. At this time, the eldest son of the heavenly devil Beck Hoyol appeared and called, "Jun-huk, do you know where your problem is?" He jokingly continued, "That's the person who doesn't know how to compromise at all. From the moment you see someone as an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately. You don't even have any sympathy for your enemies. One day your problem will be turned against you." Jun-huk looked at him and silently admired him. He was amazing. Not only did he have tremendous strength but also altruism. To be able to conquer enemies after defeating them. Even so, Jun-huk still replied, "I understand what you mean, but crushing anyone who hates me is the way of life I choose." At this moment, a murderous aura appeared on his face. He rolled his eyes seriously and continued, "That's how I survived from the bottom of the demon cult, and I will continue to live like that. Death is the only way to stop all creatures forever." Returning to reality, Roman pulled the sword out of his body and thought, Anthony Barco's death. It's an outcome no one wants. Barco looked at his son who had just been killed and was bleeding to the ground and ran back in panic. No, as if unable to accept today's outcome. He held his son in his arms and screamed in pain at that tragic scene. Roman saw that and turned around to ask sarcastically, "Is there a problem? Dying in duel is a common occurrence." He now seemed to have lost his reason and turned around in panic and said loudly, "What are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family, without blinking an eye like that?" These words combined with the scene before them made the soldiers around them feel scared and break out in cold sweat. Everyone was thinking to themselves, how did that monster do it? Barco said tremblingly, he had planned it from the beginning. He didn't even bring a bodyguard when he visited Barco and pretended to be willing to compromise. Hearing these words, Roman was a little angry and glared as he replied, "I have no relationship with the Barco family, from the moment that Anthony Barco treated me like that." Then he turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, and this was his end. Then he continued, "If there is anyone who cannot give up their relationship with the Barco family, your eyes show a deadly murderous aura, then I am the one you must confront." Barco now shouted, "Are you really planning on leaving that easily?" He replied, "What does it mean to say those meaningless words? From now on I will closely observe how the Barco family lives and continue to attack until you fall." Then he walked out the door and said the last sentence, "Let's go first." Everyone was now both startled and scared, thinking, we've bumped into someone we shouldn't have bumped into. A few days later, Viscount Barco, who could not repay the bank, tried to avoid the debt. But later he was found dead on an unnamed mountain. The Barco family once expanded its power in the northeast, but died tragically like that. Midnight at Roman's mansion. Hans now saw you and called out to you, "Young master." Where did you go in the middle of the night? Under the dim light of the night, a shadow appeared opposite but still visible on his clothes, which were also stained with a lot of fresh blood. Lan came to his face but he still smiled and said calmly, "The moon was so bright that I could look at it for so long." Hans saw this clearly and was surprised and a little scared. A while later, when he helped Roman change into another outfit, he said, "Everyone was very worried. I would be happy if you were known by many people, but you keep putting yourself in danger like that." With a face full of love and concern, he continued, "Making it impossible for me to worry. Please be careful." Responding to those sincere words, Roman said with a calm expression, "Hans, haven't I said this before? You are my person." He replied, "Yes, I still remember, young master." Beck Jun-huk slaughtered so many enemies that blood flowed into rivers, but there is a rule that allows him to become a demon. That is to protect your subordinates. He looked intently at Hans and thought, one of his own people is more important than hundreds of enemies, making him a little confused and called out, "Young master." He smiled and replied, "I will try my best to keep my subordinates from falling into danger, that's enough." Even though things were still very noisy with the Barco family, the Malok family still held a party. Malok's lady thought sinisterly, even the ladies who supported Barco and always flattered them were present. From now on Dmitri will be the central family of the Northeast. This is the perfect opportunity for the Malok family that has always been on Dmitri's side. After thinking about it, she said, "Oh my God, welcome, I'm waiting for you." The lady of the Dmitri family appeared and smiled and replied, "You are becoming more and more beautiful every day, thank you." The ladies are currently chatting among themselves. "I have prepared a bottle of wine specially made for you, Rihanna. It is an honor to meet you here, Lady Rihanna." Rihanna Dmitri is the wife of Baron Dmitri. She often contacts noble ladies to build support for Dmitri. She has an amazing political talent that sometimes makes Baron Romero humble. Without Rihanna building the foundation first, the Dmitri family, when interrupted by Barco, would have collapsed before being able to enter the aristocracy. At this point, Rihanna solemnly spoke up, thanking everyone for participating in this gathering. "The reason we came here is because I think that people in the same area as us need to understand each other and start getting to know each other from now on. Of course, not everyone is going in the same direction. But now the situation is different, we need a different bottom line than before." Those statements all have hidden meanings. She silently threatened Barco's followers, while showing her generosity and accepting them to her side. A moment later the ladies entered the banquet table. They started talking. "What do you think about our Veronica? I think she'll get along well with Roman. Roman is already 25, he has to get married and start a family soon. I'm not saying this because she's my daughter, but Veronica would suit Roman very well." "Come on, isn't Veronica already engaged to another family? You're too greedy, Helena." "That's right, Roman's marriage partner must be chosen carefully. Please come visit us next time. My daughter just mentioned that she fell in love with Roman at first sight. Your daughter looks quite smart, she's at the top of the academy. My daughter is still very young but will definitely be a beauty in the future." For the past 6 years, Roman has always been considered a nuisance in the aristocratic world. The fact that he is the stepchild but cannot inherit has held him back. But his 4-star knight potential is enough to promise a good future, and if he still enjoys the inheritance, then there is no son-in-law more worthy than him. This is when the boy went from being a nuisance to being a standout. Rihanna spoke up now, "I'm very happy that you all appreciate my son." But Roman was already deeply hurt. "Instead of obeying the wishes of my two families, I want Roman to find someone he truly loves. If it were me, we wouldn't talk about marriage anymore." It's probably fun to hear this. Don't come up with an idea. In other words, the girl who catches his heart first will win. That evening, Flora was sitting in her room lost in thought. Power was necessary to survive in this world. In fact, Lawrence lost the match against Barco, and I thought that if we lasted until winter, we would have a chance. But reality comes as quickly as a flash flood. There are too many variables. But Roman anticipated all those variables, dealt with them fearlessly, and saved Lawrence. How can I become someone like Roman? Her face suddenly turned red. No, I hate that Roman the Dmitri. Why am I blushing? He is an arrogant and selfish person who only cares about his own interests. How can he be so strong, and what kind of person is he? I just want to know a little bit. Flora then walked down the hallway. Standing in front of the balcony, she continued to think, I have to go get some fresh air. That's right, even if I'm curious, we no longer have any contact with each other, the engagement has been cancelled. I have no other choice because I will definitely not see Roman again. A voice rang out and blew her thoughts away. Long time no see, Flora. It turns out it was Sylvia. Seeing her appearance, she wondered, what the hell is she doing here? She immediately ran to her father's office. She shouted and asked, the Lawrence family is holding a party at Dimitri's place. Why didn't you tell me? Baron Lawrence turned around and said, I have received many things through this incident. You showed me your ability to judge, right and wrong, when I couldn't do anything. And thanks to you, Roman Dimitri joined the battlefield and we were able to win the battle. I will not lower your value anymore, I will support your every wish, and I will not pressure you to do anything for the family anymore. Flora, please live for your dream. Hearing this touching feeling, she was 7 parts helpless and 3 parts like 3, the speech was very touching, but I wanted to be the one to attend the party. Thinking about it, she asked, why did he invite Sylvia to the party? Surely he had some other purpose because she came here from the capital. He replied, just because of my personal greed. Hearing that, she seemed to understand implicitly, how could greed be? Are you planning to reconnect with Dimitri using Sylvia? After thinking about it, she said, if so, then I understand. Since we have to repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and guide her. Seeing his daughter like that was extremely difficult for him to understand. You don't have to do that, I will make sure you have nothing to do with Roman anymore. Her face darkened with determination. I said I would guide her. At this time in the capital Cairo Kairos, Valhalla Temple Cario branch. Someone's voice said, is it true? The only 25-year-old son of a noble family in a remote area, to kill a 4-star knight with just one strike of his sword, it was really possible, but if this is not just a rumor, then a terrorist prodigy has been born. One must confirm it himself. That person is none other than the evaluation priest of the Valhalla Willis rankings. A young lady got off the carriage. She got off the carriage and silently remembered the time. The party was arranged for the evening. She looked around and saw that other ladies had also come here and were chatting together. She judged that the ladies from noble families had come to visit the Dimitri family before. Everyone was radiantly beautiful and chattering to each other. The blue-haired lady silently said, this is Dimitri. She was the second young lady of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around and exclaimed, she was as gloomy as the rumors said. She and the other ladies went into the city. Everyone looked around and marveled, wow, this place, so expected, after all, this is the land of miners. A few people whispered, I don't understand how it is possible to live so close to a place like this. In the capital, even ordinary people care about basic aesthetic principles. Sylvia covered her mouth with her handkerchief while agreeing, I understand, Dimitri and art are 2 distant things. Flora now looked at Sylvia and thought to herself, Sylvia's father was Count Lawrence's younger brother, he settled in the capital as a merchant. She sighed and thought, compared to the capital, Lawrence and Dimitri were just the countryside. Suddenly, Sylvia saw a group of people in front. She was surprised and asked, oh my God, are those people miners? Indeed, a group of miners happily laughed and talked along the way, some carrying pickaxes, some carrying large bags of coal. They passed by the group of young ladies. Many people looked at the noble ladies curiously. One lady complained, oh my beautiful dress is gathering dust. Another said, a miner strutting down the street. A young lady sneered, this is the cause of Dimitri's problems. Flora walked silently at the back of the group of young ladies, passing by a miner. Just as the miner and she passed each other. Flora paused. She turned around to look at the miners, as if realizing something, and then wondered if that was it. Flora immediately recognized Roman Dimitri. It turned out that the miner from earlier was Roman in disguise, carrying 2 picks, black hair, wearing a white tank top and helmet, looking like a normal miner. Hans was sweating as he ran and shouted loudly, young master. He frantically brushed the dust off his brother's body and kept saying, I couldn't stop you from entering the mine, can't you even take care of yourself while working? He used a handkerchief to wipe his face hard and complained, look, I just wiped a little, but the handkerchief is already dirty. He let Hans brush the dust off his body. At this point he was speechless. Okay, that's it. He still kept complaining. Every day he was full of dust. I thought Hans's heart was about to be broken. Hans' panicked look attracted a number of young ladies. One person thought to himself, that person. They were excited to recognize Roman Dimitri. Sylvia's eyes widened and she exclaimed, he was even more handsome than she thought. She looked at Roman's form appraising, well, his body. She licked her lips thinking, so delicious. Sylvia smiled and thought to herself, there were rumors that the second son would most likely lose his inheritance, but, which noble family would let their son work as a miner? She affirmed that he was definitely the narrator. She recalled with excitement that recent movements showed that Roman's status had skyrocketed. Sylvia suggested to the other ladies, let's go to Roman Dimitri's place, say hello to each other before that seemingly wonderful party. One of them asked worriedly, should we? Roman was taking off his helmet when he heard a sound, hello. He took off his hat and held it aside, seeing the young ladies gathered around him. Sylvia asked, Mr. Roman Dimitri, am I right? She gave a standard smile, raised her skirt and bowed to perform the greeting ceremony. My name is Silva from the Lawrence family, thank you for helping us, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you. She smiled flatteringly, he was truly an extraordinary person as rumored. Roman replied coldly, making her shocked, oh yes I know. He ordered, let's go Hans. He left the group of young ladies and Sylvia bewildered and not understanding what happened. From beginning to end, Flora stood outside watching the play, laughing until tears flowed from her eyes. On Roman's side, Hans was frantically running after him and asked, Master, you still have to go to the party, can't you rest a bit? Roman replied as he put his shirt back on, I will socialize with worthy people, but they mocked Dimitri's exploits. Hans said in panic, how long would he work in the mine? Even though the king did not order it, he had worked hard to buy it for many days. His eyes were cold, he replied, Dimitri's roots are blacksmiths, moreover, it is an iron mine. Roman thought to himself, the iron ore that the miners excavated with blood and sweat, melted it in the furnace flames and turned it into iron. This is the nature of Dimitri. He explained to Hans as he buttoned his shirt that mere words will not be able to live together with the people of this area, we just want to experience and sympathize. He walked away. Hans was not accompanying him at this time. He stopped and hesitantly called, young master. His eyes sparkled, wondering in his heart when had he grown to this point. Then he shouted loudly, Lee Hans, won't cause any more trouble for the young master, I will make it perfect. At the training ground of Dimitri's knights, the signal sounded continuously, 1, 2. The knights diligently swung their swords in rhythm, 1, 2. Christ stood on the observation deck and shouted loudly, again. He looked at the knights diligently swinging their swords and thought, his prestige in the recent battle with the clans had aroused loyalty and energized the soldiers. He remembered, I know, with the soldiers who followed me in the last battle, they learned many things. With the training methods I had accumulated in the past, along with the sword techniques I had, comes with the ability to forge unique swords. He secretly thought that he could awaken the soldiers' potential and help them become skilled soldiers on the battlefield. That was knowledge worth a treasure. Roman had been observing the knights for a while now, but he was still worried, and so we had an army of our own, but it wasn't enough, the soldiers only had a little fighting experience. He frowned and thought, I need my own elite army. He crossed his arms and analyzed, the problem is that to establish an elite force, we need financial and human resources. He silently complained, but he was not capable of responding. At this moment he called out, Christ. Christ quickly ran over and asked, why are you calling me, sir? Roman asked, how was the training? He happily replied, they are all passionate and learn very quickly, I think we can expect their progress soon. Roman said, Christ, now I will teach you a new sword technique. He wondered in surprise, a new sword technique for himself. Roman explains, he is different from the beginners. He looked at Christ's expression and assessed that he had made progress and experience after the recent family battle, which was the foundation for him to be able to absorb advanced swordsmanship techniques, although it was very difficult, but I think he can do it. He smiled and said to Christ, I think you are now ready to accept new things. He said to Christ's surprise, the swordsmanship technique I'm going to teach you is called, drag yourself to break. Roman silently assessed that it was a sword technique with great damage and extremely fast execution speed. Its owner, who was called the Sword Saint, was Christ's next step. In a lavish room in the banquet hall, lit by shimmering ceiling lights, nobles gathered together and chatted loudly. While everyone was still talking, the gate opened and the butler introduced himself and young Master Roman Dimitri arrived. The voice attracted all the ladies' eyes and turned their heads to see the appearance of the person entering. Our main character walks inside with an extremely arrogant posture, smiling confidently, wearing a neat suit, looking extremely handsome and noble, with sharp eyes like a mysterious amethyst gem, extremely captivating to look at. Just his appearance made every girl surprised, blushing in admiration. The noble ladies who met him in the morning immediately came around him to start a conversation. "We wanted to chat a little with you before the party." Roman smiled and explained his morning actions. "At that time, I had just finished work, so please understand, I also wanted to look a little more presentable." Seeing his handsome, radiant face, the young ladies immediately fell in love with him. "Oh, I understand, of course." Miss Sylvia also came forward to praise, "You are truly as great as the rumors say." The girl with her light blue hair tied in a bun on both sides smiled brightly, clasping her hands as she said meaningful words, unable to believe that the heir of a noble family would work with minors like that. She opened her eyes as big and round as ruby gems, touched her fingertips together, looking innocent and asked, "I wonder if I can become better if I marry someone like you as my husband." He also politely bowed down to respond to her. She complimented him too much, and just looking at his polite behavior and that handsome face was enough to make her fall in love with her hands covering her mouth and her cheeks turning pink. During the entire party, he continued to communicate with everyone non-stop. People kept coming to talk to him. Most of them were noble ladies who wanted to come close and talk and look at that handsome face. Everything seemed to go smoothly and everyone drank their glasses together happily. Outside, the dark night sky and the wind rustled the leaves. A hand was placed on the railing. After leaving the hall, he escaped to the balcony to find some quiet space to rest. In that peaceful atmosphere, a voice behind him rang out, "You really are a good actor." When he turned to see the person speaking, Flora in a blue dress stood behind him, looking at him. He also did not refute her words and replied leisurely, "It was something that needed to be done." She stepped closer to him, really surprised. In the dark night, standing under the moonlight with a gentle breeze, the scene of a man and a woman talking to each other, Flora smiled and looked at him and said, "I thought you didn't care about relationships." His face was serious, his eyes looked into the air and he replied, "Usually not. But at this party, my parents and their guests were invited." Then he remembered how happy his parents were when welcoming the guests. They happily chatted endlessly, "Very happily, meeting you, pleasure to meet you. Today's party has a different meaning, it is very different from the usual parties." At the end of the flashback, he continued to turn around and look straight at her, "And the first time we met was exactly like this, so it wasn't surprising." Her clear blue eyes attentively observed his expression and listened to his silent answer without saying anything. After a while, she smiled and raised her hand to brush away her curls that were swaying in the wind and gently answered, thinking that he was right, "In fact, I was the one who acted rudely." In her heart, she silently assessed that he was always very steadfast, which is why I became more and more curious about how he lived his life. Looking at his stern face, those eyes were always steadfast and unchanging, she thought, to be able to maintain such principles. She asked him curiously, "But why did he work in a mine? Besides blacksmithing, an heir has no reason to do such work." He did not answer her question but asked again, how did she think Lawrence reached this position? She was still a bit surprised by his incomprehensible question, but after a while he slowly explained to her that people thought Lawrence had reached where he was today thanks to fertile land and abundant goods. But the Lawrence family was successful thanks to their trade, selling or exchanging their goods and reaching their current location, the image of a central place with a fountain where people crowded to exchange goods. He concluded, that was also the reason Viscount Lawrence's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. With his profound knowledge and quick grasp of information, his answer left her stunned and sweating, thinking, too surprising. He also knew with absolute accuracy what she had only recently learned. She remembered the knowledge she had read day and night in books. But she still didn't have the heart to ask, what does it have to do with mining? He still very patiently continued to explain to her that the origin of the Dmitri family lies in the iron mine. If it weren't for the miners digging up the iron ores buried in the ground every day, the image of workers working hard in dark, dusty caves, trying their best to dig hard rock ores to collect gathering fuel, he said, Dmitri would not be there today. He also affirmed his point, I'm sure spending time working in the mine would be beneficial in understanding and empathizing with them. Every word he said was deeply engraved and touched her heart. I believe that is the duty of someone with the surname Dmitri. After talking, the moonlight was already high. He turned back. I've been standing here for a long time now, I'm leaving. She was still bewildered and had not recovered from his words, just instinctively responded, oh okay. After he left, she still stood there silently, looking up at the bright moonlight and the gentle breeze, still the same as before, as if there had never been a conversation, but the echo of his words made her unable to which exit. Today's conversation has changed her perspective. I have made a decision. Flora seemed enlightened and smiled slightly. My mind, still covered in dust from the battle, was finally orderly and clear. Standing in the middle of the balcony, she smiled gently and said to herself, I knew meeting him would be the right decision. And a few days later, Flora arrived at the capital and decided to sit on the carriage and set off on her own immediately. That was the time when Florence's flower in the glass cage left the family to explore the world. Looking up at the scenery outside the window, she felt excited to step out into the big world to learn more about life, live humans out there. The scene changes to two men drinking and chatting together. One is the head of the iron mine, Jacob. He drinks the whole bottle of wine and makes a refreshing sound. It's too much. Sitting and drinking with him was Master Blacksmith Hendrik. He asked how his day was. He happily replied, as usual, the mine just kept going forever no matter how much he dug. His eyes opened and his tone became more serious. We had only just dug the door into the mountain. Even if the Dmitri family digs for decades, the iron mine will not run out. I am sure of that as someone who has been digging all his life. Hendrik changed the subject. There are rumors that Roman started working at the mine half a month ago. Why has it been so quiet lately? When Jacob heard him mention this name, he laughed excitedly. Oh, Roman. The story must have started half a month ago when he first joined the mining crew. The miners heard the news and discussed it enthusiastically. Heard that Mr. Roman would start working at the mine from today. The people behind were surprised. Of course. Huh? Why? That person spoke in a disdainful tone. I don't know, probably just pretending to be quiet. Hearing a few people talking, a man with his arms crossed and his face looking a bit angry spoke up. Mr. Dmitri was confused. He was a veteran Morcan miner. He voiced his displeasure with the male lead's father. If he wanted to educate the heir, he would have done so a long time ago. In those days, he only treated the blacksmiths well and always abandoned the miners. He excitedly shouted Dimitri's 3 heirs learned how to forge iron at the smithy since childhood. But he never learned how to dig mines. He loudly denounced, this is clear evidence that Mr. Dmitri treats us differently. Everyone laughed at him when he was so harsh. Isn't that a bit too much? Morcan shouted and shouted, what are you talking about? He spoke out about the importance of everyone condemning the frustrations that had gone through. Dimitri's foundation was in the iron mine, but the blacksmiths enjoyed all the glory. He incited everyone to join him in his rebellion by pushing Roman. I'm sure he was forced to come here, but I won't bend over backwards to show Roman compassion. What is mine? They all raised their hands in agreement. After the discussion, Roman finally arrived at the iron mine. You have a manager and everyone. From today young Master Roman will work with us. No one paid attention to the introduction. They were inattentive and yawned. No one showed respect for this newly arrived young master. One side was still doing their own business, talking, laughing and whistling as if nothing had happened. Seeing everyone's behavior, he just remained silent and observed. Before starting work, the manager shouts slogans. Always remember that in the mine, the first priority is safety, the second is safety, the third is safety. Everyone shouts in unison. It's clear. After the introduction, it was time to start work. Now it was time to move. Everyone quickly rushed to get tools to prepare. Those sharp eyes take in all the images that are going on. They completely ignore me. I won't pay attention to their attitude. The mining city of Dmitri below is the image of the coat of arms that symbolizes this place. He came here for the purpose of learning. He must be steadfast in his goal and not let things around him distract him. Dmitri people live. How much power do they have, and what can I do for this place? He looked up with eyes filled with malice, for his future plans. Stepping towards that towering mountain, he determined that he would find out all of Dimitri's problems. A day of work in his mine officially began. All the workers were digging hard. The manager was shouting and urging them non-stop. Okay, hurry up, there's still a long way to go from today's quota. There. He stood to one side working, holding bags of ore and loading them onto the cart. While working, observe how people work and evaluate the real rules. After a while of surveying the situation, he clearly visualized and understood how to work, dividing the work very evenly, and the safety aspect was not bad anymore. Not only did he observe, but he also consulted everyone working in the mine about their thoughts. The reason why Dimitri's ironwork was so famous, the man replied, wiping his sweat, not just because of its ingenuity. Where is the blacksmiths? From a miner's perspective, he replied, but also because the iron ore is of the highest quality, so it can have such high value. The man clearly stated about the surrounding situation. Other places had heavy capital losses due to having to buy back iron ore. But because Dmitri was self-sufficient, he could earn huge profits. He smiled proudly. What other reason could there be? He summarized some of the main ideas from his words, because they were self-sufficient in raw materials and this was also a blacksmith city, so they could gain more profits than any other family that had been like this for decades. Just by gathering a few pieces of information, he was able to vaguely estimate the amount of wealth his family owned. Dimitri's amount of assets was probably even larger than he thought. Seeing him neglecting his work, Morkan took the opportunity to retort, making him startled. "This is not the place for small talk, young master." He was annoyed with his attitude and reminded him that if you don't want to work, don't bother others. His face darkened, he spoke firmly to the young master, "Go out." Roman turned to look straight at this veteran Morkan miner. He didn't give up and kept looking at him. Finally, he spoke up and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I'll focus on work." His attitude surprised Morkan. He carried a sack full of ore and continued to work hard. Seeing his attitude like that, Morkan didn't say anything more, just glanced silently and then left to continue his work. Time passed like that and a week later he continued to work in the mine. During his break, his rations like many other workers only had 2 sandwiches and a bowl of hot soup to eat. He sat alone, leaning against a rock, chewing bread. "We've been working together for more than a week, but they still don't talk to me unless I ask questions first." While chewing and looking at the group of people sitting together and talking happily over there, he thought to himself, perhaps this is their way of marking their sovereignty. Just as he was alone, a foot approached. Morkan, who had the most opinions with you, took the initiative to sit down and talk to you. "Can I ask you this?" He looked at the young master differently than he thought and said, "I have been observing you all week, and am curious about a few things." He asked directly what had puzzled me since he decided to come here. Why did he come here to work? In his mind, none of the nobles took mining seriously. Even Rodwell, the second young master and Dimitri's most successful heir, had never been to an iron mine. And he broke the rule to come here again. Young Master Roman pretended to come here to train after all this time. At first, Morkan was extremely against him coming here. "I thought he despised mining, that's why I always paid attention to him, but he was more diligent than I thought." The sight of Roman working made him reconsider, otherwise he worked more enthusiastically than other workers and always met his quota. Not only did he do a good job thanks to his relationship, he also knew that he was not forced to come here. According to my friend who worked as a servant in the castle, the owner never ordered the young master to work in the iron mine. Did he come here voluntarily? That answer made Morkan stunned. Right now he is seriously waiting to hear your answer. Roman gave him 2 options, an ideal answer or a realistic answer. "Which one do you want to hear?" He replied, "Can we both?" Roman smiled. "In that case, let me tell you the ideal answer first. Dimitri is a mining city. Many people here work in iron mines to make a living. Instead of trying to understand the people here using data from afar, we want to experience their daily lives ourselves." Hearing him say that, Morkan said, "Do you really need to do that?" He replied, "Yes." He seriously asserted, "As long as my name is still Dimitri, it is necessary for me to do so." That certain answer made Morkan admiringly admit that it was an ideal answer. It was what the people wanted to hear from the ruler and it was also the image of nobility that everyone admired. Roman continued, "The real reason is that I am not Dimitri's landlord even though Dimitri has a large amount of property that also belongs to my father. That's why I went to the iron mine, to find something I could offer Dimitri and find a good reason to claim my share." An extremely convincing answer and it sounded like he only came to do it for his own benefit, but it also made Morkan feel extremely satisfied and laugh out loud. He smiled and said loudly, "So that was the reason for asking to share your father's wealth. Why didn't I think of that?" He didn't expect that just such a simple reason would make Roman come all the way here. "I thought he was only here to compete for the throne." Having said that, deep down he was very excited. Roman built his foundation in an iron mine, not a forge, meaning that he knew the importance of mining at that time. His hand was clenched as if he could finally find his own value again. Then he was extremely excited. "Just hearing that was enough to make him admire you. I will answer all your questions." Morkan honestly answered my endless series of questions. The two of them talked together after a cold war. I got some unexpected information from him. The size of Dimitri's iron mine is the largest in the kingdom. To say it is the largest on the continent is no more than the unknown land on the edge of the kingdom next to Dimitri. It is called the infinite region if things can grow on it. The image of each gold coin flowing endlessly, your assets will increase infinitely. Despite having such advantages, Morkan also offers some limited aspects. In fact, compared to Dimitri's asset status, the output of the product is not very good. He briefly talked about the situation of mining. The mining speed was reduced due to dangerous working conditions, and as the speed decreased, the product output rate also decreased. Of course, the homeowner has provided a lot of safety assistance, but even so, mining is still very dangerous. Not only do we have to work in a dark and cramped environment, the natural conditions are also extremely unstable. The Northwest Mountains constantly have earthquakes. How can an ordinary person stop them? Just as he finished speaking, the ground shook, startling him. Everyone immediately reacted. Some stood up and were alert. Morkan shouted to everyone, "What's going on?" One of them replied to Mr. Morkan. He reported the situation. Ladder number 8 had collapsed and a person had fallen. The situation was critical and a person was missing, making him extremely shocked. What? Faced with a natural disaster, standing in front of a deep hole with a human life and also his own member below, his small strength made him helpless. Oh God, what should we do? He can only suppress the commanders. He might collapse too. Don't measure anything yet. He interrupted and said something that made everyone panic. I will go. Morkan firmly objected. No, you are the eldest young master of that Dmitri family. Even if you are a knight, it will be very dangerous if it collapses again. We should confirm the situation. The situation was extremely dangerous. He opened his eyes coldly and interrupted. Then it would be too late, Morkan. Morkan's serious face and sharp voice did not allow refusal, leaving Morkan's mouth open, not knowing what to say. I said that people with the last name Dmitri must become my responsibility. Standing in front of the deep hole, he advised me to go back and prepare to bandage the wound. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped down. His speed was so fast that each step left only a trace of light, like a bolt of lightning rushing straight down immediately. In the end, he succeeded in saving the person who grabbed the cave door and climbed up. Everyone who saw this was extremely surprised. They shouted loudly, "Young Master Dmitri saved the person," and then he told them, "Bring a brace and come here now." Without delay, after the tools were brought to him, he immediately fixed the wound and bandaged the victim. Seeing Mr. Morkan's skillful and familiar movements made me even more impressed. First aid is not easy at all, but on that day, I understood it so clearly. After finishing, he sat down and instructed, "I will give him first aid and then take him to the doctor. If he needs medicine, I will return it to everyone in unison. The order is clear." He looked at the injured person who was quickly carried away. After today's landslide, he also had a better understanding of the difficulties of miners. He bowed his head and declared, "Everyone listen, you must accept today's accident as the fate of a miner." Those words made everyone feel very shocked and frustrated. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood in a serious posture and said, "No matter how carefully we prepare, we cannot resist sudden disasters." He folded his arms and stood tall like a mountain of eloquent words, "But even though it's difficult, there is still a way." He affirmed, "As a person with the last name Dmitri, I will solve everyone's difficulties." Each of those words touched Morkan's hearts, motionless as they listened to him say each word. He firmly promised everyone that at any cost it would not take much time. After the dangerous encounter at the mine, Roman's father asked him to meet him in his office. He frowned and asked, "Are you injured?" He replied, "No." He scolded me, "What the hell were you thinking that you dared to do such a dangerous thing?" He was dissatisfied. "Even if you were a light swordsman, you wouldn't be able to fight that disaster alone. This time, you'll be lucky." He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "But because of your reckless courage, I almost lost my beloved son. I don't have to say these words because you are the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Where?" He darkened his face and said in a deep voice, "If it were someone else, I would never forgive the fact that two people were willing to give up their lives just to save one person." He said it all, but his stubborn son still refused to understand and stubbornly objected, "I just do what I have to do." He blushed and shouted loudly, "Roman." Faced with his father's anger, he remained calm and steadfast in his choices. Even if he turned back time, he would still not change his mind at the iron mine where the accident occurred, and as a member of the Dmitri family I think I made the right decision. He interrupted and asked me to stop working at the iron mine. "I never asked you to work there. I don't understand why you made that choice." The image appeared when Romero was still working at the smithy. He said, "If you said you worked at the smithy, then I wouldn't have stopped you like this." He spoke up, "Father, I think I need to work at the iron mine to better understand the Dmitri family." According to his understanding, although Dmitri was famous for his blacksmithing skills, most people in this area worked in iron mines to make a living. His cold eyes and determined face were resolute, "So of course I had to work in an iron mine, not a smithy." Hearing you being so stubborn, Romero's eyes widened. "Okay. He asked, "So what did you learn there?" He replied, "I have seen the difficulties that people have to go through." He stiffened in confusion. Perhaps he did not really believe that his son really worked as hard as other workers. It was difficult. "What are you doing?" To be more convincing, he also told me some of his merits, and I also learned that my father was also very concerned about the safety of workers. Even the people at the iron mine respected him very much. He still doesn't allow me to continue working, but even so, mining is indispensable. I don't know when an earthquake will happen. What if the mine collapses? If you forget, I'll remind you. Let me remember, that place was very susceptible to landslides yesterday. He told his son, "I won't forget this. I told you, such disasters cannot be avoided no matter how prepared we are." He suddenly said, "There is still a way." That, he proposed, was to use magical artifacts. Magical artifacts. Hearing that, he said, "It's good to use them for the safety of the iron mine, but do you know how much those artifacts are worth?" Just a diamond-shaped artifact with a small stone attached to it, to protect the entrance to the iron mine with artifacts, would be very expensive. I have calculated everything and now just need to convince my father, you know. Besides, the use of air shields is not always guaranteed. I mean, even so, I still need to use it. He gave his guess as to the benefits to this investment, but if the artifact was installed, not only would iron ore production increase, but there is also no need to limit the development of untapped iron ore, with the advantage of having an endless raw material area. This is an opportunity cost. To further explain, opportunity cost simply means that if you want to own one thing, you have to lose something else. Roman clenched his fist and said his thoughts. Although using ancient artifacts is expensive, but if we can earn more money than before, it's worth it. He also added some aspects. Moreover, we will assign a team of workers to ensure safety to minimize risks and then use the extra profits to pay salaries. The plan sounded reasonable. It seemed like he was sure he was quite satisfied and agreed. "Seeing as you said it clearly like that, he must have calculated it all. So how much do we need to invest? If it doesn't work out," you said, "watch out for me." After the discussion ended successfully, he returned to plan to build his own power, remembering the memories of his previous life. In the martial arts world where there are only the weak and the strong, there are two groups famous for their abilities. News-gathering ability. A man represents Jabang Goa and a woman represents Hao Moon. Jabang collects news through beggars all over the world to listen to people's stories. As for Hao Moon, he collects through groups of disadvantaged people in society who always listen to people's stories. Learning many things from that harsh world, his thinking clearly understood how to work most effectively. "I chose to work in an iron mine instead of a smithy. Thanks to that I could take advantage of everything." News in the Northeast. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided, okay, thanks to his father's money and manpower, he will establish the Hao Moon Group in this world. Having thought of an idea, starting an association is not easy. He feels there are still many shortcomings, but that is still not enough. Looking at the map of the continent, the Information Gathering Guild, also known as the Information Guild, cannot be limited to just the Northeast region. Moreover, when information is collected from all over the continent, someone was needed to sort it out because the guild members wouldn't be able to handle the news professionally. He raised his hand thoughtfully. Someone who could sort the news belonged to Dimitri's upper class. Roman smirked, his face full of calculation. There was only one suitable person. Not knowing who he chose, the next day at the training ground, after the war ended, the soldiers heard something very surprising. Chris stood up and announced, "From now on I will teach you how to use mana and swordsmanship." Just that sentence made everyone's faces freeze and sweat. Chris, not paying attention to everyone's reaction, continued to say, "This is a gift from the master, so you must practice with all your soul and strength, force." At that time, there was only one thought in my mind, which was absurd. In their hearts, what is the technique of mental mana? It is a systematic arrangement of a unique way to handle mana. The image of a book emitting red light wrapped in iron chains like something taboo that contains something extremely valuable. If this wasn't a widely counterfeited piece of trash, then surely it is certainly a priceless treasure. In this world, methods were something rare and exclusive. Even if it was a father, he wouldn't teach his son how to use mana. Lucas had absolutely no hope that he would actually teach them something like that. So, surely that guy just told me to lie down at the market, right? He thinks that no matter how loyal we are to Mr. Roman, he is certainly not trustworthy enough to give us that treasure. Chris spread the knowledge about the move he intended to teach. The name of this move is Light Energy, which also means Ashura, the name of a ghost on the battlefield in some distant land. Having finished speaking, he immediately started teaching to quell all doubts. This made Lucas extremely surprised. It was so crazy that I could feel the mana. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. In just a few days, I felt like my body's senses were becoming extremely sensitive. I could even feel the wind blowing, gently slide through. After feeling it, start with actual combat to get used to his body. It can be clearly seen that he has become stronger at a rapid speed. This is a light sword technique synthesized from 108 ways of fighting, with the enemy a perfect move to take advantage of the power of mind. Lucas stood still as he was able to absorb mana around him. This proved that the method he taught was true. What kind of person is Roman Dmitri, if he knows that light energy and Chang swords are taking over this world? His thoughts are like everyone else's. Even from his own relatives he will keep them an absolute secret, let alone soldiers. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, fighting continuously and making his own plays. He lost all his money just to learn how to use mana and suffered day and night with anxiety just to make this guy Lucas happy. In Roman's room, after receiving the sweet fruit, Lucas expressed, "I'm sorry but I want to be with the owner." Roman made a gesture of clasping his hands behind his back, looking at him in his head, calculating the benefits from Lucas, not being able to refuse the experienced former mercenary, having a large network of contacts, high improvisation ability and experience, all kinds of life changes. In the end, he affirmed that he was a very suitable person, but Lucas still seemed awkward. If I had to manage the trust, then I would no longer be able to be with the master. He gave me all the reasons to beg to stay. During the war with Barco, I bet my life for my master. Please don't push me away. Roman laughed, knowing what he was thinking. Good acting. He spoke up. Let me ask you something. Why do you think I only taught you light energy and light swords? Lucas was also curious about this and replied, I don't know. You know the human mind and nature, as Lucas said. I gave you that gift in return for the loyalty you give me. He asked, Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think someone named Roman is willing to do anything in exchange for the loyalty of his soldiers? Lucas clenched his fist when he spoke, which meant, Roman explained, I don't expect you to be absolutely loyal to me. This is just the price I have to pay for you following me on the battlefield and risking your life, just yours. If you want others to sincerely work for you, you have to give them enough benefits, and with the advantage in your hands as a seducer, then what else do you think you can give to someone who is better than my soldiers? Lucas' eyes widened in surprise. Was there anything more than light energy? After hearing this, he immediately changed his attitude and bowed his head and accepted the order. Please obey, master. I will create the best guild on this continent. He was quite satisfied with the reaction of Lucas, a quick and thoughtful person. Looking at such a positive face and confident smile, he is indeed the leader of the Half Moon Group. After dealing with the news of the association, he returned to the iron mine. Everyone was working when they saw him stop. They cheered happily, completely different from their initial attitude when he first arrived. Mr. Roman is here, my master. After learning what you did, they were extremely grateful. You really care about improving our safety. Thank you very much. A man had tears in his eyes when he saw you, young master. Thanks to you, my only son survived. He knelt down in front of him and was extremely moved, swearing that if you need us in the future, I will definitely give my life for you. He smiled benevolently and accepted. Thank you, I look forward to your cooperation. From that day on, the people's feelings for Dmitri turned to Roman. And that made Baron Romero extremely angry. A month has passed since the battle with Barco at the Dmitri family's permanent meeting. Homeowner Romero and the core members of the family discussed together. The Barco family had collapsed in the northeast and no longer had any force that could confront Dmitri. Barco's forces have shown that they want to be allies with Dmitri. And as you ordered, we directly refused to negotiate with those who sided with Barco and raised tensions with us. As if the situation was in Dimitri's favor, the members asked the homeowner how he wanted to handle them. Romero speaking up to express his opinion and making peace with those who have seriously hurt us is not noble but arrogant. He spoke firmly, not negotiating with us will make them know the outcome of confronting Dmitri, move on. Another person continued to report the situation. This battle showed us the variables that can happen when borrowing power from outside, even though Barco and we have confronted each other. They also remain a major danger. Thanks to variables like Flare and Homeros. Jonathan opined, that's why I want to increase military force to counter these variables and buy more magic weapons. The thing worth mentioning here is the armed forces. Romero thought, nothing makes us safer than it. Everyone praised your idea. Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of funds, even though we spent quite a bit of it when installing the artifact into the mine shaft. He pointed to a report stating that, as a result, the amount of iron ore had increased by 30% in a very short period of time. Everyone is discussing the growth potential of this idea. If this continues, we are confident that it won't be long before we increase it to 100%. Romero crossed his arms and frowned and asked, "What about the cost of the antiques?" One person replied, "Still very good if included in the increased profit." Roman did the right thing by working at the iron mine himself. Thanks to that, he noticed the problem and thought of the most effective solution. Looking at everyone's happy faces, it could be seen that all his efforts had been successful. Everyone's assessment of Roman, which was always changing, was finally completely concluded in this event. Seeing the homeowner's face still worried from the beginning, Jonathan observantly realized his worry. "Sir, what are you thinking about the inheritance?" Finally, what he was worried about had happened. It had begun. So the topic turned to succession. 3 years ago he chose young Master Rodwell as the new lord because at that time young Master Roman's actions and young Master's personality were not suitable for the important position. But everything has changed. Reviewing his exploits since his arrival, the battle with Barco, the safety of the iron mine, and his talent in swordsmanship. Thanks to that, everyone began to trust and appreciate him. Young Master Roman's current actions show the personality of a ruler. Yes, we also think so. One person suggested, because there has been no official announcement yet, we think that fair competition is obvious. The reflection of him and his younger brother, the inheritance battle between Roman and Rodwell, a ripple in the quiet Dmitri family. This makes Romero very awkward because they are both his sons. Roman has proven himself in a short time, but Rodwell has shouldered the responsibility of heir since he was young. Whoever it was made him feel extremely worried. Was it the right decision to make them compete with each other after all this time? In the end, he still extended the undecided time. "We will continue to observe the situation first." At the end of the meeting, homeowner Romero returned to his office and sat down with a sigh. He had a headache thinking about it. The inheritance required the consent of several key individuals, the vassals, the iron mine chief, and finally the forge chief, Hendrik. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back on the chair. Only with the consent of those three parties was he allowed to participate in the competition, no matter how chaotic. Then he had to try and summon Hans. The butler who was next to Roman called to ask for his opinion, surprising him. "I didn't understand what he meant." Romir says again, "I'm asking you if Roman is suitable for the position of heir to the Dmitri family." Hans was silent for a few seconds thinking. He gave the answer that, "If you had asked me that question 3 months ago, I would have said no, but young Master Roman is very different now." His eyes shined as he spoke honestly about his opinion. "From what I saw when I was around him, he became the right person for the position." Romero didn't say anything, just asked you to explain. "Young Master Roman told me that he came to work in the mine to understand the people of Dmitri. He humbled himself to understand their feelings and face Dmitri's reality when directly exposed to them." Hans placed his hand on his chest and affirmed that young Master Roman is currently the one who cares about the responsibilities of the person named Dmitri. After hearing the answer, he ordered, "I understand, you go." He called the next person to come. "Summon the iron mine chief immediately. I want to ask him about the iron mine collapse." A moment later, Jacob was brought in, followed by Morkan. Seeing people coming, the homeowner wondered who was following the iron mine chief, who was behind Jacob. Entering, Jacob bowed his head and spoke first. "I heard that you wanted to hear about what happened, so I brought someone who was at the scene." After saying that, he signaled to the person behind him. The first time Morkan met the homeowner behind his back, he spoke very eloquently, but when he met the real person, he was scared and stammered, "My name is Morkan from the iron mine." Hearing his introduction, Romero thought, Morkan's name was very familiar. He allowed me to tell him in detail what happened that day. The story he told accurately and without concealment. The incident happened when the young master worked for a week in the iron mine. The shaft collapsed and crushed a worker. When we wanted to take a safe approach, safest to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said that he could save that worker. At that time, he was also very surprised and said, "And entered that place even though we intervened and saved that person." He confided, "To be honest, at first I didn't have a good impression of him, but now I realize how stupid I was." He still clearly remembers what Roman said at that time. During that accident, the young master said that it was his responsibility to solve everyone's problems as the eldest son of the Dmitri family. He also emphasized furthermore, he was the one who wanted to save that worker. Remember the serious face that said firmly, "I will go." That honest and simple boy bowed his head solemnly to show his admiration for Roman. "If you want to ask me how I evaluate the young master, I will say that he is the heir I will trust and wholeheartedly obey." Those words made the homeowner stand there thoughtfully. Everyone said Roman was suitable to be the heir, but I was still hesitant. The most important decision belonged to the blacksmith. Scene changed now at the smithy. A member reported to the forge chief, Chief Hendrik, that young Master Roman had requested many items to be repaired. He scratched his head. What should we do? He replied, get it, that answer surprised you, huh? He frowned and turned his head and said, are you deaf? I said yes. The young man quickly responded, yes. He thought while forging, honestly I wanted to refuse, but after hearing what happened in the mine from Jacob I felt guilty for treating him so badly. After he accepted the invitation, the pile of things he asked for were also delivered. Seeing that pile of iron armor, the blacksmiths were surprised. How much chaos and training had they had to end up like this? In that pile of iron armor, a sword radiating bright golden light looked extremely prominent, causing Hendrik to suddenly scream, what the hell is this? He held the sword to examine it and had to praise it. The blade was so sharp, the weight was just right for the gentle grip. It was also a masterpiece. As one of the most professional blacksmiths, he had to judge when he saw the sword in his hand. This was an excellent sword that was hard to see even in the Dmitri forging land. He did not expect that he would have one. Such a treasure, wondered without knowing that it was made by his own hands. Where did he get this thing? What surprised him even more was that even though he was standing a distance away from the furnace, the sword lit up as if it could be sensed. Its mana sensitivity was excellent. The sword in his hand was now glowing like a fire in an energy-absorbing furnace. If he hadn't put any mana into it, the Aura swordsman would go crazy over this. He looked at the sword with interest. I claim to be the best in the continent when it comes to iron casting, but improving mana sensitivity is a completely different story. This makes him restless. I have to ask him myself. A pile of shiny new swords and armor lying on the ground had been moved back. Seeing this all done so quickly, Chris was surprised. It was done, but I thought it would take at least 2 weeks. A blacksmith with a haggard, pale face as if all his life had been sucked out of him replied, me too, it usually takes about 2 weeks, but Hendrik was having a fit, so the blacksmiths focused all their attention on this. This makes Chris also feel suspicious because it usually takes our group a long time to bring it back. At this time, Hendrik's face had dark circles and his eyes were full of blood, like someone who had been up all night rushing to ask him, Roman, where did you get this sword? His heart was restless, wanting to know, whoever made it, tell me everything you know. Looking at this appearance of the young man with a thoughtful look on his face, he knew the fish had taken the bait. As planned, he smiled and replied, I didn't get it from anywhere. The answer made his head full of questions. Why do you mean that sword? He smiled, placed his hand on his chest and confidently declared, it was my own hand. Roman said in a firm tone, I did it myself. Hendrik's face darkened and he asked, do you think I will believe that Roman, the person standing in front of you, is the blacksmith master here in Dmitri? Even though you know that, you still toy with me, he angrily said sarcastically. The rumors saying that Roman Dmitri had changed must not be true. Roman smiled confidently and assured Hendrik again, I'm serious, the name of the only sword on this continent is Salamander. Hendrik angrily shouted. Still to this day, in the middle of speaking, he was interrupted by Roman, I'll show you. He thought to himself, if he saw it with his own eyes, he would believe it. Roman continued to confidently tell Hendrik, I believe that the master blacksmith representing the Dmitri family will have the right view, right? The two went to the smithy. Roman walked and explained to Hendrik that while preparing for war with Barco, I realized that I needed a very good sword to be able to entrust my life to it, so I tried to endure the hot fire of the smithy and worked hard. It feels like the smithy is my hiding place. Hendrik was following behind him, frowning and pensive, saying nothing. Roman turned around and looked at Hendrik. I think he also understands how I feel, Hendrik. He pointed to the furnace with a burning fire. I will soon need to defend, so I recently started making a sword that can replace the salamander. Roman prepared the weapon forging tools and told Hendrik, what I will show you is the process by which I made that sword. He took off his shirt leaving his upper body bare. Not far away, Hendrik saw his actions and was surprised to think, was he not wearing protective gear? He crossed his arms and sighed, I bet he doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. I have no other choice but to watch and see. Suddenly, the deafening sound of metal colliding interrupted Hendrik's train of thought. He looked at Roman in surprise. As for Roman, he was forging weapons while talking to himself. The metal processing standards between the martial arts world and this world were very different. Because people in this world did not have complete control over mana, they invested more effort into the ability to use the sword. On the other hand, martial artists pay more attention to the speed of airflow. Holy swords have increased energy density. Only swords like this are considered superior in the martial arts and because I have lived a life of war, I have created valuable swords for myself. The flames shine brightly as if dancing around him. Hendrik looked at Roman in ecstasy. He couldn't believe it and thought, it can't be Roman Dmitri. The ability to handle metal, the speed of the iron anvil, the sound of the hammer and the welding ability are all perfect. This scene reminds me of Romero when he was in his prime. I believe this feeling cannot be mistaken. Roman's back seemed to match Romero's back in Hendrik's eyes. Time passed like that. The sun gradually set and the sunset light shone everywhere. Roman had finished forging the sword and was holding a towel to wipe away his sweat. At that time, he also determined that the perfect sword was made by him and immediately fell to the ground. Hendrik lowered his head and apologized. He was really the one who made that sword. I sincerely apologize. Roman saw that and smiled and said, I will give it to Mr. Salamander. Hendrik raised his head in surprise. He continued to say, you see, I just created a new sword. Besides, a while ago, I sold your sword. He took the salamander sword and brought it to Hendrik, so now I want to give it to Mr. Salamander as a gift. 3 years ago, Hendrik's scream echoed throughout the mansion, please calm down. Your eldest son is so important that you would abandon the future of the Dmitri family. In front of the conference table, Hendrik was protesting vehemently. If someone asked what kind of person Roman was, there would certainly be dozens of people who would describe him as a bastard. Do you really want to make Roman the heir to this family? It's not like there aren't any alternatives. The head of the Dmitri family, Mr. Romero, folded his arms and sat silently. Hendrik continued to pound the table and said, I'm talking about the second son. Only Rodwell was the one who learned blacksmithing from a young age. Isn't that enough to prove the value of this capital? End of memory and return to the present. The homeowner is asking Hendrik's opinion about Roman's ability to inherit. He gently shook the glass of red wine while thinking, after 3 years, Roman has changed, but I'm still worried that Hendrik won't accept it. Hendrik stood opposite, grinning. Of course I agreed, Mr. Roman is very capable of becoming the successor. Romero couldn't believe it and hesitated to ask again, are you serious? Hendrik replied, how could I lie to Master Romero? Even though no one was watching, he worked extremely hard. To be honest, when you asked me to give him some weapons, I only gave him old ones because I didn't like him, but you know what he said? He said that the act of giving those weapons to my soldiers was no different from murder. Hendrik is apologetic. After the days when I thought poorly of Mr. Roman, I began to reflect. It was indeed the day when Roman always thought for the benefit of the Dmitri family. Not only that, I witnessed that day working in the smithy with my own eyes. He told Romero about having witnessed Roman create a masterpiece sword. Hendrik continued to say that he worked extremely enthusiastically. Even though he had to endure the heat from the forging fire, we could not help but recognize his talent. He can. He gave the salamander to the Lord. This is the sword he made himself. Surely he will know its value just by looking at it. Romero picked up the sword and looked at it. He himself was surprised by his son. How could Roman make a sword like this? Hendrik with a serious tone, as a blacksmith master, I think I need to reconsider my decision 3 years ago. When Hendrik left the office, Romero pulled out a desk drawer and took out a letter. He opened the envelope and read it. I'm Rodwell. I'm currently promoted to S level at the Wilderness Academy in the capital Kairos. You will be able to skip theoretical classes, and only focus on accumulating experience as a family manager. You will graduate with the highest score from this academy, so that I can be proud of this son. You will open a new future for Dmitri. After reading the letter, Romero did not slide the window and look out thinking about his 2 children. Both Roman and Rodwell are showing their talents. But Rodwell, who is considered a genius, cannot compare to the current Roman. Roman is so talented that he is famous not only in the Cairo kingdom but also in the entire continent. As soon as Rodwell graduates, Roman will take on the responsibility of managing the defense force. At that time, I will declare war on the succession dispute. A few days later, there were 2 people from Valhalla Temple riding horses entering Dimitri's gate. Willis is a monk in Valhalla and a high-ranking officer. Romero and Hans personally came to the reception. The Lord introduced himself. I am Romero Dmitri. Are you from Valhalla Temple? The cloaked man also introduced himself. My name is Willis, priest of Valhalla Temple in Cairo area. I heard that Roman Dmitri defeated Homer. It was just a coincidence that I personally came here to further confirm whether the level rating was reflected correctly or not. In Cairo, there is a practice of ranking levels. Even if the person is low level, it is necessary to consider and recognize the family's level. Romero smiled wryly. Unfortunately, Roman now needs to work at the smithy for a few days, so I hope you rest today and see him tomorrow. Why don't you take the time to visit Dimitri right? Willis agrees. That's fine, there will be a guide nearby. Hans was appointed as a guide for 2 monks from the Temple of Valhalla. As he walked and introduced, the Dimitri family was famous for being the largest forge in the Cairo kingdom, as well as extremely good metal finishes. Walking around, you will see that the interior is all made of metal. Not even the gate can. Hans was introducing himself when a shout of one or two voices rang out in unison, overwhelming Hans's voice, attracting Willis's attention, causing him to turn his head to look. He saw some soldiers training over there and said, "Can I go over there and take a look?" Hans stood behind and replied, "You can stand here and observe." Willis replied, "Thank you." On the training ground, 2 wooden swords collided strongly with each other, making a clicking sound. Bucky and Kevin are fighting up there. Bucky's arrogant and provocative tone, "Can you still develop despite such poor defense, Kevin?" Kevin held the wooden sword and replied, "Don't say such nonsense." Bucky laughed. He shouted loudly, rushing forward. Both of them mobilized the magic on their swords and charged at each other. Willis did not observe this from afar and was surprised and frightened. He thought confusedly, no, those new recruits were light swordsmen. Of the 30 people chosen to be Roman warriors, not one was a light swordsman. Before, Roman crossed his arms and stood in front of Bucky and said, "It seems like you have a natural martial ability." When Bucky heard him say that, he didn't understand what was going on and shyly scratched his head. At that time, no one understood what he said, but one day, not even a month had passed. Bucky was able to activate his light energy. After that, the attitude of the fighters to training completely changed. Everyone is more diligent in training, more diligent, and trying their best, to become stronger, to go beyond that wall. They are willing to risk their lives. The 2 swords collided with each other. Bucky shouted, "Block this attack." The 2 streams of power confronted each other, the light of the light shining out in all directions. Kevin's eyes were filled with determination to win. Bucky saw that and screamed, "Damn, those eyes are so scary." As soon as he finished speaking, Kevin suddenly lowered his body and delivered a dangerous blow to bald Bucky, leaving him unable to react. Bucky silently cursed, "Damn it." He leaned back to avoid it and shouted loudly, "Did he have to go this far?" Kevin replied to him in a cold, serious tone. After speaking, he immediately rushed towards Bucky, circled behind him and placed the sword on his neck. "If this were a battlefield, your head would already be on the ground." Willis, watching from afar, gasped in horror and thought, "What the hell am I witnessing? All warriors use the same swordsmanship, and are extremely skilled. Are they really just warriors from such a remote land?" He was sweating profusely in comparison, as if it were a miniature version of the Cairo Empire. He comforted himself and thought, surely they were not ordinary warriors, they are the knights that Dimitri focuses on nurturing. Looking at Bucky and Kevin facing each other with their eyes, Willis seemed to feel fear. He wondered when Dimitri had that power. Indeed, Dimitri is the major resource of the Northeast, but this power is completely beyond the capabilities of a rural family. The monk walking next to Willis asked tremblingly, "Is Dimitri really a mining city?" "Father Willis," he replied, "I can't believe my eyes either. What we can be sure of is that they are not ordinary warriors. Probably Baron Romero's Dimitri riders." Hans stood next to hear that and corrected himself, "Oh, they are not Dimitri knights. They do not belong to any organization." He smiled brightly and said something that made Willis' chin drop in surprise. "They were simply young Master Roman's private soldiers." Willis stood still, eyes wide, thinking, just a private soldier. He excitedly grabbed Hans' shoulder. Said loudly as if he couldn't believe it, "How could the light swordsman be an ordinary private soldier? Hiring them costs a lot of money, right? Or are they just apprentice knights?" Hans replied in confusion, "I don't know why you asked that," he said honestly, "but if you're talking about Bucky and Kevin, they weren't light swordsmen before." He introduced the 2 of them about their origins and backgrounds. Kevin was a young commoner who was specially invited to participate. And Bucky is just a sea-level mercenary. They only grow up thanks to the young master's teachings. Hans proudly praised his young master. "It's great, isn't it? As the successor of the Dimitri family, young Master Roman has a great eye for talent. He is truly Dimitri's blessing." When Willis heard Hans talk about Roman like that, he was horrified and thought, "Who the hell is Roman Dimitri?" In the tour full of surprise and utopia, the next day, Willis said as he put the cup of tea on the table, he could finally meet him. Roman Dmitri, he pondered, could it be that he is a dragon and phoenix character in the human world who has not yet found an opportunity, or a hero who has not been able to fully develop his talents? The door of the room opened, the butler announced that the young master had arrived. With each step Roman came closer to matching Willis's imagination, walk leisurely. His eyes were confident but not arrogant. Relaxed, laid-back attitude. He is used to the life of the strong. Roman stopped and stood in front of Willis and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Roman Dmitri." The two sat down in chairs facing each other. Willis asked first, he had really defeated Homeros in the military life. Roman replied, "Yes." Willis sweated and smiled wryly. Even when he comes back, he still won't realize what he's accomplished. Homeros was not simply someone ranked 49th, but also someone who was expected to become even stronger after reaching 4 stars. He insisted, and he played that guy's card at the age of 25. Roman still had no expression or reaction to Willis's words. He continued, wondering what that meant. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the greatest genius in Cairo history. Roman smiled faintly. There's no need to beat around the bush like that. What we're doing is just impossible in theory, he said frankly. Why don't we? Let's go straight to the point. Willis started to get nervous. I will tell you the ranking procedure after confirming the truth. A ranked match is divided into official and unofficial matches. In the official match, each person will have to defeat one opponent, under the witness of an observer authorized by the Temple of Valhalla. The results of an official match will be displayed on the leaderboard immediately afterward, and you will be provided with a rating confirmation ID. However, in an unofficial match, when defeating someone on the leaderboard, that person's position will be replaced, and the current rank will only advance after 1 year. In any situation, it is impossible to take that loser's place, even if you win an unofficial match. However, after assessing the strength, the final winner of the unofficial matches will take the lowest position in the rankings. Roman smiled and explained to himself, in other words, he would become the 100th ranked person if he could prove his strength. Willis continued to explain, the Sept of Valhalla only trusted their own eyes. He said as he took out a semi-transparent crystal ball and placed it on the table, to verify the strength of the winner of the unofficial matches, we use solar energy. The verification method is very simple. If you pass the criteria that we have pre-selected in the light energy test, you will be considered qualified and get the lowest position in the rankings. In such cases, unlike the official match, we do not provide. We also try to delay time, because the 100th in line will sooner or later become the prey of the challenger. Stop. Roman wondered why he had to go so far to get his name on the rankings. Willis replied, letting his name be known to the world as a swordsman, even though there are no special rewards. Roman smiled lightly in a leisurely tone, wondering if it was necessary to take such risks just for fame. If that's the case, wouldn't it be much simpler to just defeat the high-ranked person in the official match? Willis was startled and sweating, thinking, what did he think the official first match was? He frowned and stammered, of course, participating in the official match is the simplest way to prove one's strength, but starting an official match is not so simple. There are many procedures that need to be prepared for an official ranked match. Furthermore, the Northeast has never had anyone make it into the rankings, so the matchmaking itself is impossible. Roman interrupted his explanation. I know, it's embarrassing. So let's start checking. Willis began to show Roman how to do it. It was simple. The color of the light sphere will change based on the amount of mana you infuse into it. Red is a star. Orange is 2 stars. Gold is 3 stars. 4 stars or more will be green. He had played the card of a 4-star light swordsman, so his strength had to at least reach 3-star yellow. Roman replied, understood. He reached out and placed his hand on the ball while thinking, unlike martial arts, the development of this world depends mainly on mana. A tool that can determine the skills of a fighter, a mage, or what kind of existence this is. Are they like witches in martial arts, or are they extraordinary people who have achieved the power of gods? I can't ignore the power of magic. They both stood up and approached the ball of light energy. Willis said, please begin. Roman pondered, the logic of the two worlds are completely different. What will happen if I use this world's method to infuse mana? He smirked. If he wanted to know, let's try it. Roman began to mobilize the mana. A stream of power-carrying dark purple light radiated from his body and spread everywhere. It's getting bigger and bigger. The shock of that energy source caused Willis, the prestigious monk of Valhalla Temple, to turn pale, sweat, and gasp in horror, thinking, what the hell? A tremendous amount of mana was infused into the sphere of concentrated light. The ball quickly turned red. Willis, standing next to the observation, was also surprised at the speed at which the ball changed color. He thought in horror, red, no, orange, even though the measurement time usually takes up to 5 minutes. Now that's gold. Even if he's a 4-star light swordsman, the color change speed is too fast like this. Willis was surprised when faced with his terrifying power. As for Roman, he was spreading mana while thinking to himself, I guess this world's methods can only allow me to go this far, then I should try some martial arts methods, right? He smiled and tried to change the martial arts method to transmit power to the ball. Surprisingly, the ball quickly turned green and emitted a bright light. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, the light went out and the ball became pitch black. Seeing this, Willis gasped in surprise to the point that his chin almost fell off. No way, the bridge for determining light energy is broken. What is the optical power bridge? It was an item created from the culmination of the continent's greatest minds. It was a perfect durable product created from the mana infused by the 6-star swordsman. The highest color it can display is green, even if the energy exceeds the threshold at which it is transferred. He intends the solar energy to still function without complications. Roman wondered, was it defective? Willis exclaimed, no way. This has never happened before, so I can't give you a clear answer, but, he suddenly remembered that before the sphere was broken, the light energy must have emitted green light. He stared at the broken black sphere and considered reassessing his strength. Roman Dmitri was a 4-star swordsman. He wasn't some dragon that wasn't strong enough to fly, but a fully grown monster. I can't believe there's such a huge monster in Dmitri. The appearance of a ranker with the potential to reach 6 stars, he gulped and thought, Cairo's kingdom. Above all, the salamander continent will be overthrown. Willis raised his hand and pushed his glasses to hide the complicated thoughts in his eyes. He said, unfortunately. This is the first time, so we can't make any rash judgments. I will send you the results soon. Willis packed his things and politely left the room. I'm sorry. He carried his things and thought, Roman Dmitri, I have to find out more about him. A moment later, when he returned to his room, Willis sat at his desk and analyzed for himself, what was wrong with that Roman Dmitri? He was completely different from before he turned 25. Can one person really change that much? The subjugation of the Bloodfang and the war against Barco, he even handled his own work perfectly. A person who possesses nerves of steel, is willing to risk his life for his own goals and make them come true. It's not just monstrous power, he has the intelligence to use it effectively. The demand for light energy is not unusual. The only reason why it broke that came to my mind was probably because the strength it endured exceeded its own threshold. Green is displayed under normal conditions. He propped himself up on the table and muttered, as I thought, I have to report this the next day. He opened the communication device and said, I am Willis from Cairo. I want to raise Roman Dimitri's status to selection target. Let's introduce a little bit about the power mechanism of this place, Valhalla Empire. The warriors of this empire, they don't just fight to the point of barbarism. They are also aware that the higher their imperial status increases, the more cunning they must be, and also know how to take advantage of the country's traditions and ranking system, to steal the prospects of other countries. Because all talented people aspire to one day rise up and occupy the position of a person of rank. Even though they are few in number, Valhalla still finds them easily. Back to the present, from Willis's communication device, a projection screen appeared, on which appeared the figure of a mysterious person, wearing a monk's robe like Willis but with a hat on his head. His face could not be seen clearly. He gave orders to Willis, who must have been highly anticipated, raise Roman Dimitri's rating to A level, and find a way to recruit him. Repeat, the most important factor when recruiting talent from other countries is confidence. He advised people to be as natural as possible, gently manipulate him back to Valhalla. Willis placed his hands in front of his chest and replied, it was clear. I'll tell Dimitri that your solar system is broken. Roman Dmitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of 4-star. This quest will be completed once we place him in the unofficial 100th rank position. He smirked slightly, just that his entry into the rankings would cause an uproar in Cairo. The next day, Willis's declaration completely overturned Cairo's order, the birth of the youngest ranker. In the capital of Cairo, residence of state government official, Marquis Benedict, Marquis's hand holding the fountain pen he was writing in stopped. He asked, really? His subordinates reported back, yes, Willis of Valhalla Temple was defeated by Dimitri, and he was confirmed to be a 3-star swordsman, and the rumor of Roman defeating Homeros seems to be true. However, people are still talking out there that Homeros was caught off guard and lost without being able to use his 4-star aura power. Marquis asked, "How old is Roman Dmitri this year?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, 25. Marquis commented on Roman, who was only 25 but had already reached 3 stars. "It seems that an outstanding potential has appeared in the outside area." He continued to ask how other powers reacted. Other powers quickly began to act, especially the 2 empires. Marquis cursed angrily, "Those damn empire bastards, how dare they contact him before us, when the place he appeared in was Cairo and nowhere else." Present, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction supports the majestic king, the noble faction gathered around Marquis Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction and the pro-Valhalla faction are influenced from outside. "That is the situation of a small country, Cairo," Marquis Benedict ordered. "Quickly send someone to lure Roman Dmitri back to our side before the other factions." He emphasized, especially the royal side, "We must do everything to prevent him from falling into their hands." At the western front of the Cairo kingdom. The current situation on the continent is that Cairo shares a western border with the Kronos Empire, the south intersects with Hector's kingdom. Kronos was one of the 2 great powers of the continent, the birthplace of Emperor Alexander. They always tried to ask Cairo to merge and become their subject country, and attacked around the border area for many years. Cairo's soldiers lay down on the front lines every day. The residents of Cairo who submitted to their nation's enemies and followed Kronos also pressured them to surrender from within. Looking at the bodies piled up, an angry voice cursed loudly, "Damn royal scum." Standing in front of the pile of bodies were 2 young figures wearing red uniforms, one of whom was holding a flaming torch. "Unbelievable, we are not even allowed to hold funerals for those who fought for this country." "Are you okay, Rodwell?" The person holding the torch is the 2nd son of the Dmitri family, Rodwell Dmitri. He replied to his classmate, "I'm used to it now, it's not like the first experience anymore." The classmate behind him looked at Rodwell with his hands behind his head, holding a torch towards the pile of corpses, and said, "I never thought the first candidate would be this hideous. Every day I think about giving up my diploma from the academy and returning to my hometown." Rodwell threw a torch at the pile of bodies, causing it to burn brightly. Rodwell quietly looked at the firelight. This is the reality of a small and weak country like ours. The Western Front did not have a peaceful day, because those were aiming to target Cairo from the outside. The young man walking behind Rodwell suddenly remembered, "Have you heard the news? Your brother Roman has become a ranker." Rodwell frowned and thought, "Roman? Has it really reached 3 stars? No, the younger brother I know cannot do that." He clenched his fist and replied, "It's just a rumor. I don't know why my family spread rumors like that, but forget about being a ranker. It's not enough to take care of yourself. When the time is right, the truth will appear." The next day, at the Dmitri family's mansion, the butler announced that, "Young master, you have a guest coming to see you." Roman made a suspicious sound. "Guest?" Roman went to the reception room. Everyone went out. The old man sitting opposite Roman opened his mouth. "I will get straight to the point. I serve under the king of Cairo." He clasped his hands together and smiled. "The reason I came to see you, Dmitri, is to appoint you, Roman Dmitri, as a royal knight of the royal family. The current situation is that, to entice Roman Dmitri, the dragon hides at the border. Cairo's 4 factions have sprung into action. Royal Knight, because the Royal Knight directly serves the king, it becomes the highest position a knight can achieve." Vector sat on the chair facing Roman and said, "In fact, directly nominating someone to become a royal knight very rarely happens. Usually one has to go through an arduous selection round established by the government, royal family, for the privilege of serving in the knights." He suddenly smiled. "However, you are an exception. If you come with us to the capital right now, and swear loyalty to the king, you will be admitted without having to go through the selection process." Roman calmly asked again, "That's all?" Hearing this sentence, Vector immediately started sweating. Could it be that he was refusing? Roman over here is showing a cold, serious and scary face. He speaks in a deep voice. "Isn't that obvious? I am the eldest son of the Dmitri family. I am not weak at all. That's why Dad had to go to the capital to become a royal knight." Vector was speechless by Roman's correct words. He was confused for a while before speaking again. "Once you become a royal knight, you will be given your own mansion and the Dmitri family will be given higher position." Roman asked, "Is that the best thing the royal family has?" These words made Vector on the other side even more confused, not knowing how to answer properly. "The best thing." He finally couldn't stand it anymore, so he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "You are making a huge mistake. The reason the king wants your service is because the king values your future potential. You are more than your current ability." He tried his best to convince Roman that he could become a royal engineer, get a new position and even a new mansion right in the capital. Those rewards were too great, with you. Roman narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You are the one who is delusional, not me." Bector hesitated. The aggression in his words just now had died down. "What do you mean?" he slowly said. 5 days ago, a man from Count Gregory's family came to see me. In exchange for a promise, because of my loyalty to the family, they offered to give me a mansion in the capital with thousands of square meters of land and gold and silver. He also said, in addition, they want me to join the family through a political marriage. After hearing this, Bector's whole body was sweating. The worry could not be hidden on his face. He thought to himself, those bastards from the territory. Kronos acted first. Roman's invitations don't stop there. From the Denver family 3 days ago they wanted to become my patrons. Last night I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered me a more strange condition. They offered me 3 times the conditions of the other families besides. Next month I will rule the Dmitri family myself. These words made Bector collapse, feeling like it was over. He sat silently on the chair, his hands clasped in his lap in confusion. We're too late. Thinking for a moment, he continued to raise his voice with the intention of convincing Roman, but there is still no reason why you should not choose our side. As you said, they are a bunch of traitors plotting to devour the entire kingdom. Thanks to the leader of the Royal Knights, Cairo's best swordsman, he was able to stop the rebellion. In having completely controlled them, however, governing the country made it difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears were limited. His voice became quieter, his eyes slightly lowered. As you know, Cairo is really a small country. Even the previous proposals were met with opposition from the nobles, so all I surely the title of Royal Knight is for you. He put his hands on the table and hastily begged, but I sincerely beg you, can you contribute your strength to the king? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, secretly thinking, in just one kingdom there are 4 forces. I am used to this situation because I am the 12th son of the devil. Roman crossed his arms over his chest, crossed his legs to show his power and said, the 3 previous offers and even from the royal family did not convince me, so I have no intention of accepting any of the offers. He told Bector, but now I won't refuse everything. Han heard the 3 words don't refuse and immediately smiled with relief. Not yet, there is still hope. After that, he stopped being so rude and said, so you should just go back today. Bector heard that and smiled and agreed, I understand. As he stood up, he said, I will wait for the day you dedicate your loyalty to the king. 4 offers, all 4 were rejected. Roman has no intention of contributing to any power. Because in your heart you already have a plan, no matter what they will confront us, we should buy time by making all 4 factions wait. The scene gradually moves to another space and time. At this moment, Roman was wearing workout clothes when a voice came from somewhere, hello. The sudden appearance of a small man, wearing Dimitri's service uniform, he bowed and introduced, I am from Valhalla's intelligence department. Hearing that made me feel quite strange, Valhalla, but he's wearing Dimitri's service uniform. He coldly asked, what's wrong? He put his hand on his sword and said gloomily, didn't I send a message through the Denver family a few days ago? He smiled slightly and replied, I'm very sorry for approaching you rudely. In fact, he was extremely confused. What was wrong with this person's eyes? He then continued to bow and said, I cannot act properly, but for now you can consider this as the sincere wish of the Valhalla family. He raised his hand forward and said, the Valhalla family is completely enamored with your potential, but your background is a difficult problem to solve, and leaving a quite wealthy family like Dimitri is also a problem, a difficult matter. We are here to offer you the title and a metal mine. We will also give you a fertile territory. To help him maintain his position in the family as a capable person, hearing these seemingly convincing invitations, he thought to himself, the survival of our family is truly a strange proposal. He smiled slightly in a somewhat cunning manner, and the most important thing for a powerful swordsman. He showed off the secret books and said, Valhalla will specially allow Mr. Roman to use the first-class secret books. Valhalla specializes in things like mental magic, swordsmen, and retains all the records from their ancestors, which they keep in the family library. Mindfulness is most closely defined by the breathing, meditation, and mental management methods associated with Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those notes are classified according to the level of content, except for the special notes that are also of the highest level. The remaining copies are kept in the first class. Letting Roman go from one surprise to another, he continued to offer a fertile condition. In the end, Valhalla would organize the main governing apparatus after conquering the entire continent. If one day agreed to follow them, it would be glorious. Wealth and power will be achieved quickly. He emphasized more and more, so on Valhalla's side, where the glorious future will belong to you. In his heart he said that the level of persuasive speech rhythm affects the human psychology. No matter what, any intelligent person would accept the offer. But the reality was completely opposite to what he thought. Roman did not hesitate to declare directly, "I refuse." He was bewildered, surprised, and stood up as if he didn't believe what he had heard. "Are you serious?" Roman calmly said, "The reason for my refusal was not because your proposals were not attractive enough, or about my loyalty to the kingdom." He asked bewilderedly, "So why?" Roman said without any change in expression, "I have received many offers." In fact, he had a plan in his heart, a way to enhance his own value without choosing any side. If we look at Cairo's current situation, offering our loyalty to a power is not simple, so we need to calculate our steps in the future. I'm at a crossroads in life, so it's not just suggestions. I want to think carefully about what is worth sacrificing for. Letting myself look honest will make submitting to a certain force a difficult decision. So to make any force want his services, Roman had to somehow make people believe that once they pledged their loyalty, they would devote their best to them, and make him was moved, before thinking about that expression without knowing that it was just a deliberate pretense. He smiled and said, "I don't know how long it will take to realize the value of Valhalla, but we can't wait too long." He added, "Be careful not to notice too young, so please answer our offer at that time." Roman immediately replied, "Okay." At the end of the conversation, he turned around and prepared to leave. But before leaving this place, he turned to look at Roman and said, "I will give you a gift as a symbol of our upcoming cooperation." He suddenly lowered his voice as if threatening, "Careful of your southern defense shield," speaking like a bomb that could explode at any time. In the near future, the day had come for Roman to separate from his family. "Mr. Romero asked, so he finally left. Then the other main body wore a sturdy suit of armor, presented as a powerful red robe. His face showed will and determination, carrying determination with the promise that father and son would return healthy. "Immediately, received your reply, okay." Then he turned around and walked away. Mrs. Rihanna rubbed his father's hand and reminded him, "Don't worry too much, that's not the northern border where we share the boundary with Kronos territory." She gently added, "It enjoys safe arrival at the southern border." His eyes still did not leave his back. He raised his voice, "It will definitely return safely, I know, but I guess worrying about your children is inevitable." Roman walked out of the house, looked ahead and said, "Let's go." All the soldiers in front of him replied, "Yes sir." Perhaps they still did not know that Roman's appearance at the southern border would bring consequences as soon as he returned. At the last stop before reaching the southern border, Roman told the soldiers behind, "We will rest here today and continue to the border as soon as the new day comes," all in unison, obeying orders. As we packed our things inside, everyone chatted. "He rented an inn for us." Some said he was worthy of being our lord, and some said, "I heard other nobles captured us." Their soldiers camped outside. Roman was now in the room holding a piece of paper in his hand. His eye slightly glanced outside as if he caught something. When he just went downstairs, he saw a few of his soldiers trembling, accompanied by a loud curse. "Who are you tigers? Do you know who I am?" One hand was raised with a thumb pointing towards him and announced himself, "I am the eldest son of the Albert family." Henry Albert. That voice belonged to a large, chubby man, wearing armor and a brown cape, pink hair, and a face that clearly showed arrogance and contempt. He frowned uncomfortably and looked down, then ordered to take the trash down here out of my sight. Roman was reading the letter he held in his hand, which read, "I heard that you were on a mission to protect the country. I understand your contributions to this kingdom. But we could not let a person who could become a member of us suffer damage to his eyes and health because of being in a barren environment. We intervened so that he could be sent to the southern front line. Remember this, the Benedict family is always waiting for you." Roman also understands because during the past few months, he has continuously shown his goodwill. The Marquis, who is always at the top of the noble faction, must really not want to lose him. Besides me, there is no better talent to fight against the royal knights. The southern front line contradicted the Marquis's belief that it was safe. Valhalla News said that place was a time bomb waiting to explode. Surely once he got there, Roman would have to find it. At this time, there was a sound outside. "I am the only second son of the Albert family. He is Henry Albert." Chris looked at him as he continued to be bossy. "A descendant of one of Cairo's holy clan wanted to use this inn. How could a despicable being like you dare disobey me?" At this time Roman came out and asked, "What's going on?" Chris immediately turned his head. "General." He slowly recounted the situation. "He ordered us to leave because he wanted to use this inn. I told him we booked the entire place, but he was still very stubborn." Realizing the situation at this moment, he slightly frowned and thought, "The Albert family, he is basking in his former glory when now they are not even a holy family anymore, but that's okay anyway, no effect." Roman stood facing the fat guy and said, "Why do we have to leave?" Henry arrogantly pointed straight at his brother and said in a motherly voice, "Are you their master?" As soon as he heard him say the words yes, he immediately said, "Then be more reasonable." Henry said arrogantly, not knowing how high the heavens and the earth were, "I don't know where you came from, but do you understand that upsetting me will ultimately be extremely disadvantageous for you, because we are all heading towards the same direction, Southern training camp or not?" He glared and then ordered in a loud voice, "I will give you 10 minutes, take these trash with you and get out of my sight immediately." Roman thought to himself, so this is how people treat members of a small family like Dmitri. Outwardly he firmly told him, "I will not leave this in." His arm slowly moved into the sword to help it up and added, there was an extremely simple way to solve the problem in cases like this. Looking at Henry, he pulled out his sword and pointed it straight at him and said, "Help the sword out." His voice became ghostly, "If you win against me then I will happily leave this in." This successfully angered Henry. He became aggressive and shouted, "How dare you!" One of them suddenly felt scared, his face turned white. He rushed up to stop Henry, who was in a fighting stance. He stopped right away, "Master," when Henry still didn't understand what he was saying. That name was Roman Dmitri. His face turned pale and he added, "The swordsman was recently famous for becoming the youngest gladiator in history." Henry's whole body also froze with shocked eyes. Was that bastard Roman Dmitri? He knew well that he was Cairo's youngest fighter in the battle with Barco, the man who killed their eldest son in front of his own father. But Henry didn't expect that the person in front of him was the bloodless or tearless devil named Roman Dmitri. Seeing his despicable appearance at this time, Roman asked, "Why did you suddenly stop like that?" And Henry's pale face felt pale at this moment. He also felt it himself, if he pulled out his sword, he would die. While his mind was in turmoil, he only made one excuse, "Excuse me, I forgot I had an appointment." You should obediently bow your head and admit your mistake. End this matter, just consider this as my fault, and consider everything resolved. He frowned and muttered, "I want nothing more than to punish you for being disrespectful to the Albert family but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Roman suddenly appeared right in front of him, making him jump. As if he had seen a ghost, he turned around and ran out of control, causing the soldiers following him to startle and call out, "Master!" Looking at the backs of these people leaving, Roman's face showed no emotion, secretly understanding, so the southern front line was like this. That day 3 similar incidents happened. And all 3 of them ran away in panic after hearing Roman's name. The landlady sitting at the counter making water said to Roman, "This is very common here, compared to the western front line. This southern line does not pose any real threat, because we have a fairly peaceful relationship, good with hectic." She said as she gave up drinking. That's why the children of the nobles, those who couldn't escape the family's grip, tried their best to reach the southern front line, also known as resort. Training is lax and there is nothing here that makes people risk their lives. According to her, this was a perfect location for nobles to complete their duty to protect the country. After Roman finished talking to her, he took out the map and looked at it for a while. He looked at it thoughtfully, silently thinking, exactly 48 days ago the Hector Kingdom's expedition team crossed the border, even though they only confirmed the movements of the southern front line and then returned, but then also checked 3 more times on the southern front line. It's not certain whether they are preparing for war or not, but just from the little information collected like that, it shows that the current southern front line is not a holy place. Thinking of the 2 words war, he smiled slightly, silently saying in his heart, "I could smell a familiar scent of blood lingering in the air." The next day, when Roman and his soldiers reached the southern front line, a man with a large body and serious face stood up and introduced, "I am Viscount Balefranc, the commander. The southern training camp is a place that provides basic training for soldiers sent to the southern front lines. He said that after 3 weeks of training you will be added to the reserve corps, and will spend the rest of your service there." Hearing these words, almost the soldiers here yawned, yawning, falling asleep without paying attention. Roman stood in the crowd with a cold and serious expression, not looking tired or depressed like the others. Bell continued to say, "Whatever your title was before you joined the army, forget it all. Here you are simply a soldier fulfilling your military duty, if any of you commit actions that violate the rules." Having said this, he began to emphasize that you will have to receive the punishment of being sent to the western front lines. Hearing that, Roman sighed softly and then laughed. The punishment was simply being sent to the western front line. Who was that? I thought that everyone, like me, considered being sent to the Western Front line very normal, but no, hearing these words, everyone had a serious, determined look on their faces. Surprising Roman, Bale continued to speak, this evening you will be notified of the training schedule, please arrange your belongings in the assigned area. When everyone left for their area, suddenly someone called Roman and said, Commander Roman wanted to talk to him privately. When Roman went to meet him, as soon as he saw him enter, Bale smiled brightly and said, Did you have a comfortable trip to the south? He answered of course, no problem at all. He continued to smile friendly, haha sit down. He heard that without hesitation and sat down. Bale then pushed a cup of tea towards Roman and said, Do you know how excited I was when I heard you were being transferred here? He added, Roman Dmitri, the youngest fighter in Cairo, just the news of the birth of the hidden dragon in Dmitri makes me very excited. To be honest with you, I called you here to confirm a story. His expression suddenly became strangely serious. Is it true that Lord Benedict did everything to get you transferred to the southern front line? He picked up the cup of tea and drank without hesitation and admitted, Yes, I didn't ask him to do that, but I heard that day had an influence on what happened. His face suddenly became calculating. So why, in his heart, Marquis Benedict was investing a considerable amount in Roman. He thought that if he built a relationship with Roman first, he might get the opportunity to enter the central apparatus. The next second he became strangely excited. The excitement was clearly shown on his face. So I'll tell you frankly, I want to make a good impression on the Marquis. He said, the southern training camp isn't bad, but it can't compare to the luxurious life of a member of the central government, so I'll do my best to support you while you're here. He did not hesitate to state his wishes directly. In exchange for the future, when you meet Marquis Benedict, simply tell him that Viscount Bale Frank made my life at the training camp the south is easier, that's all we ask. Hearing these words, his mother's corners suddenly raised. It was really hard to believe that he said it so blatantly, but for Roman there was no reason to refuse the things he volunteered to give. As soon as he stepped out of the commander's room, he met a person with an echoing voice. I found you, bastard. It was none other than Henry. He still kept his arrogant face even when he knew he was Roman. His voice still showed contempt. You messed with the wrong person. Did you hear what I said? Do you know who my maternal family is? It's the Frank family. Henry pointed at Roman standing in front of him and boasted, Viscount Bale Frank of the southern training camp is my uncle. Do you realize your mistake now? Bending down to look at him, he only answered a short sentence. Then what do you hope I will do with that information? Seeing that he did not care about his identity but appeared scared, he became confused. I really don't understand how exposed I am. The surge of anger made him go to Bale Frank's room and start threatening. Damn it, wait there, let's see if you can maintain that puffiness. The next moment he entered the room and called out to his uncle. Bale Frank immediately responded, Oh my God, how upset I am, my dear nephew. Henry immediately showed a weak expression. If your life was in danger, the guy from the Baron's family threatens me, what will I do? Standing outside, Roman could clearly hear his angry voice. What? Who the hell dares to threaten you? Bale Frank's whole body seemed to be emitting fire with anger. How dare they touch my nephew? Even if I die I have to step on them. Henry saw that and was immediately happy. Okay, he is on my side. There's that door. Just as he was aggressive when he went out to meet Roman, he suddenly stopped. Instead of the anger he was supposed to take out on Roman, he was willing to spend it on his beloved nephew. The slap came in surprise, making him jump in surprise and bewilderment. Henry's cheeks were red and he happily ran over and called out, Uncle Bale. Bale showed a happy face and called back, my nephew. The scene of Bale holding and turning Henry appeared. He said, Since childhood I have been close to Uncle Bale, he always followed my wishes. He said, I love you more than my parents, but then the scene of him being slapped hard on the cheek appeared. He held his swollen cheek, tears in his eyes and tremblingly called, Uncle. A voice appeared. The other person was Roman Dmitri, who was supported by Marquis Benedict, and had limitless prospects. He smiled awkwardly and turned around and said, Oh my God, please sympathize with my nephew. He said, I should have taught him better, and I apologize on his behalf. Beck Jun-huk replied coldly, Then out of respect for you I will let it go. He said, I'm sorry. He quickly smiled wryly and said, Thank you. After he left, Bale started cursing, You idiot, Roman is the one who has Marquis Benedict's attention. What are you thinking that you are opposing him? Henry frowned and trembled in reproach, but then why did he beat me? He lifted him up and advised in a low voice, Oh Henry, when will you grow up? If you keep behaving like you do at home, I won't be able to protect you. Then his pupils shrank. He seemed to realize something. He smiled and said, Roman probably has a bit of a grudge against me, so from now on I will let you pair up with him all the time. Henry showed a confused and surprised expression when he heard him continue, no matter what, you must create a relationship with Roman, remember, if you don't listen. He threatened in a low voice, I will send you to the Western Front, understand. This made his mood plummet. In that neat, tidy room. Jun-huk smiled and looked around, thinking, a private room. Viscount Bale is really dedicated, a person who openly shows his ambition is very easy to control. He thought quietly that his time at the Southern training camp wouldn't be so bad. The next morning, when the light just came up, in that mansion, a sad sigh appeared. McBurney stroked the timetable and said, I can't believe I had to organize war games for aristocrats, he told himself, 3 years ago. He pursed his lips and said, I am a veteran military officer on the Western Front. The scene of him being surrounded by soldiers appeared. He said, I volunteered to fight on the Western Front, out of loyalty to the kingdom, and through countless battles for 10 years, I defended OK Cairo. His face from when he was young was filled with panic. He said, I started from an ordinary soldier, and became a commander leading hundreds of people, but then... The moment when his arm was cut off by the enemy appeared again. He said, a moment that broke everything. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right hand, the hand holding my sword. The image of McBurney crying in pain appeared. He said, at that moment, it was not the pain, but the thought that my life of fighting was over that made me suffer. After that battle, he sat down and talked with the commander. He said that, to recognize your contributions at the front, I will make you a trainer at the Southern training camp. He silently bowed his head and listened to every word of the enemy. He would have to leave the battlefield, but from there he could still contribute to protecting the country. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with sadness and replied, I understand, he said, even though it was painful, I still accepted reality. And when he walked to the barracks and saw a group of people happily laughing, he thought, but the training system at the Southern barracks is a disaster. There, everyone had to train equally, but the nobles were completely exempt from training. Returning to reality, McBurney looked outside through the window, thinking, I have outlined a strict training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic training. Looking at the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere of the chatting nobles, he thought, but it would be meaningless if the commanding nobles did not participate in training. He pursed his lips painfully and wondered in his heart, what does that mean? Then he turned and walked away, saying softly, at least pretend to practice. The nobles sat in a cluster under the tree, chatting, really, next time you come to me, I will tell you what happiness really is, promise, I will always welcome you. When McBurney passed by them, they timidly sat up. He closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, I can't believe they can relax like this, I can't stand this place anymore. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A group of people standing in a neat, serious line appeared before his eyes. McBurney thought in panic, in the Southern barracks. The image of a teenager standing in the hot sun and sweating appeared. He looked around, thought, lined up neatly. Only then did he notice Jun-huk's cold, majestic face. He silently wondered, and also, Commander, ah. McBurney thought in confusion, they don't know anything about this place. He walked up to him, held out his hand and said, Roman Day, the Southern camp does not require nobles to train. He smiled wryly and said, if you want to rest, you can go sit there and watch other people practice like them. He glanced slightly at the direction he was referring to, and asked in a low voice, what were they? The group of nobles were still laughing and chatting. He hesitantly replied, yes. So Jun-huk quietly said that the enemy would not discriminate between classes when attacking, and not all battles would take place in the plains. The scenery of mountains and rivers appeared. He continued, mountains, rivers, lakes, the commander must always complete the mission in all terrains, so he must have good endurance to keep up with his soldiers. He continued to express his opinion, so the commander must also participate in training. McBurney's eyes widened in surprise when he heard him talk about training, and we understood that the Southern training camp was a way to test the strength of soldiers, as well as a means to pass on experience. He trembled, his face was filled with emotion and he exclaimed in his heart, he also understood very clearly the meaning of training. He clasped his hands behind his back and seriously advised, so you don't have to fake a smile like that in front of me, I'm willing to accept any form of training. McBurney squeezed his hand, thinking, this is the first time I heard a noble say words like this. I heard that people can risk their lives, for someone who recognizes them. I was planning on just compromising and starting the training session, but it didn't work. He turned and walked to the nearby high platform. He was silent and determined to think, in these 3 weeks I will do the best I can. Then he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Then he said loudly, the first week of physical training began. Then, the gates of hell opened, someone ran quickly through the smoke. The crowd ran with all their might up the forest slope. Led by Beck Jun-huk. McBurney shouted loudly, this exercise was to prepare for the harsh front, by training people to be flexible anytime, anywhere. The image of two teenagers gritting their blue teeth and running with all their might appeared. He raised his fist and said loudly, everyone will climb this mountain every day, no matter what the weather is like. One person said, breathing heavily and trembling, these guys. The exhausted group of people looked at the group of people who were already a long way away, lamenting, what the hell happened? Sunset falls, McBurney stood in the middle of a group of people practicing sword swinging and said loudly, war is a psychological battle we don't know when it will end. He observed the teenagers swinging their swords in front of him, saying that by continuously swinging their swords without limits, everyone would overcome their limits. Jun-huk, who was covered in sweat, still calmly swung his sword into the air. McBurney continued, those who missed midway would have to practice more, even if they were sleeping, they would still have to swing. That night, at the river, everyone took turns saying, ha, it's so comfortable, they're such liars, yet they said training at the southern barracks was easy. A group of teenagers sat and bathed on the river bank, complaining that the first day was so difficult, thinking it was someone else's fault that the difficulty increased. A person nearby spoke up, hey, keep your voice down, think about it for others. Another young man scowled and replied, yeah, compared to you guys, we're just chickens, if we were prepared in advance, it would be a piece of cake. He continued speaking, but since we haven't trained for as long as you guys, of course there has to be a gap. Henderson spoke slowly, right. He put his hands on his hips and came closer to ask, so how long have you guys been training? He was startled by his muscular body, slightly stepped away and replied, we're just less than a man, of course we will be weaker than those of you who have been training for several years. He raised his eyebrows and said, you're wrong, we've only been training for 3 months, you don't have time to prepare. He glared at his frightened face, said in a harsh voice, stop making excuses, you guys are just not trying your best. On the day he read the recruitment announcement, Henderson made up his mind. Will become Roman Dimitri's subordinate. At this moment, he clenched his hand and thought to himself, since the position I choose will be just that of a normal soldier, I probably don't need to have 2 special abilities to be recruited. However, that is a huge misconception. The veteran mercenaries like Lucas Pucky and others, gathered under Roman's command, were all notorious people. Henderson quickly became a lamb surrounded by fierce wolves. His face now showed fear, thinking, will I survive here? Henderson then spoke up and said to Chris, it's unfortunate but I don't think I have the right to serve Mr. Roman. Chris heard that and asked in surprise, why do you think like that? Henderson immediately replied, I'm sure you know I'm nothing but a useless person who can't even swing a sword. The more he talked, the sadder his face became. Someone who has spent my whole life hoeing the ground and growing vegetables, now coming here and demanding to serve Mr. Roman is truly an arrogant act. Hearing that, Chris asked suspiciously, do you mean you will give up just because you are inferior to others? Hearing that, Henderson replied, yes. Chris then slowly told him a story. When I first met Kevin, he was just a kid with nothing but eyes filled with hatred. Honestly, I don't even understand why he accepted such a brat here. Hearing this, Henderson appeared extremely puzzled. In Chris's mind, the battle between him and Kevin appeared. At that time he was beaten to a pulp. He continued his story, even so did you see the current Kevin. Just for a short period of time, he has become a warrior that no one dares to underestimate. I myself was very arrogant. With my stupid ego, I challenged him the first time we met, and in the end, my front teeth were almost blown out. Speaking of this, his eyes clearly showed determination as he said, I was once a frog sitting at the bottom of the well like that, and then his advice changed me like Kevin. Everything around the two of you seemed to disappear. The more you listened to him, Henderson seemed to see as ideal. He personally selected you to be his subordinate, which means that right now you may be pathetic, but there is something in you, potential to grow just like Kevin and I do. And it is the Lord we serve who will help you do it. At this moment, Henderson clenched his hands and said firmly, to be honest, I'm not that confident in myself, but there must be a reason for him to choose me among the countless candidates out there. I don't know how a farmer like me will become stronger, but as you said, I will believe in our Lord. After that day, Henderson's life began to change. He immersed himself in formal training over the past few months without caring at all how difficult it was, whether he vomited or fainted. He still put all his strength into keeping up with his comrades. Then I finally became who I am today. He now had a muscular body and a cold face and said, "Do you know what war is?" The people kneeling on the ground listened to him with a bewildered expression, his voice still ringing. "Are you all just going to sit there and complain that you can't fight because you didn't have enough time to prepare? The line between life and death in a place where killing is the only way to survive." His eyes were filled with anger and his voice still echoed, instead of trying to recognize and overcome his own weaknesses. You try to bring others down to make yourself equal. Hearing him say that, everyone became silent. Seeing that, Henderson turned away and let out a pathetic sentence, "Roman's army was ready to fight." The rigorous physical training continues, even as the difficulty increases day by day. They still gritted their teeth, trying to pursue their training until the end. When the troops sat at the tree to rest, they began to talk to each other, not understanding how they could try so hard. If this were the Western Front, things would be different, but it's not the Southern Front. Star War. Among them, there was a guy who smirked and said, "Those naturally mediocre people are just wasting their efforts in vain." What other way can Dimitri's group of people attract attention than to put their heads down and try their best? Hearing that, his friends burst into laughter and said, what he said was very true. Henry sat observing on the side, thinking, how can I approach someone like him? He looked towards a person who was diligently practicing and thought, doesn't he realize that it would be better if he talked and established relationships with other nobles? Is this a problem between commoners and nobles? He yawned and dismissed his thoughts. Leave it alone, everything will fall into place. At this time, at the palace, Jackson was kneeling and speaking respectfully, asking permission to report. His voice began to echo throughout the palace. In the past year, the Guard Corps had penetrated and investigated Cairo's 5 lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. Through preliminary investigation, we determined that their defensibility is shifting significantly to the western front, because the war against Kronos led to our southern front becoming more lax in defense, thus conquering the southern front will no longer be such a big problem. Hearing that, the emperor frowned slightly. The kingdom of Hector, once a powerhouse comparable to the empire of Kronos, a kingdom that grew rapidly thanks to its military capabilities, experienced a crushing defeat in the battle with Valhalla, and gradually fell into decline. Hector's power is now only at Kaido's level. And now there is only one kingdom that is not too different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent, so the path of peace and prosperity is the only choice. At this time, a voice rang out next to the emperor. Can I say this, father? He heard that and replied, say it, I give you permission. At this time, Prince Edwin of the Hector Kingdom began to present his point of view. Our Hector Kingdom has suffered too much since the heaviest loss in the past 5 years. The money we borrowed from the gold pot to solve that problem left behind a large amount of interest that strangles us day by day. Our kingdom really doesn't have the ability to go any further, to this point. Hector will no longer have anything to call a kingdom. Hearing that, the emperor held his head and said, it's not that I don't know this, but in his heart he thought, this is the consequence of the wars left by our ancestors. Edwin heard that and continued to say, our kingdom lost a lot in the war, so we tried to separate ourselves from the war and that painful past, doing our best to not repeat the mistakes of the past. However, everything must have an end. We have been constantly preparing all these years. Because the people are suffering because of this kingdom, father must make a decision immediately. The emperor's face showed hesitation as he looked at his son and thought, war, I haven't had the courage to say a word for a long time. My son doesn't seem to be as weak as his father. He thought for a moment and then spoke, are you confident enough? He replied firmly, you will never mention this if you are not confident enough. Hearing that, the emperor replied with relief, then okay, from this moment on I will hand over all authority related to the war to the first crown prince of the Hector Kingdom, Edwin Hector. Hearing that, he bowed his head and replied firmly, asking to obey. Meanwhile at the southern training camp, 3 weeks of training had come to an end. Bale then happily said that he would become a member of the 5th Army Reserve Corps from today. He coughed and reminded, I'm sure you already know, but that's the place everyone wants to go. I had to use some of my authority to assign you there. Hearing that, the other person replied, thank you. In the room, his cheerful voice rang out, it was not polite, if you need anything, please feel free to let me know. The day Roman sent his troops away, McBurney came out to see him off, bowed his head and said to him, thank you for everything. I realized that I could go further thanks to you, and perhaps I can now train soldiers with all the enthusiasm I have. At this moment McBurney pulled out a blank piece of paper and handed it to him and said, and this is not much but I think it will help you. This is a summary of information and topographical locations of the Southern Front. I'm sure it will be useful if one day fighting breaks out there, and I think you will probably spend 2 peaceful years there. Stop. I will pray for your safety." Hearing those sincere words, he happily replied, "Thank you." At this moment McBurney thought to himself that my feelings were urging me to follow him. The Roman Dmitri that I met these past 3 weeks is the Roman Dmitri that I want to serve all my life. Even so, Mr. Roman already has a lot of talented people under his command, so there will be no room for someone like me who has lost one arm and can't even swing a sword. I will only be a burden to him. Thinking so, he bowed his head and said goodbye. Then he decisively turned around and left, and he stood looking after that figure. After McBurney left, he opened the piece of paper and thought, I heard McBurney worked very hard to do this. His kindness is truly admirable. At this time, on the southern front of line number 1, a soldier standing on the city gate shouted in panic, "The enemy is attacking." The image of Bale appeared in Henry's mind along with his words of confidence, making him feel sad. "Henry, I specifically let you join the reserve corps of the 5th line of defense, where Roman will be, so be it with me." During the next 2 years, he must create sympathy for Roman at any cost. Moving to the 5th defense line of the military reserve corps, there are 2 groups of people walking to the gate, including a group of Henry following behind. He muttered and grumbled as he walked, "Why do I have to be close to that bastard, but at least I can enter the 5th line of defense." But as soon as he passed through the defensive line gate, a tremor occurred, making Henry surprised and scared. After a few seconds, warnings rang out, "Danger, danger," the Hector kingdom declared war, followed by an order, the entire army prepared to fight. Henry was stunned and didn't understand with many questions in his mind. War, fighting, what the hell? But when he woke up, there was only an empty military area in front of him, without a single person, which surprised him. Henry remembered that a group of soldiers had gone ahead. In that group there was Roman, but now he couldn't see anyone. He suddenly wondered where Roman had gone. The words dividing the work for each team rang out. The 1st line of defense would be the first team to fight after Hector declared war, but the 5th line of defense was the area facing the risk of collapse after the attack. There, an urgent announcement to all military regions to prepare to face danger. They broke down the city gate, blocking them. After that order, the atmosphere in the city gate area suddenly became chaotic. There were sounds of metal hitting each other along with long blood streaks appearing on the ground and city walls. The soldiers outside the city wall stood by 2 ladders waiting to climb up. In the chaos, orders kept repeating, "Stop them, stop them." Baron Bruce, commander of the 5th line of defense, was stunned, scared, and trembling as he said, "This place is born." In a beer shop, everyone was having fun together, drinking cool beers together and being passionately together. At that time, the 5th line of defense was considered the paradise of the Southern Front. However, this place has since lost the essence of a front line. The middle-class nobles who participate in military service are provided with a luxurious life instead of performing their duties as soldiers. All because of a man who took bribes to fill his greedy, hungry stomach. That was the rotten guy, Baron Bruce, the supervisor here. But in this situation, he began to think that protecting the current 5th line of defense would be like committing suicide. But after that, he still tried to command his troops, hold his position, and then he reminded that the lives of innocent citizens would be in danger if they let them pass. One last sentence is also a word of encouragement for the soldiers fighting here. No matter what, don't falter. After speaking, Baron Bruce quickly ran away. The soldier standing next to him saw him running and suddenly asked, "Commander, where are you going?" He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Buy me some time, I will directly contact the royal family." Roman ordered, "All troops, we will head to the 5th line of defense immediately." The soldier following him said in unison, "Yes, sir." After that, the group crossed the road together. Everyone's will was there. The Southern Front lacked too much defensive capacity, only a mixture of degraded equipment, rotten will and incompetent command, talent, making the military strength now extremely weak. Roman rushed forward at a fast speed with a face full of determination. In his mind, there was a map of the route. They placed a reserve corps in case of an emergency, 2 hours away from the front line. Roman raised his hands stubbornly and thought, "We have to get there within at least an hour." Baron McCleary suddenly came running from afar. He waved happily. "Oh, you guys must be the reserve army." Baron McCleary quickly ran in front of Roman and said, "I will tell you the details." Then he asked, "Are you the commander of these soldiers?" Then he stood with his hands on his hands and said, "Escort me to the rear first. Go. The commander's safety must come first. Compared to reinforcing the 5th line of defense, we must report to the royal family about this urgent situation immediately." Roman stood still and doubted, thinking, this guy is Baron Bruce, commander of the 5th line of defense, but then he wondered, why are you here without soldiers accompanying you? Seeing that, Baron Bruce pointed his finger at him and shouted, you insolent brat, how dare a member of the Reserve Corps talk like that? Roman's face darkened as he said each word, I've talked enough. Then he strangled him, causing his saliva to splash. He said, since you are here, that means, here he started to hesitate. Roman's face looked threatening. The man claiming to be the commander left his soldiers behind and ran for his life. Then he squeezed his mouth and threatened, do you understand what the law means? Deserters can be executed on the spot regardless of the situation, making him blush and say, you won't. But before he could finish speaking, his sword cut off his head and coldly said, I will do it, and he added, if you withdraw your soldiers, at least you will not die at my hands. Having finished with him, Roman gave the order, advance. The soldiers following behind excitedly said in unison, yes sir. At the 5th line of defense, the scene here was very chaotic, bloody with corpses lying below, thoughts constantly thinking, damn, damn, damn. Stephen gritted his teeth, ready to continue with the chaotic scene, thinking, I knew it would be like that one day. Stephen stood among the invading humans, so he had to create his own will through criticism, thinking about the commander abandoning the soldiers, the damn bastard. Because he wasn't paying attention, he was slashed across his body and blood flowed out. Then he fell into despair and knelt on the ground. Those soldiers rushed in, he looked down and thought, it's over. But when he was most desperate, several sword slashes came at the soldiers. Their bodies left without understanding anything. In front of him was a large body with a quiet voice asking, you are Stephen, right? Then from the same voice announced, Baron Bruce is dead. It was Roman, the heroic hero, blocking the scene in front of Stephen and saying, you will be the one in charge here from now on. Seeing him kneel down, disappointed, he thought back, Stephen, he is one of the names that Lucas sent me. The image of Lucas telling him appeared. The only person useful in that 5th line of defense was Stephen. Roman saw his weakness. He immediately said, since you have been defending the 5th place for many years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we will protect this place. Then Roman posed a hypothesis. If he said this place was beyond repair, then Roman Dmitri would have the entire force of the Reserve Corps withdraw. Stephen was bewildered and didn't understand. So here it is Roman Dmitri. Stephen looked up at Roman and said, actually, the battle situation now is very tense. Retreating would be the right decision, but after that the enemy will occupy a favorable position. He analyzed the current position. If Hector captured one of the 5 defense lines, they would have a way to receive aid units, in which case the war would last forever. Two people with steadfast eyes and the same thoughts, the same truth, then there is only one way. The two of us said in unison, we must use the fence to block the enemy and force them to go through the gate. Roman looked at the situation and said, I will delay the installation of the barriers. You will mobilize forces to prepare them. Stephen was startled by his plan and thought, would he accept such a dangerous plan? Then he hesitated, but... Stephen exclaimed in admiration, this plan is too dangerous. The enemy army is growing larger and larger right now. You will die if you are isolated out there. Roman said firmly, I know what you are worried about. While the two of you were discussing, there was a guy sneaking up from behind your back. He rushed in so fast that Stephen panicked, stunned, and narrowed his eyes. When the other guy attacked, with his agility and high intuition, Roman dodged and said, however, I am not a stupid person risking my life for a plan that I think is not feasible. Having finished speaking, his sword was pulled out and slashed across the attacker's body, causing him to split in half. Stephen saw that scene and gasped in surprise. He dodged without even looking at the attack. Suddenly a group of soldiers came running. The leader with blonde hair called out, Commander. Seeing his soldiers coming, he gave the order, we will open the way to the city gate, all troops follow us. The soldiers, united in their patriotism, raised their hands to their chests and said in unison, clearly. Even though it was just 2 words, it still made Stephen stunned and suspicious. They didn't have the slightest question. Then he stared at them and thought, I can't believe there is this kind of master-servant relationship. Roman interrupted his admiring thoughts with a reminder, now do your job well. Stephen was startled and confused. I understand. Roman also added that this is just the beginning. After that, Stephen stood looking at the silhouettes of each person in Roman's army and silently affirmed, now I understand. Their loyalty. That day all starts with respect. A bloody scene took place. Roman silently said, for someone like me who has no patriotism, is it necessary to risk my life to fight to this extent? War, after all, is just a place where the weak are used as pawns, to pave the way for me, who is respected by the kingdom of Cairo. Roman bent down and circled a few times, and with just a few sharp slashes, the enemies were cut off. His expressionless eyes flashed with determination mixed with a bit of confidence. Looking at each drop of blood that spewed out, he thought, what I have is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but in reality, for a small country, there is no power or money to speak of. It only made my blood boil more. Roman cut off the spear pointed at him. Yes, me. He smiled triumphantly, having wasted his own life on the battlefield. Chris and Paul led Roman's army. They shouted loudly and advanced. Chris held his sword fiercely and cut the enemy to pieces. Paul fought to the point of fire. Wherever Roman goes, death follows. The sound of swords and shields clanging against each other. When Roman killed 10 people, Roman landed an attack on the enemy's head. The Hectro army still attacked regardless. When Roman killed 20 people, they realized their opponents were much stronger than they imagined. Roman's blade dripped red blood. His eyes flashed. He stood tall in front of the pile of corpses. When Roman killed 50 people, terror covered the enemy's face. They cried out in fear, monsters. Then they shouted to each other, ran away, retreated. The soldiers screamed and fled in disarray. Hectro's commander, Baron McCleary, standing high above, observed the scene and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He thought to himself, if we just break the wall, our army will win. Why did the whole army suddenly retreat like that, eh? He looked at Roman, who was swinging his sword and slashing enthusiastically, and thought, what is that? Roman down here seemed to hear him and immediately looked up with murderous eyes. The cold look made Baron feel panicked. At such a distance he could make eye contact with me. Roman flew into the wind, preparing to fly up. Baron gritted his teeth in panic. Ha, he came here alone to take my head, arrogant. He immediately loudly ordered, kill him immediately, don't let him go any further. He tried to reassure himself by shouting, it was only him, stop him. Roman's eyes flashed, thinking to himself, the commander was caught off guard. He rushed to Hectro's army. The war had come to an end. So far, I have participated in countless battles. So I know very well that once the snake loses its head, the surrounding brats will also disintegrate. Where Roman passed by, the soldiers' heads flashed and fell. I must kill that commander, he frowned, his expression filled with murderous intent. Roman yelled at the guys who were charging, get out of the way, leave him to me. Heavenly Demon Sword, second form. When Roman swung his sword, a torrent of immense power poured out. The ground separating him and Hectro's army sank down into a deep abyss. The Hectro soldiers trembled on the ground. Baron McCleary saw this scene and immediately broke into a cold sweat. He ran in front of him, one hand pulling his sword out of its sheath. Say, I am Baron McClear of the Hectro army. I will, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, swung his sword, leaving only a horizontal flash of light, and Baron McClear's head was severed. Roman held up his head. He showed his head in front of everyone and said loudly, soldiers of the kingdom of Cairo, listen. I cut off the head of the enemy commander, but if we spare the lives of the rest, one day they themselves will turn and point their spears at us. He shouted, bathing in blood today is better than shedding blood tomorrow. Brothers, fight hard, destroy all of them. Henry looked at the scene before his eyes in shock and exclaimed, oh my God, what is going on? He observed the scene below and said to himself, now I understand why he told me not to touch Roman at all costs. After Hectro's army lost its commander, they fled in all directions. Roman and his soldiers successfully defended line number 5. Chris puffed his chest and stood up, clasping his hands behind him and loudly announcing, in number 30, soldiers including me. No one died. Bucky and Paul stood and listened attentively. Very good. Roman requested, please use healing magic water. Everyone shouted in unison, clear. After listening, Stephen was surprised and thought, granting magical water to all soldiers. Magic water is a healing medicine invented in the Magic Tower. Even the cheapest magic water has a sky-high price. Blessed water poured on the wound immediately healed it. Not only is he brave and courageous, he is also very generous to his subordinates. Stephen looked at the group of people healing their wounds and thought, so even if they have to go up a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, his soldiers are always ready. Roman saw Stephen standing there dumbfounded and called out, Stephen, you take care of the battlefield here and prepare for the next attack. He added, oh well, I need someone who understands the terrain on the southern route. Stephen immediately asked, are you planning to go straight there? Roman replied, yes, the war is not over yet. Stephen found someone and introduced him. He is very familiar with the area, maybe it will help you. The person being brought is quite young and alert. He seriously greeted him and said, my name is Kobe. Roman turned over the map and asked, this is a topographic map in the southern area. What is the fastest way to reach the back of the barracks? Kobe thought about it and replied, what about this way? Roman put his hand on the map and said, this road takes about 2.5 hours to travel. We need a shortcut that can get there in just 2 hours. Kobe said, if that's the case. He thought, wait. How did he know that going up the mountain road would take 2.5 hours? He raised his head to look at Roman in surprise. Travel time was not that easy to estimate. He clearly had some understanding of the southern terrain. He exclaimed. He didn't expect him to be familiar with the terrain in the south. Here it is. Kobe thought, so what does he need me for? Roman spoke up. When Stephen came to him, perhaps he thought that I was completely out of this terrain. Kobe countered, it wasn't like that. Roman continued, it's nothing, who wouldn't think like that, just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. I've learned more or less about this terrain in advance, but whatever you say, I can't know everything. That's why I need the help of someone who understands the terrain like you. Kobe thought with some admiration, he is completely different from the nobles who come to this southern region just to enjoy the benefits of the army. If only he would help, who knows, maybe there will be hope in the south. The meeting only lasted exactly 10 minutes. Roman went to see Chris. He reported that 30 soldiers, including me, were ready to depart. Roman suddenly heard footsteps from behind. The person behind came forward. He called, Henry Albert. Henry's forehead was covered in sweat and he approached him. Roman asked, why are you here? Roman asked, I asked, why are you here? Henry immediately lowered his head and thought, if I said I came here to make friends with him, he would probably tell me to go away immediately. Then he said, to start, I came here to apologize for what I did. What have I done before? Henry bowed his head in front of Roman and said apologetically, I know I'm acting shamelessly, but I want to follow and help you. I'm also a noble of Cairo. I can't stand by and watch. I'm waiting for your orders. Roman looked at him and said, whether you want to follow me or not is your decision, but let me make one thing clear. He said, if you hinder my plans even a little bit, I will leave you without hesitation. Henry looked at him a little scared. Roman's footsteps stomped hard on the ground. He ran like the wind in front of the army behind him, chasing after Kobe. Henry panted and ran behind. He puffed his cheeks and breathed like a pig saying, too fast. The two ran to a place when Kobe heard a moan. They stopped, saw an injured person lying on the ground. Kobe said, over here, he thought, soldiers from the southern training area. Roman helped the injured person on the ground up against a tree and asked what happened. That person weakly said, the southern training area had been attacked. He trembled and said, please help us, please. He stood up and looked at him, thinking, the location being attacked was not the front line but the southern training area near the edge. A soldier from the southern training area managed to escape all the way here. The attack likely started at least 30 minutes ago. In that case, the Hector Kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense zones, and must have used a fast and agile army to attack at the same time. Roman suddenly had a thought, let alone, he ordered, go to the southern training area first. A person holding a sword covered in dripping blood. Facing this person were 2 guys jokingly saying, it's basically over, even if we leave you alone, you'll all die, just give up, we'll let you die painless. The man with the sword shouted, die, you bastards. Do you think I will die alone? Even if it costs me my life, I will still kill at least one of you, go ahead. The person speaking was McBurney. Although his body was full of wounds, his spirit was still very alert. He clicked his tongue regretfully, damn it, if only I still had my right hand. I wonder how things are going with Mr. Roman. The only person who didn't let down his guard on the southern front line, when I heard he was transferred to the 5th line of defense. I'm sure he will achieve something. McBurney thought, I can't believe that standing on the brink of death, the person I was thinking about was him. Surely that means I still have a lot of things I want to do on the battlefield. The other 2 guys smirked smugly, not paying attention to the wall behind them that was gradually cracking. With a bang, the wall was punched into a huge hole. The 2 guys turned around. One asked, what is that? The other asked if Cairo had sent reinforcements. Roman stepped on the stone and walked in. All 3 of the other guys looked at him in surprise and asked, who the hell are you? Are there reinforcements? How did you know to come here? McBurney looked at the proud man with the fluttering cape and thought, that's the person. Mr. Roman. Roman looked at him and thought, McBurney, is he still alive? Chris gave orders, quickly destroying the enemy and rescuing the survivors. The army rushed in aggressively. The other three were gradually surrounded. They shouted, attacking that bastard. Roman said to himself, I will capture both of them alive, he said, then swung acupuncture points from his fingertips to attack their bodies, causing them to be thrown far away. His two fingertips flashed with purple aura. Both men fell to the ground stiffly, having been hit by the moon, so they wouldn't be able to move for a while. Damn it, the other guy saw the unstable situation and ran away. We need to quickly report this to our superiors. Before that guy could run away, McBurney pulled his collar and said, I told you, didn't I? I will kill at least one of you. Then he clamped the other man's neck so he couldn't breathe. That guy gradually fainted. McBurney also fell to the ground. Roman told him, holding out, well, just leave the rest to me, get some rest. McBurney calmly closed his eyes and replied, thank you. Chris reported to Roman, we took care of 12 soldiers from the Hector kingdom and saved 5 survivors, and based on what the survivors said, Viscount Bale was injured while fighting Hector's soldiers, and retreated into the mountains. Roman thought to himself, Hector's main force had attacked the southern training area and left somewhere, at least the main force must have a few hundred soldiers. He asked, where are Hector's soldiers? Chris replied, we have tied them all together in one place. Roman ordered, from now on, without my permission, no one can enter there, that's an order. Roman entered the prison, thinking to himself, surely Hector used the dispersion strategy for a reason. Now I will find out what that reason is. Standing in front of the tied man, Roman ordered, I will give you 3 minutes, from now on. If you give me the answer I want, I will let you die without pain, but if you don't, you will experience pain and suffering until I let you die. They shouted, kill us, just kill us. Roman continued, question number 1, what is the purpose of Hector's kingdom? The other guy smiled and said to judge for himself. Roman continued asking, question number 2. Why do you guys stay in the southern training area? They still stubbornly say, I told you, kill us already. He announced that 3 minutes were up. Roman walked over and put a pressure point on one guy's shoulder. He screamed in pain and spit out blood. He looked at his finger spraying purple gas and said, I call this crushing corpses. As soon as you experience the pain of your muscles and bones being twisted, you will slowly die. I'm sure you have received torture training, but this is unlike anything you have ever experienced. The remaining guy saw his teammate spitting blood and immediately panicked and was surprised. He said loudly, do you think doing that will change anything, even if I tell you Hector's tactics? It's too late for you to stop them. Roman leaned close to his face and said with a dangerous expression, I'm waiting for that answer. The other guy asked in surprise, what? Roman smiled dangerously, I never thought you guys would tell the truth. I just wanted to see your reaction. It seems I guessed right. Your true purpose lies at the edge. That guy seemed to have discovered the secret and frowned, not knowing what to say. Roman screamed. When it was time to die, he touched his finger on that guy's head, causing him to leave forever. He walked out of detention and thought to himself, they used the tactic of dispersing to attack the southern front line to confuse us. If their plan succeeds, it can be considered that the southern front line has been defeated. Roman crossed his arms and approached McBurney's bed, telling him exactly what happened at the southern training camp. He replied, yes sir. Then, about 2 hours ago, we were attacked by the Hector kingdom. At that time, we were just preparing for training as usual, but Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared to attack. We quickly gathered to counterattack. However, because the numbers were too different, there were only our side suffered damage. We don't even know if the training commander, Viscount Bale, is still alive or not. Roman asked, did they bring anything special? He replied that they only carried light equipment. Furthermore, their commander's face was full of scars. Roman thought thoughtfully, with a scarred face and light equipment. Roman concluded that they could be the Guard Corps. McBurney looked at him in surprise. The kingdom's Guard Corps Hector, the leader of that corps, had a face full of scars from the battles he had gone through, which he saw as glorious deeds. McBurney asked curiously, but I didn't understand why they attacked the southern training camp. If they wanted to occupy a more advantageous area, they shouldn't have destroyed it. They came from behind, and attacked the training camp. Roman explained, it was the southern training camp located on the way to the back camp. They had no choice but to attack you. McBurney raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? He replied, that the Hector kingdom is currently implementing a smokescreen strategy. His eyes flashed with determination as he said, attacking the frontline defenses was just a cover-up tactic. Their real purpose was the space gate. When McBurney heard him say that, his eyes widened in surprise. Space Gate, the highest form of magic that can control space, because it has the ability to teleport instantly. So the struggle for it became a fierce battle. Not only does it prevent additional enemy forces, but the combination of gates can also move troops for combined attacks, so space attacks can self-destruct if the enemy uses it to attack the owner. Roman said, "The Hector kingdom is extremely steadfast in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will definitely win. It seems that the plan is to occupy the space gate inside the back camp." McBurney exclaimed worriedly, "If that's the case, don't we need to rush to assist?" He interrupted, "No." What was he wondering? Roman asked, "McBurney, have you received a request for support from the rear camp?" He tightened the blanket in his hand and replied, "Not yet." He continued, "Hector's Guard Corps had left the southern training camp about an hour and a half ago. Perhaps now they have captured the space gate. The enemy of defense. The enemy's training camp was behind, and the southern forces including ourselves were completely isolated." Roman said seriously, "From now on we must survive on our own, without the kingdom's help." At the Hector border, one guy knelt down and reported to Edwin, reporting that our army had passed through the southern training camp and are almost at the rear camp. Cairo Kingdom has put all its forces to stop our attack and defense, and not realizing what our true plan is. Edwin replied, still unable to let his guard down. "Let's make sure our soldiers at Cairo's defense camp last as much time as possible. The important thing right now is to destroy the city wall in front of you immediately. Once this plan is successful, the south will naturally fall into our hands." Edwin secretly thought that security was the core of this plan. "We spent a year investigating the security of the southern front line, and Jackson's soldiers also invaded that place. Even if we attacked them with all our force from the beginning, destroying everything in 4 hours was still possible. But the important thing for us now is to pay attention to that gate." Edwin advised that in case of the worst situation, we must be mentally prepared to destroy it. If the plan fails, we must destroy the gate, and begin the second plan. The reporter listened to Edwin speak with admiration in his eyes, and his assessment was extremely reasonable. "Who is indeed called Hector's shining star?" "Edwin Hector. He is the one who revived the kingdom of Hector." The blade pierced the soldier's body, blood splattered. Jackson looked at the person he had just killed falling down in front of him and thought, "From now on we have to hurry." Before being discovered by the enemy, he ordered, "Hurry up, we must connect successfully." 1 year ago, Edwin sat opposite Jackson and said, "The Treasury's profits were piling up, under the pressure of banks and bad debts. If next year there was a difficult harvest, even Hector's reserves would run out, exhausted. That's why we made this suggestion." Edwin raised his hand towards Jackson and asked, "Do you want to destroy the front line of the Cairo kingdom with me? There are rumors that Hector's kingdom is constantly losing crops due to the curse of the gods. In a situation where Hector can fail at any time, Edwin Hector, who is considered the best genius in history, like a savior hero." So Hector sent soldiers to scout the south of Cairo 48 times a year, then used spies to dig a cave to connect with the rear camp. The Guardian Corps finally dug a secret cave, and impacted the teleportation gate. Jackson, after hearing the henchman's announcement, was able to connect. Then the gate is also connected. Prince Edwin stepped out before the unified chants of his henchmen, greeting Prince Edwin. Edwin called Kellen. He replied, "Yes sir." Edwin orders, "You are in charge of the First Army and must destroy all remaining soldiers, and also build a strong defensive line to deal with the enemy army." He replied, "Yes, I understand." "You call, Jackson?" He replied, "I obey." He asked, "We have lost contact with Baron McCleary who is in charge of Defense Number 5, do you know anything?" Jackson replied, "We're still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much. The Fifth Army is notorious for being troublemakers that, even with half an army, we can defeat." Edwin said, "But I told you not to put too many soldiers, didn't I?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." He clenched his fist and said, "As soon as this is over, I will definitely punish Baron McCleary regardless of the outcome." Edwin's plan was extremely perfect, but he did not know that 2 unpredictable events had occurred. At the 1st Defense Army, Count Donald ordered, "Please reinforce the wall, before the enemy attacks again." Someone ran to report in command. "We received contact from the southern camp." He asked again, "The southern Asian camp?" He was the commander of the 1st Defensive Army, Count Donald. Before that he received a visual contact from Roman. He said, "Count Donald, I am Roman Dmitri from the 5th Reserve Defense Corps." Donald asked in confusion, "Why did you contact me in this situation?" "This He replied, I will get straight to the point. I have reason to believe that Hector's side is spreading smoke and has captured the space gate of the rear camp. Before being isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city and retreat to the back of the mountain. Then gather the remaining forces to the south of that mountain range. Count Donald thought to himself, the southern mountain is very dangerous. Is that his advice? In preparation for a surprise attack, Count Donald waved his hand to interrupt him. We will decide for ourselves. I will cut off contact. Roman thought in surprise, did he arbitrarily disconnect? Since things are like this, I have to abandon the remaining defense team. Roman turned to Chris and Paul and told them to pack their things. He firmly said, we will go to the mountains starting today. We can't contact the outside barracks. Count Donald bit his finger and thought, damn, Roman was right. Even though the southern front line and nearby areas have sent reinforcements here, it will take half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way to solve this problem, or not? If we can stay in the city until reinforcements arrive, there is still a high chance we can win. 4 hours later, Donald was surprised to discover that how could this be possible, we were completely isolated. He watched and silently scolded, damn it, but they actually took the archway and sent more troops here. Our front and flank defenses have all been stopped by Hector's army. No, we need to calm down, we can still repair the wall perfectly. We have also prepared all the weapons in advance. So we won't repeat the mistakes of the first battle. We can stay in the city. Donald ordered, all troops, prepare to attack. He instructed the 1st Defensive Army, listen clearly, Hector has already occupied the archway. And so, now that we are completely isolated, we don't expect reinforcements from the kingdom anymore. However, like in the first battle, I trust Earl Donald, we will stay until reinforcements arrive. The soldiers below wondered to each other, what was that sound? He turned around and asked, what the hell was going on? The other guy stammered. It's exploded. From afar, the other side brought a powerful weapon. That weapon has magical rings that cover evil spells. Then they fired a shot, a giant fireball shooting towards the city wall. The fireball caused the city wall to crumble, rocks scattered all over the ground. The sound of burning fire and screams. Roman's image appears saying, before the front line and the fringes are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city, take refuge in the mountains, and gather the remaining southern forces in the mountains. Donald belatedly realized, Roman, you were right. His eyes showed the image of a person swinging a sword and approaching him. Edwin held Earl Donald's severed head and said, your general has died. Thanks to using the fire matrix to gain the upper hand from the beginning, we were able to take the city without any serious losses. At this rate, I think we will be able to occupy the entire southern front line perfectly. Edwin informed the soldiers, time is on our side. Arrest all the soldiers who have surrendered, and put them in a place where no one can attack us when we let our guard down. To gain an advantage in negotiations with Cairo, we need as many medicinal pills as possible. Depending on the situation at that time, we might even use hostages to reach an agreement. Jackson knelt and listened to the command, clearly. Edwin thought to himself, the plan is perfect, but why do I feel so uneasy? What have I missed? Someone rushed in to announce that there was big trouble. Baron McCleary died on the battlefield, so the communication portal was cut off. Edwin's face turned black and asked him, who sent the news? Bring him to me immediately. That person was taken to Edwin's place, he said, at first. The 5th line of defense does not seem ready to receive any attacks. As soon as we began the attack we managed to get inside the citadel, and Baron McCleary ordered us to destroy the citadel immediately. Right after that, he held his head and remembered, that monster had appeared. Edwin frowned, what a monster. The other guy continued, he was so strong that even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. That monster single-handedly slashed to death countless allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye, even Hector's strongest knights. It was completely impossible to withstand even a single move of that monster. They all lost their lives, in a blink of an eye. Just because of that monster's appearance, we lost, the other guy recounted, but his face was still filled with extreme fear. Edwin asked again, monster later, that guy kept holding his head and muttering, monster, monster. Come to think of it, I once heard that the youngest fighter Cairo was sent to the southern front lines. Although it took us a year to prepare carefully, an unexpected variable appeared, Roman Dmitri. Edwin went out with Jackson. He said, "Jackson, report the current situation." Jackson replied, "Yes sir, we have checked the 5th defense line, but not a single Cairo soldier is still there. It seems they have retreated into the mountains. I will gather a pursuit team immediately if you want." Edwin refused. "No, we already have the upper hand, because we have captured the southern front line, so it's time to negotiate with the Cairo kingdom." Daniel asked angrily, "When the hell did they come?" The servant wiped his sweat and said in confusion, "Sorry, because everything happened so suddenly, it took everyone a while to get here." King of Cairo. Daniel Cairo angrily gritted his teeth and hit the table. The king of Cairo cannot make decisions on his own. He must receive permission from the nobles in power to mobilize soldiers. There were whispers at the entrance. The first person to enter was Marquis Benedict of the noble faction. He smiled wryly and said, "I'm late because the carriage had some trouble on the way here." The two people who entered after him were Earl Denver, who supported Valhalla, and Earl Gregory, who supported Kronos. Count Gregory opened his mouth. "By the way, is it true that the Hector kingdom has attacked the front line?" King Daniel replied, "The Hector kingdom has crossed the border and ambushed our camp. At this rate the southern front line will be in danger." Benedict said, "Can't we send in troops now?" Daniel silently scolded. The old man had no shame. He said, "If that was the case then I guess I would have had your consent to send reinforcements to the southern front line immediately." Benedict raised his voice in surprise. "What? They took over the archway?" As a result, the command system was divided into 4 parts, which became a huge problem. King Daniel angrily pounded the table. "How do you intend to take responsibility for what happened? If you had allowed me the right to decide what a king needs from the beginning, the southern front line wouldn't be in such danger right now." He pointed at them and said, "It's all your fault. Someone came in to report, Your Majesty, Hector has just sent a magical communication." Edwin through the notification screen appeared. "What we want is compensation for war losses. Please send the gold you think is worthy to redeem the southern front line here." Benedict said angrily, "The war hasn't been established yet and you don't think it's unreasonable to do that?" Count Denver spoke up, "This is blatant robbery." Edwin said, "I will give you exactly 3 days. If by then you do not meet our demands, then your southern front line will become part of Hector. If you're going to try some cheap tricks to buy time, there won't be any hostages of the southern front line. Where can I come back alive? Hector's national reserves are running low due to continued crop failures, and there is a delay in paying interest on the treasury." Edwin thought to himself, "For the sake of the people living in poverty, even if I lose Hector's star reputation, then I will also become the devil of this era if necessary. I will do anything to save the lives of my people." Daniel announced that now the enemy has advanced to the gate. "We have no other choice. Compensation as the Hector kingdom requested is the only way for us to reduce the damage." Benedict immediately said, "But if you let them dominate, they will never stop demanding." Daniel angrily replied loudly, "Do we have any other choice? If you have a better plan then say it." Georgie closed his eyes tightly and bowed his head without speaking. Benedict was also silent. Daniel gritted his teeth. It was so ridiculous. They are always competing miserably for power in this small country. Now in the crisis, they appear helpless, Daniel declared, "But if there is no plan, then just follow Hector's demands." Denver had been silent for a while and then spoke. "I objected." His words caused the whole table to become chaotic. He continued, "Roman Dmitri is on the southern front line. According to the reports I received, Roman Dmitri has successfully defended the 5th line of defense. If only he could turn the tide in our favor, we will have a chance to win this war." Daniel said, "I agree that he is a great swordsman. At only 20 years old, he was already a 3-star knight, which was a great blessing for the Cairo kingdom. However, he cannot have any influence in this battle." Benedict also agreed and said, "Yes, Roman Dmitri is the future of this Cairo kingdom, so we cannot lose such a talented person just to gamble. We should prioritize thinking of a plan to minimize the damage." Denver thought to himself, "I get it, these guys don't know Roman's full potential. After all, I am also a senior member of the Valhalla faction, so I have this information. He's actually a 4-star talent or more. He is the mysterious factor that can turn the tide in this battle. But, there's no need to reveal that to these guys. If that's what you think," Denver said, "I won't say anything more." He held up 3 fingers and said, "But it only takes 3 days. If nothing changes on the southern front line in 3 days, then we should accept Hector's request. Is that okay?" King Daniel said, "Okay." For now, the Cairo kingdom will prepare to negotiate war options with the Hector kingdom. Henry looked at the destroyed city wall before his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God! The first line of defense is completely over, Cairo has already lost." He turned to tell the soldiers, "We have to turn back towards the mountain and retreat." He thought, "Why become a war hero? I don't need those things." He shouted, moving quickly. The soldiers said in unison, "Yes, sir." Henry stomped hard on the ground. He was greedy for life and afraid of death and ran as fast as he could, thinking in his head, "I have to survive first." Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. Standing in front of Henry, that person's eyes flashed dangerously. The man held a sword close to Henry's neck. "That person is Chris." He gestured with his finger to his mouth and said, "Be quiet." Henry wondered. "Chris," he said, "follow me." Henry and his soldiers quietly followed Chris. He silently thought to himself, what were Roman's knights doing here? Didn't they return to the rearguard? What could be in the middle of the mountain? Henry had a question in his stomach, then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and wondered what was going on. He saw a secret training camp deep inside the forest. He asked, "When did they set up the secret base?" Chris said, "My commander had predicted that the rear camp would fall. This was the base he had prepared for this situation." Henry replied, "If the rear camp falls, you should run away. Why else would you build a new camp here?" Chris's eyes flashed with murderous intent and said, "The battle is not over yet. We stayed and sneaked into the mountains to wait for an opportunity to attack to protect allies like you. If you were on Hector's side, you would have been dead by now." Henry was afraid of Chris's aura. He thought to himself, "Monster. How could the Dmitri family have a monster like this?" Henry asked, "Where is Mr. Roman now? Why don't we see him?" Chris replied, "Now he is alone to destroy all the enemies." Henry trembled and thought he understood. Roman Dmitri can lead people like this. He is truly a monster. On the other side, the soldiers were attacking fiercely. Screams and the sound of swords clashing against each other. Deputy commander of the first line of defense Brandt thought while fighting, "We need to bring the remaining soldiers back. Donald, you son of a bitch, just because of his stupid arrogance, the soldiers here are being massacred." Brandt was hit with a powerful blow. He couldn't hold on and fell down. He stared blankly at the enemy holding his sword high, preparing to slash down at him, thinking to himself, "Is this the end?" The blade had not yet had time to slash down on Brandt's body. Roman came and blocked the attack. When they saw Roman, they rioted. There was an enemy, they killed him. But in just a moment, Roman swung his sword a few times and they were cut into many pieces. Brandt looked at the scene before him and opened his mouth to exclaim, "Am I in hell?" He looked at Roman's back and wondered, what is he doing? Who is he? Without waiting for Brandt to wonder too long, Roman turned around and introduced himself. "I'm from the 5th line of defense, the reserve team. I'm Roman Dmitri." Brandt raised his eyebrows in surprise. Was it Roman Dmitri who advised us to retreat? Did he come to save us instead of running away? Brandt told Roman that the first line had completely fallen. Hector's army was preparing the next step to attack the second line and the second line could not last much longer. Roman asked, "Are you saying we should give in?" Brandt said, "I admit that you are a very strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. It is impossible to fight Hector Kingdom's army alone." Roman thought to himself, famine, disease, war, this is not a move suitable for Hector's current situation. If that is so, then Hector's intention was. He said, "The reason why the Hector kingdom is rushing to the south is because they cannot wage war for a long time." Brandt asked, "What are you talking about?" "Their intention is to use this war to stabilize the crisis in their kingdom. In order to negotiate peacefully with the Cairo royal family, they must capture the southern front line. If that is their premise, then I can understand the Hector kingdom's actions." Roman smirked and said they were playing a gamble with the fate of their kingdom. At the southern border, the second line of defense. Jackson commanded the army. He shouted loudly and fired. Immediately, the sound of fireworks exploded. Following that, countless sparks and artillery shells were fired towards the city wall in front of us. Edwin looked at the city wall being gradually destroyed, thinking to himself that according to his plan, Baron McCleary was still alive. The 5th defensive barrier is at the weakest link of the southern border and Roman Dmitri. If he is even stronger than the deserters say. Can Hertog's entire army defeat him? Because we have been through many hardships and cannot let this ruin everything. His eyebrows frowned, his eyes showed even more hatred. Hector's army was not weak enough to be defeated, just by that one person. Suddenly, a soldier panicked and reported to you, Prince Edwin, that we lost contact with the first team sent to deal with the enemy's remnants. Those soldiers couldn't keep calm and shouted, not only that. Hearing that, Edwin couldn't help but be stunned. He felt like time had frozen. Honestly, he thought, both Team 2 and Team 3 were no longer moving. I've been having a bad feeling for a while now. Is it because of Roman Dmitri? A moment later, he coldly ordered, Jackson, report back on the situation. He immediately responded, it was clear. Jackson respectfully knelt down and said, as soon as we broke through the first line of defense, we asked Team 3 to deal with the remaining troops, but since an hour ago, all communication with Team 3 was cut off. From the way all communications with all three teams were cut off one after another, it seemed they had been killed by the enemy. Edwin cupped his chin in thought. He grimaced and asked, how many soldiers did we lose? He answered, about 300 soldiers. He pondered and thought. More and more he felt that his premonitions were not good. His worries were coming true. This was definitely because of Roman Dmitri. Instead of crossing the mountains and running away, he chose to stay at the southern border to fight. Thinking about it, he told him that if he left it to Roman Dmitri, doing so would cause big trouble in the future. Jackson immediately stated his guess, but, Your Highness, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable. If the siege of the citadel fails out of concern for him, there will be no guarantee that our plan will succeed. More work. The problem was not that little rat Dmitri, but rather destroying the entire remaining enemy defense camp that was important, but he coldly rejected that and said, no. His face darkened. Every word he spoke was full of domineering. The important thing was, get rid of that rat. The one who interfered with our plans. Ordering the warriors in defense line number 2 to retreat immediately, Jackson was somewhat uneasy but still listened to him. Yes, Prince, he thought to himself, why is he so obsessed with that Roman Dmitri? He looked at each soldier on his way and said, from what he heard, he was definitely hiding in this mountain. Because Edwin had checked the plan countless times over the last year, he could instinctively feel it accurately. Roman Dmitri was a dangerous factor. Standing in front of all the captains, Edwin said seriously, I know what you all are thinking. He carefully advised the people on his side. However, as commander, we need to prepare immediately for the worst scenario. Fighting the rest of the enemy's defenders that we haven't conquered is just the second worst thing. The worst scenario is the presence of Roman Dmitri, who creates unpredictable variables for us. Hearing these words, Jackson felt less worried in his heart, thinking that Edwin Hector always acted with purpose and careful calculation. Then everyone spoke in unison, obeying the Sir's command. Edwin stood in front of the majestic mountains and forests and determinedly declared, now, it's time to hunt the mouse that sabotaged our plans. Everyone started lighting fires, preparing to fight. He observed and analyzed the situation. The southern mountain area is very large. If we keep searching the entire area, we will miss the enemy, so the army will be divided from the foot of the mountain and gradually narrows at the top. At the positions of teams 2 and 3, a captain shouted to inform the army. As soon as he discovered the enemy, he blew the flute to signal. If we gradually corner the enemy, we can destroy them all without much loss. The other soldiers will continue to spread out in all directions, while loudly responding to orders, yes sir. Suddenly, a soldier was breathing heavily nervously, his cheeks fluttering continuously as if he was exhausted. The captain still closely followed every move of the soldiers and asked, how was the left side? The soldiers immediately replied, there was nothing unusual. However, something flew past like the wind in front of a soldier's eyes at a strangely fast speed. The captain continued to ask, feeling worried, what about the right side? Everyone replied that there was nothing unusual. His enthusiasm finally subsided. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and thought, good, everything is fine. That wind appeared again, and in the blink of an eye, there was no longer a single soldier around him, leaving him confused. Then he was startled to realize that there was no one. Now his mood was more panicked than ever. He frantically picked up the flute and thought, I need to quickly play the flute. A man appeared from behind, his eyes radiating deadly lightning. He looked at him the second he had time to put the flute to his mouth. He only needed to use a force that wasn't too strong, which was enough to twist his head and kill the other captain. The captain officially lost his life and fell to the ground. That man is Roman Dmitri, he thought coldly. Hector made bold decisions faster than usual. I was planning to take as many benefits as possible while he attacked the defense camp, but he stopped attacking the second line of defense to stop yourself. Their commander is certainly a very excellent person. Elsewhere, the legion was informed by someone that the enemy had appeared. A team leader quickly gave orders, checking to see if his teammates were still around. Everyone frantically followed orders. He continued to shout, "We need to cut off their retreat and corner them." But he could not have imagined that it would attract enemies to take his life. After smoothly cutting the captain's throat, Roman's eyes became even more uncontrolled. He smiled crazily and thought, "It's been a long time since I've had this feeling again." The 12 children of the Heavenly Devil, living in the harshest and most dangerous circumstances, were constantly challenged to survive because they were children of the Heavenly Devil. At that time, the Heavenly Devil announced, "Beck Jun-huk, from now on you will live like a night ghost." His first mission was to track down a low-ranking cultist who had caused trouble within the sect and then retreated. He successfully killed that cultist in just 3 days. However, his missions become increasingly difficult, and eventually he faces an invincible enemy, an increasingly difficult mission that forces him to think of different ways to deal with it. Fortunately, he found the martial arts secret of the Night Demon King in the secret room of the evil cult. The Night Demon King, once a notorious thief, was proficient in acting in the dark. He caused many incidents, thief, and also destroyed many guilds that opposed him. Since then, his reputation has spread throughout the world. In the end, the Demon King was tragically killed when the righteous organization organized a siege to arrest him in Bukin Citadel after causing a tragedy there, but the Demon King's name still circulated in the martial arts world until now. After that, Beck Jun-huk has mastered the skills of the Night King, and from there, he can complete even the most difficult tasks. A year later, he killed 38 martial arts masters of all sects in his missions, becoming a famous night demon in the black and white world with the nickname Heavenly Devil. Darkness is the biggest fulcrum for angels. Those soldiers kept screaming in panic, "Where was that bastard? We will go first." The commander of the siege team of Hector's army shouted a warning, "Everyone, fall back." Roman now hid in the darkness. He quietly looked at their chaos and thought, "Hector, I will make you regret ever entering this mountain. Where the darkness is ruled by me, the soldiers don't know they are being watched by Roman." Suddenly, a scream shook everyone. "Sir, the commander of Team 1 is dead." That commander was so scared that he had tears in his eyes. It was almost like he couldn't calm down anymore. His mind was in a panic right now. He couldn't believe that such a wild thing would happen. "I had to report it, again immediately." Thinking about it, he immediately picked up the connecting device and said loudly, "Command, a ghost has just appeared. At this rate we will all die. Please, send aid." But he also didn't expect that Roman, his side's biggest enemy, was now right behind him. Edwin on the other end of the phone only heard panic screams. He couldn't help but feel worried and suspicious. He quickly said, "Thompson, calm down. The enemy is just taking advantage of the darkness," but even he himself couldn't calm down right now. Thompson responded in pain, unable to see them anywhere. "Soldiers are dying, but we don't know where or how the enemy is attacking." His voice became even louder, commanding, "We cannot fight these invisible, formless ghosts." Hearing that, Edwin became even more worried. He thought to himself, Thompson is an aura swordsman. It's unbelievable that a person like him with sharper senses than normal people can't even identify the enemy. It's impossible like that. Do they use magic? No. There are demons that cause the body to become transparent, as if invisible or hidden. But it cannot be used continuously because magic requires recovery time after use. Then he warned him, "Don't let the darkness distract you, we need help right away." Thompson clenched his teeth. In his mind the image of his comrades appeared. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Our allies have already surrounded the barracks. We just need to try a little harder to be able to occupy this place, just need to wait for the prince to come." Then he shouted loudly, "First Army, listen, the enemy is trying to take our lives. Enter the defensive formation and counter their attack." Saying that, he stuffed the connection device back into the armor. He gradually closed his eyes. The mana around his body radiated emerald green light. He reassured himself, "Okay, let's go." Suddenly he heard movement, so he glanced to the left and thought, "Over there." Then he immediately swung his hand to attack the person in front. But what was in front of him made him wince and swear, "Damn it. Did they use their allies as a trap?" The soldier realized that the person who had just attacked him was Thompson. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Captain." Unexpectedly, Roman appeared right behind him. He whispered in his ear, "I used to hide in the dark and hunt my enemies." After a while they all had the same idea. He panicked and swung his sword to attack him, saying, "Don't hide and hide like that, and leave." But in fact there was no one behind him. Suddenly, his sword collided with his sword. Of course, Roman was one step faster. He just needed to swing his hand to cut a piece of meat off his body. Roman walked slowly, he didn't need to use too much force. Blood flowed from his body like a stream. The deceased fell down before his cold gaze. Even though he knew his life was now difficult to keep, he still tried his best to inform his teammates that on this side, the enemy was on this side. He said in a low voice, "It was useless. I've used mana to block all sounds, no one can hear you." Then he stomped on his wound, making him scream in pain. The mark of his sword once again pierced his flesh. He quietly looked at the young man lying miserably on the ground, his body submerged in a pool of his own blood. He lay on the ground in pain, groaning. Then he picked up the connection device stored in his armor. He turned on the connection to Edwin and then coldly asked, "Can you hear me? I know what you're thinking. Your people are starving right now, because of the most severe drought ever. Why did the Hector Kingdom take over the southern city, and why did you have to risk your lives? There is only one reason, to solve the nation's problems by war. You guys tried to take over the southern city to blackmail Cairo. The problem is I already know everything. You're out of time. From the beginning you couldn't endure 3 months due to lack of military strength. I've been interfering with your plans the whole time." After finishing speaking, he thought to himself, "I have achieved my goal, they will no longer be able to ignore my presence." Finally, a human voice rang out on the other end of the line, "Are you Roman Dmitri?" Hearing that, he smirked in satisfaction, thinking that this was it. Edwin calmly said, "I will not deny what you said, the Hector Kingdom is indeed suffering from a severe drought, to the point of having to borrow from outside. To get out of this debt cycle, we have no other choice." Roman asked him again, "Do you expect me to understand your situation?" He replied, "No. Just to explain our urgency, the fate of Hector Kingdom depends on this war. Like you said, we don't have any more time, but that doesn't mean we'll back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain like that. We should convey this message to the Cairo royal family for us. If we don't get anything, we will spread the poison in the corpses of necromancers everywhere, and turn this place into a land of death. I am Edwin Hector, as Prince of the Kingdom of Hector, I will do everything to save my people." Then he asked in a low voice, "Roman Dmitri, what is your decision? Will you join Hector who is hanging by a thread, or will you negotiate with us? This decision involves Cairo as well." He was silent and did not answer, but in his heart he had many thoughts. Edwin Hector, a name I had heard many times when investigating men. Unlike his father, he is very outstanding and talented, a man born to carry the burden of Hector. People inside and outside of Hector all recognize him. Furthermore, he also led this war. Even though I admit that he is very good, how dare he threaten me? Thinking of this, he felt like his pride was insulted. Suddenly, the commander let out a loud scream. That cry reached Edwin. He could no longer stay calm and angrily shouted into the speaker, "What are you doing?" Roman said each word slowly, making people's skin crawl, "I just used my sword to stab this guy's thigh." That guy echoed Edwin's angry voice, "You kill him already, even though he's an enemy, you can torture him." He replied, "How emotional, I have no interest in your misery, don't be mistaken." Saying that, he pressed the blade deeper into the other body. Although his words did not contain any threatening words, they made others tremble. The war had begun. "Someone like you who crossed the line first has no right to ask me to be kind. I will do what I think is right, so don't try to rely on me. I will not spare any of you. Even if you raise the white flag to surrender and run away," he said as he continued to stab the tip of his sword into the commander's back. "I will chase after them and thrust my sword into their backs one by one." He stated clearly, "I am Roman Dmitri. If you want to resist until the end, then we will meet soon." Edwin's face turned pale. He's really uneasy in his heart, Roman Dmitri, he's much more dangerous than I thought. Jackson stood behind him and asked what you were going to do next. Edwin immediately made an announcement, mobilized all forces immediately, and created a siege around the location of the communication device. "For the sake of the soldiers who died in pain, I will tear out every fiber of your flesh with my own hands, Roman Dmitri, as ordered. All soldiers, let's continue climbing the mountain. Even if our comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat." Roman picked up a branch, he idly drew something on the ground and said, "Now you won't see it. Because for humans this is a very small amount of mana, but every rock and tree branch innately has mana," he said as he lifted a stone with his mana. Standing in front of his soldiers, he boldly said that if he could control this amount of mana, he would be able to bend space. A wind suddenly blew across. Chris widened his eyes in surprise and thought, all 5 of his senses had been deceived. A minute ago he was right in front of his eyes, which has now disappeared into nothingness like a joke from God. This is called a visual trap. He followed Roman's instructions and used visual traps to approach Hector's soldiers. At this time, one of them was screaming, risking his life to destroy the enemy. He didn't pay any attention to Chris, which made it easy for him to cut a very sweet slash through his neck. He realized that Roman's teachings were correct, and immediately thought that just like the commander said, Hector's soldiers could not detect us, so this was a visual trap. Then he stood up straight and shouted, attacking the enemy. Where did these guys come from? They gathered and counterattacked. After just one battle, Chris has been reincarnated into a completely different person. Train extremely hard to become stronger, because he won't be able to absorb all of Roman's teachings if he gets distracted even a little. He persevered even when he was about to collapse. As a result, Chris was able to master the swordsmanship of the top 10 martial arts masters. He slashed each of them as fast as lightning. Each extremely powerful sword slashed at those soldiers. Then he stopped gently. Chris stood firmly on the ground, surrounded by enemy corpses. He thought to himself, we have defeated all the enemies according to the commander's orders, before Hector's soldiers arrived to aid. Then he shouted an order, retreat, retreat immediately, thinking to himself that we need to move to the next location. At the same time, a battle was also happening in another land. A loud shout rang out in the middle of the forest, the enemy is here, stop him. Kevin's friend said that, he is a monster that grows extremely strong and quickly. Kevin struggled to stand up, looking like he was about to collapse, but in fact his strength was still full. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, he thought to himself, I have observed how the commander himself deals with the enemy. I will do what he did. Because the commander's path was absolutely correct. Thinking about it, he let out a savage smile. At the same time, on another front, Foki with a cold face walked with his army. Foki and Volkan have completed their mission. They are a couple on the battlefield. They divided into 4 raid groups and attacked at the same time. This plan was successful. A soldier knelt down and reported, I'm sure Cairo's side has magicians. Even in the light, Cairo soldiers still appeared and attacked our soldiers. Jackson heard that and immediately guessed the situation. It seems we have fallen into the enemy's trap. Edwin replied, Jackson. No magic could teleport so many people. It could happen if a magic scroll was used, but high-level magic scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the southern front would have something like that. He frowned and wondered, if so, the only possibility was that they had a magician, but a high-level magician not in the west but in the south. It's funny, he also continued, yes, it's absurd. Edwin was lost in thought. Mages were even rarer than light swordsmen, as most of them belonged to the Magic Tower, a neutral group. Magic towers are active across the continents, hoping to recruit all those gifted with mana. Because the Magic Tower possesses a treasure of knowledge, magicians have no choice but to join the Magic Tower. So since then, each kingdom has only had a few free mages. This isn't magic. I can find out what kind of scam it is if I go personally, but the soldiers are risking their lives to fight the Cairo army. This is not the time. I need to wait for the right moment. Waiting for the time, Roman Dmitri falls into my trap. At the same time, Roman's blade pierced the body of a soldier, making him cry out in pain. He looked at him with a dark face without any expression at all. But I didn't expect him to look at me tremblingly with sinister eyes, and finally caught you. He couldn't help but be stunned when he heard him say that. Suddenly there was something emitting a jade-green energy. That energy glowed so brightly that it seemed to be able to shine through the darkness of the forest. He quickly seized the golden opportunity and shouted to his teammates, Roman Dmitri was here, he was over there, quickly surround him. He quickly escaped from there. As he soared in the sky, he thought, when the artifact explodes, it will shoot rays of light everywhere. These rays of light will cover the entire body, and Roman's position will be revealed like a firefly. A soldier shouted into the communication device. Roman Dmitri was moving north. He ran to the opposite side. On the other end of the line, Edwin's panicked voice rang out, Team 2, that rat was coming towards you guys. At this time Roman also rushed forward and slashed the other soldier. The others immediately cheered, killed him, and avenged their comrades. He shouted his move, the heavenly demon sword move, the second move, then a terrifying stream of power radiated from his extraordinary blade. Its intense destructive power caused the ground to crack open in a line. He landed on the ground, thinking to himself, I have reached the limit of my endurance. Suddenly, the soldier spoke in a weak voice, You think you are? Can you get out of here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will still die in our hands. Hearing that, he immediately sneered in contempt, Do you think I don't know that this is a trap? The other person spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, What? He slowly stood up. Around him were countless corpses. He said slowly, Countless soldiers were rushing around just to chase me, all rushing towards me recklessly with hope, trying to stop me even for 1 minute, no, for 30 seconds. He glanced at him, provocatively asked, Don't you find it interesting? You guys are gradually losing your guard more than ever. I can play with you whenever you want. After all, there's still plenty of time before dawn. Then a voice rang out behind him. It was over. Meanwhile, he was still holding the sword standing in front of the soldier. Roman heard the strange movement and immediately turned his eyes to look at the person opposite, equipped with light and a scarred face. He must be the leader of the guards. This energy must be 4 stars. It seems Hector has hidden information from him. Jackson and Roman finally faced each other. They looked at each other with sharp eyes. The two immediately rushed at each other like 2 moths. The 2 blades collided together, creating a terrifying force. Jackson shouted frantically, Finally catching you, Roman Dmitri. Jackson is just a 4-star swordsman who is not even ranked among the elite of the Hector Empire. People only know him as the leader of the Satellite Corps, but it's also because his name stands out. But no one knows how terrible his strength is. When confronting Roman directly, he couldn't help but be surprised by his strength and thought, even though he was hit by this attack, he still wasn't repelled. We have underestimated Roman Dmitri. The report that he is only a level 3 swordsman is a lie. Opening with the destruction of 4-star swordsmen, a true walking disaster, I now understand why soldiers become so useless. The 2 swords collided with each other, creating a loud noise. He gritted his teeth, because he was too strong. The fight between the 2 became more intense. Compared to Roma, Jackson seemed to be behind. He worriedly thought, Wait, am I being pushed back? Okay, I admit that your family is quite strong, but, no matter how strong you are, you can't run away. Thinking then he flew into the distance. Then he picked up the flute to signal. Raised it to his mouth and blew hard. Then he shouted loudly to inform the soldiers, on this side, to surround Roman Dmitri and support team leader Jackson. In the blink of an eye, Hector's army quickly surrounded him on all sides. Jackson said in a cold voice, Surrender to Roman Dmitri. He smirked and said, Surrender, haha, that's interesting. It seems like you still don't realize your situation. You guys are confusing some things. First, how can these fragments compete with my thoughts? After your words, a purple light appeared. That light made Jackson uncomfortable and squinted his eyes. Unexpectedly, Roman was right in front of his eyes 3 seconds ago, but now he had disappeared without a trace. But that was just Roman's way of showing off his strength. The next second, he appeared again in the siege of Hector's army and said, Second, I am completely confident that I can escape any siege, even if you block it from all sides. That's not enough people to defeat me. After speaking, you appeared behind Jackson. He immediately felt a bad omen. He couldn't help but feel uneasy and moved behind him. He did not directly attack him but said coldly, But Jackson, we must let you, the captain of the Guard Corps, one of the strongest people in the kingdom of Hector, come there, which proves that Edwin Hector is present. There's no one around, right? Hearing that, he immediately turned around in surprise, as if he had realized something, perhaps. But looking back, there was only a thin patch of mist left. Roman's figure had completely disappeared. He couldn't hold back his anger and screamed and cursed, Damn it, chase him now, Prince Edwin is in danger. Roman was now running away, thinking that the only way to end the conflict when there was a force gap with the enemy was to take the enemy general's head. If I just follow the flow of communication mana that Edwin Hector is using, I should be able to find out his current location. At the foot of the mountain Hector's main tent. A soldier heard the movement and immediately turned around to heighten his vigilance. But what appeared before his eyes made him so scared that he broke out in a sweat. Roman rushed like a rocket towards Hector's army. They cried out in panic, Hey, Roman Dmitri. Sadly, before they realized what had happened, he was quickly destroyed. Edwin's low voice rang out, I've caught you. He jumped up with his sword and called out to Edwin Hector. When he saw Roman appear, Edwin's expression was not afraid. On the contrary, he even created a magic ball towards Roman. This made him somewhat stunned and wondered if he had changed the way he used mana. Was he a magician? Edwin shouted the move, the fire raged, and in the blink of an eye, a magic circle appeared. He pointed his hands towards Roman. A huge stream of power shot towards Roman from that circle. But Roman was naturally sharp, he immediately jumped into the air, successfully avoiding this attack. Edwin's eyes became even more furious. He shouted, "Don't try to run." He then launched a magic called Memory at the nearby rock. Immediately, from below a huge cluster of tree roots rose up as if it wanted to swallow the enemy whole. Of course that meant nothing to Roman. With just one sword stroke, he cut off that tree root, still mumbling curses, "This cheap magic, how can it stop me?" Suddenly a resounding voice rang out from far away, "How dare you pursue Prince Edwin? Don't you arrogant guy know what the limits are?" That person released an incredibly powerful aura that completely overwhelmed even a strong person like me. He looked at him and thought, this man possesses such powerful aura power, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Who is he? It turned out that he was the second-ranked person of the kingdom, Hector, the royal knight leader of the command team. He took off his hood and shouted powerfully, "Roman Dmitri, you can't hide even if you want to. That person is the 5-star swordsman Butler." He silently looked at him, silently speculating, "You must have devised every plan to defeat me, Edwin Hector." Edwin also thought to himself, "Roman Dmitri, no matter what tricks you play, it's impossible to survive against a 5-star swordsman and a level 4 mage. This time, I will definitely send you off in person." Then he swung his hand forward, and the wind blade was powerfully released. Butler joined forces with him and unleashed his power, shouting to go to hell. Seeing this, Roman couldn't help but be startled. Anyone standing alone in front of two huge streams of power would find it difficult to stay calm. He promptly dodged aside. Luckily there was no problem. His eyes radiated dangerous lightning. He clenched his teeth, putting all his strength to counter these two attacks at once. A yellow gem glows right now. His strength seemed unable to block two attacks at once. He was blown away. Everything seemed to have exploded. In the end, he was able to keep his life. He knelt down and thought to himself, although he had anticipated there would be a trap. But I didn't expect that Edwin Hector was a magician. And he brought with him a whole army of soldiers, led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a normal human. He smiled lightly. That's interesting. Only when standing on the brink of death do we truly feel like we are alive. Butler witnessed this scene and was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes and thought, he didn't expect that he was at a level that could withstand both his and Prince Edwin's attacks at the same time, and he's only just over 20. Where did this monster come from? Luckily he's not on the same level as me, otherwise. Realizing that the situation was not very positive, Edwin immediately shouted, "Butler, what are you doing?" He is exhausted now. However, he did not ignore that at this moment Roman was right below, preparing to thrust the sword into him. Roman radiated a dangerous aura. He called out the name of the move in a low voice, the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Butler eagerly ran to stop him. He shouted loudly, "Don't." But any intervention was now too late. Roman continued to chant, the third formula. Immediately, a huge stream of power like a tsunami was about to rush towards Edwin. Fortunately Butler was there, quickly stopped in front of Edwin, using all his strength to block this dangerous attack. When the power flow disappeared, only smoke and fire remained around them. Everything returned to its original static state. Butler asked with concern, "Prince, are you okay?" Although Edwin was still frightened by the scene just now, he still tried to reply, "I'm okay." Roman stood watching from afar. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, could he even block that attack from me? What a 5-star swordsman, on a completely different level, using swordsmanship. The Heavenly Devil twice made it difficult for my physical strength to last anymore. It's really unlucky, I have to leave here. Then he coldly said, "Remember this, Edwin Hector." He pointed at his face and said, "See you next time. Don't dream of being able to survive what you did today." Roman pointed his finger threateningly, "Next time we meet again, don't dream that you will survive what you did today." As soon as he finished speaking, Roman disappeared, leaving Edwin and Butler standing there watching him leave. Edwin, because of just one person's mistake, Hector's army suffered a great disgrace and even almost lost their command. That truth was so harsh that even though it happened right before their eyes, they still did not understand it. How can that be acceptable? He clenched his fists. It was all my fault that I was too cocky to think that I could handle Roman Dmitri in my hands. The soldier fell to the ground covered in wounds, not even breathing. The decisive moment in a war is when one side suffers the worst consequences that they could not have predicted. Edwin finally growled and blamed himself. This is the defeat of Hector's army, not my own defeat. As soon as dawn broke, Edwin and his subordinates had to burn the bodies of soldiers who were once comrades in long-distance combat. Let's bury our soldiers together and pray for their souls to rest in peace forever. The fire flared up fiercely. They stood and watched their comrades burn. He mumbled, I'm sorry, it was all because of my hasty decision. Thompson loudly comforted, why do you say that? How could this be your fault? Jackson agreed, he was right, we don't think this is the prince's fault, it's just because our enemy is too strong. Hearing this, his eyes widened, he seemed extremely angry. He continued, please keep your head held high because we still believe in you. Edwin's eyes widened as hearing those words gave him strength. They looked at each other, they were teammates who trusted each other. Yes, what Jackson said is very correct, but in the future if anyone feels that my decision will bring defeat to the entire army, they must immediately stop me without being polite. The whole team, understand? He continued, from now on, before Cairo's main army arrives, we must quickly stabilize the camps on the front lines. We will station troops in the remaining 10 days after the arrangement is complete, vain and prepare mentally to die. In their eyes now there is only that wall. Buttle asked, how do you plan to deal with Roman Dmitri? Edwin replied with a confident voice, although he is indeed a strong enemy, if we fight in the mountains where we have many advantages in terrain compared to the plains, things will be completely different, we'll take advantage of that advantage. He thought, I will lose but Hector's army will not. Jackson continued to ask, if we strengthen our defenses, will we be able to retaliate against Cairo? We must not only reclaim what was lost from the Kaido army but also reclaim it from the Kronos Empire. At Cairo Royal Palace, the palace is magnificent and splendid. Ager, we used to park a lot of money on the eastern border before because of Kronos' provocations. But with the current budget situation, we cannot meet all the conditions given by Hector's army. He continued to persuade, if we meet all their demands, the current remaining budget will hit the bottom. Daniel suggested, how about raising taxes? People are protesting, we just raised taxes half a year ago, and if we raise taxes again now, people will riot. He thought, now the only way is to use the money of the Cairo nobles, but if that is the case, then we are creating conditions for them to underestimate the majesty of the royal family, but we have no other choice. Daniel sighed and said, quickly inform the nobles in the government that we want to hold a meeting. Before he could finish his sentence, a soldier ran in to report, Your Majesty, we have news that we have driven out the enemy on the southern border. He widened his eyes, what really? He was extremely worried and afraid. Gregory, Hector has 10,000 troops, how can he defeat Hector's army with such a small number of troops? If this message is true, then we have let go of the burden. Denver thought to himself, did Roman Dmitri really win against such a big obstacle? He showed a thoughtful, pensive expression. Gregory took the initiative to open a green crystal. I will contact the south immediately. The emitted light showed the image of a man. Daniel asked, who are you and what army do you belong to? That person answered, I am the second son of the Albert family, his full name is Henry Albert. Everyone whispered, which family is Albert? Marquis spoke up, well, the Albert family was once the place of origin of many outstanding people and was also a large family in the government. Henry, yes that's true, he continued, but even so, why did this young master answer for Roman? He replied, I have joined Roman's army. It should have been Roman who answered, but he said he wanted privacy here, only I, being a noble, took the liberty to stand up for him. He really talked a lot, enough to make the Marquis impatient. Wait, sir, are you planning on telling us from start to finish or should you get to the point? Henry was confused, obviously. In his heart, he clearly placed all his trust in Roman. I am sure that once Roman Dmitri wins victory for the Cairo kingdom, his name will be honored throughout the continent. I have to try to make friends with him before those people realize his true value. He reported that this victory was entirely thanks to Mr. Roman. He had predicted that Hector's army would attack the southern camp and that their real target was the archway. The barracks were built deep in the forest and surrounded by mountains for easy hiding, so he immediately climbed the mountain to build a secret barracks. Henry was serious. If the commander in the south had listened to Mr. Roman from the beginning, the border would not have fallen so quickly. The more he spoke, the more surprised everyone was. Just like that, Albert pushed all the stupid people into the abyss and flattered Roman to the top. He enthusiastically reported, Albert was sure that Roman's subordinates nearby would hear it to be more certain. He even called rich as if he was afraid that everyone around him would be deaf. He rambled, "We stood together and Mr. Roman led us to the light of glory. He stood right on the front line when the army had only 200 soldiers, much less than the number of soldiers of the enemy. He raised his voice, and won a resounding victory, so I and the warriors here are still in preparation to fight the Hector kingdom. Daniel, we've been too soft." He is confident that even in such an unfavorable situation, Roman Dmitri still stubbornly defends while we, the leaders of the Cairo kingdom, only worry about finding a way to surrender. Marquis also agreed. His Majesty was right, so when Hector's army captured the archway, we all thought we had lost. He continued, "However, Cairo's military police have proven to us that they are not defeated. Cairo's hero Roman Dmitri is currently at the southern border. Our job now is to take advantage of what you have. He just brought it back to counterattack. Grigori urgently sent more troops to the southern border. We must give the Hectors a lesson for daring to violate our territory." Daniel was confident and resolute. "We will not negotiate with Hector anymore. From now on our job is to regain the pride of the Cairo kingdom." He ordered to quickly gather the vassals and inform them of the situation on the southern border. The nobles in the Qing government seemed very concerned about the safety of the southern border, but somehow their concerns changed direction at the meeting. Everyone had their own plans in mind, to go to Roman Dmitri. That was when they decided to pull him to their side. At the end of the report, Henry was certain, "I am sure that after this discussion, once the war is over, Roman will be promoted to the government. If I take this opportunity to become close to Roman, my life will also improve." He kindly gave the beef jerky to another soldier. "Chris is hungry, so why don't you eat this?" Chris quickly refused. "No need." Henry insisted, "Just eat it, it's delicious." He turned around and growled in a low voice, "Do you think I don't know your intentions? If you really want to be acknowledged, then stop pretending in front of us. Instead," he emphasized, "let's become someone we can trust on the battlefield." Henry seriously considered and believed. "He plays the drum, are you Kelvin? Eat this." A few days later, the force the royal army sent to the southern line was ordered to buy Roman time until Cairo's main army reached it. Vasily, aid, soldier, yes. He wondered if only 200 people were able to defeat Hector's army, were they too weak? The soldier replied, "My subordinates also thought so. I also heard rumors that Lac Hector was experiencing a very serious famine, so it seems their army is not scary at all." He pondered, "I have been defending this damn place for 3 years now. This is the opportunity God has given me." He was confident, helping Roman buy more time. What that guy could do, I could do too. There was nothing worse. He loudly ordered all the troops to gather for me and I will conduct a guerrilla war to give the Hector kingdom a lesson they will never forget. He made a plan. Hector divided his army into separate attacks so that he could regain control of Cairo's defense lines as quickly as possible. Among those defense lines, the army attacking the third line had about 3,000 soldiers. Vasily fought with all their might. Because of Baron Vasily's crazy ambition to achieve success, they waged a guerrilla war to attack Hector's army, but he was stopped because Hector's army was not as weak as it was, he thought. He's angry, damn it. At the ravine soaked in the blood of the enemy as well as the Cairo faction, Hector's army, after a period of passivity, calmed down and took control of the situation while Baron Vasily's army remained entrenched in the citadel and lived a leisurely life. Therefore, he could not resist Hector's army. After a soldier came to attack him, Cairo's army realized that they could win the battle in this canyon. They were only outmatched in the presence of Roman Dmitri. Vasily suddenly couldn't react, bastard. His body was cut in two, blood splattered everywhere. At the palace, the soldier was informing His Majesty about the recent battle between Vasily and Hector. Baron Vasily, the commander of the soldiers in the third line, was killed while fighting the enemy. Another person ran in to announce, "Your Majesty, lines 3 and 4 are both being attacked by the enemy." The communicator showed a soldier on the battlefield panicking, saying that the second line had an emergency situation that needed to be reported. "The situation is very dangerous. The second line cannot be defended for 10 days in this situation. I hope Your Majesty will send troops to rescue us." Daniel asked worriedly, "Do you mean all of our defenses could be down within a few days?" His face darkened, not because Cairo's side was strong or Hector's side was weak and the previous overwhelming victory was due to Roman Dmitri's presence. And the previous overwhelming victory was only due to the presence of Roman Dmitri. He clenched his hands and trembled as he thought, "Our military side is too subjective." Daniel growled, "Roman Dmitri, where are you now?" "Dark Heart Cave. On this entire continent there are still many things that I do not know." A huge, green, magical old tree in the martial arts world used to be a place that absorbed energy from nature like trees use their roots to absorb nutrients to grow. Two men pressed their backs against each other. In order to increase their power, there was one thing different in this world: magic. Roman sat on the boat and thought, if Edwin Hector was a magician with stronger magic than at that time, perhaps it would be more difficult for him to escape his powers than before, which had not yet recovered. The white-haired man was performing magic. When I was still an angel, if I had made hasty decisions, I would have fallen into disaster. The white butterfly was stuck with spider silk. Edwin Hector predicted that he wanted to assassinate him, and spread a cunning net to lure him in. He opened his eyes. It was a smart start as expected. A stream of power is released. I need to think about future countermeasures. Roman glared, imagining himself in close combat with Edwin, if he still attacked recklessly. Roman held the sword and jumped on top of Edwin. He just stood there watching him run away without knowing what else to do. When your lightning was about to hit him, Butler's sword suddenly stopped him, causing him to hit Butler in the head. With his cold eyes looking at him, I still couldn't win against the combination of two people, a magician and a 5-star swordsman. Roman was thrown far away, but I still look forward to a battle where I have to try my best to put myself at risk to get the most thrilling victory. He continued to attack, which was a whole new challenge. Butler immediately coped. With the most difficult opponents, that's exactly what he was like. Suddenly his head was cut off. He was a person who could not live a comfortable and satisfied life with what he had. He continued to attack again and finally he was defeated. He practiced continuously until he perfected it. The sword aimed, it seemed to pierce his face, making him scream in fear. It pierced his stomach, blood splattered out. Then he collapsed to the ground under Roman's cold gaze. The scene changes to the fat guy Henry raising his voice. Chris, mister, Roman didn't tell you when he was going out. I don't know what he's doing in there, but the royal family urgently wants to contact him so I can go see him. Chris, from now until he goes out on his own, no one can see him. Henry looked worried. What was he doing in there and what happened? Then a shadow stepped out, making him hesitate. As he finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure coming out of the mountain cave, but why did he look so miserable? Chris reported the situation to me. Just as he had expected, lines 3 and 4 were defeated within a few days. Line 2 was also defeated. He continued, yesterday after capturing all the private troops in those lines, Hector's army gathered in the rear behind those lines. In my opinion that rear is where they will be, die to the end. Henry also said, now the Cairo royal family is in chaos and they are looking forward to being able to contact you again. He asked, has your army accomplished such a great feat or will your main force handle everything on its own from now on? Roman ordered, connecting me with the royal family. Turning on the communication signal, he immediately introduced himself to Daniel. I was Roman Dimitri in the southern line. He said, I heard that all 4 lines in the south were destroyed by Hector's army. Meanwhile, what did you do at that time? He replied, this whole week we have been preparing to think about our own strategy. He wondered, what is your own coping strategy? I don't want to blame you for the failure of the southern line, but within a week all 4 southern lines fell into the hands of the enemies. Daniel is upset. Don't you help them at all? Roman, to be honest, it was only by luck that I escaped the new life or death battle Hector. The royal army was too subjective in looking down on our enemies and could not help them in that situation. He continued to say, Hector alone has bet the entire nation's life on everything in this battle. I also confronted Butler, the second strongest swordsman of the Hector kingdom, in the last battle. I can also tell you that Commander-in-Chief Edwin Hector is an extremely powerful magician. Daniel was unhappy with the above statement. You said that both Butler, a 5-star swordsman, and Edwin Hector are a magician. Roman continued, surely everyone knows that on the battlefield, a magician is someone with outstanding power who can turn the situation around. In my opinion, we should only confront their army when Cairo's main force is defeated, only sent to the southern line. Marquis thought to himself, Roman is right, with the defending army in the south now it seems difficult to resist Hector's army. Denver and Gregory had the same thought, not thinking Butler would also go to this battle. Looks like the Hector kingdom has bet everything on this war. Marquis, your majesty, I think that's enough. We don't need to interrogate this hero of ours anymore. Denver, I agree. Daniel said, I won't ask any more Roman. I have already sent the main military force to the south. Hector's side seems to have retreated slightly behind the lines to set up a base and defend there. I want you to join our main attack force to support them and attack Hector's army. Roman thought, on Hector's side, they would not give up or their efforts to negotiate favorably with the Cairo royal family would fail. What is the best decision that our side can make and what is the worst situation that our side can suffer right now? He refused, sorry but the current time is very unfavorable for us. He asked, what do you mean? Roman, we have at most 3 days between now and Cairo's main force reaching the southern line if we cannot attack to defeat Hector's army's rear base. Then they will definitely attract more allies, such as the Kronos Empire, to join this war. Daniel was stunned, how should we deal with such a situation? He smiled complacently, there is only one way for us to get out of this situation. Is to attack their army directly, we must defeat Hector's army in those 3 days. Count Hadid, go beyond the south gate of Cairo, that's a tempting offer, but now it's hard to accept Hector's offer. He drummed his chin and seemed very excited, it would be good to hold the southern border, but if so, wouldn't we have to suffer Cairo's wrath? If we can maintain the rear within the next month, I will accept Hector's proposal. Edwin thought, he didn't expect that in this situation he could still take advantage. How? Even though he was angry, he had to suppress it inside, even though he knew it was very annoying, we had no other choice but to accept it. Edwin told Jackson to quickly contact the Hector family. We must preserve forces and supplies throughout the duration of the arch, he said. Jackson, clear. Edwin thought, Hector's dome had a connection duration of at least 3 days. If we can stand firm, we will definitely survive and we will definitely bring hope back to Hector. Partius brought troops, how dare you place flags on Cairo's territory? Commander-in-Chief Viscount Partius said the army was bloodthirsty. At the barracks in the middle of a small forest, there is Commander-in-Chief Viscount Thales, and Commander-in-Chief Viscount Brahim. They and Partius sat in silence, each with their own thoughts. Partius, I didn't expect that prominent figures in the government would participate in this fruitless war to win the favor of Roman Dmitri, it was really so necessary. The soldier announced, Roman Dmitri is here. He walked in and he immediately welcomed him, inviting him in, it was a pleasure to meet Cairo's hero. You look much more handsome than the rumors say, Roman replied coldly like that. Partius remembered the Marquis's advice, what happens to the southern border is none of our business, we must first attract Roman Dmitri. He continued, if our side lost to Hector, all the responsibility would fall on the royal family, if other nobles were to manipulate Roman, the balance of power would collapse. Partius also had calculations in his heart, Roman Dmitri was the eldest son of the Dmitri clan, who had great influence in the northeast. In addition to the fact that the family is only a descendant of commoners, he is also only 20-something years old, if I can recruit him, I will definitely be promoted by the Marquis. He was polite and invited to sit. Roman replied, thank you. He introduced himself. Marquis subordinates heard that the Marquis had personally contacted Mr. Roman here in the southern camp. He smiled awkwardly, he really cared about you, he told me to pass on the word that he was sorry that things had turned out like this. Roman, it's okay, no one expected this. Partius laughed, haha really. He immediately asked if he had time and I had specially prepared a gift. Thales interrupted, Count Gregory is also anxious to talk to Mr. Roman, the Count said that he currently has a lot of useful information. Brahim also could not stay silent, Earl Denver even reinforced his family members, hoping they would help him. Thales, what about my family? Before I could finish speaking, Roman interrupted, what the hell are you guys doing? Thales has some reservations, you mean? He emphasized that I know exactly what you came here to find me for. However, in this situation where the enemy's flag is proudly raised above the territory, I do not think this is the appropriate time to discuss preferential treatment. Hector Royals, after defeating Hector I will challenge you, the top masters, and become the first swordsman of Cairo. Brother, wait until then I will prove myself and then my blade will only serve one person. Everyone was surprised by that statement, so now, why don't we pay attention to the problem at hand? At the barracks, Roman's proposal resolved the tense situation and the new strategy meeting officially began. This is a war where each side has to bring their castles to bet heavily, each with their own proposals but no solution can be achieved. Partius, Hector is currently using the link at the archway, you have at least 3 days and they will need some time to counterattack us. He said, but if that were the case, Hector's army would only be about 10,000 people, now that our forces are all here, wouldn't we have a better chance of winning if we fight them head-on? If we have your support plus the advantage in numbers, we will definitely have the upper hand, but once Edwin Hector's side has a magician, it cannot be said that we are completely overwhelmed. Roman is confident, saying so, but it's not like there's no way. Hector's soldiers coughed loudly, intending to arrive and take position. They lined up in long, straight rows. Partius also came out to fight. The footsteps gradually came closer to the city wall. Cairo's army approached him loudly. Hector's army strained its ears to hear clearly that this was Roman Dimitri. The representative knight of the Cairo kingdom requested a one-on-one duel with Butler of the Hector kingdom. Edwin was surprised. Roman Dimitri, what are you planning? He shouted, I don't want anyone to sacrifice in vain, I'm sure you want that too. If you win, Cairo will accept all of Hector's lawsuits. If I win, you all immediately leave Cairo. Edwin thought that Dimitri's current ability could not win against Butler, but he still wanted to fight one-on-one. Could this be a trap? I draw my sword, if you do not accept my terms. Even if I die, I will destroy this camp. I will give you 10 minutes to think and hope you will make a wise decision. Edwin hesitated. There were problems with which path he chose. Butler, I will fight. He refused. I did not allow it. Be careful, Prince, please believe that this time I will cut off Roman Dimitri's head and find a way to live for the kingdom of Hector. He shouted, it's not that I don't trust you, but we just lost 700 troops after his recent attack. The smell of the cremation gas of those soldiers' bodies still seemed to linger in my nose. I believe you, but Roman Dimitri is definitely planning something. Butler is confident that I can definitely destroy all of his tricks. He began to convince him that God had been with him all his life. Could it be that the prince thinks that I will be so afraid of a trap that I won't dare to face it? Edwin, promise me one thing. I don't want to lose you, so if you feel anything suspicious, run away immediately. He replied, I understand. You step out of the gate, I will definitely return. He pointed his sword at Roman and said loudly that living to this age I have met many crazy people, but this is the first time I have seen someone like you. You attack, I don't know what your plans are, but I will fight with all my might. Roman, the moment my sword hit you on the mountain I really wanted to fight until the end without any traps. I wanted to fight you with my own strength. You are full of spirit, so please fight with all your might. If you can kill me, you will have whatever you want. Roman's provocation got to you, you crazy person. The two rushed to fight fiercely. 5-star level, when a person reaches this realm, he or she will be considered an extremely powerful individual in the continent, and he or she will be someone who can turn the tide in battle. The general released his explosive light energy, because now the fate of the Hector kingdom was hanging in the balance. He had no intention of prolonging this battle from the beginning. He and Baron Lawrence was unleashing his best techniques, causing dirt and rocks to scatter around him. The Baron shouted, I will end this immediately. Having said that, he slashed the sword down hard. The sound of metal hitting each other was so loud that it created rays of light around him. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to block each blow of his sword. Suddenly, the ground and rocks around the two people's feet cracked into pieces, and their swords looked as if they were about to touch the other. The two people's henchmen all had their eyes in an O shape and their mouths in an A shape. They were all worried about their friends. The sword gently passed through the gaps, flashing a bright yellow color. That was the Baron's sword. He slammed the sword straight down on him. But he quickly jumped high to escape, but he could only escape that sword of death. As soon as he landed, he noticed something wasn't right here. Baron Lawrence, he was holding a sword in his hand about to slash down on him. He had a feeling something was behind him. He swung the sword straight down where Roman was standing. As quickly as he could, he swung his sword up to defend, having to work very hard to block the sword blow just now. The sword did not hit the person, but stuck deeply into the ground that was now torn up. The soil and rocks were cracked, scattered everywhere, and dust filled the entire area. Partius, now ashen-faced, worriedly exclaimed, damn it, damn it. He thought to himself, I agreed to let this battle happen even though I didn't want to do it at all just because I wanted to curry favor with Mr. Recruiting him will go down the drain. Thales' face was wrinkled like a jujube, worried, wondering if he would lose like this. The war still took place extremely exciting and fierce. The two of them continuously swung their swords towards each other. Roman received a few light cuts to the face but he still charged forward. Meanwhile, the warriors clapped their hands down, trembling. They shouted loudly to cheer up the spirit of Lawrence, General, General. One of the soldiers shouted loudly, please avenge our fallen comrades, General. The two swords continuously touched each other, a sharp metallic sound rang out. Each person shows their determination not only through attacks, but also through facial expressions. He thought to himself, he is gradually catching up with his speed with each attack. Not only was he blocking those attacks, but he was also gradually reading his sword. It seems his face has gradually become more confident. He was nervous while fighting. Don't tell me, he was really just testing me. He smiled softly, thinking, I finally see where my strength stands in this new world. Even though I could easily cut down Homeros, a level 4 star, in an instant, I couldn't win against a 5-star swordsman. He made up his mind that his current self must fight with the general to understand his true strength. He held the sword and accelerated, walking straight towards him. But I will break that limit right here. His sword swung straight up, reaching through the flying rocks and soil, and reached an even higher realm. The illustrious general shouted loudly, this brazen son of a bitch. Light energy explosion. The weakness of indiscriminate energy explosion is extremely obvious. The Light Knights do not focus on controlling the light energy streams, instead they let it erupt like an explosion. This means that not every area of the sword is enhanced same. If a sword carries 120% light energy, the blade will only be able to use 80% of that power. He thought, I will read the flow of light energy and attack their weak point. He raised his sword to block Roman's attack. Then he made a slash, but it seemed he missed. He realized the opportunity. The time was now, the third heavenly demon sword technique. He was so surprised by that attack that he had no time to react. He gritted his teeth but couldn't do anything. The black smoke covered half of his face. Even a 5-star knight was pushed back. Everyone, from both sides, was overwhelmed, not only with surprise and unbelievable surprise, but also with a sense of shock. A soldier trembled. He asked himself, or asked his teammates, how could this be possible? They shouted, wasn't Roman Dmitri just a 3-star swordsman? How could he confront the general, a 5-star knight, on equal terms? A surprised, angry person questioned himself, did he really just want to have a match to see how strong he was without using any tricks? If the general lost to Roman Dmitri, that would be the worst case that could happen. Not only will we lose the core of our fighting force, but we will also have to retreat to the edge of the camp. Now I can only trust the general, he reassured himself. Yes, he was still not at full strength. He put his sword on the ground. He was truly crazy. He slowly stood up and looked in his direction. I thought he had some plan in the fight that he could use as an excuse, but he really wanted to defeat me right here. Blood began to flow from the mouth of the famous general. The reason why the plan we thought was perfect is starting to fall apart is because a madman like him exists in the southern front line. If I let Roman Dmitri escape completely now, the Hector kingdom will sooner or later face a monster they cannot handle on their own. He made up his mind. That's why, I will have to personally finish this monster right here, right now. He shouted loudly, I will fight you with everything I have. His eyes seemed to flash with rays of light. He raised the glowing sword high. Up until now, only 2 people have been able to block this attack from the general. Light flashed, a ball of power appeared. One of them soon became the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, the other entered the continent's rankings. He thought to himself, it's over. The secret technique of sunlight beheading. The streaks of light flashed so bright that it blinded the eyes. The ball of power rushed towards Roman. He held his sword and prepared to block it. He thought, if I block that secret technique with just my current skills, I will definitely die. If that's the case, I'll focus on strengthening my defense skills. If that is the most powerful weapon of the general, then the strongest shield of the heavenly devil, Beck Jun-huk possesses would be the sword technique of the heavenly devil iron shield. Suddenly there was a cloud of hard smoke surrounding him. Roman frowned and showed determination. The rays of light continued to flash, making others feel overwhelmed. The surrounding soil and rocks were scattered wherever the ball went. At this moment everyone felt extremely shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. His voice rang out. He rushed in. The ball came closer and closer. Roman's crazy eyes appeared more clearly. Let's see who is stronger. Your spear, or my shield? The 2 streams of power collided with each other, creating an extremely terrible explosion. After that explosion, dust flew, and the 2 of them disappeared. At this moment, a foot came forward. He stepped step by step into the center of the match. Edwin's face looked panicked. How could this be possible? Roman's sphere was still there, surrounded by lines destroyed by the other sphere of power. Butler looked at Roman's provocative smile on the other side and thought to himself, even a 5-star swordsman cannot block this attack. He smirked challengingly. Roman thought to himself that I had used too much mana on this attack. He blurted out, "Damn it." He tried hard, but couldn't give up here, then shouted, "Kewok." Immediately he jumped from where he was standing, holding the sword and rushing towards him. The two people rushed into each other and fought fiercely. Your strength sent him flying, causing him to fall backwards, shouting, "Kewok." He was covered in wounds and his mouth was bleeding, thinking, how could this happen? I, who had gone through hundreds of life and death battles, was pushed back by a 20-year-old boy. But he still held the sword and rushed forward regardless, but could not give up, even if I had to die. Suddenly he grabbed his head, making him extremely surprised. Then hit the ground hard. It seemed extremely painful. He thought before losing consciousness, I must drag this monster that threatens the prince with me, and shouted, "Uak." He thought he would die soon after, but from his head emitted a yellow light that caught his attention. That source of power exploded. He said, "Butler," then raised his sword to slash straight down. "I will always remember your strong willpower." He lay on the ground, under Roman's mighty sword. He could only open his eyes and prepare to accept his death. Then he rushed forward with a serious expression, perhaps wanting to end his life. Edwin screamed, stopped, and cast the ancient fire spell again. That stream of power shot towards him. This made him stop and pay attention to him. Sudden attack so immediately jump away from him. Butler was still lying on the ground unable to move. Edwin stood on the city wall and shouted to save General Butler. The soldiers below also held their weapons and responded, staying away from the general, that inhuman demon. Hector broke the rules of the duel. They gave up their honor in front of the entire two armies, to choose to save Butler. Each soldier who came forward lost his head to his sword. He was killing the approaching soldiers while gritting his teeth, thinking, to do that they had to open the city gate. I must not miss this opportunity. Parshas had previously sat at the negotiating table with the other three people and asked, even if a miracle happened, what would we do next? Roman replied, after confronting Hector on the mountain, I watched from afar. Even though they had to fight all night, they still carried all the bodies of their comrades before going down the mountain. The remnants of the army gathered at the southern front line. They were in an urgent situation and had to withdraw. They cremated the bodies and thought they would leave later. Being able to take time for soldiers to mourn and commemorate their comrades like that, it can be said that Edwin Hector was truly a benevolent commander. I intend to exploit this weak side of him. He was startled to realize, let alone. He continued to say, Butler can make his judgment wrong. He is exactly what we need right now. We will take full advantage of his mistakes. He smiled and said if we defeat Butler, that would be enough to take the first step. I won't kill Butler in one move. I'm thinking of making him unable to fight anymore. He dangerously said the rest of his plan. The moment Edwin Hector decided to save Butler, it was time for the second step. At this time, the soldiers were screaming and attacking. We had to buy enough time to save the general. Every guy who rushed forward was knocked far away. He looked steadily at the group and told Edwin Hector, you are certainly a good king, but you are really not suited for war. A soldier approached Butler and said, save Mr. Butler, buy me time. Two soldiers stood on the wall holding bows ready to shoot and said, we can't shoot if he keeps walking among the soldiers. The other one cursed, what a bastard. Parshas watched the scene before him in disbelief and thought, he couldn't believe everything happened as Roman said. He felt it was like a miracle. He stood from above and looked down. A group of soldiers was approaching Roman. He thought to himself, Roman Dmitri is the most outstanding talent Cairo has ever had. That's why Viscount Benedict wanted to recruit him. I understand why I must have him at any cost. The moment I have Roman, I don't need the weak king of this kingdom. We can wipe out everything in the two neighboring empires like trash. Then he waved his hand and ordered, to attack, the Cairo army. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of arrows rushed out like rain. Edwin stood on the towering wall, looking at the scene below and thinking to himself, my stupid decision led to this situation. Comradeship, you idiot. As a general, I should have remained calm until the end, but I lost my judgment the moment Butler collapsed. He took a deep breath to calm down from his chaotic thoughts. Then he cast the spell and said to himself, no, it's not over yet. We will save Butler and close the castle gate. There is still a chance to win. He used his fire magic, Uek, to attack the soldiers below. His power caused Roman's comrades to be defeated. The magicians also competed to help him by using fireballs to help the prince. His subordinates were hindered by his strength and could not help him. The Parshas on the other side were equally hasty, spreading out and accelerating their advance. If they missed the opportunity to open the city gate, our troops would suffer many more casualties. Hector's knight, Cullen, cursed, damn it. He looked down and thought, we need to close the city gate quickly, faster, faster. One of the two men carrying Butler said, Mr. Butler is here, close the gate quickly. Roman immediately looked up, now. Cullen watched him rush near the city gate screaming, no. He shouted loudly to stop him. But even so he still rushed forward at extremely fast speed. The soldiers inside the city gate looked at him as he rushed forward and said, activating defensive magic as soon as the gate was closed, Roman Dmitri. Roman screamed for strength. He used his strength to break the city gate. The gate was nothing compared to him. With just one attack the gate would crumble into dust. Then he announced that the city gate was broken. All Cairo soldiers, advance. This was before the news of the victory reached the capital Kairos. There was talk around, some of you knew, others asked, you know what others said. Then the Hector kingdom crossed its boundaries and attacked the border, that's south of us. The blonde-haired boy said, according to the accounts of the merchants in the south, the situation was very bad. The person next to him continued, it's very worrying, I'm afraid that maybe they will force men to join the army to fight in the war. The person opposite countered, it's impossible even if the empire attacks us, it will happen. What's wrong? Why now just because Hector's side is attacking, they can force people to become soldiers. The talk became more heated, they will not increase taxes to pay for the war, I sincerely hope not. Why can't this district have a peaceful day? The whispers are endless. I am so unfortunate to have been born in this small country. What is the government doing? At Cairo Royal Academy Class D, the classroom's voice echoed. Next would be William Castro and Loren Dmitri. Two different extremes. William Castro looked focused and confident. On the other side was Loren Dmitri, looking worried and scared, both of them holding swords in their hands. The teacher shouted loudly and began. I only saw one nimble foot rushing up. William did not hesitate to slash at Loren. He was scared and helpless, raising his sword to block the attack. It can be seen that the initiative is in his favor. He could only block the attack in fear. Then close your eyes and scream loudly to counterattack him. But he just gently stepped aside and the sword fell straight to the ground. With a cruel look in his eyes, he mockingly said, you idiot. Then he took the sword and struck him on the back. He fell to the ground groaning in pain. The surrounding sounds were constantly chanting, William was the strongest. Loren Dmitri, the teacher crossed his arms over his chest and looked at him kneeling on the ground and said, you are the one who wants to join this Cairo Royal Academy to learn swordsmanship, but not only can you not look directly at your enemy's sword, go and close your eyes again. He frowned in annoyance and said, what a pathetic thing. He looked resigned and silently looked at what he was saying, if you continue to act like that during the exam, then prepare to be pushed down to Class E. He angrily clenched his hands into fists and thought to himself, why am I sure to be laughed at in Class E considering that class is for 15-year-olds and I am 18. After class, he sat alone on the chair. At this time, he and his accomplices saw him and said, here is our lovely Loren. He put his hands on his hips and said pompously, it was so interesting that even Mr. Rodwell of Class S must have been amazed. When I was young, I thought the Dmitri family was great, but look. Then he mentioned the second son of the Dmitri family. Clearly back then I didn't understand that some people were born just like that. The fact that Mr. Rodwell was born into such an ordinary family was a miracle. She laughed mockingly and looked at him contemptuously, then said, and how could a miracle happen a second time in the same family? Hearing that, he just silently thought, every time that name Rodwell haunts me like a ghost. The two guys following him also joined in. One guy said, I don't know what that is, it's really sad. The other guy continued, that's right, I don't know if Roman Dmitri really defeated Homeros. He continued to complain, I assure you this is definitely a rumor spread by the Dmitri family because they also have to do something to help their eldest son become famous for his stupidity. His face darkened and he remained silent as he listened to his ridicule, looking at Loren. It was all clear, wasn't it? He emphasized every word, the third trash son of the Dmitri family. After a while, he walked in thought, wondering if the rumors about Roman were true. He walked like a statue with lifeless eyes and thought, even though in my memory he was never a bad person, but like William said, I also don't believe he is strong enough to defeat Homeros. Anyone who heard it understood that it was a blatant lie. Looking towards the crowd in front of him, he whispered, what's going on over there? I only saw two people talking back and forth. The girl said, "Is it true?" The boy replied, "I told you, what's true?" The middle-aged man looked at the person next to him and said, "Some of my southern relatives also said the same thing. The furthest layer of the southern border was completely occupied by Hector but was suddenly taken back thanks to a battle. What a surprise! But do you know what's even more unbelievable? In this process Roman Dmitri played an extremely unbelievable role. He was the youngest person to ever defeat Homeros. There were even rumors that he defeated Hector with only 200 troops. Not only that, they also said he could defeat even Butler, a 5-star swordsman, with just one move. Hearing them say that, he thought to himself, it sounds so stupid that I can't believe a word of it. With an incredulous look on his face, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, they were really talking about that brother Roman, and I didn't know. Defeating Hector's faction with only 200 souls and defeating Hector's light sword master too, those people are lying too much. The leading soldier shouted loudly, avoiding the way the hero of the South had arrived. Soldiers from outside lined up to enter, shouting and moving out of the way. People stood on both sides looking at them in surprise. Someone said in surprise, our Roman looked down with a tired face full of incomprehensible wounds. King of Cairo Daniel sat on his throne and said, Roman Dmitri finally met. He knelt down and bowed and said, I would like to pay my respects to your majesty. He looked at him and said, I want to represent this whole country and thank you from the bottom of my heart for truly showing the world what Cario's indomitableness looks like. He looked at him with searching eyes and said, whatever you want, as long as it is within my ability, I will give it to you. He was somewhat uncomfortable, his eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked up at what he was saying. Actually, the strongest swordsman Cairo, captain of the musketeers, Viscount Nicholas, was looking for a successor. His face darkened as he continued, if you agree, I will make you deputy captain and allow you to freely enter and exit the royal family's territory, and I will also release you from the remaining time of duty in the royal family. How do you see the border? He of course clearly saw his intentions as he whispered in his mind, the king had revealed his tricks. Because the first king passed away too early, the current king ascended the throne at a very young age. Cairo's puppet king Daniel Cairo. He was also very tense in his mind, looking at him thinking, if I can bring him to my side, then even the noble faction cannot easily threaten me anymore. Even though people always call me a weak king, I can't be like that all my life. At this moment, someone spoke up, interrupting his thoughts, Your Majesty. Marquis Benedict of the Marquis aristocracy said that no one in this world would reward others by giving them more work. By doing this to a talented young man with such a bright future, you are clearly forcing him to sacrifice himself. Please withdraw your proposal. Many people around also agreed. He was right, he immediately said, I can agree to let him into the royal family's territory, but I can't just let him become captain. Then looking towards him, I said, Marquis Benedict has already said the reward I want to give from this moment. He extended his hand towards him and said that the decision to accept the reward or not was Roman Dimitri's decision. Those who commented earlier, including him, all looked uncomfortable. He looked at him thoughtfully. It seemed like he still had royal blood flowing in him. There's no reason for me to help the Cairo royal family. Thinking of this, he bowed his head and replied, This position of musketeer is indeed an honorable position, but before deciding on his future, there is something I want to say. He looked at me nervously and said, What is it? He continued to say, after the war ended, I realized that I was really a frog at the bottom of the well, leaving this country and entering the vast world. I was no one. That's why I still need more time to prepare before entering that vast world. And when I was about to complete, I asked for permission to participate in the Cairo Kingdom's public ranking contest. I wanted to challenge all the people from 99 to 1 to truly test my own limits. Daniel sat on the throne looking at Roman and said, Why is the ranking battle open? He knelt below and replied, Yes. Open ranked battle means that it can include challenges with an unlimited number of each individual will be able to fight until they are defeated. Or until their opponent falls. If the challenger wins, then they can take the place of the person they defeated. He said, if something happened, there could be people who died in the ranking battle, which is not something we can easily discuss here right now. He said seriously, I understand. He frowned in confusion and thought, in a situation where he could choose to pursue endless wealth or fame, he chose to give them up and accept a new challenge, truly extremely confident. The people in the meeting agreed with his opinion and happily said, What a hero of Cairo, that was the right decision. The ranking battle was already something I was looking forward to. That day he was the one who defeated the leader of Hector's army, but who could stop him? Marquis looked at him and thought. He refused the king's invitation to become a royal knight because he wanted to prove his worth, so there was no need to stop him. This idea was not bad. Denver supports the Valhalla faction and Gregory supports the Kornos faction. Although they belong to two different factions, they have the same shy attitude and the same thoughts. Roman is still in his 20s. With the ranking battle between us, we'll be able to see through his true strength. He continued to say, Your Majesty, I will soon prove myself in front of everyone. Once that happens, we will decide in what direction we will act. He smiled and looked forward, determined to have his own calculations in mind. When the ranking battle ends, Roman Dmitri will not become anyone's sword. Instead, I will become a rookie into this game. In another scene, the glass is being filled with wine. Marquis sat cross-legged on the chair shaking his glass of wine and said, Life is truly full of surprises. In the living room, there was also a grandfather who said, I sent people to the southern front line because I thought for your own benefit, but yet Hector declared war at that very moment. Roman still calmly enjoyed the wine and spoke again, and yet you became the hero who stopped Hector. His cold eyes said, Thanks to you, I had a happy time. He looked at him with confusion. What a happy time, he said. He immediately replied, Of course. He continued, Through the battle with Hector I realized that the world out there is much bigger, and so I will participate in the open ranked battle. To test how strong I am in the Cairo kingdom, since there is no one stronger than me in this place. I intend to travel the world and become the strongest person. He heard that without expression. I also dreamed of being the strongest in the world. But until we realize how big the world is, then we have chosen to be satisfied with our current life. He said again, I have a daughter. Because her mother passed away very young, I put even more effort into raising her. He looked at him startled when he said, I will give it to you. He looked at him again and said, I heard Fabius say that you are not naive at all, and even today when I saw you offer to join the open ranked battle. He looked at him seriously and said, You reminded me of the monsters of this world, the ones I met when I was young. Even though I don't have amazing natural talent like them, I can still confirm it. He spoke with a strong voice, saying that Roman Dmitri was someone who could become strong enough to compete with them. He turned around to look at him and added, I also know that you broke off the engagement, and I have no intention of forcing her to get married. But I will arrange for you and her to meet. What I want to say is that if after you meet her, you both have a good impression of each other, then I will accept you. He extended his hand towards him and said, I won't force you to meet her right away, but I hope you can remember this. That both in the past and in the present, I am always the rear guard watching over you. He still looked at him seriously and said, Whenever you choose to say that you want to accompany me, you will be able to receive anything you desire within the scope of this Cairo kingdom. Roman Dmitri's existence has disrupted the balance of power. Whoever retains him will be the one to hold the power to rule the Cairo kingdom. The four forces that rule Cairo all want to own Roman. The first is Denver, the faction that supports Valhalla. Then Earl Gregory and Earl Denver also made unexpected proposals. However, Roman Dmitri is also a devil. Beck Jun-huk is the one who refuses to kneel before anyone. From inside the house there was a voice coming from the young master. Hans ran from the capital to take care of Roman. He grabbed his shoulder and shook him frantically, saying, Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere. Then he burst into tears, put his head on his brother and sobbed, After hearing the news from you on the southern front line, my heart stopped beating. He said with a stiff face, I'm fine. He kept crying and replied, Are you sure? A few days later, a hot cup of tea was placed on the table. He sat on the chair and raised his cup of tea to enjoy it. He came to the side and said, Young master, maybe I'm a bit too involved. But have you ever met Master Loren? Right after Roman moved to the capital's mansion in the capital of the Dmitri family, he recalled that when he met Loren he called, Young Master Loren. At that moment he looked at him and called, Hans. The two people stood in the middle of the mansion talking about many things. He recalled that he had raised both young masters since they were children and could detect them at a glance. Young Master Loren was in trouble, so I waited for him to speak. He then scratched his head and said, Hans, you said happily, please speak naturally. He shyly said, What happened to Roman? Not long ago I saw him returning to the capital with a group of people around to protect him. People said that Roman defeated a general of Hector's army. He happily replied that while he was not here, a lot of things happened in the Dmitri family. He was surprised to hear what he said. He had also heard rumors about what had happened. Weren't they all true? The engagement with the Lawrence family has been annulled. The battle with the Barco family defeated Homeros, and recently that day played a very big role in the victory on the southern front line. Hearing that, he looked down and thought, it's not a rumor but it's completely true. He said again, thanks to the change in young Master Roman's behavior, the Baron was also very happy recently. He rambled on, but instead of discussing him like this, why don't you go see him yourself? I heard he'll be there tomorrow night. He immediately waved his hand and stepped back, stammering, no need, it's okay, thank you, Hans. He stood and watched him go and thought to himself, the three Dmitri brothers were born with completely different personalities, and among them, Master Loren had the most fragile and sensitive heart. Returning to reality, he held the teapot and said, I think young Master Loren is being bullied at the academy. He still had no expression and calmly drank tea. He said, perhaps he wanted to ask for your help, but I had no right to ask him about that. He thought to himself, Loren Dmitri is the youngest. He put down his cup of tea and thought, I don't need to take care of him just because he is my younger brother. Thinking so, but he looked at him and said, okay, we will meet him but only once. He was surprised when he said that. Then he smiled and said, thank you, Master Roman. Roman's eyes were cold. Thinking that maybe he agreed just because that's what Hans suggested. Parshas walked hastily thinking, the recruitment of Roman Dmitri has been postponed indefinitely however. There's still a way to win the Baron's affection. He said with a sinister look, I'm sure he will be happy. Parshas plotted as he walked. The truth was that the subordinates who followed him were all outstanding talents if they could be had. Marquis Benedict was certainly very happy. Especially that person named Chris. He is a talent that any noble in the royal capital would welcome with open arms. Well, if I hadn't personally been to the southern border, I probably wouldn't have known about this. Those people are really worth recruiting. If I can get all of Roman's subordinates on my side, I'll probably gain the Marquis's trust sooner rather than later. In other developments, Chris was practicing and thinking. When he first met that day, he was clearly still in my sights. So I thought that one day I would surpass Mr. Roman. But now he's really on a completely different level than me, and that day really shocked me, especially how in that match he was able to do that. Outside the city walls, he could be heard sighing, "Os." He thought with a burning will and determination on his face. However, when I followed him and looked at him from behind in just 6 months, I achieved such incredible growth that I couldn't believe it. Can do. I can't stop either. I'm still very serious about wanting to achieve my goal of one day surpassing Mr. Roman. The last man came from behind and smiled happily at him and said, "Oh Chris, you're here, so let's get straight to the main topic. I want to recruit you if you come to our side." He turned around and looked at him and said decisively, "I refuse." He quickly said, "This opportunity is something that can completely change your life. How can you refuse when you haven't even heard the whole proposal? What is the problem?" The more he talked, the more excited he became. "Money, we can give you so much money that you will never spend it all in your life." He paused and then said, "The fame and position we will give you will be a position with great honor serving Marquis Benedict, who holds real power in the central state." He stiffened listening to what he said. "Whatever it is in this Cairo kingdom we cannot give you." He tried to persuade, "If you are worried that this action will look like you are betraying Mr. Roman, then there is no need to worry. He will also join the Marquis's side, so you go first, there's nothing to do." He frowned uncomfortably and said, "Are you sure you have heard my master say that he will become a subordinate of Marquis Benedict?" Hearing that, he replied confidently, "Isn't that natural? There's no one in this Cairo kingdom who can refuse someone as powerful as him." He looked at him with his eyebrows furrowed thoughtfully. He still didn't have any understanding of Roman at all. "From what I've seen so far, he is someone who will never bow to anyone." Then he looked at him unkindly and said, "No matter what suggestions you make, I have no intention of leaving my master's faction." "That's the image of Roman leading the army," he definitely said. "No one can replace him." Seeing that he couldn't convince him, he put his hands in front of his chest and bowed his head. "Okay, I understand." He continued, "If you're also thinking about recruiting my other teammates, then you should just give up." He looked at him faintly and said, "No one would choose to serve anyone other than the master." He didn't have the heart to turn around and walk away with an annoyed look on his face, thinking, "Humph, that's ridiculous. How could anyone else throw away this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" In another place, the red-haired guy's whole body exuded a bright red aura, intending to say, "The master is my life, I would rather die than follow someone else." Hearing that, he frowned, sweating, and said in his head, "What?" In another place, Bucky awkwardly scratched his head and said leisurely, "So have you finally arranged any agreement with my master? If not, I will pretend this never happened." Then he went to meet another guy under his command. As expected, he said, "Well, if I don't meet the master, then I'm just a nameless pawn and I dare betray him." Hearing that, he turned black and thought, "Clearly I said it wasn't betraying him." Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps coming. He looked at him and forced his mouth to say, "Ah." Then, to his surprise, he covered his face and shouted, "Ah." He looked in that direction helplessly, wondering why they were so loyal to him. Elsewhere, Loren is practicing hard. One blow after another slashed at the wood. He stopped and breathed heavily, remembering what Hans had said. Thanks to the change in young Master Roman's teaching style, the Baron was in a very good mood these days. Then he gritted his teeth and thought, what exactly happened to Roman? He went from being the idiot of the Dmitri family to the youngest cavalryman to finally being the hero who defeated foreign invaders of Cairo. He slashed furiously while thinking, if only Roman could change that much. Then he remembered William's appearance and said, "Why do I keep standing still? Always this pathetic." After a while he was exhausted and lay on the ground. He panted as he lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Behind him, Roman stood in front of him, looked down and said, "What are you doing?" He was startled and called out, "Mr. Roman." He looked away and said, "I heard Hans say you were looking for me." He looked at him standing up and said, "If there's anything wrong, say it now." He sheepishly scratched his head and said, "It's nothing." Hearing that, he looked at him with cold iron eyes and scolded him, "Pathetic." Then he decisively turned around and left. He looked at him and turned away and immediately felt speechless. "Ah!" Then he closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "I said I would say everything." When he heard that, he also stopped. He started to tell the story. "When I first heard those rumors about you, I didn't believe it at first. I stood next to you and listened to you talk. In my memory, you were the one who never discussed swordsmanship and could even ask someone else to go to the border on your behalf. About a year ago, not so long ago, but compared to the last time I saw him, he had become a completely different person. Speaking of this, he clenched his fists. Everyone now calls him Cairo's hero. What exactly happened that made him change so much?" He couldn't control his emotions and cried out loudly, "In the past, neither you nor I could meet the expectations of the people around us. I also wanted to be like you. I also want to become a son who makes my father proud." He cried even harder and choked up and said, "I'm not the boy who always pretends to be fine. When I meet him, I can only smile awkwardly. I really want to be able to show him my own achievements." He looked at him crying and thought to himself, the boy is still young, not yet 18 years old and still not strong enough to accept this heavy reality. What should I do with it? The people of this place have accepted a new Roman. They decided that they would not dare to cling to the old Roman's image but agreed to give Roman a second chance. I should do the same whether it's with Loren or with Rodwell. I shouldn't judge them based on old memories but should judge them based on things I've personally experienced. Then he stood in front of him and called. Loren quickly replied, "Yes." Roman said, he also did not want a person with the same last name as him to be looked down upon. That will affect both the honor of Dimitri's family and him. Faced with his bewildered expression, he said, "The answer to your answer is that you are also qualified, so go prove yourself in a few sword arts tests at the academy." Speaking of which, he thought, in my previous life, my brothers and I had to kill each other, but now that I am Roman, everything has changed. I also want to give my brother in this life a chance. The teacher stood in front of the students and said, "Now will be the swordsmanship test first." Loren below looked at the previous testers and thought to himself, my brother said that to get the answer, I must prove myself in this swordsmanship test. The teacher then spoke, then Loren Dmitri stepped forward and he replied, "Yes." He spoke again, and William, who heard that, glanced at him, smirked, and said, "This is interesting." He smiled even more meaningfully and said, "You keep wanting to confront me, this time I will show you my abilities." He stood with his arms crossed, looking down at them and said, "This test is not about winning or losing, just observing your progress so don't go over the limit." As soon as he shouted, a figure with speed that could not be seen with the eyes began to fly straight into the ring. He did not relent and tried to attack him and said, "Loren, you weakling, you just blocked the attack, you can see that it was a bit too much for you." You gritted your teeth and made a sound, choking. He tried his best to shake off the blow, curled his mouth and said, "It's over." Then he raised the sword and looked down at him with fierce eyes, smiling sinisterly. He was weak and helpless below, watching the sword gradually approach him and said, "That was it." Then he remembered Roman's teachings, in the sword test of those who despise you, show them your abilities. Thinking of this, he threw a kick and hit him in the face, not having time to prevent his face from being deformed. He gritted his teeth in pain as he scolded him, "You son of a bitch." He gritted his teeth and looked determinedly at him. A voice echoed in his head. He had to remember that now was the time to prove himself. Remembering his brother, he became even more determined and said, "I can do the same as you." He was no longer weak and could only block his attacks as he attacked him crazily. He now looked at him unpleasantly and said, "Fuck you, you bastard." He seemed to forget the teacher's instructions and pointed his sword madly towards him. He quickly moved aside to avoid the attack. He didn't give him time to react and quickly threw the sword towards him, thinking to himself, "I will definitely do it." After a while he looked up and said, "Huh. As a teacher, I see you are making progress." He looked at his grandfather and continued. As soon as William continued to attack a second time, he hit him. Then I remembered when he attacked me and he said, "If I hadn't deflected that attack, I wouldn't be able to sit up now." He smiled at me and said, "You did very well, I've been following you all along, you're not without talent. It's that I always have a fear mentality, so I keep cowering because I haven't realized and utilized my full potential the last time." But today's test against William the First think he passed that. He was surprised and asked again, "Did the teacher tell the truth?" He immediately replied, "There is no need for me to lie to you, you should trust yourself." He emotionally pursed his lips to hold back his tears as he listened to him say, "I see that your abilities and William's are not much different, so don't be afraid anymore. If you don't have a strong mentality, you won't be able to do anything," he said sincerely. "Thank you, teacher." On the other side, he was so angry that he blew smoke and scolded him. "Damn it." The two guys following him spoke up to advise him, "Calm down." The other guy continued, "Right, first calm down." He gritted his teeth and said with indignant eyes, "That bastard Loren Dmitri, I forgave him several times before and now he's rebelling against me and even dares to look at me with those eyes." He remembered the eyes he looked at while fighting. He became even angrier and turned around and said to the other two, "If you can't leave this alone, Loren, I'll cut off your hand." The other two heard that, sweating, and said, "They must go to that extent." Why did the guy next to them say, "Don't you know who Loren Dmitri's brother is? He is Roman Dmitri, the hero of Cairo. If you do too much, it will lead to conflict between families." He confidently glanced at them and said darkly, "Cairo's hero, I am the eldest son of the Castro family. So what does he plan to do to me? My father is very close to Marquis Benedict. No matter what I do, no one here in Cairo dares to touch me." He put on a disdainful look, curled his mouth and said, "As a hero, I will show him that he is also useless in front of real power." He smiled smugly as he looked at the two of them giving orders. "Hey, drag Loren here. If I dare to resist, I'll knock you out." At this time, Roman stood behind him, arms crossed, leaning against the door, speaking. Then listen to what he said. Those guys were panicking and talking in their heads. "Roman Dmitri," he continued to speak, "you say again, what are you planning to do to my brother?" The two people walking next to him were already shaking and he was still arrogant, puffing and looking at him, saying with a proud face, "If you want to listen, I'll just say it." In the face of real power, you didn't even let him finish his sentence before you ran quickly and grabbed him by the neck. He said loudly, "Do you know what your mistake was?" He was strangled and made an unpleasant sound. He choked and continued, "Don't say what you're bothering Loren about." Roman tightened his grip on his neck and spoke harshly, "But I have heard all of your words. You dare to bully Loren Dmitri and look down on this Roman Dmitri. Speaking of this, his eyes became dark. You guys dare to look down on my family." He let go of his neck and said, "Take me to your house quickly." He seemed to have lost his gravity and fell to the ground, holding his neck in discomfort and saying, "What?" He exuded an overwhelming aura as he said, even if he wasn't a fool, he would want to know what real power is like. At Count Castro's mansion, a voice came from inside, saying everything had failed. Parshas sat in the room and said, "The path to success is so open, but I don't admit that's why I hate dealing with them." Count Castro smiled and said, "The lowly proles have a very limited vision, you need to be patient." Then he looked at him and asked, "Why is that Roman Dmitri so important?" He immediately replied, "Of course Marquis Benedict put all his effort into recruiting him." He looked secretive and said, "I will tell you a story about the Marquis wanting Roman to become his son-in-law." He asked again in surprise, "Really?" Then smiled evilly and said, "I have to go meet him sometime in the future. If I have the chance, I'll go with him." Then, as if he had discovered something, he glanced in that direction and said, "What's that?" William came in from outside and called, "Father." William and Roman Dmitri walked in together. As soon as he returned, he made an accusation. "Father, do you know what this Roman Dmitri did to me, a commoner who dared to threaten the eldest son of the Castro family?" When he heard the name Roman, his face turned black. Then he frowned in his mind and said, "That's it." He continued, but before he could finish his sentence, he shouted, shutting his mouth and calling out to his father in frustration. Then he grabbed his collar and scolded him. "William, do you know who you touched? Roman is the hero who saved Cairo." He pushed William so hard that he fell to the ground screaming in pain. "Ah!" Then he scolded me again. "Don't you dare talk like that." Then he bowed his head to look at Roman and said, "Please forgive my son for being rude to you, and I will definitely punish and teach him strictly. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again. I hope you don't get angry." He smiled at him and continued, "Drink a cup of tea with me," but in his mind he secretly calculated that on the contrary, this is a good thing. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to become friends with Roman so soon. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse my sincerity. "When you first spoke, what are you doing? Besides apologizing, everything is decided by me, not you." Roman said with an expressionless face, "This incident was caused by your son William. He had harassed my younger brother Loren. He had broken his arm right in front of me." His expression gradually changed, his eyebrows furrowed in discomfort, and he said, "When I heard and saw his actions towards my sister like that, I couldn't sit still." Count Castro lost patience and said loudly, "So what are you going to do, or do you also want to break my son's arm like he did to your brother Loren?" He frowned and said in a commanding tone, "Let's sit down and compromise for the future of our two families. Tell me what I can do to resolve this matter." William turned pale when he heard him say, "Simply I want your son William to come in front of my brother Loren, kneel down and apologize to him in front of everyone. And then I withdrew from the Cairo Royal Academy myself. I didn't want to see this trash hanging around the academy with my younger brother anymore. And if you find my proposal unsatisfactory and do not want to follow it, I will start a war between the two families. You can choose to go to war with the Dmitri family or follow my request. This is a cold sweat," he said in a cold tone. "All choices depend on you, Count Castro." He still wasn't aware of the seriousness and said with a laugh, "I understand, it's just a nuisance for a few kids with a little power, a low-class guy who wants to cause trouble with me. Why do you think you have some achievements? For the royal family, you get the earl's attention and the king's favor, so you get whatever you want." He loudly pointed his finger at him and shouted, "That's not happening. You can't lay a finger on the Castro family. Wake up, take this opportunity. I'll show you the true power of the Castro family. What is it like to be a noble in this empire?" He glanced coldly at Partius and said, "Count, you have observed everything from the beginning of the day. Testify to me about his provocative and contemptuous actions towards the Castro family." He gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Roman Dmitri, he has gone beyond my tolerance limit and I must punish him appropriately." He looked at him faintly and said, "Wait a minute, Count Castro, I think from the beginning it was William's fault with his younger brother Loren." Hearing that, he was startled and turned around to look at him and said, "Why?" Among the nobility in Cairo, Count Padius's nickname is Cairo the Raccoon. In the empire there are many people with extraordinary abilities like Count Padius. They are very wise and can survive in harsh battlefields. With keen eyes to see everything and predict the situation, he always built mutually beneficial relationships with important people in the empire. Count Padius's family was not outstanding in the kingdom, but in order to have a solid foothold in the royal palace and the nobles, he had to be wise enough. About Count Castro, who comes from a prestigious family in the Cairo kingdom, the two have had a close relationship since they were very young, but now Count Castro's opponent is Roman Dmitri. He looked towards Roman and Count Castro and silently analyzed. The situation was quite difficult to choose. Perhaps I should side with Count Castro. Marquis is the person who is willing to throw away and trample on everything, even people, your closest friends, so that you can gain benefits. If there is something that is an exception, it's probably only those who are related to him by blood. Roman, he's probably going to be his son-in-law right now, so maybe he's here now." Then he told him, "Count Castro, your son has done wrong from the beginning. It is so simple to see that you do not need to be ashamed because your son's actions have caused punishment. It's okay if the boy is a little more obedient." He opened his mouth in surprise and scolded, "Damn it." After a while of thinking, Count Padius had an answer for himself. In the current situation in the empire, it would be much more beneficial to side with Roman Dmitri, a man whose reputation is rising. If there was a war with the Dmitri family, the result could only be death. it is impossible because of self-love or a little pride to let the family fall into destruction. Thinking here, he bowed his head and said, I understand, thank you, Count Fadius. When I heard you analyze like that, maybe I didn't think carefully. If my son makes a mistake, he needs to be punished. Then he bowed his head towards him and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Roman, it's my son's fault for bothering your brother. Because the situation happened so quickly, I behaved inappropriately. I'm truly sorry, hope you forgive me. William saw this with an incredulous face and said loudly, Father. He didn't say anything, just pondered. In the aristocracy they always think that they are the best and always stand above everyone. Now their status in the empire is skyrocketing, accompanied by jealousy and envy. Damn aristocratic gang. At that time, my family will have to suffer dangerous actions aimed at them, so from this incident I must also do everything to punish them to set an example for others. Through this, we can see that this Count Castro is not that stupid. He also knows how to think and does not act based on emotions. He still bowed his head and said, I will do what you asked me to do. William will have to kneel and apologize to his younger brother. He will also have to quit school and leave the Royal Academy. Hearing that, he couldn't believe it. He looked at him weakly calling, Father. He continued to say, Please forgive him because of the heart of a father like me. Hearing this, he smiled. Then turned around and walked out and said, Okay, today's matter will end here. He still kept his head bowed and replied, Thanking you so much for your generosity. He broke into a cold sweat and glanced at you and sighed. In my mind, I thought to myself, who have I touched? In another place, someone spoke loudly. Laurent had something big going on. Then he asked in surprise, What? This is definitely William's fault. The other person said, Your brother Roman fought with William. William was beaten by your brother. Now he has gone to talk to his father. Do you know? Hearing that, he panicked and replied, What? He looked serious and said, Things happened after he left. Perhaps his brother is now talking to Count Castro about that incident. He quickly ran away and worriedly said, Brother, he's not okay. Count Castro might harm him. This incident is too dangerous. If you get hurt because of me, I will never be able to forgive myself. Using all his strength, he ran and cried, involuntarily pressing his lips together. He went to the communication tower and heard a voice inside, Loren, what's going on? He wiped the water and said, Dad, Roman is in danger and he's here to help me. But it seemed that he had been taken to Count Castro to be punished, and the father and mother of 9 were both frightened when they heard that. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted, That bastard Castro. He was so angry that he trembled and thought, Loren is a careful child. He always thinks before contacting his family. Every time he contacts, he doesn't want to make his family sad because of his business, but this time he just cried, just talked, so something must have gone wrong there. Then he looked at her and said, How do you think we should do this? She also knows that the Castro family is a large and powerful family among the princes of the empire, and they also have quite close acquaintances with him, Count Benedict. Hearing that, she put her hand in front of her chest and urgently said, How can you say that now that our son Roman is in danger? Then she calmed down and said, Now considering everything, it's not good. Our relationship with the royal family is not bad, and our Dmitri family is not weak enough to let people do it, can bully me. After a while of listening to her comments, he stood up, hugged her and said thank you. Then he raised his hand to show his determination and said loudly, Summon all the vassals of the family to come here immediately. No one is allowed to be absent. He chaired the meeting and said that Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, was facing an extremely dangerous situation when he had enmity with the Castro family. According to Lauren's contact, it is possible for Roman to be escorted to the Castro family for trial, now that our opponents are the Castro family. In this situation we cannot stand by and watch, so we called everyone here because we need everyone's help and consent. That said, in his heart he was also very worried. The situation was quite serious when confronting the Castro family, so everyone would probably protest fiercely. Beyond the thoughts of the commander of the Knights of the Dmitri Jonathan family, I agreed. With a determined face, he said, confronting one of the great families in the empire like the Castro family was extremely dangerous, but that was the eldest son Roman of the Dmitri family. We cannot let him fall into danger without doing anything. Then Master Blacksmith Hendrik clenched his fists and said firmly, Sir, I will let all the family's forges immediately go into full operation. Summarize and tell us that this war will take about how many weapons? Master Roman is the future of our family, whether it's the Castro family or anyone else. Touching Master Roman is unacceptable. There was no one among the miners in the iron mines, the blacksmiths and the people in the Dmitri family who opposed this decision. Hearing that, he couldn't help but think, all because of Roman, so united, the Dmitri family always wanted peace, but from now on we will probably have to move our attention and precautions gradually to the northeast. Somewhere else someone said, oh really, how dare they touch our hero Dmitri? Miner owner Jacob angrily said, gather all the miners here, even if in this war we cannot fight directly, we can still help those on the front lines with necessary things, for this war. Miner Morian also said that those nobles who dare to touch Master Roman are unforgivable, we will work together to mine more iron ore. We will have to work harder and complete the work faster to help Master Roman return to the family safely. Let's all work hard and not stop until the Master returns. Finally, there is his image. Then there was Lauren's concern, the entire family tried their best to save one person. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and said, Loren, I'm sorry for causing trouble to you last time, I bullied you. He knelt down, placed his hands on his thighs and reluctantly continued, so please accept my apology, I will quit the academy, and will not appear in front of you again. He was confused and thought to himself, what the hell is going on? He spoke in panic, please accept our apology, I promise, this will not happen again. He spoke in panic, please accept our apology, I promise, this will not happen again. Outside, he waved his hands and said, Mr. Roman, what happened just now, what happened? He put his hands behind his back and gently put the money away. Listen here, Loren, what I did today was not for myself, my dear. He looked down and spoke, they dared to insult the Dmitri family, as the representative of the family, he had to punish them. Lauren's eyes widened as he looked at him. Roman spoke up, if you keep bowing to them all the time and continue to be looked down upon, then others won't consider the Dmitri family at all. He bowed his head and spoke, I'm sorry. Suddenly he spoke, raise your head and live. He turned to look straight at him and said, your name is Loren Dmitri, I hope you won't have to go through things like today again. The badge appeared, with the image of two crossed hammers, two symmetrical horses. On the two horses was a delicately designed oval. He asked, what are your strengths? Please determine I'm so sure of what I can do in the future. He was stunned when he heard Roman say, if the Castro family knew the potential power inside Dimitri's family, they would not have dared to treat him like that. He opened his eyes wide and looked at him, thinking, brother. He clenched his fist and placed it on his right chest, firmly speaking, yes, I will remember what you told me, from now on, I will not endure it any more. He smiled, looked at him with a proud expression and thought, that's right, I don't want to keep arguing pointlessly with my younger brother anymore. Suddenly he remembered something, like a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind and thought, oh right. Loren panicked and said, brother, we have to call Dad right away, our brothers are here like this, we don't know what Dad is doing at home. Count Castro slapped William hard on the cheek and then spoke, this damn guy. He hugged his painful cheek, he angrily said loudly, are you that stupid to be my son, do you know what trouble you've caused today? The leaders of the Dmitri family stood in line from low to high, he continued, Roman Dmitri, the powerful people of Cairo are all eager to recruit him. His image appeared, he spoke, it could be said that he was like a god, a saint here in Cairo. He shouted angrily, yet you dared to touch his younger brother, from the moment the eldest son of the Castro family knelt down. His face was scared when he heard him say that. He angrily pointed at me and shouted, our family would have been brought down, and later on people would say the Castro family was not unified. He closed his eyes, raised his hand to pat his head, gritted his teeth and said, oh my God, he thought to himself, from now on I won't have the face to see the Marquis. Suddenly, the servant opened the door and rushed in and said, sir, the Dmitri family has just contacted us. He suddenly turned around and said, Dmitri, really? On the communication screen, he looked at Romero and said, Baron Dmitri. He looked at him and spoke, Count Castro. It seems we have been too merciful to the Castro family, you guys dare to touch the Dmitri family's bloodline, the Dmitri family will not let this go so easily. He was puzzled and thought to himself, why, what, isn't that still satisfactory, why does Baron Romero repeat the matter that has already been resolved? He looked at the screen, Romero angrily clenched his fists and said, early tomorrow morning, I will apply for a license to approve the regional war from the central government. The marked arrows were pointing towards the coins caught by one person's hand. He continued, from now on, Dmitri will stop supporting the Castro family, the Castro family will have to shoulder the bank debts, Ro. He sweated and frowned when he heard him speak. Before a war, of course, the opponent's finances must be depleted, not only that. The two signing parties shook hands. He spoke, I will find your hostile forces, the Dmitri family is ready to sponsor and shake hands with them. He closed his hands tightly, his eyebrows furrowed when he heard Romero say, "To defeat the Castro family, I won't say more about what method I use now." He looked cold and spoke seriously, "Because I will cause the Castro family to collapse, by any means necessary." He panicked and thought, "No, no way." Count Castro gritted his teeth and thought, "Why do you treat me like that? It's truly like father, like son." He looked at him through the screen, spoke, "I repeat one last time, release my son immediately." When he heard him say the last sentence, he suddenly froze, not understanding. He explained to him, "Baron Dmitri, it seems you have misunderstood, we do not keep your son." He recounted that at that time, he said, "William, you also knelt down and apologized to your son, I don't understand what you are saying." He frowned and spoke, "So what?" He was scared, his face was covered in sweat and said, "Yes, after Roman appeared, everything was resolved, I will not let this kind of thing happen again in the future." Romero felt embarrassed when he said the wrong thing, he awkwardly spoke up, "I know." The communication between the two ended, the screen was retracted into a spiked block. This side, he walked out, a leader was born. Romero stood on the balcony looking at his people standing below, from artisans to blacksmiths, to miners of the iron mine. The people looked up at him. Since when did Roman completely win the hearts of all the people? He was proud of his son and thought to himself, he has really become something. He raised his hand forward and spoke loudly, not to start a war, but to quickly prepare a celebration party. Everyone cheered excitedly. He spoke, "Let's all eat and drink well, like today is our last day." There were voices in the building in the city. I saw with my own eyes that Count Castro was also one of the most powerful people in Cairo, yet his eldest son knelt down and apologized to the second son of the Dmitri family. Inside, the person held a glass of beer and spoke. The balance of power in Cairo was changing, only a few hours had passed. Everyone stood around, the watchman was shaking his head with his hands crossed, that person spoke again, and the merchants doing business with Dmitri, all said that they were trying to cut off relations with Castro. That person spoke, "A suburban family is at war with Castro," Lucas said with a smile, "but more importantly." The chests were stacked on top of each other, with the coat of arms of the Dmitri family around them. He spoke up, "After that happened, the advantage was in Dmitri's favor." Lucas held his beer and smiled. "In a situation where a capital family conflicts with a suburban family, I think Dmitri's odds of winning will be higher." He smirked and continued, "This time the Dmitri family's position of power has completely changed." In Roman's room, he was on a chair holding a cup of tea, next to a table with a pot of tea. He put the cup of tea on the ingot and thought to himself, "Dmitri is a family that is very taboo about war, yet for me they make such a decision." His face calmly thought, Baron Romero would not have complete authority to decide this matter, but there were also important people in the family who voted in favor of this matter. He remembered that the place where the Dmitri family lived was built with a wall around it, surrounded by green trees and mountains. He thought to himself, a small land of the Dmitri family on the border, accepting the risk because of me. The image of his previous life appeared. At that time he stood alone surrounded by blood. He thought, in his previous life, he lived as a monster under the name of a devil, in a world where nothing happened, cannot happen. The brother of his previous life, his eyes were dangerous, he thought to himself, because he had witnessed so much death, he had changed. Returning to the present, the smoke from the teacup blew into his face. Roman closed his eyes and smiled, thinking, but this life is different from the previous life. Kingdom of Hector, night falls, night mist drifts lazily. Douglas' face frowned and he leaned in. Jackson leaned in and worriedly asked, "Prince, how are you?" Edwin was carefully bandaged. He woke up, his face panicked and asked how much time had passed. Edwin thought, Roman Dmitri is a devil, if I could go back in time to that time. Can I defeat him or not? Roman Dmitri, it may be completely impossible, there's no way I can win against him. He blamed himself, it was he who caused Hector's kingdom to sink deeper into despair. If I hadn't started this war myself, maybe Hector's kingdom would have existed for a while longer. Kellen died because of me in that battle. It's all because of me that Hector's kingdom is facing such a dangerous situation. Now there must be a way to find a way to live for Hector's kingdom. All the people of Hector's kingdom are counting on me. I can't just fall like that. That's right, I have to. Guard leader Jackson shook his brother. Prince, you see how your health is. He woke up, confused and asked the people around him, how long had we been in this state? About a week had passed, all the officials in the Hector kingdom were silent, but there was still news spreading from the Cairo palace. The kingdom of Hector is in a state of despair. The people of Hector Kingdom spread information about the battle. According to the situation in the war, a devil appeared on the battlefield and single-handedly defeated thousands of Hector Kingdom soldiers. Furthermore, he defeated Prince Hector and the knights close to him. This is a war that we could not win from the beginning. We are just small people, without a proper vision of this war. On this continent, there are many people, many demons that we do not know about. The emperor asked his son how his health was. He replied, "Your Majesty, the child is fine." He shook his head. "It's all my fault. It is because of my weak rule that the kingdom of Hector has reached this state, so you have had to do everything to take care of this kingdom that is on the verge of destruction. Through the recent battle, I have realized many things. I do not want you to have to sacrifice your life because of that battle." He bowed his head. "It was all my fault, I'm sorry." "Dear father, have you read the report sent by Jackson?" He replied, "I have read it." He voiced his thoughts. Unusual signs were found in a village outside the city. The first village discovered that the harvest had failed. But now things are even more complicated. The land has turned black, creatures are dying. I guess that might be a curse from the necromancer. The emperor looked puzzled. He continued, "Crops failed, animals died. This incident had a great impact on the kingdom. All of this was created to bring our kingdom to the brink of collapse. Furthermore, it seems like this situation is becoming more widespread. No matter how hard we try, we can't save it. Everything is caused by black magic." The emperor said, "Meaning, is there an outside force targeting our kingdom? They are just waiting for our kingdom to not be able to fight anymore and will jump in and tear it apart." Edwin nodded, "Yes. Those dark forces hide in the darkness. Fishermen benefit. Because we have to fight other kingdoms, our strength will gradually decrease, then they will achieve what they want." He concluded, "So it is clear, a dark curse has been deliberately placed on our lands to cause our kingdom to decline, so there must be a quick way to deal with this dark curse. Our kingdom is on the verge of destruction and can no longer try harder." He reminded me again, "Do you still remember, when I was little, in the Tower of Heaven? If you give up your position as prince and join the power of the tower, then you can get what you want. Now you may have to follow that." He gasped in surprise. How could this be possible? He tried to convince his father, "Just for 1 year, father, that is the only way for the kingdom to escape its current situation." McBurney slammed his beer on the table. Even if you die, you must die on the battlefield. But what about this arm? Can I fight this reality?" A man stepped forward and spoke up. McBurney hadn't seen him for a long time. "That's Roman, I'll say it straight. Would you like to follow me to the Dmitri family?" He thought, "Roman, what is he talking about?" He bowed and thanked him for taking care of me. "But sir, you see I only have one hand. What else can I do for a disabled person like this? How can a worthless trash like me follow you? I'm just getting in your way." He was confident. From his words I saw sincerity. It was not really a refusal. "Am I understanding you correctly?" McBurney, have you ever heard of the story of the left-handed sword? Left-handed swordsmanship. He was a royal guard who lost his right arm in the war to protect the king. The king therefore gave him wealth and fame to compensate him for his contribution. Tongbak, who was used to fighting on the battlefield, now cannot get used to the current comfortable life. He made up his mind that even if he died, he would die on the battlefield. He practiced the sword with his own efforts for many years, until he really got used to using his left arm, and when mastered, that is what a strange left-handed sword technique is created. From a major physical defect, he created his own specialness with great effort. With that left-handed swordsmanship, he continued to fight and achieved many more victories. Then he met a man named Bok Trung Koch. "Even though I have to face death." He left his sentence unfinished and continued to suggest, "If you follow me now, I will teach you that left-handed sword technique. Furthermore, I will train you to become a swordsman stronger than anyone." He thought to himself, "Could it be, he will be the savior of my life? I will be able to continue fighting even though I only have one arm left, fight and die on the battlefield like I always wished. Because of that I can do anything." He has made his decision. "Kneeling at your feet, I, McBurney, will follow you to the Dmitri family. My life now belongs to you." That day, McBurney regained hope for his life. Wars have changed the lives of many people. Edwin Hector, McBurney, and also the son of the Albert family, Henry Albert, all cannot escape the spiral of this war. Henry looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with tears. "Roman, you are really too much. After all, we fought together on the battlefield. Why can't you take me with you? It's true. After all, it's better to live with people who help you, anyway. As long as I don't have to call in the army again and return to my family safely, I can consider it a great achievement." He was surprised at the scene in front of him. A series of banners were raised, congratulating Sir Henry Albert on his return. Proud son of the Albert family, Henry Albert has returned safely. But actually, in the war with Hector's kingdom, Henry Albert did nothing. The people around shouted loudly, Henry Albert, but as long as everyone knows, he fought with Roman on the battlefield and returned victorious. So okay, his position in the family has completely changed. The scene changes. This is the Royal Academy of Cairo. I wonder if you can recount what happened on the battlefield. Henry thought, this is it, participating in war helped improve his status. Now I also need to say more to flatter Roan even more, so that I can also benefit. Henry Albert spread the word of exaggeration about what he did in the war, along with Roman's unbelievable achievements to enhance the reputation of both men. That moment Henry Albert found himself most proud of was a major turning point in his life. A few days later, people flocked to the street, lining up on both sides of the street to see Roman off. Goodbye Mr. Roman, goodbye. He thought, when he returns to the capital, he will have to make a decision. Fight against the gang of princes, and build his own power. I will do everything to capture all the power in the entire northeast region. A clear day, blue sky, white clouds and golden sunshine, while Roman was riding his horse leading his elite army forward. Then suddenly there was the sound of someone shouting, causing Lucas's attention quite suddenly. It was over, this year's crop was completely lost. That is a farmer household sitting on the ground, with sadness and helplessness because at this moment there is only dry land under their feet, without any crops, but they can only shout, oh my God, what are we doing? How should we live? Hearing this, Roman was riding his horse and turned around and asked, who are those people? In the large army of soldiers following behind, Chris immediately approached him and answered, yes, they must be the farmers of the Dmitri family. Seeing that it seemed strange, he asked the question, why are these people the Dmitri family's farmers were on Conrad's territory? Then he explained the reason that, because our Dmitri family doesn't have much arable land, so some farmers have to move to Conrad territory to rent land to work. Faced with what he had just received, he pondered, his face clearly showing self-blame. Unable to let that situation continue, he glanced to the right and asked, Chris, bring them to me, these things, I want to hear them say it all again. Then all three people were invited. They looked quite shy, but the man with the mustache presented on their behalf. Yes sir, we have signed a contract with the Conrad family to rent and use the land, this cultivation within 1 year. At this point, he couldn't help but tearfully say, but he didn't think that in a month it would be time to harvest the crops, but the Conrad family forced us to clean up everything to return the land to them. But they didn't give us time, so they sent people to destroy all the crops. At this point, he couldn't bear it anymore. He could only burst out with a voice full of urgency. We are so angry, Master, you have to be the boss for us. We can't harvest anything now. How can we make a living? What's up? Hearing that oppression from the side, Chris also felt dissatisfied and exclaimed, Master, you saw how pitiful their situation was, but before deciding, you had to warn him. But this problem is not simple and easy to solve. If we take charge, there will be many troubles that will follow. The problems of the Conrad family have existed for many years, and the line between the two powers has also been clearly divided. Currently, the Conrad family is doing their best to consolidate their power and expand their sphere of influence. They are now joining up with other families in the northeast to expand their alliance. Then information was provided that the Council of Families in the Northeast consists of a collection of many small clans. In order to have strength and voice, they have gathered together to protect and try to fight against other forces, which is similar to the behavior of bats. Roman then replied in a deep voice full of indignation, but we can't just stand by and watch the situation develop like that. Things will only get more serious, making Chris look so shocked that his pupils constricted, stunned. It's not that, but because at this moment he looked very scary, as if there was a darkness covering his whole body. His bright eyes like headlights looked like he was about to devour someone alive. Scary said, before asking, this problem has become serious and uncontrollable, we must strongly uproot it. Seeing that he wanted it like that, they did not stop him. He only said, if the young master is determined to resolve this matter to the end, then we, the subordinates, will obey your orders, along with the soldiers. The remaining soldiers bowed their heads and asked to follow their master's wishes. Then they returned to the kingdom together. As soon as the city gate opened, they received a warm welcome from the people of Dmitri, our hero, the hero Cairo. The pride of the Dmitri family, under the confetti being shot everywhere, Roman happily smiled and waved to them. As soon as he walked to the front of the mansion, Romero eagerly stood with his legs wide open and shouted, his son is home. It seemed like he wanted to die, so he quickly ran over and hugged his son, rubbing his back and gently complimenting him. "You've worked hard, Roman." I also asked him, "Is Dad still healthy?" Then he smiled and said, "I'm fine." Everything was so unexpected. Seeing that he was tired from going, he had to nourish his son and told him, "I have prepared a party to welcome you back. Today all of my family will be happy and comfortable." But he didn't see that. After the incident with that farmer's family, he was in no mood to rest, so he temporarily put it aside and said, "Let's leave that matter later, Father. First I need to tell you something." Then, for security's sake, the two of them entered Romero's office. Once inside, he crossed his arms and said, "I know about those farmers, but there is no other way, I don't know, could prevent the Conrad family from reclaiming their lands. If we deliberately stop them, then conflicts will break out between the two families. Then what will the farmers who rent farmland from the Conrad family do in the future?" Hearing this, his pupils shrank. He did not accept it but gave a comparison example. "I understand what you're saying, but do you think if those were the farmers of the Benedict family, would the Conrad family be? Is it possible to do that to them?" Hearing that, he was also stunned, thinking about it. Count Benedict's absolute power in the royal family is known to everyone. No one can touch what belongs to him. The Count's silhouette appears to make everyone afraid with his bright eyes, mystical green. Then he continued, "So what do you think, in this entire northeast region, is the position of our Dmitri family, a family as strong and prestigious as the other royal families? There's no need to discuss the fact that the Barco family is on the verge of collapse, so in this northeast region, there is no stronger force than our family." Hearing that, he agreed but was not too supportive and said, "What you said is of course correct, but that doesn't mean that because we are strong, we can arbitrarily cause conflict with the Conrad family. Imagine if we touch them, there would be many other small clans behind us. We would have to think and calculate everything we do, as if we could cover everything with 1 pound." Even though he warned me like that, he didn't seem to waver and firmly told me, "But according to me, our Dmitri family is now developing and has the greatest strength here, but the Conrad family and other small families are opposing and looking down on us." But Romero, with a face as tense as a string, immediately told me the situation. "In their eyes, our Dmitri family is just a small, ordinary family. They think we don't have big forces to rely on, like the Barco family or other large and long-standing families." From those wretched thoughts, the Conrad family dared to act so outrageously towards us. One time that family destroyed the crops and fields of Dmitri's subjects, leaving them miserable and helpless to endure the battle. That cannot continue like this anymore. Then he immediately raised his hand to his chest as if asking for assurance. "Now the Dmitri family is stronger, I just want to confirm that. It's time for us to let them know who is the boss in this land." Hearing this, he seemed a bit awed by his son's steadfastness, and also nervously winced. Then Roman widened his eyes and confidently said, "They need to know, when they touch us, they will not be able to rest in peace." Placing a glass of red wine on the table, the space now seems darker than before. To continue to convince of his plan, he continued to give evidence with a clenched fist. "Now we have the power. How can we let our farmers suffer like that? We can't stand by and watch them like that. We have to punish that bunch of bastards Conrad." After that, his eyes gradually became sharper than before. A strong thought of retaliation appeared in his mind. His determination to take revenge increased. "If father agrees with my opinion, his hands this will be stained with their blood, and will show them who is the real master." He doesn't stop him now, but just leans back in his chair and comments, "My son has grown up." Probably because it was too difficult for Roman. When he was young, he had to go through life like a normal person, working hard with his own hands, but he didn't complain one bit and still happily did it. Job. People often called him a child outside the family. When he remembered the image of himself carrying his brother on his back and playing with his child, he felt a bit sad, his eyes filled with sadness, guessing that maybe it was because of life, difficulties as a child. Having created the strong Roman he is now, looking at his reflection on the surface of the wine, he tried to lie to himself. That was the strength and determination the head of a family needed. Arms folded on the table, now a new era has opened, in the Dmitri family. The victory party was held a few days later, at a lavish, splendid white villa, along with the victory and joy of Roman's safe return to the family. The northeastern nobles were also invited, and they all dressed themselves in the finest luxurious outfits possible. Gathering in front of the main hall, everyone was eager to flex their identities. "I was from the Bolt family, I was Sophia from the Grizel family." Then slowly he walked down and approached us. Seeing that the whole crowd burst into applause, "Brother, let out another sound. I represent the hero's family. I have come to congratulate Master Roman on his victorious return." At this time, their presence seemed to strengthen Roman's will. Although they did not recognize the Dmitri family as the leader, they nonetheless knew the powerful strength of the Dmitri family at that time, present. Then there was a girl wearing a purple dress with a radiant face. When she saw him, she excitedly asked, "Master Roman, do you remember me?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course he did." His face also showed a different smile than before and happily continued, "We had met at the last party." Hearing this, she quite surprisedly replied, "Do you still remember me?" It seemed like she was a little shaken. Her cheeks were red as she thought about it. "It's true that he's so different now. It's too difficult. I wish I could get engaged to him." From the side, a man with brown blonde hair approached and introduced himself. "I am Viscount Conrad. It is an honor to meet a hero like you, the one who defeated the mighty army and Prince Hector." Right in the right place, his face was as sharp as a knife when he saw him, dangerously said, "So this person is Viscount Conrad. I am Roman Dmitri." Viscount Conrad is a rather large middle-aged man, with a beard and mustache, eyes that are open as if they were not at all guarded. "Still happy to get to know him. I heard that in the battle he defeated an elf knight on the side of Hector's army. It's really hard to believe that you're only 20 years old, but you've accomplished such great things. I don't dare to accept too much, but I just reply, you're too complimentary." But he didn't stop. He continued to dance in the center of the party. "There aren't many warriors in the Northeast. Here, Mr. Roman, this is the greatest warrior." Then seeing that he was going around in circles all this time, he decided to get to the point, using hostile eyes to ask, "I have a question." He also felt proud of his success. He opened his mouth. Although he was originally a commoner but was quite observant, he immediately replied, "Go ahead." Then boom, Roman immediately told him a fatal point. "I heard that you unilaterally took the agricultural land of the Dmitri people," making his eyes widen. One side opened super wide, the other side was distorted, his legs were wide open, his eyebrows furrowed and he stood still. "Can you tell me the reason?" It's breaking news that makes everyone gasp in shock, cover their mouths with their hands, and make the whole auditorium fall silent. As if he had been discovered, he continuously replied in panic, gesticulating with his hands so as not to reveal, "Well, I plan to use that land for the purpose of bringing higher value to the people. This is nothing." Not letting the enemy rest in peace, he intended to continue speaking, "That's it." But he interrupted and said, "Mr. Roman, we came to congratulate you. Why are you talking about that issue?" After that, Viscount Conrad shouted loudly to make your words backfire, "I had good intentions to congratulate Mr. Roman. Why did you make me lose face in front of so many people?" Feeling bad, he turned his head and grimaced, glancing goodbye. "If that's the case, I won't come back to this place again. Let's go," then quickly run out the door. Seeing that, some people bowed and others didn't, but it wasn't easy for Roman to drag him to the end and stop. "If you keep going like that, I'll consider you've challenged Dmitri. Showing your steadfastness, you once again, I repeat, come back here now." Those who dared to shout to stop, those who were willing to glare with anger and boiling blood said, "What are you talking about now?" One day the needle in the bag had to come out. He couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed his finger and shouted, "I chased away the farmers of the Dmitri family, but that land belongs to my family." The more he talked, the angrier he became, and he screamed, "I took back my land, and I also had to report to the Dmitri family every single thing." Viscount Conrad at this moment looked extremely angry. He refused to leave it alone and said, "We are not your subordinates who have to listen to you." Seeing that, a whole group of nobles, each one rushing to shout towards Roman, Viscount Conrad was right. Baron Romero should have been the one to directly resolve the problem between the families. After all, what authority does Mr. Roman have to discuss this issue, and to use such a way of talking to the people who came here to congratulate him? Viscount Conrad is the head of a family, not someone who can be treated so arbitrarily. Those words made him concerned about what his father said to him before. If it were the Barco family, how dare they react like this? Then I answered myself, no, I absolutely would not dare to do this. The local nobles originating from the northeast region were in existence that could at any time thrust a dagger towards the Dmitri family. Whether we have to cut them off completely, or turn them into an obedient dog, we need to make a solid choice. That's why he began to think and said, I will ask straight to the point, since when in the Cairo kingdom can you arbitrarily touch the people of a family like that? Then he approached, glared at him from a higher angle, and shouted loudly, Viscount Conrad, the farmers you touched are members of my family. As my loyal people, they live in Dmitri, pay taxes to Dmitri and are loyal to Dmitri. They were still very happy but were helplessly confiscated by his neglect, he said with angry eyes. Even so, how dare you say they were disrespectful to you? Hearing the words, "You have touched my person, do you still expect me to laugh and talk and ignore you?" It made his goosebumps go down his spine, his eyes rolled back coldly. After that, through the meeting that took place, Roman gained momentum to speak. "This issue has been discussed at the internal meeting of the Dmitri family. I was given full responsibility from my father, and I do not intend to ignore this matter." When he had no way to run, when he heard that Roman had the right to decide everything, it was like a thunderbolt in his ears and he stammered in disbelief, What did you say?" At this point, everything that happened caused everyone to discuss and shake their stance. Some people also sweat dropped when they heard him continue speaking. It seemed that he still had no intention of apologizing to those people. Everyone listened clearly. Then I immediately started to raise my hand to warn, in the future if someone from another territory makes a mistake on Dmitri's territory, I will hold that person accountable 100 times higher. I've had enough of listening for now. I'm the one taking control of the game, letting out a dangerous yet excited laugh and exclaiming, "Now among those scolding me, let's wait and see who can say that. That's not an important thing, right?" At this point, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with indescribable shock, thinking, "Oh, if it's true, then wouldn't it be us who suffered the most?" The image of the guy in front of his eyes had completely transformed into a wolf. Viscount Conrad remembered the name, Roman Dmitri. Not only was he good at swordsmanship, but he was also a wise old fox. "So that we cannot escape this trap, he is crushing us with his power," with a gloating smile of a victor in the form of a wolf. But then he told himself that, even so, he could not just step back. Now was the time for the Union to gather our strength. While he was thinking, suddenly another person came closer and said, this time it was Viscount Conrad's fault. In order not to get involved, Baron Lawrence immediately criticized, "In the process of handling the work, the consequences that will lead later are very important issues. The matter of the people of the Dmitri family, is it reasonable? Not when you don't mention anything to them." Then he held out his hand and said, "So you should quickly admit your mistake and apologize." And in his mind, he was thinking, when we opposed Barco, these people did not give any support at all. The Northeast Association, it was all useless. Therefore, Viscount Lawrence stepped up to the open area in front, his arms spread out and announced that Lawrence would later join the Dmitri family. "Don't you think so?" After that, all the merchants shouted together, no longer following Viscount Conrad's direction, "That's right, now you should quickly apologize to Lord Roman. After all, there is no noble who can laugh in this situation. This and forget about it. Whatever comes must come." He seems to have stepped into a black hole in the universe. He turns around and glances but can only grimace and say to himself, Dimitri's forces have gathered and criticized him, me? So he had to retreat, not argue any further, but just patiently bowed his head and said, "Next time I will be more careful." Afterwards, he continued to return to Rimero's rather dark office. He was a bit hesitant and doubtful whether it was okay to handle this matter in such an extreme direction. Then he crossed his arms and predicted that the Northeast Association would absolutely not retreat just like that. After that, with his bravery, he did not worry much and said, "Father, in order to arrange the hierarchy here in an orderly manner, the only way to do it is to face them with all our strength." They gathered together and united, using all brutal means to overthrow Dmitri, with hatred clearly shown on their angry faces. Then he said firmly, "But sooner or later they will realize their helplessness, and will be forced to accept the difference in strength with the Dmitri family. Only then can their plan be completed." On the other side at the meeting table, a member of the group slapped his hand hard on the table and shouted, "That arrogant brat, who was once called Dimitri's trash, has just gained some recognition in the capital. No one cares." Then 3 young men also stood up to respond strongly. One strongly said, "That's right, what an insolent person." Seeing that, the man in the blue suit immediately suggested, "If we keep bowing like this, then everyone will think that the Northeastern Union is nothing." Unable to bear it, Viscount Conrad asked the others with a frown, "Do you have any special way?" It was as if they were dumbfounded. No one in the group could say another word. The room was silent. Then he continued to clasp his hands together and said, "Honestly, I feel skeptical. I don't know what the meaning of the existence of the Northeast Federation Association is. To put it casually, the Dmitri family's military force already greatly overwhelms us, and Roman Dmitri defeated Butler in the last battle." Then he said in an extremely angry voice, but it had no impact, "That is, with normal speaking, we cannot overthrow them." Then the person in the purple suit also suggested, "So what do you think about us contacting the Royal Central Government?" Then he briefly understood and said again, "Do you mean we will put pressure on the Dmitri family with the power of the royal government?" To which he replied, "Yes, that's right. Until now, the Barco family has collapsed, and we still have not been able to have any relationship with them. Now is the time for us to take advantage of this opportunity, then hold the rope tightly. We will use the power of the royal government to our advantage." Then he immediately accepted the responsibility of going diplomatically, so I could contact them. Then suddenly an LED image appeared. He stood in front, put one hand on his chest and said, "I have a wish to ask of Count Fadius." He agreed. "Okay, you say it." Since Viscount Conrad has a request, I will have to agree. Touched by his comradeship, he happily smiled and said, "Yes, thank you." Then his face turned serious and he recounted the situation. "We recently had a dispute with the Dmitri family over the issue of farming land with the people. I wonder if Count Fadius can help us. Can you put pressure on the Dmitri family with royal power?" Then he suddenly shut down in Conrad's bewilderment. Seeing such a sudden disconnection, he was suspicious and asked the servant, "What's wrong with the signal connection? Quickly reconnect, we can't keep Count Fadius waiting." He replied, "Yes." The signal was quickly connected, his transmission appeared again. He repeatedly admitted his error. "Sorry Count Fadius, our transmission signal was not good." Fadius just frowned and criticized, "It's true, Count Conrad, you're not observant at all. I tried to get him to discreetly advise me." "Yes." After that, it seemed that he did not support Count Conrad very much, so Fadius said, "You live in the countryside so far from the capital, but you haven't heard any news. How could you do that? You want pressure the Dmitri family." What he said next made Conrad stand still. What he didn't know was that after the war with the Hoktor kingdom, with his glorious victory, Roman Dmitri was considered a talented person and was highly respected. Count Benedict was very important. The count also wanted Roman to become his son-in-law, so his request could not be fulfilled. He then gave a message and finally disconnected. "Instead of trying to start a war with the Dmitri family, I think you should get along and build a good relationship with them." At this point, I felt like I was at a dead end and I couldn't believe that I no longer had any support, but I heard more shocking news. Count Benedict wanted Roman to become friends with his daughter. Then the blue-haired man only knew how to advise him, "If the situation is like this, why don't you apologize and make peace with them?" Thus, the issue of the Conrad family's land dispute has been resolved satisfactorily, and was announced publicly by the messenger among the people of the entire kingdom. Viscount Conrad had to apologize to the farmers and promise not to touch their farmland until the lease period according to the treaty expired, without showing that he was nobler than anyone else. After being announced, he immediately went to meet the people of Dmitri. They were very grateful and bowed their heads, thanking the master very much. One of them was so grateful that he couldn't keep his mouth shut and said, "We heard that you worked very hard for this. In the future, when you have a job, please give us orders." When Roman was very happy, as expected, their alliance also had to give up and submit, then immediately replied to them, "Nothing, we just did what needed to be done." He also guessed, once they had their way, they intended to involve the royal central government in this matter, but they did not think that the government was now on their side. The current Northeast government is like a group of bats. Even though they obediently make peace and submit now, in the future they will definitely rebel. As soon as he turned to leave amid the cheers of all the people, Roman smiled with satisfaction. His initial provocation had been successful. The second step is to attack directly and destroy their alliance. After that, without waiting to return to his mansion, he immediately went to the balcony to announce, "I have new news to tell everyone. The Dmitri family will organize a sword competition for everyone, and the prize will be 100 gold taels. To ensure the competition is fair, I, the Knight Commander Jonathan and the soldier captains, will not participate in this competition, making everyone excited because it is very fair play." Then, the rules of the competition were revealed. In addition, the participants in this sword competition will be divided into 6 groups, of which the top 6 people in 6 groups will be selected as winners. Standing up there wearing a military uniform, he said loudly, "Everyone already knows, I fought in the southern battlefield and defeated the army of Hector Kingdom. All the warriors who followed me have experienced it. In this war, they have now become much stronger than before. Now through this sword competition I want them and you to show off your abilities. Those warriors will be divided equally into 6 groups along with all of you." Then a scene of a handful of gold coins falling like rain, he encouraged them, "If anyone among you wins this sword competition, in addition to the gold reward, I will also give that person a wish." Then a villager appeared, raised his hand and shouted, "Sir, are other families allowed to register for the contest?" Hearing that, his eyes were even brighter, and he answered with interest, "If you can prove that you come from a family in the northeast, then I will not consider other conditions anymore." The rules and procedures have been clearly stated. Finally, the contest will take place in a month. We hope everyone will prepare well and participate in this contest. On the other hand, Manager Mori looked panicked and shocked beyond belief. In a large room, Mr. Parshas's voice echoed steadily. A sword competition was organized by the Dmitri family. He affirmed that this is our rare opportunity. He grinned mischievously. If a swordsman in our alliance wins, I will be able to grant the winner's wish. At that time, instead of accepting the apology, he will forget everything that happened before. That way, I can reverse my relationship with Dmitri and restore my lost reputation. But the question is, can we win? Another person shook his head in frustration. Besides us, there are many people interested in this competition. Is it possible to defeat them all and win? Someone agrees, yes. Another person's voice rang out. Weren't there still Chris and Kevin, the people who had dueled with Barco in the past? Yes, they will participate too. Victory will not be easy. He waved his hand. However, this competition will be divided into 6 groups. Chris, Kevin doesn't matter, we just need to get a winner in that group. If we take the strongest people from each family and divide them up, then wouldn't we have at least one victory in a certain group? One person agrees, it seems feasible, a single winner, which doesn't sound bad at all. Lord Parshas growled, everyone remember, the contest will take place within 1 month. If we don't take advantage of this God-given opportunity, in the end, we will just be nameless pawns before the power of the Dmitri family. He made up his mind, even if we have to pretend to be from the Northeast family, we must achieve victory at all costs. The scene changes to a training session in the Dmitri family's barracks. Roman speaks up, I'm sure you've heard of the sword competition. Over the next month, you will compete with each other and among them, I will choose 6 warriors to represent the Dmitri family. Previous assessments are not important, your current position only represents this month's results. They wonder and compete with each other. He thought to himself, even though we were out of the battlefield, our war was not over yet. We must be like a sharp sword that can be drawn at any time, so that my soldiers always desire to become stronger. I will constantly provide worthy challenges and rewards. He told the warriors that those who consolidated their reputation under the name of the Dmitri family would be rewarded. When one of the 6 swordsmen is chosen to win the entire competition, I will impart to that person an advanced technique, whether in close combat or sword fighting. It helps you climb to a higher level. Roman thought that just possessing his knowledge would be enough to increase his strength dramatically. He is on a completely different level than us. If I can learn advanced techniques from him, this is definitely a great opportunity. He thinks, this contest has 2 purposes, which is to make the Northeast nobles face reality, and to teach perfectly to their subordinates. By the time this competition ends, the situation in the Northeast will be very different from before. He shouted loudly, from now on, the training for the competition will begin. Everyone shouted loudly and clearly, sir. He held the sword and thought to himself, next month is also the time for me to practice. He was once a heavenly devil, Beck Jun-huk, who was born in the middle of the boundary between life and death. Even though I'm used to many harsh battles, taking risks is always foolish. Not only my subordinates, even I have to improve this month. Lucas appeared behind him and asked, please call me. He said, I plan to practice in seclusion for a month. Lucas nodded, yes sir. He informed that during this time, we will not receive any reports, unless there is a problem within the family. He raised the sword he was holding in front of Lucas and ordered him to sell this sword. His subordinates were surprised. This is. He explained, its original name was Llama, but because we had to find a new owner for it, we decided to change its name to Blaze. You can give it to your subordinates, any way you like, but do not reveal that I am the owner of this sword. You can use the money you earn as a fund for the association. Lucas waved the sword, commenting, a sharp sword, can kill in just a moment, regardless of its appearance. This is a good sword, why do you want to sell it? First, I have to find a place to sell it. He said I could sell it anyway, so I'll auction it anonymously. That's right, if someone knew the value of this sword, he would not hesitate to exchange it for a large amount of money. The scene changes to a Delian city, a city in the northeast, the most developed in the field of trade thanks to the teleportation gate. The employee shouted loudly, guest number 23. Guest number 23 was a mysterious man, wearing a veil that covered most of his face. He gently replied and stepped forward, yes. He waved the stone as he spoke, allowing me to examine the object a bit. He realized that the power of this sword was amazing. Furthermore, this holy relic emitted blue light, so this was definitely a high-end product. He asked the man, what format do you want the auction to take? He replied, I want to bid anonymously. The employee asked again. Free admission does not guarantee the promised bid price, and an additional 10% fee must be paid. Is that okay? He smiled and agreed. Okay, it's okay. The employee concluded. Then we will conduct an appraisal. Please come over here. A man with a cheerful face, arms full of expensive jewelry, and neatly trimmed beard walked out and introduced himself. My name is Mori, the auction manager of Adelian City. The man said. Nice to meet you. The professional appraiser looked carefully and said, of course, with this power and sharp blade, its price would be very high. It's rare to find a sword this well forged. Furthermore, its weight is also reasonable. I assume that this sword was made by a skilled craftsman. He commented that the market price for products like this is 30 gold coins. Now we will test its reaction to mana. Reactions to mana are divided into levels from 1 to 10. Just react at level 3, and you can achieve the title of true swordsman. The worker was surprised. No, that's impossible. Manager Mori turned around and asked, what's going on? He replied, Mr. Mori, mana's reaction has reached level 10. No, the difference between levels is negligible. Even famous swords are just waste if they don't accept mana, but this sword even amplifies the power of mana. Mr. Mori was stunned. What? The scene changes to the Adelian City auction block. The auctioneer began introducing the products to the attendees of this auction. It was clear that they should attend this auction. Throughout the history of the auction house, there has never been an item like this. From the local nobles to the richest people in the capital, everyone gathered here after hearing the rumors. He pointed to the black carpet covering the shining sword, enthusiastically introducing today's main character. Allow me to introduce to you the famous sword, Blaze. The covering cloth was rolled out. Everyone admired its strong, luxurious yet equally arrogant beauty. Someone commented excitedly that if it were just a good sword, it wouldn't be the main character. The speaker said, Blaze's true ability lies in reacting to mana. Within the past year, a sword named Needle, with a level 7 mana reaction, was sold for a staggering 300 gold coins. He shouted, Now I tell you not to be surprised, Blaze has mana reaction up to level 10, and not only that, it also has the ability to amplify the power of mana. Although I have participated in the auction of many famous swords, I have never seen a sword like Blaze. He solemnly announced, and now, the auction is allowed to begin. The starting price is 10 gold coins. Many people offered different auction numbers. Number 12, 10 gold coins. Number 29, 20 gold coins. Number 18, 30 gold coins. Then he suddenly announced that from now on, the bid would increase by at least 50 gold coins each time. The bidders continued to compete for the precious sword. Number 39, 100 gold coins. Number 41, 150 gold coins. One person shouted loudly, double number 12. Yes, it's 300 gold coins. The contractor announced that from now on, the auction price will increase by 100 gold coins for each turn. Below, there was a nobleman who was silent, only smiling when he saw a series of people fighting. The price of the sword is increasing day by day. 400 gold coins, 500 already, and number 12, 600 gold coins. Number 53 suddenly raised a sign. The auctioneer shouted loudly, the number 53 was double, the price had been raised to 1,200 gold coins. This price has never existed in history. Number 12 angrily slammed the number plate on the table. This is a man who possesses enormous wealth, thanks to his management of a continent-wide commercial guild, a person who always maintains a neutral attitude in political fights, but in the auction house, he is a savage fighting cock, ready to rush and kick anyone to win good goods. VIP at Adelian auction, Marquis Valentino. What turmoil will this auction cause for the kingdom? No one knows the answer yet. The host announced in surprise that the price for number 53 had doubled. The current price was up to 1,200 gold coins. He shouted, this was an unprecedented auction in Adelian's history. Marquis Valentino smiled, thinking to himself, the true value of the Blaze sword is not simply its reaction to mana. It also helps users enter the level of 10-star swordsman, a level that any swordsman dreams of reaching. Magic swords and aura swords, those are two opposing schools that every swordsman must choose. To be able to use their full power, they must have a suitable sword for them. The aura sword has a higher use value. Swordsmen who cannot use aura swords will choose to use magic swords, simply because it is easier to use. However, for swordsmen who wish to achieve perfection and want to rise to the top in the continent, they will use aura swords. It helps their power maximize. A sword master is always want to prove their worth. He thought, even if I have to spend all my assets on this sword, I still have to get it. If the smith who made this Blaze sword could forge more similar swords, The value of this blaze sword will be even more affirmed, because it is the first sword to appear on the auction market. A sword master is like a sword practicing monk, only the first two words are something quite different from the rest. Marquis Valentino is a greedy sword collector with a crazy desire for special swords, and he is also a man who can do anything to get what he wants. If anyone dares to openly confront him in the auction, they will have to think again, so no one here currently dares to take any extreme actions. The host shouted loudly, 1,200 gold coins, that was the final price for the sword blaze. Customer number 53 was the winner of this auction. Manager Mori asked, "Sir, in what form do you want to pay?" The Marquis replied, filled with joy, "I will pay you directly right now. I really want to quickly own that blaze sword." The manager happily nodded and said yes. "This place is 1,300 gold coins." He panicked, "Sir, the value of the sword is only 1,200 gold coins." He replied, "I know, that 100 gold coins is the extra money I give you. You don't have to think about anything, that's just it." He quickly said, "Yes, I understand, thank you very much, the Marquis." "You asked, but I have something to ask. Can you tell me who forged this blaze sword? I want to meet that blacksmith in person, so I can thank him for creating such a masterpiece." He replied, looking worried, "Your request seems to be difficult for me to meet, I'm very sorry." He replied, "Okay, I also understand the auction house's principles very well." Mori nodded, thanking him for understanding us, but Valentino made another suggestion, "But if any of that blacksmith's items were brought to the auction house, then please let someone inform me. I'm looking forward to the next item." "Yes, you can rest assured about that." Valentino commented while sitting in the palanquin, "What a good sword. It's not just a sword, it's also a flawlessly beautiful work of art, maximum mana reaction ability, accompanied by a sharp blade. There is no shortage of excellent swords in my collection, but this one is truly superior." He was determined that at all costs we must find who forged this blaze sword. "According to my understanding, from the first transaction at the Adelian auction, you should send someone to check all the master blacksmiths in the Dmitri family first." His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." He raised the sword and looked at it while caressing it. What the Marquis wanted to discover and wanted to find was this master blacksmith. Just a simple desire to meet and learn more about the precious works that person has created. The scene changes to a workout session. Henderson announced that during 1 month of training, many things happened without the young master here. Chris tripped his subordinate, causing him to fall backwards. He asked, "You attack without paying attention to defense at all." He fell down on the ground and let out a loud cry. Immediately, he turned around. But he raised his sword before him. Leaving him stunned, "I gave up," he advised. "You have put in a lot of effort, but your strength is still poor. You lack a quick mind in fighting, you only know how to follow your instincts. If you're fighting on the battlefield of life and death, you have to think about everything before doing it. You only have one life." He shouted loudly, "I understood." He shouted loudly next. He thought, among the 6 people, there was definitely me and Kevin. Someone like Volkan or Foki might have a chance. The remaining 2 people cannot be determined, their strength is about the same and not outstanding. He suddenly noticed something around him. What is this vibration? The scene changes to where Roman is practicing. 15 days ago, I fought Butler for the first time. If he had fought with all his strength then, would I have been able to defeat him? The reason I won against him was because he was subjective, and also focused on protecting his prince, Edwin Hector. With his strength as a 5-star, first-class swordsman, it is still too difficult to deal with. I can't be arrogant because I defeated him once and be subjective. Even though I have been in the identity of Roman Dmitri for quite a long time, to be honest, I still haven't been able to get used to this new identity. With my previous life as an unrivaled demon, I can be confident, defeat any opponent. But at the present time that is not the case, in the battles we face in the future. There are still too many experts across the continent who have yet to appear, so we need to be careful not to take any risks in any action. Confronting strong people in any era is the same. If you make one mistake, your life will immediately be gone. Even if I later regain most of my strength, there will be no shortage of opponents with the same strength as me across the horizon. If you want to survive and do great things, you need to know where you stand. From there, we can continue to stand firm and move forward. What we need to do is to quickly achieve the same strength as before. Every time the sun rises, then every time the sun sets, I constantly train my body in this smithy. With a red body like fire, her eyes were always determined and unchanged, skin almost burned in the fiery forge. My body has almost reached its limit. No matter how difficult it is, we still have to step forward in the future. If there is destruction, there will be rebirth. I keep trying. This new sword will accompany me on my next journey. I will call its name the Fiery Sword, a powerful sword as brutal as a ferocious fire. With this very difficult forging of the flame sword, Roman Dimitri's body had almost reached his own limit of endurance. A second transformation, the skin will be torn apart, everything will gradually regenerate to create a new, healthier form, which is a necessary change for future plans. Return to the present. Roman thought, I have almost transformed after the last sword forging, my strength has changed a lot. He breathed a sigh of relief, phew. Then let's try to imagine the battle from before. He began to reminisce about the battle with Baron Lawrence. After this rebirth we can imagine being able to deal with two butlers at the same time. If you want to achieve the strength of a demon in your previous life, you must go through 3 stages. First stage, middle stage, and final stage. My strength feels like it's only in the first half of the first stage. But when the transformation passes through the middle stage, the strength can be considered to skyrocket. If you reach the third stage, your strength will almost completely increase to the limit. At that time on this continent, no one could be my opponent. With the arrogance of an angel like me. After this powerful transformation, my strength can defeat 2 butlers at the same time. However, in this life, following the path of an angel like my previous life is still the right choice or not. In this continent there are always new things compared to the previous life. There exist swordsmen who use that aura as a new understanding of me. Those swordsmen really have extraordinary strength. I have seen so many swordsmen, it is truly a new thing, that the martial arts of the past in the rivers and lakes cannot compare to. That is also our new understanding of this world. If we want to improve our strength, we must change. We will have to accept learning new things. Depending on our understanding and perception of this new world, we can have unexpected breakthroughs when we actually apply the 2 methods of cultivating martial arts and aura combined. Only based on that can we enter the second stage. Roman held the treasured sword tightly in his hand, every muscle of his was exposed and looked so strong and seductive. He thought to himself, I can live again, following the path of my previous life, and thinking that this life is nothing special. He had a slight smile on his lips, it was really interesting. Heavenly Demon's swordsmanship is now completely different from before. That means, the demon sword technique can be much stronger than before. This world still has many things we do not know. Appear, challenge me, threaten my life. The challenges this world brings to us will be the motivation for us to continue living. He expressed his determination. Under the name Roman, I start again at the bottom of society, but I will climb to the top. Chris came running from somewhere. Commander, are you okay? He suddenly stopped. What, how? Roman coldly turned his head and replied, nothing happened. Chris was very surprised. Without using magic, he could make this land become like that. He repeated what he said just now, I'm fine, let's go. You and your subordinates bow your heads and obey, we will leave now. When people face a wall they don't dare overcome, they stop in fear. Chris also used to be such a person. He thought to himself, the commander has taken a step forward. Chris, what the hell are you doing? He practices continuously to develop himself. What are you thinking that you dare show a complacent attitude when following him? It can only be you. This sword competition cannot only be won, it must show overwhelming disparity and defeat all enemies. He made up his mind to be stronger. 1 month later, Roman raised his new sword in the sunlight. It looked so splendid and noble, beautiful. I wonder, what should I name it? Salamander, Blaze, if the swords I once used mean a new life. I want this sword to express my current self. He decided on a name for it, the Heavenly Demon Sword. Existence causes the opponent to fall into despair. I think, okay, your name will be Night Sword. The scene changed to a large study room. His subordinates reported to him, over the past month, as he said, there will be a match every 3 days. We have selected those with the highest winning rate based on the results obtained. He silently read the names in his head, Chris, Kevin, Volkan, Pucky, McBurney, Henderson. He was surprised. I had guessed the previous 4 people but these 2 were beyond my prediction. He asked me, how do you feel? He flipped it over and answered, okay, just follow this list. He reminded, however, failure is not allowed in this world, so prove your strength. In the competition held under my name, Roman Dimitri, Chris nodded, I'll keep that in mind, don't expect too much, he advised. The day before the competition, the warriors were gathering in one place, starting to talk to each other. One person asked, what, you also participate in this contest? The person opposite replied, of course, 100 gold, do you know how fast I turn the car? He boasted, "I will show you how terrifying the sword of a mercenary on the front lines is. Look closely." The other person was shocked. "It's a mercenary. Let's try to defeat Chris." He was angry. That bad guy. The other guy made another suggestion, so Kevin left. He shouted, "Hey, that Kevin is like a devil. By the way, have you seen Volkan and Pucky? Those two guys are not average." He commented, "In this competition, just avoid the four of them." He shouted, Please, give me some peace." Not long after that, the 6 groups of the sword competition were announced, both happy and sad. Baron Kalo, a member of the aristocracy of the Northeast Association, held his head in frustration, both helpless and shocked. Why would he confront Chris? His subordinates consoled him. Baron Kalo was not that desperate. Others added, "The swordsman of the Baron's family is also excellent, right?" Viscount Conrad smiled consolingly, but was actually secretly glad that he had not given up so soon. He thought to himself, "McBurney, I didn't expect that armless guy to also participate. Surely someone from our family will win." He announced, "Gentlemen, that this competition will decide the existence of the Northeast Association. My family will definitely win and lead our association to victory." The others chanted their determination. "Well done, defeat Dimitri's family, overthrow Dimitri, overthrow Dimitri." Swordsmanship Competition Day. Kalo sighed in thought, "I can't give up because of the association's eyes." He told his swordsman, "Max, don't try too hard, you don't have to face all the dangers." He replied, "From the moment I decided to participate in the contest, I was determined to try my best to win. Chris is very good, and also got 2 stars like me, so there is no reason to be afraid and retreat." "You're touched, Max, I know. Let's try confronting Chris without any regrets. I will surrender if you are in danger." Chris, wearing full armor, holding a sharp sword, bravely went into battle. Max secretly worried. Why is the murderous aura so fierce? The signaler shouted loudly, "Group 1, begin." Max rushed at Chris, screaming. His blade almost touched Chris's neck. Just 1 second, Dimitri's warriors quickly defended and prepared to counterattack. 2 seconds, every sword strike Chris unleashed was extremely dangerous, causing Baron Kalo's swordsman to freeze in surprise. After 3 seconds, the representative of one of the nobles of the Northeast Association had to lie on the ground in defeat. His strength is truly amazing. The first round has ended. Chris of the Dimitri family won, confirming he will advance to round 2. The Baron was scared. No, unbelievable, the gap was that big. In the second match of round 1, Dimitri's Kevin defeated his opponent, and confirmed that he will advance to the next round. Dimitri's Volkan swordsman. Pucky comes from Dimitri. All participants were confused. Those rumors were true. It was impossible to win against the other 4 people. Now the only hope left was to win against McBurney and Henderson. McBurney thought, giving up the contest. Next are 2 bald people. One has a scar on the right eye. One has 2 red lines running from the top of the head to both eyes. Volkan and Bucky, with a mercenary background and superior physical conditions, people, also makes many people scared. In contrast to the other 4 people, there are 2 people, one with purple hair, one with brown hair, McBurney and Henderson. One is an amputee, one is from a farmer. Very few people know about them. Finally, the orange-haired blue-eyed one about the name Henderson. But right now the arena is filled with spectators. Everyone is talking loudly. "Have you heard that story? I heard that Henderson almost peed his pants when he was recruited to participate in the competition. What a coward. Anyone who meets that name Henderson would be lucky to know." The referee's voice rang out in the first round match of Group 4. In the guest area, Romero called out to Roman, who was standing next to his son. He turned to say the reason why we worked so hard to organize a competition just to classify and establish the rankings for the Northeast region. He crossed his arms and said that even if he had good intentions to open a competition for friendship, the nobles of the alliance would not sincerely support me. He replied, "But this is necessary, father." The image of a group of people raising their hands to threaten Dimitri's house appeared. He replied that the Northeast Association has the strength to confront Dimitri, but I am confident that. He continued calmly, if they were to see the reality that they couldn't even overcome the Dimitri family's barrier, let alone win, then their spirit would surely be subdued. He smiled and achieved his goal, saying from then on, the entire Northeast region will be within our reach. At this time, on the field, the 2 players were in position. The referee announced that round 1 of Group 5, Henderson and Taylor, would move forward. In the stands, 2 men were talking to each other and had just begun to meet a swordsman who could use aura. He was dead. How could a person following Henderson win against Taylor? Henderson's opponent is a man with shoulder-length hair. He is a freelance swordsman from Lawrence Taylor. He said it's been a while since we met, Henderson. He replied, it's been a while since I last saw you, Taylor. He continued, the last time I saw you was when you were helping in the farming season. The scene of him hoeing the ground and him walking by carrying things appeared. He was sarcastic, but Henderson now abandoned the farming tools and appeared before my eyes as a swordsman. He raised his sword and said, Henderson, after all, we were destined to be together, so I will advise you one last time. He continued, I recently became enlightened, so I promoted to 2 stars. I will give you a chance. After all, I don't want to see bloodshed in vain. Henderson was startled when he heard him say surrender. His face had no clear expression and said to erase all of Henderson's past memories. He bowed low and raised his sword and said, if you're so good, why don't you give up and let me take you down? He sighed and scratched his forehead and replied, hoping you wouldn't regret it. The referee shouted to start. As soon as the chant ended, he disappeared from his position. He seemed to turn into another person, his sword slashed down. He held out his sword to block. He was stunned, gritting his teeth to block the sword, thinking in his head, this level is not mediocre. He did not allow his opponent to react in time. He used Asura swordsmanship to attack his opponent. He attacked while determined that he had promised to become a suitable person for the host. He remembered when he was practicing and he was the only one sitting around while everyone around him had acquired aura. He thought that in the past, unlike those who had acquired aura from the beginning, he found it extremely difficult to use it. Get it? The image of a turtle appeared in his mind, so I always followed the other person last, just like a turtle, but... He shouted with determination, even if it's slow to the beginning, I'm seriously making progress. Under his onslaught, he couldn't resist and cried out. He was unwilling to think that he could not lose to Henderson like this. He put all his strength into it, his whole body emitting golden light. Henderson was pushed back. His face tightened. He thought, although he didn't want to use aura against Henderson, but, sorry, I have to end here. He swung his sword and flew towards him, his whole body surrounded by a yellow aura. In his eyes, there was a silhouette of him rushing forward with all his strength. I remember my conversation with Chris. He said when he first came to me, you were just a weak person, but now you have changed. Last month, when everyone was accepting defeat, he was the only one who wanted to win. Each memory of his hard training surfaced. If at that time you don't challenge yourself and give up, I'm afraid your life will never change. Those words were engraved deep in his heart. Chris held out his hand and said, Henderson, you have the right to stand next to the leader, I guarantee it. Remembering those words again gave him courage. His eyes flashed with fire. In front of an oncoming opponent. His sword flared with blue aura. 2 swords with 2 golden and blue auras collided with each other. He was blown away. He immediately jumped up quickly. But it was too late. Henderson's sword was pointed right in front of his eyes, to his surprise. The words lost appeared in his mind. In the middle of the field at this time was Henderson pointing his sword at McBurney. The referee's voice rang out, Group 5. The winner of round 1 was Henderson. The audience was surprised that Henderson was real. How could Henderson win against the aura swordsman? They all stood up and exclaimed, how could a farmer like him be able to keep the aura? A man shouted in surprise. Rumor has it that it took more than a year for him to feel mana. Under the cheers and cheers of the audience, he smiled and raised his hand proudly. Now in the aristocratic row. A blonde-haired nobleman said in shock and trembling how the situation suddenly turned like this. The noble sitting next to him also shouted in surprise. It wasn't the one who said that Henderson was the weakest of the 5-star group. The blonde noble continued to tremble and asked if he was sure that Henderson winning Group 5 wouldn't happen again. Suddenly Count Conrad told everyone not to lose their temper. His hands clutched his thighs, trying to stay calm, and said, trust me, the final winner will be our Northeast Association. The second round has begun. The referee's announcement rang out, followed by Group 2's Kevin. The sound of boots walking up the stairs rang out with each beat. Kevin just walked onto the field and thought he was 5 seconds slower than Chris. If people asked whose leader's sword was the fastest, the image of Chris holding Roman in front of him appears. Everyone will say it's Chris. Kevin's eyes were full of murderous intent. He thought with determination, but I will use my own way to prove my value to the leader. The referee's shout rang out for Group 2. Starting round 2, the opponent's teammates shouted and cheered, come on, Miles. But on the field right now, a member of the Northeast Miles Alliance was nervously taking a defensive position. His body was surrounded by a green aura. Did he think his opponent was Dimitri's devil? He decided to attack quickly and rush forward, having to put all his strength from the beginning. Kevin's figure flexibly dodged the incoming stabs. He dodged and rushed up to approach the opponent dizzily, then threw a punch right in the middle of the opponent's stomach. He angrily waved his hands and shouted at this mischievous guy. Kevin also quickly dodged and turned aside. He urgently thought in his heart, please, please, catch him just once, and he is extremely gentle. As soon as he discovered that his opponent was vulnerable, he immediately attacked, giving his opponent a blow right in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Looking at his approaching face, he frantically thought that the collision was too terrible, he had to avoid it quickly. But there was no time. Kevin gave him blows, forcing him to bend down to take the blow. He endured the blow and helplessly thought, how could he win against this monster? Miles' teammates looked scared and trembled and said yes, they were the devil. He trembled and knelt down, hugging Kevin's leg, begging me to surrender. I surrendered, please. Kevin won. The referee shouted and announced that it didn't take too long. Kevin of Group 2 won and confirmed his advancement to Round 3. He smiled evilly, and proved himself by breaking the opponent's will. Before starting the first round of competition, Jonathan told the soldiers under his command, as you know, this competition is organized by Mr. Roman. Chris, who used to be our vice captain, is also participating. Let's observe the former, and learn from him how to win as a knight of Dimitri's army. Hearing him say that, the soldiers spoke loudly in unison, obeying your orders, sir. During the battle, the commander's voice rang out, Dimitri's Chris won, moving on to the second round. A soldier watching the match was scared and said, isn't it too overwhelming? Jonathan sat and watched, surprised by his strength, and thought, Chris has become more mature in his fighting style. He is the commander's sword. No matter who the opponent is, he still shows his overwhelming mettle. He truly has the qualities of a commander. The referee's voice rang out again, Group 1 Round 2 Chris won. Even though he had fought 2 rounds, he still had a lot of strength left. In his heart he still thought, it's not enough, he must win more. Each move he unleashes is enough to quickly defeat his opponent. Currently, he alone has reached Round 4. His fighting time is very fast. Round 2, 5 seconds, Round 3, 8 seconds, and Round 4 is 10 seconds. Seeing his fighting style, Jonathan was once again surprised. He looked at Roman and thought, when did Chris become so strong? Finally, how did you help him? The next match was about to take place. People on Chris's side started talking to each other. We should have surrendered. Our side was so strong. It was better to surrender from the beginning than to lose humiliatingly. Can Farrell win against Chris? Of course not. Our Chris is that strong. The opponent also started to worry that someone would speak up, not knowing if they could last 10 seconds, or if they would surrender even faster than the previous person. Someone hearing that replied, there's no way, I bet it'll be at least 30 seconds. At this time, the match was about to start. 2 people stood facing each other. The referee spoke up, please come forward. Farrell stood on the ring still extremely worried and thought to himself, honestly, I know I can't win against Chris, but how long I can hold out is what matters. Just 1 minute is enough for me to shine. The referee spoke. The final round of Group 1 began. As the sentence ended, a beam of blue light hit Farrell. Everyone around was surprised to see that. Someone said tremblingly, what? I haven't seen Chris swing his sword yet. At this time Farrell was lying face down on the ground. The referee's voice rang out, with this victory Chris was at the top of Group 1. Let's all give a round of applause and congratulations. He went down to the stands amid everyone's cheers. During the 5 rounds of competition, Chris's total fighting time was only 12 seconds, which was enough to make the Northeast shy. Group 1 Chris won quickly. Group 2, with great strength, Kevin took the victory for himself. Rounds 3 and 4, Valan and Pucky defeated their opponents with their powerful bodies. Group 5, Henderson surprised everyone by winning all 5 rounds. Was now the only remaining hope of the alliance, for McBurney of Group 6 had lost an arm. In a hidden corner, the head of the Conrad family spoke up, Gabriel, how do you feel? Hearing the question, Gabriel, the Eastern Knight, happily replied, very good. Hearing him say that, he replied, of course it is, thinking in his heart, it is a secret weapon, trained by the Conrad family since childhood. Mr. Fa began to have his own thoughts in his heart. Gabriel is a 3-star swordsman. This competition has aura restriction rules. It seems like a fair competition, but, compared to a 3-star aura swordsman, THJF clearly has a difference in strength. You were lucky to get to round 3, but now it's over McBurney, or rather Roman Dimitri. He pointed his finger at Gabriel and said sternly, remember that the Northeast swordsman can lose, but you are not allowed. Don't be lenient just because you see he is one hand. Give him a taste of Gabriel. Hearing that, he smiled triumphantly and said, obeying his orders, silently thinking in his head, could it be that I lost to the one-armed guy? When he entered the match and saw McBurney, he still had very contemptuous thoughts. Just because he was missing one hand, he lost his balance. Even though he only has one arm, an ordinary swordsman like him still wants to become a knight, participating in the qualifying tournament with only one arm. The referee then shouted loudly, let's start. As soon as he heard that, Gabriel immediately rushed towards the other person, still thinking, you shouldn't have come here, I will show you what reality is. When he attacked, McBurney was able to dodge. Seeing that, he became even more excited and thought, dodge, you only have to dodge to the left, because you only have one hand. So the other side is your weakness. At this moment, he raised his sword and prepared to end it all. He shouted excitedly, it's over. McBurney saw that and immediately turned around to block the attack. That made McBurney feel surprised. He thought, what is this move? After escaping the attack, McBurney seized the opportunity to attack the enemy. Gabriel shouted angrily, you bastard. In his mind, he began to have his own thoughts. This guy did not get to round 3 by luck. He also did not show any imbalance. He tried to take advantage of the imbalance caused by the lack of an arm. As for McBurney, he was remembering the conversation with Roman where he had said, the most important thing in swordsmanship is possible balance. Losing one hand is a swordsman's fatal weakness, but your left hand can create unique movements from that imbalance. While practicing, he had thoughts, does the person who created left-handed swordsmanship only have one hand like me? How could he create this type of swordsmanship? Is there anything special here? No, that person is not like me. The person who can create swordsmanship for the left hand is because he always strives to find new paths. Losing one arm is not a big deal. And I'm not the type to give up easily. At this time, McBurney's struggle was extremely great. He silently made up his mind that he would win as Mr. Roman's subordinate. At this moment, he jumped up and used a decisive blow to finish him off, thinking that his life as a swordsman would not end. Roman Dmitri, thank you for giving me a new life. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. He won over Gabriel, his face clearly showing joy. The host announced, in the end, Dmitri's side won the tournament. The Northeast Alliance has failed. Now the Northeast belongs to the Dmitri family. Viscount Conrad was angry, shaking his hands on the chair. He thought to himself, it's over, this way the alliance will collapse. Since when did Dmitri become so strong? It's really over. We are facing monsters. Even though we borrowed power from the central government, we still couldn't defeat these monsters. His subordinates asked him, Viscount Conrad, what to do now? He sighed deeply, answered, turned on his heel and walked out. He still had to ask. The alliance has been defeated, so what's the point of continuing here? He ordered to leave quickly. One of the warriors affirmed that they were certainly not that strong at first. What did Roman Dmitri do in the end? It's unbelievable. Taylor spoke up, if the family wants to be strong, the leader must always be strong. Only a strong enough person can turn the continent's situation around, and you must have talented leadership skills to be able to make your subordinates excel. Roman Dmitri raised the family's ranking with his own strength. He asked, do you know what that means? This means, the leader and strongest person who helped the Dmitri family become prestigious. He confirmed that it was none other than Roman Dmitri. Now, the path of the Northeast warriors is clear. If you want to be strong, you must be loyal to Dmitri. The scene changes to the Dmitri family's training ground. Roman spoke up, everything has been hard. There are some people here who need my strength, others who admire me. And the rest are forced to be loyal to me. Because they have no other choice. I don't like complicated relationships. It's that relationships are formed based on emotions, but we believe that any relationship that both sides want to build is an ideal relationship. Since you all need something from me, I believe our relationship will be strong in the future. He emphasized, I really admire your desire, don't forget. You are the people chosen by me, Roman Dmitri, so believe in yourself. I believe you will win. I will reward you, each of you with 3 gold coins and 3 days off. Hope you enjoy it. Everyone shouted loudly, thank you, it is our honor to serve you, we swear to be loyal to you. The scene changes to a large study room. Lucas is reporting the investigation results to Roman, after observing the changes in the alliance. Then as he guessed, they have completely surrendered to the Dmitri family. Perhaps, they will temporarily stop opposing the Dmitri family for a while to wait for another opportunity. He replied, there is no perfect government in this world. No matter how strict a country's rules are, there are still factions that stand up to oppose them. We cannot know when conflicts will arise with the central government. Therefore, sacrifices in the Northeast must be minimized. That's why now, opposing the Northeast Alliance is unnecessary. You asked, so? He said, we must strengthen the alliance, and show them the truth about the current situation, and finally, separate them and destroy them. I command, Lucas, do it. Glass, from the Northern Cairo force, slammed his hand on the table, looking very angry. Still haven't seen those rats. The servant bowed in fear. We are guilty. Even though I've dealt with the guys recently, I still can't find that gold. Before his fight against Lawrence, Barco used his connections to hook up with the bank and make as much money as he could. To prepare for the events that were about to happen, he borrowed money from Douglas and a number of powerful people in the north, including Homer, but was eventually defeated by Roman. When trying to escape, Viscount Barco was killed in the night. Thus, the person who had detailed information about that gold died. Douglas suddenly remembered something: the Barco family's black fund. No one knows about it yet. Earl Douglas is the only living person who has a clue about that gold. Through a party with Viscount Barco, he hired the Black Moon Group to find that gold, but on the way to transport it, robbers stole it. He shouted angrily, he could not let the robbers have that gold. You must definitely find them, even if you have to search the entire Northeast. That gold must be mine, must belong to me, no one can take it from me. A person ran in to report, Sir, Black Moon has reported that there is a clue to where the gold is hidden. He stood up. What? Tell them to come here now. Black Moon team leader Negra Donovan reported that after the gold was stolen, it was hidden in the black market, and we finally discovered the identities of the people holding that gold. He quickly asked who they were. Donovan replied, the one holding them now is not the bandits, but the Northeast Alliance. He was shocked. What did you say? He reported that the gold was first stolen by robbers, but then, the soldiers of the Northeast Alliance found the bandits and attacked them. After defeating the robbers, they put the gold in the car and escaped. They should have realized that it was Count Douglas's golden carriage. This is proof that this type of gold is being traded on the black market. We have confirmed that the serial number on it completely matches Viscount Barco's slush fund. And the people holding them on the black market are the henchmen of Viscount Conrad, a member of the Alliance. He shouted, you damned people. He thought, if I hadn't said that, they would have easily gotten all that gold. However, going against their master was the biggest mistake they ever made. Northeast Alliance, Count Douglas, you will never know the truth about the change in the Dark Moon Guild. Actually, Black Moon is the most prestigious guild in the northern region, but was taken over by Lucas. So now they took sides and obeyed Roman's orders. He ordered, contact the Northeast Alliance. Now, the rats stole my money and had to be cut into hundreds of pieces. The scene changed to the meeting room of the Northeast Alliance. One person spoke up, Earl Douglas was a monster in the north. I'm worried that if this gets out, what will happen to our relationship? Esferdad said, you know Count Douglas's character. Viscount Conrad asked again, what did you say? The Barco family's black fund cannot belong to Douglas alone. We also lend money to the Barco family, so we also have to take a share. Isn't Douglas trying to eat it alone? Therefore, we should not humble ourselves first. One person wondered whether it would be possible to do so. I don't know if it's okay or not, he replied. That's not important. If you don't have that gold, how can you make money? At that time, we will have a voice. The key point here is that Earl Douglas touched that gold first without letting us know. Others agree, so it is unavoidable for us to oppose the Count, so I support Viscount Conrad, so that's it, I agree. The servant ran in to announce, Sir, Count Douglas has requested to see you by magic. He was speechless. Earl Douglas appeared, laughing. What the hell is going on? You guys took that gold from me, please give me an explanation. Viscount Conrad explained, please calm down, we understand why you are angry, but we also lent money to the Barco family. That black fund cannot belong to any individual, we can divide it fairly, yet he quietly hugged it alone first. He thought to himself, I've gone back to the other focus of the problem, that's also a plan. The Count shouted, you guys stole my gold and what the hell are you talking about? That's my gold, understand, from the moment I learned about that gold of the Barco family, it was already mine. The Viscount tried to calm him down. Count, calm down, he shouted at the people there to shut up. Listen carefully, I will contact the central government, and request permission to launch a regional war with you. Let's see how you Northeast dogs can resist me. It's a pity that the Northeast Alliance now has no barcode to protect it. I will show you the consequences of opposing me. The Viscount was sweating profusely. I think we're about to end this matter. Lucas' voice immediately rang out. As he expected, Earl Douglas declared war on the Northeast Alliance. Roman slowly sipped his warm tea and said softly, if it were Earl Douglas, he would have said he would do it. Until now, everything is still going according to plan. However, the image of a middle-aged man dressed in elegant clothes suddenly appeared on the teacup. He slowly opened his mouth to speak. However, Viscount Conrad, he is not the type of person who is eager to fight. Consider the situation. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the prospect of Viscount Conrad resignedly bowing his head in front of him in the presence of everyone. If Earl Douglas acted strongly, he might ignore his own pride and accept surrender. He immediately smiled. To prevent this from happening, from now on, we must spread that rumor quickly. Only then will the war on both sides continue. His eyes were sharp, a smile appeared on his handsome face. Raising the cup of tea, his heart was full of thoughts. Only when people fall into despair can they throw away their arrogance. In the north of Cairo, a voice suddenly rang out. What do you say? The old man nodded slightly and looked at the woman. His hand continued to stuff each apple into the cloth bag and replied, the situation is very tense now. The Northeastern Alliance, preparing to fight the Earl of Douglas. After hearing his words, some passers-by stopped and asked if what he said was true. She was extremely surprised and looked at him as if she couldn't believe it. Oh my God. He continued, so now we have to close the business. Everyone was talking. Rumors continued to spread from place to place, even in small alleys. Each person continued to go back and forth. Some people even saw two beggars talking to each other. The man suddenly spoke up. Is that true? Then the other person replied, it's definitely true. I heard a relative of Conrad say so. After the conversation with the Count, he frantically destroyed things. He couldn't believe it and then hesitantly opened his mouth. It couldn't be. However, the torn-brimmed hat on the head of the man sitting opposite suddenly covered one eye. His face suddenly became heavy and gloomy. Then he raised his finger as if he wanted the other person to keep quiet about the issue that he was about to say. His voice was a bit shaky. I heard that this time. He was determined to trample that Earl Douglas. We have no reason to interfere in that matter. Those were the rumors that Viscount Conrad was going to war against Earl Douglas. The merchants and servants, the people in the lower classes of society that spread the rumors, were all of civilian origin. On a crowded and bustling street, it is also one of the perfect locations to help spread rumors as quickly as possible. Wearing a cloak that covered half of his face with a large scar, Lucas's eyes were cold with a meaningful smile. Sure enough, everything is still going according to Roman's plan. Suddenly a hand slammed down and Douglas' angry scream rang out, I will destroy them, those rats dare to do that to me. He immediately pointed his index finger forward, his eyes filled with ferocity and shouted loudly, send a petition to the authorities immediately. I, Earl Douglas, will never forgive you bastards. Thanks to that, at this time, Viscount Conrad had to struggle to explain the situation to Earl Douglas during a communication session with him. His face was bewildered and confused. His eyes looked up at the other person. Count, there must have been some misunderstanding. I don't know what's going on anymore. He was a little worried. We considered it and decided to give that gold to you. We hope you will forgive our trouble this time. The image of half of Douglas' body appeared through the blue magic stone attached to the pillar, staring at Conrad, and there were people behind him. It seems he still doubts Conrad's words, but the man continued to tell Douglas, please calm down, that rumor is not true. Douglas's voice spoke up immediately, his eyes looking down at the other person, Viscount Conrad, don't act as if I have no eyes. Suddenly, a few veins appeared on his forehead and his eyebrows furrowed in discomfort. He continued in a harsh voice, this time, I am not contacting you to reconcile. This is a declaration of war. With greedy rats like you, try your best to struggle. As soon as the words fell, the screen and Douglas immediately disappeared. The atmosphere became more silent than ever. They all stood there. One of the people standing behind spoke uneasily. I'm sorry, Earl Douglas is determined to fight the alliance. They started to become hasty. Another person immediately spoke up. There was no way to defeat him now. Then the person next to him continued, quickly contact the central government for help. Everyone's urging made Conrad even more worried. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Conrad knew that he would not win this battle. Even this is a huge loss. After a while of calling for help, he hesitantly opened his mouth. Everyone calm down and listen. The other party immediately responded to him. Yes, I understand your situation is very difficult right now, but this time the central government cannot intervene. The man continued solemnly, everything was caused by your alliance, so go solve it yourself. Anxiety and insecurity were clearly visible on everyone's faces, muttering, okay, it's over, this war is unavoidable. just when everyone thought there was no way to cure this situation, suddenly, the crystal flashed blue light. Looks like someone is trying to contact them. The man standing nearby looked at the magic stone and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, Roman Dmitri is communicating." Immediately the stone projected his image. Conrad's voice was a bit worried and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I heard the Northeast Alliance is having problems." He remained silent and did not answer. "It was obvious that you called to laugh at us." He continued, "We contacted because we wanted to clearly confirm the situation, so as not to have any misunderstandings." However, Roman's words made him confused. He secretly thought, "What is this, that attitude?" But for some reason, Conrad was willing to narrate the current situation to him. He slowly opened his mouth. "We were also very sorry. The truth was, a few days ago, the situation is now becoming complicated." Time passed, and after a while of recounting Conrad's story, the man saw that and asked, "So what are you guys planning to do now?" But he said a little hesitantly, "That's it." But Roman continued, "You guys, people cannot sit idly by and watch the northeastern territory fall into the hands of northern powers." Not only him, but also other people standing behind heard that and were also very surprised. He immediately asked again as if wanting to confirm, "Not to mention, will you help us?" He just folded his arms and said coldly, "Even if our relationship has some problems, Dimitri's side cannot ignore what is happening with the Northeast Alliance." When Roman looked at the group of Alliance people standing there, he couldn't help but think, "Don't you have any doubts, Northeast Alliance people? If the two sides fight, who will benefit? It's not us, Dimitri." However, this purpose of his seemed to have been seen by Conrad, but did he have any other choice? Faced with Earl Douglas, there was no faction willing to help. In such a dangerous situation, with the appearance of the Dmitri family, the problem between the Northeast Alliance and Earl Douglas could be resolved. Already, he frowned slightly, looked at Roman. In this matter, he is truly a monster. But he just smiled smugly and looked at him smugly. He thought to himself, with the current situation, now is not the time to be angry. Then he slowly spoke, "It is true that we did not have a friendly relationship before, but the truth is, now we are in dire need of your help." Conrad's eyes were a bit hesitant, but based on the current situation, he had to hold back everything. The man said again, "In the future, we will do whatever you want, as long as you can forget your past grudges and help us now." His heart was filled with silence. Now was not the time to be arrogant. If we had more forces, our side would be able to minimize the damage caused by the war. Roman's voice immediately rang out, "Honestly, deep down I don't want to help your alliance that much, but I also don't want to lose my image over a small thing. Not just based on the terrain or geographical location on the map," he continued, "if we consider the current situation in Cairo, the only way we have to cooperate with each other, Dmitri and the Northeast Alliance will, together dominate this northeastern region." His words were like an affirmation, but Conrad seemed uncertain about these words. He looked at Roman, feeling extremely worried and thinking, let alone, will he keep his word? His expression looked quite tense, but he didn't care about that. He calmly said, "My proposal was very clear. I hope you will sincerely apologize, and be willing to cooperate with us in the future. As promised, I will definitely not ignore your difficulties." Hearing that, everyone almost froze on the spot without being able to reply a word, because they didn't dare to believe it. Conrad was the same. His thoughts suddenly appeared. "It's unbelievable. Roman Dmitri, who once hated the nobility, is now with us. No. Is now about to become a great leader to head the Northeast region." His hand was clenched tightly, as if he had made his own decision. Conrad immediately replied, "I will contact you again." After discussing with other members of the alliance, all eyes turned towards him. A few days later, Count Douglas was on horseback with his legion on the way to Viscount Conrad's place. "As your servant," the man next to you suddenly said, "Earl Douglas, after this war ends, you must ensure fair rights for us." He replied, "Of course, already." He then glanced behind him and continued, "Why would you say such a trivial matter to a northern lord?" His face became gloomy. After the crisis, the Northeast region had lost its strength, just like a sand castle collapsing. "Isn't it time we should take over that fertile land?" Hearing that, the others happily agreed with him. "Ha, that's right." Hearing that, I felt excited again. Unconsciously, people viewed Douglas as a monster, but it never attacked opponents blindly. They compared him to a fierce lion. He can use any method, as long as he can win the war. That's why he is still alive until this moment. Because for him, this is like a hunt for him. A thought appeared in his mind. Previously, because of the central government, they could not act, but now the northern nobles were able to form an alliance with each other. The Northern Alliance will never collapse, so the promise to share benefits with them is not too stupid. Just like that, each rider continued to move forward one after another. What caught their eyes was an empty field and the appearance of an army. Douglas saw that and raised his voice. "I am Earl Douglas, come out here quickly and answer my challenge." A voice immediately came from the opposite legion. "This is not the time to discuss that anymore, let's wait a little longer." His side replied, "It seems like there are enough of you, so let's put all our strength into this decisive battle." But the man on the other side hesitantly said, "We no need to do that." Suddenly a loud voice came from behind Douglas, announcing that another army was coming. The third army's flag gradually appeared, making him a bit startled. What is this? Indeed, he knew well what the symbol on that flag represented when that legion appeared. He was confused and thoughtful. That flag was Dimitri's. Each step of Dimitri's large army seemed to shake the ground, burning with fighting spirit and great power. Headed by Roman Dimitri, wearing shiny armor and a red cloak, he rode a horse and led a mighty army forward. Douglas immediately shouted loudly, "What's going on? What's wrong with Dimitri's soldiers?" He turned his head to look towards him. Said loudly, "Why did you appear in this northeast battlefield? You are the lord of the northern region. I'm leading reinforcements to the alliance." Seeing that, not only him, even the people in his army felt startled and surprised by his words. Dead, if the northern lord brought troops in, it would be an excuse for Dimitri to join the war. A few people in the army began to question him. "Why did Roman Dimitri appear here? Didn't you know about this in advance? If I had known that Roman Dimitri was participating, I would not have come here." Viscount Conrad's voice suddenly came out. "Count Douglas, we are ready." He angrily looked at the other person, frowned and thought, "You bastard." It seems that his side did not expect that Conrad could form an alliance with the Dimitri family. However, Roman raised his voice, "Now I will give you northerners a choice." Instantly his face became dark, his eyes were cold but he still maintained the smile on his face. His low voice spoke, "Wanting a duel or a rushing battle between the soldiers and the soldiers, which way of fighting do you want to choose?" Douglas broke out in a cold sweat, frowned in surprise and thought, "Damn, Dimitri is going to war. Once war is declared, it can't be taken back. If you fight Dimitri, defeat is indisputable, but you can't choose to fight head to head. Our numbers, although overwhelming the numbers of the Northeast Alliance, but Dimitri's soldiers are a powerful army that has pacified the war in the south. It is a fearsome opponent. Finally, what should we do about this?" Suddenly, Roman suggested, "I have a proposal. To conduct a battle, I will confront 3 swordsmen at the same time. What do you think? If you still hesitate, you can increase it to 5 people." After hearing that, his eyes opened wide in disbelief and he thought, "What?" I recognized that he was very strong, but I didn't expect him to give me such an extravagant proposal. Roman raised his hand confidently and continued, "I hope to end this war as neatly as possible. What do you think?" The people there hesitantly replied, "I need time to think." Douglas spoke up, "Agree to this proposal. Even though he is strong, we have 5 people, can't the elites of each family be able to defeat one person?" The other 2 couldn't help but feel worried when they heard that. Even so, it was still too dangerous. The fact that he had already defeated Butler meant that he could defeat 5 people. Douglas spoke coldly, "I don't know that, but there is no other way. No matter what way we fight, we must confront that monster. Our junior twin swordsmen once attacked together to defeat a level 4 swordsman." Then he looked up and continued, "He is certainly as strong as the world claims, but this is a reckless choice, to show off our force. While we don't know the end and are still jumping around, if we kill him, we can completely take over the entire northeast region." Hearing that, the soldiers could only agree, "I understand. I followed the Earl's opinion. It was a good choice. I will definitely make you regret your arrogance, Roman Dimitri." At this time the supervisor spoke up, "This special battle will be 1 against 5. The twin brothers Belton and Beltel came up with a plan. Beltel and I will rush from both sides and aim for the blind spot. While we attract the sight, you guys should attack him." The other person immediately said that even if he was an excellent swordsman, the moment he tried to counterattack, there would still be a gap. Beltel looked at him and said, "The decisive attack should be left to us brothers. If you guys support us we can gain fame and wealth together, okay?" The supervisor immediately waved the flag to give orders. Everyone took position and began. Belton's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he rushed towards Beltel. The 2 of them rushed up together. "Come on." Then the 2 of them rushed towards him while Roman remained calm and stood there. The 2 cousins shouted, "Take it, Roman Dimitri." Roman calmly picked up the sword. Then he swung his sword and slashed the 2 brothers rushing towards him. Beltel and Belton were hit by Roman's attack and immediately collapsed on the ground. Seeing such a scene from afar, Douglas was surprised and thought, one shot at a time, defeating the twins. Looking at the two men lying on the ground, Roman coldly spoke, the Count had declared war, so I suddenly remembered this. When the Barco family was prosperous, you always tried to resolve it through dialogue. So why don't you say a word to us, to conclude one thing? The people there heard him say that and immediately trembled in fear. Roman continued, the northern lords and the earl completely ignored the existence of my family. Roman's eyes darkened, and for me, that truth was very uncomfortable. Roman steps forward, now. I will give you a chance to end the battle and decide victory or defeat one more time with hand-to-hand combat. When Douglas heard this, his face turned pale without a trace of blood. It was a fight. If head-to-head combat occurs, countless soldiers will die. It's better. It's better to sacrifice these 5 people. Thinking of this, he immediately said, law is law. Since it's said that victory or defeat is determined by fighting, let's end it that way. Hearing him say that, Roman immediately smiled, if he wanted to. We will carry out the battle as planned. Suddenly someone spoke up, wait a minute. The division of victory and defeat has already ended. Just like this, the battle will end. What do you think? Roman's voice was full of sarcasm. The northern soldiers waved white flags like cowards. You put down the sword. From now on I won't use the sword. Roman took off his armor. Now, are you willing to fight? The other person panicked and said, don't regret the choice you just made. Having said that, in my heart I thought, damn it, it would be a shame for the swordsman to back down again in these conditions. The other person couldn't help but curse, damn it, I don't know anymore, but even if I don't have a sword, it's worth a try, right? Then the 3 of them shouted with determination, let's go. Roman calmly looked at the tip of the sword pointing towards him. He curled his lips and smiled. Then Roman easily used his fist to break the other guy's sword. Then he swung his fist in his face. Then he turned to deal with the other 2 guys. The other guy who was punched by him lay on the ground, groaning. Hang! Before he could finish his sentence, Roman rushed forward and prepared to finish him off. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Roman easily defeated him. Then he glanced over, do you have any other opinions? The others along with Douglas quickly bowed their heads, no. After finishing his work, Roman walked over to where Castro and the soldiers were standing. Seeing him coming, he immediately bowed his head and said, you've worked hard. Roman looked at him and said, happily cooperating. In his heart, he secretly thought, suppose if we choose a full-scale war with Dmitri, the side that will be massacred will not be them but us. This was the ranking moment of the entire Northeast, firmly arranged according to Roman's intentions. A few days later. Inside the mansion, Roman along with everyone else was sitting at the table. He spoke coldly, I have been given full authority of this meeting from my father. I wonder if anyone still feels inconvenienced. The people there were silent and no one said anything. Seeing that, Roman happily continued, then, from now on I will announce the new content to everyone. Roman raised his voice, everyone, do you think the Cairo kingdom is going in the right direction? During Hector's invasion on the southern front line, what made me feel tired was not fighting Hector, but the domestic enemy. The commanders there do not trust us. While the southern front line fell, the central government could only compete for power with each other. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would still be at war with Hector right now. Roman continued, if Cairo is controlled by the government and suffers war again, the government will certainly mobilize soldiers from other places to act as launch pads. And in contrast to the local nobles who lost their troops and suffered a lot, the power of the nobles in the government will definitely be stronger. We have to face the truth from this. That Cairo is not fair. So we realize that a new change is needed. Roman proposed, just like the nobles in the capital enjoy power under the name of the central government, why don't we join forces to protect each other in this northeastern region? Having said this, he immediately thought that once Dmitri started taking serious action, there wouldn't be much time left. We must quickly capture the entire northeast region. Thus, the government cannot act hastily. A man heard that and immediately spoke up, clearly we can speak out against the government, if the nobles in the northeast band together. But there is a problem, apart from Lawrence and other areas, the environment in the northeast is too harsh. Most families in the northeast import supplies from outside, and confrontation with the government could cause damage to trade. Roman replied, I know. Commerce is directly linked to government, if that link is not severed. I'm afraid the local nobles will also be dragged into this. But if you decide decisively, at least there is a way to solve the food problem. Having said this, he turned back and signaled. The other person immediately handed over a piece of paper. This was the future development plan. Roman continued with a serious face. The northeast region has more mountains than other places, especially behind Dimitri are endless mountain ranges. This is a convenient structure to prevent enemy attacks. First, we thought of building a fortress that could evacuate people. And we plan to reclaim the mountains so that we can provide food for ourselves in the future. Count Conrad couldn't help but ask, is that possible? Mountain reclamation is not a simple task. Roman heard his question and calmly replied, okay. In his previous life, the demon god sect was a perfect fortress, able to withstand the attacks of the sects for many years. The mountain range stretches across hundreds of thousands of large mountains. Reincarnated in the mountains, and the blacksmith clan was similar to 100,000 mountains. Thinking of this, Roman couldn't help but wonder if this was a coincidence, or if it was natural. He put the paper on the table. As everyone can see, we have distinguished the land that can be reclaimed, and some have already begun to reclaim. It may take some time. But if we succeed, even if the government threatens us, we will not have to back down. We will have enough strength to do that. Looking at the paper in front of Count Conrad exclaimed, it's wonderful. Count Castro looked at the paper in surprise. From the reclamation plan to the artillery drawing board, everything was very clear, not giving an abstract direction, but very specific about how to proceed. Count Lawrence finished reading the paper and looked at him and said, the Lawrence family will listen to the Dmitri family's opinion. Count Conrad also spoke up, as did the Conrad family. Then everyone there read it and agreed. Roman smiled with satisfaction. From now on our alliance will be Dimitri's alliance. Finally the northeast has fallen into Dimitri's hands. In another place, someone is holding a glass of wine. That person was Romero. He drank and thought. Dimitri, led by Roman, was on the right track. Rodwell, you've been working hard all this time. No one can replace Roman now. Thinking of this, he looked out the window and exclaimed, the moon was so bright. Last month, Marquis Valentino had to go through unpleasant days. Marquis Valentino was sitting at the table reading letters. I never sent the sword I made to the auction house, Hendrik. Reading this, he angrily thought, if not him, then who created this sword? Then Valentino continued reading the letters. This is not the sword I made. No one can make a sword like this in Cairo. I can't find a second sword even if I go all over this continent. He squeezed the leaves. Right back, damn it. Suddenly, someone ran in hastily speaking. Someone said they saw a sword with a similar shape to Blaze, among the items that the blacksmith Dimitri owned. Sir Marquis. Valentino stood up in surprise. What? Come to Dimitri quickly. The head of the forge, Hendrik, raised his voice and asked, is there anything you came to see me for? Hearing you ask that, Valentino immediately got to the point. I'll say it straight. A month ago, I received the Blaze sword at the auction in Adelian. Yes, you already said it. Valentino continued, for me, Blaze is a treasure. I am certain that the creator of this sword, the one who infused mana energy, is the best in Cairo. Then he took out a sword there, Blaze here. Looking at the sword in the box, Hendrik was startled. Valentino saw his strangeness. Of course. You already noticed. I heard that Hendrik also has a sword similar to this. Hearing that, Hendrik remained silent and said nothing. Then he looked at Valentino. I will show you this sword. Please wait a moment. If you are someone like Marquis Valentino, you will probably know the value of the sword. After speaking, Hendrik quickly took out a sword. The name of this sword was Salamander. Valentino looked at the sword and was stunned. Just looking at the blade was enough to send chills down my spine. Surely this sword and Blaze were created by the same person. Hendrik quickly guessed what he was thinking, so he said, Salamander and Blaze were forged by the same person, just as you thought. Salamander was the first sword, Blaze was forged after Salamander. Valentino was surprised and thought, is the Salamander the first finished product? I want it. Then he immediately made a suggestion. I am a very meticulous person, but can you sell this sword to me? Hendrik quickly said, I'm sorry, but this is not for sale. He explained, this is a gift I received. I think you will understand my thoughts about not being able to sell it as a collector. Valentino immediately stood up. Did you say it was a gift? This isn't the sword Hendrik forged but a gift, so Hendrik knows who that person is. Thinking of this, Valentino asked, could it be that Baron Romero forged it? Hendrik explains, this sword was created by Roman Dimitri, the eldest son of the Dimitri family. In Valentino's mind, it was Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker, who created the best sword in the kingdom. All works contain stories in them. If the blacksmith created it, then people would just consider it a normal result, but what if the youngest genius swordsman was the one who created it? People create special meaning and value of swords, and rarity alone cannot be valued. Now I want to see Roman Dmitri. In the arena at this moment, two streams of force collided, causing dust to swirl around. Chris swung his sword and slashed at Roman. Right after that, Chris turned his foot to change direction. He moved in a zigzag pattern, close to Roman's every move. But Roman blocked the attack very gently. Suddenly, two figures walked in from the gate, distracting Roman a bit. Chris realized it was at this moment. He frowned, light flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of Roman's distraction, he swung his sword and brought a beam of aura towards him, making Roman startled. The training ground immediately had an explosion. Everyone outside the training ground was also surprised. In that smoke and dust, there was the shadowy figure of a person holding a purple sword. That was Roman. He spoke up and commented that the technique was good. Chris. Now that the smoke and dust had cleared in the middle of the field, Roman held his sword and pointed it at Chris, who was half lying and half sitting on the ground. He said that if he released a source of power immediately, it would definitely create space between the attacks. So you must have a solid card to disrupt your opponent's balance. Chris nodded and replied yes, I will remember. Roman continued to point out the loopholes in Chris's last move. He spoke next. And the guest who appeared at the gate had also witnessed the match just now. He was extremely surprised and thought this was Roman Dmitri's level. He recalled that famous match. He thought it was the topic that had emerged in the kingdom recently, the one who defeated the second-ranked Hector. Among so many strong faces, how will Cairo rank in the kingdom? He bowed his head and thought that seeing it with his own eyes, his strength was indeed more overwhelming than people's estimates. A person like this in the Cairo kingdom as a blacksmith. He looked at Roman resting his sword on his shoulder, thinking he might have the most talent on the continent. At this time, the butler walked in to announce, "Young master," that the guests had arrived. Roman heard that and replied, "I know." The guest looked at him with an expectant expression. Roman came before him, held out his hand, and said in a welcoming manner that I was Roman Dmitri. He looked at his outstretched hand. He thought this hand was probably the hand that made blaze. I quickly grabbed his hand with both hands and enthusiastically introduced myself as Valentino. A moment later, in the living room, Valentino reached out to touch the sword on the table. He said the reason I came here was because of Blaze. Hearing that, Roman was sitting with his arms crossed, thinking that it was the blaze he had given to Lucas. He said as he touched the sword, "In order to find the craftsman who made this blaze, I mobilized all the manpower and financial resources of the family." Valentino asked suspiciously if he was the one who made this blaze. Roman had heard about Marquis Valentino, the richest man in the Cairo kingdom, called an ambitious collector. He looked at Valentino's confident face, thinking he was the most powerful character among the neutral forces. I think his wealth was gained by taking over Cairo's business rights, the image of each gold coin appearing and falling into the mountain of gold. Surrounded by chests filled with gold in the warehouse. Although Valentino had enough power to disrupt the balance of power, despite the hand reaching out to pull him to his side, he still expressed his determination to remain neutral despite the advice of the four factions. Roman happily thought what an interesting person he was. He spoke up and said yes. He smirked and said, "I made this kumbar." Valentino heard that and happily said loudly that it was indeed Mr. Roman. "It was an honor for me. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." He remembered the scene at that auction. "The first time I saw this blaze bar at the auction house, I was so shocked that it felt like I had been struck by lightning." He told you that since Dmitri is a mecca for blacksmiths, you also inherited Baron Romero's talent, right? Oh, and if possible. He remembered your fighting appearance. He asked if you could show me the sword you were holding just now to fight once. He replied yes, okay. Holding the sword in his hand, he was stunned and asked what the name of this sword was. Roman replied, "I named it Darknix." He remembered the other two swords and thought that both Blaze and Salamander were both shockingly excellent swords, but still. He held up the purple sword with its entire body and trembled, thinking that this Darknix filled with dark power was on another level. Every time a new sword was made, it showed a remarkable growth. In his mind, the scene of him raising a hammer to forge a sword appeared in his mind. He thought about how terrible the sword made by a monster like this would be in the future. He asked if I could make a special request for Mr. Roman. He put down the sword, afraid that he wouldn't agree, so he added a simple condition. "First, if you have a chance to sell, then definitely give me a chance." Two shining swords lay on the table. He continued, second, if you make a new sword, then I want to know first which sword it is. The place and time does not matter. Roman sat with his hands on his lap, listening attentively. Valentino continued, whether it's in another country or a remote place, I will come by any means possible. He smiled cunningly and said that as long as you promise me these two conditions, the Valentino family will wholeheartedly support the Dmitri family in the future. Roman was surprised and thought that meant giving up neutrality. He asked him if he knew what this meant. Right, the Valentino family would abandon the neutrality it had maintained up to now. He calmly said, I wanted to hear the exact reason. He recalled the pressure on him from the factions. To be honest, recently the four factions were putting a lot of pressure, because in the situation we could not remain neutral forever. He scratched his head and said, so I kept wondering which force to support. He said, meanwhile, I heard the news that Mr. Roman had formed the Dmitri alliance. Moreover, he happily continued, now I have confirmed the truth that you are the craftsman who made Blaze. He's so excited, there's no reason for me not to like and support Mr. Roman. Seeing my father standing in front of a series of pink posters, of course I knew that the Dmitri family did not lack material wealth, but still. He smiled and clasped his hands together and said, isn't the more money the better? In his mind, he admitted that he was attracted to Roman Dmitri's talent. Roman stands up and says the nobles of Dmitri's ally have sworn allegiance as members of the ally. Roman, with a murderous face, loudly asked if the Valentino family was willing to follow the Dmitri family. Valentino smiled when he heard that. He bowed to greet him, even though he told him to grab a pile of straw and jump into the fire pit. As long as it was his command, the Valentino family was ready to listen. He smiled and thought it was an unexpected fate. He replied that he hoped to receive his help in the future. Valentino continued, Tikuklikus, who asked if I could announce that the blacksmith who made Blaze was Mr. Roman. With a face full of joy, he said that if I received such an excellent sword, I wouldn't be able to bear it if I didn't show it off to everyone around me. He stiffly watched each funeral scene. He truly thought what a unique person he was. The next morning, at the Valentino family's mansion, everyone was surprised that this was the rumored sword. Mr. Valentino replied that this sword was more than just a rumor. The first star sword skill when using this sword could block the sword moves of the two-star swordsman. Hearing that, everyone was even more excited, asking if it was true. He said, have I ever lied about the value of a collectible, and also the identity of the blacksmith who made this Blaze? The image of Roman wearing armor and a red cloak appeared. He continued to say that it was the hero of Cairo who repelled the imperial army Hector, also Roman Dmitri of the blacksmith family. Hearing that, everyone was even more shocked, talking about how this could be Roman Dmitri's sword. He replied yes, this was the sword he used when defeating Butler. He smiled and said that Roman Dmitri had made 3 swords. This Blaze was the second sword. People called the 3 swords the Roman Dmitri collection. Next to the blazing forge is a blacksmith swinging a hammer to forge a sword. With Roman's reputation, Dmitri's smithy had prospered beyond measure. That night Roman walked down a dark hallway lit only by the light of the moon. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, a dark shadow appeared. Behind him, he said to push back Hector and take down Butler. That shadow said, we underestimated Mr. Roman. That shadow is Information Minister Valhalla Makin, who recently united the entire Northeast region and created an independent force. Roman stood with his back to him, listening to him say that the Valhalla Empire cannot just ignore factors that endanger the future. Now you must choose, will you follow Valhalla or become an enemy? Hearing the threat of the man in black, Roman's eyes filled with murderous intent and his smile filled with danger. He said, why should I follow your choice? Faced with Roman's hostile attitude, Makin calmly asked, so you mean, even if you accept hostility, it's okay? He said without hesitation, please say it correctly, the person who threatened me first was the one. Roman bowed with luxurious chair. Pressing down on a man who was trying to support himself, he firmly protested, I have no intention of forcing myself to be loyal to anyone. He secretly thought about Cairo. The Cairo kingdom was the prey of the Kronos Empire and spent decades of effort. If Valhalla attacked Cairo, the Kronos Empire would not stand by and watch. His face darkened. If you don't want to make me an enemy, then continue waiting. Faced with Roman's tough attitude, Makin was surprised and a little scared when he heard him say, when I make a certain choice, that force will dominate Cairo, and everyone will call the Dmitri family royal. He clenched his fists angrily. You really are so bold in handling things. In the dark night, Makin approached Roman and said, if you continue to keep your head stiff like that, one day you will break your neck. Vulture's body shines with golden light. Hector's 5-star knight butler, whom you fought hard to defeat, his existence is nothing in Valhalla. The continent is very large, much larger than you think. Macken left a message for you and gradually disappeared. I will give you more time. I hope that you must make a careful choice. Papers appeared regarding the communication of the Cairo factions. Because of the beginning of Dimitri's alliance, the 4 factions of Cairo contacted one after another, and the poisonous beast Roman had to make his decision. The scene changes to Baron Kolo's palace. His butler calmly asks, "Are you going to just ignore Roman Dimitri?" He calmly answered while processing the paperwork, "If he chooses me, then all the things in the past will be erased." Suddenly he was angry, crumpling the paper in his hand, no longer able to maintain his previous calmness. "If he chooses someone other than me, then I will definitely have to deal with him." At this moment, Roman looked thoughtfully at the sky through the window. Taking advantage of the balance of the power system now was also a limitation. The scene before his eyes, he single-handedly wiped out the enemy on the battlefield. If he did not take advantage of the last year, dying on the battlefield in the future would be inevitable. His face was full of contemplation. First, to be able to deal with a magic perfectly, you have to study it carefully. Transition to the magnificent magic tower buildings. 13 magic towers exist on the continent. Among them, there is a dark guild that presides over the magic tower in the sky, the first and most powerful magic tower in the continent, land, and representatives of each magic tower stood up to demonstrate their abilities. The hand that was releasing a fireball appeared, representing the Phoenix Magic Tower, which had dispatched a level 5 magic circle magician. A fire tornado was summoned by the magician in front of everyone. But the eyes of the watching magicians were very cold. The magicians here all expressed disdain for the Phoenix magicians. The reason why the Phoenix magic received such estrangement was because the basic problem of the Phoenix magic family was being weakened. The masters have partly guessed about the weakness of this magic. The Phoenix magic has lost its position. It seems that the Phoenix Magic Tower has lost the magic book that has been passed down for many generations, the real. At the workplace of the owner of the Phoenix Felix Tower, he was burying his head in a pile of work and thinking. 3 years ago, during the chaos, he became the tower owner, but now he has reached his limit. Felix has a headache thinking about the problem the Phoenix Magic Tower is facing. The real owner of the Phoenix Magic Tower is unknown. His whereabouts are unknown. He cannot perform the supreme magic of Tien Hoa. Now the number of magicians leaving is already too high. The support from the Frank Kingdom has also been stopped. I don't know how long the Phoenix Magic Tower can be maintained. He leaned back in his chair and sighed, feeling depressed. Felix discovered Roman Dimitri's letter mixed in with the pile of papers on the table. In the magnificent room, he read the letter attentively. "If you, by choice, leave the Magic Tower for the Dimitri family, you will receive many benefits. The conditions are simple. You will be my opponent for 6 months. Every month I will give you 1,000 gold. Felix was surprised by the male lead's proposal. That place is really far away, but now is not the time to choose. He decided to go to Dimitri's family to meet in a luxurious and splendid carriage. I had to go there. Sitting on the carriage, he was reading a book and thinking about Roman's proposal. The Dimitri family, apparently this is the territory of the blacksmiths in the Cairo kingdom. I don't know what this place is like, but the magicians I don't care much about this place. Magic towers are scattered in the kingdom of Kronos. 13 towers exist on the continent, 7 of which, including the strongest magic tower Tien Kung, are all located in Kronos. The entrance to the magic tower in Kronos is gorgeous. The remaining magic towers are located in other countries. They mainly play a neutral role. Kronos, the place with the most magic towers, is considered the holy land of magicians. In contrast to the prosperity of Kronos, Cairo is remote and desolate, and Cairo is simply a deserted land where magicians do not pay much attention to this kingdom, and the Dimitri family is located at the eastern end, north. The scene turns back to the horse where Felix is sitting. If I hadn't received this offer, I would never have set foot there. According to this letter, I don't need to do anything, just be his opponent. If I practice for 6 months, I can do this, then I will receive 6,000 gold. When he arrived, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. This was the Dimitri family. Felix stood in front of the huge citadel of the Dimitri family. As he entered the gate, he was stopped by a guard. He stopped and told him why he was here. He worriedly handed over the letter the male protagonist had sent before. "I am Felix, the magic master of the Phoenix Magic Tower. I came here at the invitation of Roman Dimitri." He was quite surprised at the thoroughness of the Dimitri family. The carriages were thoroughly searched by the guards. Everything seemed quite organized. The guards were numerous and worked skillfully and quickly. The guard's belongings are exquisitely carved with a green gem in the middle of the hexagonal shield. There are many weapons to guard the city, and the walls are solid. With Felix in a shy mood, this was too much defense for a border family. He entered the castle and met the male protagonist. He extended his hand to welcome this new guest with a confident demeanor. "I'm Roman Dmitri, nice to meet you." Felix was somewhat cautious and afraid in his heart. He shook hands with Roman. He had an aura that was truly different from normal people. "I am Felix from the Phoenix Magic Tower." He confronted the male lead. "Let's get straight to the point. What you mentioned in the letter is true, right?" Faced with his questioning attitude, Roman calmly replied, "Of course I will pay you as in the letter. All you need to do is fight so I can practice for 6 months. Faced with his incomprehensible actions, Felix was confused. "I also couldn't understand. Why did you choose me with so many magicians? Is there something special about me that you need?" The image of the fire phoenix appeared with his solemn appearance, explaining to Felix in turn that the magic of the phoenix magic is fire magic, so that the royal tower's magic is mainly powerful attacks. In addition, it seemed that the Phoenix Magic Tower was also having financial difficulties, so I could also invite Mr. Felix easier than usual with a reasonable incentive for both, so I chose him. He made a bold suggestion during training. "While training, you should use all your strength. Even if I get injured or lose my life, it's my fault. You don't need to take responsibility. All you need to do is fight me with all your might." Felix's eyes flashed with fire. Maybe he was very angry. "You don't regret it, right? It seems he is very serious about this practice. He seems to have not fully anticipated the power of this magic. Fire master like me." At the training area with the strong wall, Roman said, "You should attack me first." Felix and the brother holding the sword are both in a ready-to-fight position. "Leave it to him," Felix replied. "Okay." He chanted a spell to create a small ball of fire. "I'll unleash powerful fire magic to see how he can resist." Many fire swords were around him and the name of this fire magic was Fire Spear. The swords rushed towards the male protagonist. A huge explosion erupted where he had just stood. Fast as the wind, Roman was behind Felix, surprising him with this speed. A large magic ball was summoned by the male protagonist, level 4 magic that opened and closed. From Felix's hand, he summons a magic circle to receive his attacks. Hell erupts in a circle of great fire. Encircles male 9 inside. But he did not flinch, exclaiming, "Is this the power of the Phoenix Tower's fire magic?" With his anger, Roman will defeat his arrogance with this move. Felix drew a magic formation, a violent fire tide, and summoned a large sword. Fire rained down on him. Standing in front of the explosion, Felix was extremely proud. "I just called out some mid-range magic. After all, he was the one who hired me. If something happened, no one would send me money." Roman appeared behind him with a scoff. "That was only level 4 magic, so what about level 5 magic? You don't intend to cast it right away? You don't intend to use 5-circle magic?" Felix was surprised and startled, backed away and used teleportation when his hand was about to touch his body. With that fire, he was still intact, so he had to get away first. Roman's eyes flashed purple and he rushed towards Felix. He was scared, really crazy, nothing was right in front of his eyes. He performed a confinement move to restrain the male protagonist's movements. His legs are tied. This will give him 10 seconds. He bent down, bracing himself to break this confinement. Witnessing the male protagonist's incredible strength, Felix tried to force himself. "Come on, I'll pay you 1,000 gold." He summoned sparks to attack. Roman skillfully avoided everything. To Felix's surprise, he rushed forward and announced, "Today's match is over. See you again at this time tomorrow." After the battle ended, Felix lay on the ground. Roman Dmitri correctly predicted his magic, to prevent teleportation. There is no such thing as a magic prediction system. How on earth could this happen? He sat up and pondered. If he fought one more round, could he win? No, if things continue like this, I will never be able to win. I have to consider and think. Back in the past, when the master of the Phoenix Magic Tower went missing, the Burns lifeline was cut off. Everyone said that the Phoenix Tower was over. But Felix stubbornly pursued his research, and succeeded in implementing a part of the scorched earth. People like Felix are called unique species. The next day, Felix and Roman practiced together at the training grounds. He casts magic that causes the ground under his feet to rise like a mountain. If the opponent can predict our magic, then all we need to do is change our prediction. That becomes meaningless. Roman was quite satisfied with Felix's performance. He turned the fire into huge waves, fire waves. The advantage of this magic is that it does not need to be aimed precisely at the enemy. waiting for the moment when the male protagonist jumps up to avoid the wave of fire. This is the moment. He activated the artillery aimed directly at him. After being hit by his attack, a purple shield appears, an aura shield. Because he was so busy thinking about that shield, Felix was knocked out of the quarry, a creature, No, this is due to his own ability, damn it. After being defeated by the male protagonist, Roman discussed with him, Mr. Felix, this cannot continue like this forever. I will allow you to use any method you wish from now on. Summon more magicians from the magic tower, or continue fighting one-on-one, we will change the conditions. If you defeat me even once, a reward of 10,000 gold will be paid immediately. Thinking about where the magic tower was, Felix was surprised. 10,000 gold, that amount was enough to feed 40,000 people for a year. He realized, from the beginning, he did not consider himself on the same level. Interrupting Felix's train of thought, Roman asked, how do you feel? To wash away this humiliation, Felix is determined to do it to the end. I know, from now on, this is a matter of honor. I must convince him. I will empty Dimitri's pocket. In the first week after the change, Felix devoted himself to research, but it was ineffective. After a series of failures, I diligently researched Roman's patterns. Starting from the 8th battle, limited magic movement begins to be used. Like slow, fog and magic traps. He was broken and scared. Why did he still notice all his attacks? 30 fights, 30 losses. Experiencing too much failure, Felix sat in his room contemplating and decided to call another magician for help. Now I have to admit one thing, don't be too obsessed with self-esteem. I can't defeat him alone. After hearing Felix's plan, the great magician asked him in surprise, what, do you mean we're now playing to bully the weak? Magic is very difficult to control. Why is it called an alliance, and what is the master's replacement doing here? I almost injured Dimitri's eldest son. I can't bear the consequences. Felix hesitated and shyly said, I understand what everyone is saying, but this battle has a huge reward of 10,000 gold. If we join forces and take down Roman Dimitri, I'll give you half of it. It's true that seeing money makes your eyes light up. Note also tacitly agreed. Is that, really? That means only need to win once. Felix wants to discuss a plan with the great magician. Yes, but this is not something to be taken lightly. He is like the natural enemy of magicians, so we need to meet to discuss the full strategy. He suddenly interrupted, it's okay, don't worry, we will arrange it for you. A few days later, the magicians gathered at the training grounds to challenge Roman, and I would let everyone attack first. Note students took turns using burst fire and fire wave. But the situation didn't seem right. Felix stood outside watching. He had been following me for a month now, along with the voices of the magicians on the battlefield reminding each other to be careful. At the end of the match, the magician's side lost miserably. Roman learned from experience with a complacent expression. After changing to the second position, he had completed the task of non-invasive heat welding. The temperature was just normal and could not cause injury. The beaten magicians lay there groaning. Mr. Felix, there is always the sky above. In the end, what is this guy? What kind of person did he fight? Looking at the scene before him, he decided to say 2 words to the male lead. Wait a minute. We'll talk for a while and then come back. In your residence, Felix came to see. There, Mr. Roman, to be honest, I don't have enough confidence to defeat you, but I was so curious that I couldn't help it. How can you predict and destroy magic? At least explain. Roman confidently replied to Felix's confusion. I know. Let me tell you how I prepared for the match. When the male protagonist agreed to answer his questions, he was led to this family's library. This place is, have you read all the magic books here? Magic is a resonance originating from the monocycle in the body with nature. Fire resonates with fire. Twi resonates with water. Wind resonates with wind. The moment the magic in the body resonates with nature, a type of mark and pattern will appear for recognition. When listening to my explanation, you will use cell magic depending on the amount, shape, and mana attribute you grasp. If you know for sure which magic system the opponent uses, you can deal with it quickly. First, feel sense of reading mana resonance. Second, knowledge only looks at the resonance pattern and recognizes the type of magic the opponent uses. Third, quick judgment based on the information received. Felix just discovered that he is not ordinary, can do these 3 things at the same time. Roman Dimitri, being a monster, just saying it's a natural disaster isn't enough. In Felix's mind, the magic tower was cracked, the monster was constantly trying to become stronger, and he only used the excuse of his master's disappearance to run away from reality. As the master of the magic tower, for the time being, I couldn't do anything at the Phoenix Tower. In the remaining time, I will prepare to fight Roman Dmitri with all my strength. Within 2 months, Felix began to feel different. Dmitri compared to normal standards for a border baronial family, their soldiers were exceptionally strong and had absolute loyalty. He became even more curious about the guy named Roman. At this time at the smithy, you asked about young Roman. Occasionally, when we meet each other when forging swords, we will use our own smithy that day. This is what I heard from the master blacksmith, young Master Roman. When he works, the fire will wrap around and cover his entire body. Just like that fire god. Hearing that, Felix remembered a magician who told him to approach the fire every day, and find his own way to fully receive the fire. Performing sanctification requires an extremely high ability to integrate with the fire. This is not something you can learn if you want to learn it. When intense flames surround my body, but I don't feel any agony, then you can be reborn and become the incarnation of fire. Roman Dmitri is not afraid of fire, does not even react at all to heat. As a family that has been familiar with the fire of the smithy for many generations, they will probably know how to receive the fire. Thinking of this, he immediately went to find Roman. Felix opened his mouth, something he heard while Mr. Roman worked in the smithy to receive the fire of the smithy without suffering any pain. Does he have a special method to receive the fire? Roman replied, yes, I received the fire in my own way. Hearing that, he thought to himself, he certainly knew what he expected. Then he clenched his palms and tried to speak, to let me speak frankly. The Emperor's Tower needs Mr. Roman's technique, please let me know. He immediately bowed down 90 degrees. The past 3 years have been like a nightmare, a time of agony. Finally found a thread of hope. But suddenly Roman responded coldly, why should I help to that extent? Seeing that, Felix froze a bit. He continued, I think it's enough for me to pay Mr. Felix the gold, but what else can the magic tower of the Phoenix give us? The scene changes a moment later and Felix has gathered the magicians to discuss. Because he wanted to hear their opinions, he asked them to gather here. Nox said first, I'll say it straight, Roman Dmitri is definitely the natural enemy of the magician. There's no reason for us to be enemies with someone like that. If we can't win, it's best to be allies. So I think going to the Phoenix Magic Tower for him is not a bad idea, don't you think? Hearing this, Felix seemed to freeze. What? Nox and everyone there turned their eyes to him and said, we have already agreed. Seeing that, he frowned and thought, among the previous 13 magic towers, there was not any magic tower related to a family, but now we are breaking that convention. After resting, he decided to say that from now on, the future of the Phoenix Magic Tower would belong to the Dmitri family. After that, the relocation of the Phoenix Magic Tower was carried out as planned. There were many seated cars that were departing. At a carriage a hurried voice rang out. The Tower Master said to the Tower Master. Seeing that, Felix asked, what's wrong? The person said, look, this is the operating budget that the Dmitri family plans to spend on we. Looking at the paper, he couldn't help but be surprised. I thought the budget would be reduced because moving the magic tower already costs a lot, 24,000 gold coins per year, an extremely huge number. Usually, magicians are called monsters that consume money. A powerful mage is someone who is skilled in many spells, but high-level spells will be extremely expensive. The other person continued, he couldn't believe his eyes anymore. They also said that if this budget or move was not enough, they could add additional costs for us. But Tower Master, you should also go out and take a look. As soon as Felix stepped out, he saw many newly built towers. He wondered in surprise, what is this? Chris said, the tower has been expanded quite a lot, it can now accommodate up to 1,000 people. Felix came forward and said, I'm still stunned, I didn't think the Dmitri family would be this kind to us. Chris immediately said, our master always respects all members of his family. This is just the beginning, there are still many surprises ahead. A moment later, Hans Murphy's assistant introduced, Mr. Murphy, I will be absent for a few days, but the work assigned by the young master must not be delayed or interrupted. Bring a towel and warm water to wipe off sweat and prepare necessary items afterward. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, I was a little worried when I had to leave, but he graduated from Aidenlian Academy and started out, the job should be fine. With this gift, my niece will definitely like it. A moment later, a person walked up to him and said, "Uncle Hans, wait a minute." Seeing him, I couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing?" That person said, "Get on the horse carriage." He continued asking, "Are you waiting to pick me up?" This is the young master's order. The scene changes somewhere and the teddy bear falls down. Harrison appeared. His face couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? What caught his eye was a sumptuous banquet. His wife came running to call, "Honey." He said, "I don't understand what's going on anymore. They said these were people brought by Master Dmitri. Why did they send them here that day?" Suddenly a person approached and respectfully said, "I'm Lucas, Mr. Roman sent me here to express his gratitude to Uncle Hans for the things he did for the family. Let us help prepare your daughter's birthday party." He immediately said, "I don't understand this, I'm just a servant of the Dmitri family." Lucas said that the young master respected his father very much. Hadn't he heard about it today? Roman Dmitri, some time ago he was called a bastard in the family. At that time he did not care about the dedication and efforts that father did for the Dmitri family, even so he always believed and work hard. Harrison remembered what his father had said, the young master has not yet determined his purpose, he is still lost in his thoughts, he needs time to change, he's still essentially a good person. Remembering that, he started to cry. I thought that my father's efforts would be meaningless, but still. Emotions inside him began to bubble up. Everyone looked at the sparkling room before their eyes and was surprised. "Oh, what's going on here?" The blonde woman wearing casual clothes covered her mouth and said, "We seem to be making a mistake here, aren't we? What is all this about?" The young man next to him with brown hair also replied, making Harrison and his wife was also sweating and didn't know what to do. Suddenly soldiers ran in to announce, "Everyone please give way." They stood in 2 rows, and a figure appeared at the door, making Harrison think, what are the soldiers doing here? Then he shouted, "Are you a father?" Hans had tears in his eyes, holding the gift box. "Children." He ran back and called, "Father." He hugged him. "Son, father is home." Looking at the big chest containing the gifts, Harrison suggested, "Let's open these gifts together." He held the gift in his hand and opened it, saying, "Let Dad see what this gift is." His daughter picked up the doll and praised it. "Oh, this is a wonderful doll. I've always wanted to have a doll like this, Dad, thank you." Harrison looked at his niece and suggested, "Let's open the next gift, let's see what it is." It was a ring with an extremely valuable ruby given to it by Viscount Conrad. The brown-haired man was frightened. "Viscount Conrad," the blonde-haired woman also said with a dark face, "how could he care about the birthday of a girl he didn't know?" He continued to talk while sweating as he introduced, "And this is a gift from Count Adalia and Viscount Lawrence. I don't understand why those nobles sent birthday gifts here. All of these precious gifts were carefully prepared, in order to gain intimacy and the desire to associate with Hans. He is Roman's closest butler, always by his side in both happiness and sadness. No matter what anyone says, he still cares for him." Therefore, Hans became an extremely important person in the eyes of the nobles as they wanted to have a good relationship with Roman. This is also the reason they do so, to establish a good relationship with him. He thought, "This is truly a blessing for my niece, but I'm also a little worried, with the excessive friendliness of the nobility." He looked away trying to change the atmosphere. Now we will open the gift sent by Mr. Roman." Hearing that, Hans thought to himself, "What a gift, master." He read the letter and his eyes widened in surprise. It is a letter of admission. He read the letter out loud. Master Roman wrote a letter of introduction for his daughter to study at the glorious Cairo Royal Academy. That is the academy that all noble children dream of. Even if they have money, they may not be accepted to study there, the glorious Royal Academy. He turned sharply to his father and thought, he couldn't be happier. Then he covered his face with the letter, thanking his father very much, thanking the master. His daughter looked at him with such emotion and called out, "Father!" At the Dmitri family castle, Hans said to Roman, "You have given me too many things, you just need to treat me well. How dare I accept such precious things? You might make me feel awkward if you do that." He looked at him and said nothing. Just remember the time Kwang Ma was injured and knelt next to him. He asked him, "Kwang Ma, do you regret following me?" He replied, "Do you regret it?" A subordinate's trust in his master is everything. How could he regret following him? The relationship with me and Hans is the same as with Kwang Ma in the past. He said, "Hand, you also know that I have been with you since I was a child. It can be said that I have spent more time with you than with my parents. Even though we have different statuses, I always consider you as my own relative, my meat, you are my relative, also my friend." He was touched to hear you say that, young master. He continued to say, you deserve what you receive. When you return, please send me greetings about your health as well as happy birthday to your daughter. A year has passed. At Vanlala Temple in Cairo, beautiful flowers are receiving drops of water from watering cans to continue to shine. Willis held the watering can and was bored, so bored. He frowned in thought. After he returned from the war on the southern front, Roman mentioned challenging the ranking of the strongest swordsman. This was unprecedented in the history of Cairo. The best swordsmen all heard this news. They stopped competing and started practicing, to prepare for the duel with him. Roman, he is truly a swordsman with strength and strong will. When he faced Homer, who was many levels above him on the rankings, he simply defeated him. Next, on the southern front, he defeated Butler, the number 2 swordsman of Hector's kingdom, with those two things already demonstrating his overwhelming strength, but then problems began to arise. Ranks from 1 to 99 can become targets he can defeat. At this moment when Roman comes out to compete, the sword rankings in Cairo will have an unimaginable change. Suddenly someone ran in to inform him, Priest, sir, I have received a message from Mr. Roman, the public ranking match has been scheduled to start. Hearing that, he was so happy that he immediately asked, is that so? Holding the intelligence letter in his hand, Marquis said, so he has already taken action. He thought, recently the situation in Cairo has not been stable. The Phoenix Magic Tower left the Frank Kingdom, followed by several magic towers in Kronos that also disappeared. That incident affected Kronos too much. They thought that this must have had some great force behind it pulling the strings. With such anger, the king of Kronos declared that he would find the person behind it and punish him. By starting to conquer neighboring kingdoms, this makes the small neighboring countries face a very dangerous situation, especially since Cairo shares a border with the kingdom of Kronos. War between the two kingdoms is inevitable. To combat this situation, we need to have a stronger army, along with a solid kingship, but with a weak king like the present, the situation does not seem very positive. The current situation is that if Roman can join the noble faction in Cairo, then the situation can be stabilized for a while, at which point the kingship will be consolidated. But if, like Roman, he doesn't get an answer that can satisfy the royal family as he wishes. The tube suddenly squeezed so tightly that the glass in his hand broke. Then asked in a harsh voice, where is Roman Dmitri now? His man replied, yes, he is in the north. He asked, north? Then he thought to himself, so he has returned to his family. What is his intention? On the field, Willis announced that the classification match had officially begun. The 99th ranked Jaden held the sword and thought to himself, he wanted to achieve the highest ranking among swordsmen, but he asked to fight the last ranked person. If he is as strong as recently rumored, then why is he targeting the lowest ranked person, or is he planning to have a guaranteed victory to begin with? But then he would have to spend more energy. From the looks of it, he is still too young. From what I know, he seems to have already continued researching the next opponent after me. Now I have to try my best to fight from the beginning. Saying that, he grabbed his sword and rushed towards Roman. Then I just heard him scream. Roman said, the battle is really simple, nothing worth mentioning. Willis stood with his arms crossed and asked, I wonder why you have to make things so complicated. You can challenge high-ranked swordsmen from level 30 and above. He replied, it's not as simple as you said. Everyone in the kingdom recognizes my strength, but I myself always doubt whether my strength really reaches that level. Now this is also a challenge. Only when I defeat all the swordsmen in this ranking can I confirm my skills and strength in the most accurate way. Wonderful, Willis thought in amazement. That's right, this is the arrogant Roman Dmitri who always shows the strong ego he wants to see. With Roman starting from challenging swordsmen from rank 99 to rank 1, this task seems extremely difficult. This is something that no one has ever been able to do before. Even if he could do those things, it would still take a lot of time. If he defeats one person every day, it would take at least 99 days to do this. But nevertheless, in less than a week, the things he did made all the doubts and gossips of everyone completely disappear. On the field, he had just defeated 98th ranked Delhi. Willis announced that Roman had defeated the 98th ranked swordsman Delhi. Roman Dmitri has now upgraded his rank to 98th to replace the defeated swordsman Delhi. He turned on his heel and said indifferently, next person. Rank 97 also collapsed because of a direct slap on his cheek. Everyone started to talk. The blonde man said, "How could this be possible? In just one short day he had already defeated 3 swordsmen who were at the bottom of the rankings." The green-hair man also followed suit. "I really didn't expect him to be able to do something like that. Even though those 3 people are the weakest in the ranking of 100 swordsmen, their strength has already reached the 3 stars. It's not that weak." What's even more terrifying is that each of his opponents couldn't withstand a single attack. In total, he defeated those 3 people in less than 10 seconds. Finally, to everyone's surprise, Roman climbed to rank 91 in just 2 days. Jaden walked on the water. Behind him was a giant monster that opened its mouth full of teeth and took a bite. The nightmare he had just woken up screaming. He must have said out of breath, "It can't be that way." The medical staff saw that he was awake and asked, "Are you awake?" He asked, "Why am I in the infirmary like this?" He replied that he was probably still a bit dizzy so he couldn't remember. After he competed with Roman in the swordsman ranking round, he was defeated in just 1 move. Then you fainted and were brought here. You've been lying here for a day now. I also didn't think that Roman would have such strong strength. Among the people he knocked out, he was the first to wake up. He sweated and asked again, "So according to you, Roman has defeated many swordsmen, right?" He replied, surprising him, "Yes, it was said that he had defeated 5 swordsmen in a row in just 1 day. That was something no one expected." He continued, "Do you know what that shows? It can be said that from the beginning he wanted to let everyone know that in this ranking of the 100 strongest swordsmen, he could be at the top at any time. You guys are absolutely not my opponent, him." He held his throbbing chest and said, "I can't believe it, huh?" He breathed heavily thinking. In just a split second he was knocked out by him, and now his body still feels extremely painful. He looked at him and reminded him, "Don't rush out of bed. With an injury like that I guess you won't be able to walk freely for at least a month." I also didn't know he had attacked everyone. Somehow, everyone suffered serious damage to their bodies. Almost everyone's muscles and internal organs were affected. Luckily for you, you woke up early. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself, "That can't be possible. How could it be like that?" He gritted his teeth. I have to stop other swordsmen from letting them suffer the same injuries as me." After that, Jaden, ranked 99, wrote a warning letter to all other swordsmen. In the letter, he reminded Roman that he was a monster, his strength was too strong and we could not confront him. In less than 1 second in the match, I was defeated by him with 1 move. With that simple move, my entire body suffered serious damage. I fainted for a day, then was treated. The doctors said it would take at least a month for me to recover and walk normally. Now that match still haunts me, so I wrote this letter to everyone. Those who don't have enough strength should not go up against him, if they don't want to suffer defeat like me. Along with that, the wounds and hauntings in my mind cannot fade away. After only a week, with Roman defeating many swordsmen one after another, doubts about his strength completely disappeared, and from then on all swordsmen ranked as low as 31 to 39 all declared giving up and resigned themselves to failure. Many swordsmen with higher rankings but considered themselves not qualified enough to confront Roman also voluntarily withdrew. Only 1 person at rank 30 accepted Roman's challenge. The person at rank 28 was angry. "Hey Fernando, you already know his strength. It's not just rumors anymore. How could you recklessly accept to confront him?" He remained silent. That guy continued to say, "Through the recent matches, I guess Roman he has reached the level of being a 5-star swordsman. If it weren't for people with a strength of rank 10 or higher, they would is likely his opponent." Fernando replied unconcernedly, "It's okay, this is my choice." That guy screamed, "What a fool, why did you choose to do something like that? If you failed other than physical injury, then all the reputations you and ours had before would be considered destroyed. Everything is ruined." Fernando asked again, "How could you say that? To be more precise, if I agreed to fight with him, even if I failed, I would not ruin your reputation." "But you ruined your reputation, in the most cowardly way. You didn't dare to face your fear and couldn't face the fact that you were too cowardly. Therefore I decided to don't stop me, don't force me to surrender in the most cowardly way like you." That guy immediately got so embarrassed that he got angry and left but still tried to argue. "What a stupid bastard, and then we'll see how embarrassingly you will fail." He clenched his fists and thought, the reputation of a swordsman can also be a precious thing, but for me, what I need most right now is experience fighting with people with higher strength. Through those battles I can learn things that I don't know. From there I can accumulate more experience to help me increase my strength to overcome difficulties. Your own limit wall. There was talk on the field, not knowing if this match would last a little longer or if it would end quickly with a victory for Roman, who said that it was not really possible even though Fernando's ranking was not really high. His strength is only mid-range, but he also has his own strengths. With his experience and inherent strength, that is the foundation for him to be able to rise to this 30th rank. This match can also be worth looking forward to. Wait, someone else said. I know it's like that, but it is estimated that Fernando only has 4-star swordsman strength. To confront Roman, who is considered to have reached 5-star, is quite difficult. The clearest evidence is that Fernando has spent a lot of time, has only reached rank 30 and has been at that rank for too long. Fernando held his sword and thought, Roman, I know I cannot compete with you in my strength. But today I bravely stood here to confront you, even though I knew defeat would come very quickly, but I hope that in this match, I can learn something from you. Through that, help me take one more step to overcome the wall that limits my strength, gradually approaching the world where you are standing. The red flag was raised with a shout, let's begin. Fernando thought, I will proactively attack from the beginning and cannot be on the defensive. He kept attacking him and he just dodged and made no move to respond. He breathed heavily and thought, did he not fight back, did he just dodge, or did he see that his strength was too weak, and despised him and did not want to take him down right away? That's fine, no matter how useless you think I am, I don't need to care about this honor. Once I choose to confront you, I've already determined that, and what I need is experience, to continue to improve my strength. To achieve that, it makes no sense for you to look down on me. Suddenly there was a voice calling him, Fernando, I feel like you have put a lot of effort into wanting to learn. From now on you should use the mana in your body the way I said. He was startled and thought to himself, could it be that he was talking to me? Especially this was an illusion he created to sway his will. He continued to say, although I know that he has reached the level of purple star swordsman, but his true strength is still too weak. It is just like reaching 4 stars. He has stopped here, for a long time now. The thing that has kept him from moving forward is that he has not been able to use mana in the most accurate and correct way, so if this situation continues, he will never move forward. Okay. The way I understand how to use mana in your body is that normally swordsmen will keep mana moving in the meridians in a chaotic manner without any direction. They will let it freely like that, until when you need to fight an opponent, you will concentrate your mana at one point to unleash your power. Almost all swordsmen in Cairo do this method. Not only that, I also see that throughout the Salamander continent this method is also quite popular and is learned by everyone. Using mana to fight doesn't necessarily have to be done in the same way. He looked at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Haven't every swordsman used this method of using mana before? He thought to himself, what the hell is he talking about now? Applying mana in different ways is impossible. Each swordsman, when understanding the nature of using mana in the sword, almost understands that they will transfer the necessary mana to the place where it is needed and then release it when needed. Although the mental method used by each user is different, the formation of a mana flow has always been through a widely known system, has always followed common sense, and is a general principle that has not changed. Fernando asked in surprise, using the flow of mana, isn't there just one? He said, manipulating and understanding the flow of mana is inherently difficult, but isn't it an opportunity worth trying at least once? He thought to himself, I don't know what he is thinking, but let's try this new way of applying it once. Anyway, I don't care about other people's opinions or thoughts about it, even if it is the devil's whisper, I will also believe and follow. Then he began to attack the opponent. He gave orders, inhibited and limited the energy flow of mana in the body. Then when needed, the mana will spread out like a river. I will show you how. Use mana in a new way that no one has ever known. Try to feel the direction of the wave and then choose the position according to that mana wave. He closed his eyes to feel mana. I felt it. I felt the wave. Could this really be done this way? He smiled and said to him, it seems we are finished here. Having said that, he raised his sword and slashed once. Seeing that he had been defeated on the field, everyone around him started whispering, wow, he failed miserably. As expected, I heard he was also ranked 30th. This proves that Roman is strong. How? He stood up and thought, that is the class difference between me and him. He shouted, Roman Dmitri, Roman, wait. Everyone in the stands was confused by his actions. What was that? What was going on? Why did he suddenly chase him? He approached him and said, Roman, can I ask, how did you know about the problem that was holding back my development? I just think I don't have the ability to use mana as I want. I don't think I have a problem with releasing mana where it's needed. He replied that the fact that he was able to use his aura to level a 4-star swordsman meant that he had reached a certain level where he could sense mana. However, unlike using aura and swordsmanship, mana which he discovered was unusually weak. He asked right back, so, he continued talking, if so then there was a high possibility that there was a problem with the mana channel going out. He clenched his fist, to be honest. Then put his hand on his chest and said sincerely, I found hope in your words, Roman, but I only found a small clue. I think it's difficult to develop on your own with just your own understanding. Could you please tell me how to discover my potential? He crossed his arms and replied, telling me that method is not a problem for me, however, I don't like to trade without having anything in return. He bowed his head and said, if you need anything, just ask. He replied, Fernando, follow me and live for me. He thought to himself, this is the one who will lead me to the right path, my lord. Then he came down and said, I, Fernando, swear allegiance to Mr. Roman. On the noble side, Marquis was sitting at the table with the remaining 5 people. One person spoke up, Roman Dimitri's recent actions were very unusual. If this continues, wouldn't it really be possible to defeat Count Nicholas? He said, it was still a hasty judgment. It was said that Roman Dimitri had the record of defeating Butler. Count Nicholas, who was not 80th in the mainland rankings, was on a completely different level, full. Nicholas, a royal knight and the #1 swordsman in Cairo, everyone considered Nicholas untouchable. But Roman's actions bring new possibilities never before imagined. The blonde said, if so, what happens when Roman Dimitri defeats Count Nicholas? He replied that the reason the monarch's side could hold out so far was because of the presence of Count Nicholas. If Roman Dimitri defeated Count Nicholas, then a new power structure in the kingdom of Cairo will be re-established. On the map will be Dimitri, the nobles, Valhalla, Kronos, the monarch. He continued, that must absolutely be prevented from it happens. He darkened his face and thought dangerously, if you do not accept our offer, no matter what means or methods, Roman must be eliminated at all costs. He told everyone to secretly bring the troops of each family back to the capital. No matter what choice Roman Dimitri makes, he cannot escape our grasp. On the field, currently ranked 10th, Jiran of the Kronos Empire knelt down before him, admitting defeat, and I surrendered. He turned to look at the stands above and thought, the battle has been laid out. Then he shouted loudly, I'm so disappointed. A year ago, we announced our participation in the public ranking match to everyone. Everyone in the stand started to panic. What's going on? Why all of a sudden, huh? And you continued to say, I hope that the names of powerful people in Cairo will be willing to fight with me, but I realized this after defeating Jiran, who was ranked 10th. Other than Count Nicholas, there's no one in Cairo who can give me the slightest bit of difficulty, so I'll skip all the pointless steps for now. 3 days later, from 9th place to 2nd place, right here, I will deal with you one by one, defeat all of you, I will challenge the #1 fencer here in Cairo. The whole Cairo was shaken by Roman's declaration of war. Rank 9 Bruno put his hands on the table tightly into fists and said, I will give up. Jiran and I have similar skills, didn't Roman overwhelmingly defeat him? The 2nd rank Oscar replied that they shouldn't give up, causing the 9th rank to shout, Oscar. He continued, Roman Dimitri, in public, criticized Jiran by saying that his ability was not worthy of rank 10, he declared war and would defeat everyone on the same day. If you retreat like this, you will be ridiculed by everyone as a coward, so I have summoned you, the high-ranking people here in Cairo. Teach Roman a lesson, and as a reward, Marquis Benedict will grant you what you desire. Oscar solemnly declared, I will risk my life to defeat Roman Dimitri, and in front of everyone, I will maintain the pride of this country, as a swordsman. After hearing what he said, everyone chanted one after another, I support Mr. Oscar, let's defeat Roman to show him some manners, the swordsman in Cairo let's join forces. He smiled a sinister smile full of meaning. 3 days later on the field the voice introduced, from Bruno to Oscar everyone ranked from 2 to 9 appeared. The audience was excited. Unexpectedly everyone in the rankings stood up to respond to the challenge. It was hard to guess who won and who lost. He looked at the people approaching him and thought to himself, this is reality. When a crisis occurs, the nobility will unite together. Cairo won't give me any more time. From now on, it's just a division between being prey and being a hunter. He looked at rank 9 Bruno who was approaching him with a sword. With the end in mind, Roman Dimitri will try to win quickly from the start. The 8 of us will patiently endure so that this war becomes a long war that will exhaust his strength. I only saw him cut once. 9th place coughed up blood, coughed, and was knocked out. He glanced and said, continue. After solving rank 8 he said, let's move on. Just like that, every time he defeated an opponent from rank 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, he ordered them to continue. As for the second-place person, Oscar, he was scared and couldn't believe it. He looked back at him with scary eyes. Let's continue, you're the last one, right? A soldier knelt down and reported, it was a match with an overwhelming victory, Your Majesty. In just one day, Roman Dmitri has defeated everyone ranked from 9th place to 2nd place. Daniel Cairo gently raised his hand to touch his forehead. The soldier continued, now there is no reason to stop him from challenging for the leading position, Daniel said, so it finally happened. He looked at Nicholas and asked, Count Nicholas, is there any way to avoid confrontation with Roman Dmitri? He imagined himself being grabbed by giant arms, saying, I trust you, but, in the current situation, if even the best swordsman of Cairo Castle is defeated then, his position mine will change and maybe, I will eventually fall prey to the noble faction. He silently replied, No, Your Majesty, that will not happen, please trust me. Daniel turned to look at him in surprise when he heard him say, I will prove why, I am known as the best swordsman in Cairo. Having said that, Nicholas turned and walked out of the room, leaving only the words that I will definitely return with glory. The door closes. Vector stood in the distance, clasped his hands on his chest and asked, Are you really sure to win, attracting his attention? He asked seriously, What do you mean? Vector wondered. Yes, he asked, What kind of person is Roman Dmitri? Vector envisioned a cunning and dangerous tiger, answering that he was a person born with the instincts of a predator, even before being recognized by the public. The image of Beck Jun-huk coldly sitting on a chair with his arms crossed appeared. Vector continued, He always has faith in the path he has chosen, so please be careful. Vector said, If he fails, the Cairo dynasty will end. Nicholas heard that and spoke up, Don't worry about anything. Then he turned and walked away, firmly saying, I will definitely protect the Cairo royal family. The next day, in Kairos, the capital of Cairo, a majestic scene appeared. Jun-huk's figure slowly entered the palace, people gradually drifted to the next side causing a stir. That person, just walking made him feel majestic. As he reached the final step, a voice called out to him, Roman Dmitri. Nicholas grabbed the hilt of his sword and said, Come here. He pulled out his sword and said loudly, First swordsman Cairo, I will show you how to be polite. He smirked and replied, Wow, that's too confident, okay, and pulled out his sword. He swung his sword forward, shouting, Let's begin. Nicholas gritted his teeth and unleashed his strength. The two rushed towards each other, creating a strong collision. The witnesses were also blown away and screamed because of the pressure created. The two swords continued to collide strongly with each other. Willis covered his face and silently exclaimed, It was terrible. Every time the two swords collided, the atmosphere shook. He smiled savagely and thought, That's it, I've lived my whole life just waiting for a confrontation like this. Nicholas grinned and said, What an interesting opponent. He also smirked and replied, As expected, the nickname Cairo the First Swordsman is not a rumor, right? Next, he launched a new attack and swung his sword at him, but he still blocked it. Viewers closed their eyes and exclaimed, That was Cairo the First Swordsman, so wonderful. Jun-huk gritted his teeth, his pupil shrank. He then threw a powerful move at Nicholas, but he still blocked it. However, Nicholas was pushed back a bit. The tremor passed, he stood tall, silently thinking, I have been pushed back, that guy can resist my power. He silently observed Beck Jun-huk nearby. He raised the corners of his mouth and said with an amused expression, My blood is boiling. Then he shrugged and disappeared. He just rushed towards Nicholas swinging his sword in just a split second. He tried his best to block it, but the pressure was so strong that he vomited blood, thinking, This is not good. He swung his sword and slashed back, clenching his teeth and wondering in his heart, who exactly was this guy? He was too strong. His body was blown away. Nicholas thought, if he could win, he would not be on the royal side. Jun-huk landed at a position far away from him. He raised his sword high and performed a new move, thinking with impetuosity, because of that, I absolutely cannot lose. When he witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then Nicholas burst out with even more power, causing the ground to sink deeper. Then he rushed forward and swung his sword at him. Jun-huk still had his pupils twitching with a shocked expression. A golden light appeared, Nicholas's voice rang out, breaking sword form, heavenly demon sword technique. He was surprised, holding his sword tightly and fighting back. And using the first move, Inferno Flow, the two opposing lights created a huge explosion. The smoke gradually fades away. Nicholas knelt on the ground, silently thinking, Do you think you have defeated me? When Jung-hyuk saw that, he was full of surprise. He stood up with his sword and said, "Don't dream, keep going." He wondered why he had to try so hard. Nicholas raised the corner of his mouth and replied, "Why?" He pointed his sword forward and said, "Because I am the #1 swordsman in Cairo, even if I am miserably defeated, my will cannot be broken." Jung-hyuk silently called his name in his head, Richard Nicholas. He kicked the rubble under his feet and shouted. Then when he got close he prepared to swing his sword down. What a wonderful person, he thought. But before he could attack, he slashed him and made him fall backwards. Nicholas widened his eyes and groaned in pain. He thought Cairo was the first to control him. His body fell to the ground. He said, "That was the end of the legend that dominated an era." Everyone gasped in surprise. Willis stood behind the rubble and adjusted his glasses slightly, saying, "With this, Roman Dmitri." He put on a satisfied expression and put his sword back in its scabbard. He continued to say that he had won the #1 spot in the rankings of the Cairo Kingdom. After finishing speaking, he immediately looked at the other person with a solemn face and squinted eyes. Then he turned and walked away, pondering, had we underestimated Roman Dmitri? No, in any estimation, that monster would surpass all our predictions. He took each step slowly, thinking, he doesn't care about the invitation from Valhalla. When he reached the dark area, he stopped and thought, an entity with absolute power must not be allowed to exist. In Cairo City, a group of soldiers walked in the middle of the street. The surrounding people were buzzing. Was that Roman? At such a young age he could become the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. He had defeated him, Count Nicholas. Beck Jun-huk majestically leads the group. The strongest swordsman in Cairo is now Roman Dmitri. Benedict looked at him and called, "Mr. Roman Dmitri." He smiled and said, "In just such a short time, you were able to take the top spot in Cairo's rankings." Then a group of soldiers moved in en masse. They formed a circle to surround his group. He continued to say, "You defeated Count Nicholas. It's true that I also thought about it before. With what you did before, this could happen." You listened to him emotionlessly. "I also understand why you need a year to prepare for this. I guess you need time." The solid city gate appeared. Benedict's voice rang out, "To strengthen the power of the Dmitri family, to serve as a support as well as a stepping stone for himself." That time was enough for him to strengthen his army and train his soldiers. "Okay." Then he said in a low voice, "But now it's time for you to make your choice." He extended his hand invitingly. "Will you join the noble faction, or will you make another choice? If you join the noble faction, there will be many benefits for the family that you cannot think of. If you choose to go against the noble faction, be careful because that is the path to death for the Dmitri family. Think carefully before making your choice." Jung-hyuk remained silent and did not respond. He silently recalled old memories. Beck Hoyol put one leg on the chair and curled his mouth and said, "Jung-hyuk, now your choice will determine what our relationship is like." The others also glanced at him slightly. He proposed a condition: "Make your choice, stand with me to get glory and wealth." "Good." He looked down at where he was standing and said in a low voice, "Confronting me will end in death." Jung-hyuk frowned and wondered in his heart, whether to surrender or fight. That was the choice he had to make. He slowly walked up the stairs, thinking, what am I going to do? When standing in front of Hoyol, he softly spoke, "Teacher, sorry." This made his face immediately darken. He raised his sword high towards him. The expressions on Beck Jun-hyuk's face and now when he made the choice were exactly the same. They both calmly said, "I am the one who has a goal and needs to do it to the end. That cannot be changed." Benedict smirked and said loudly, "You made a stupid choice." He held out his hand and thought, "All the power of the kingdom is now in our hands. Even if you want to protest, there will only be death." The entire army listened to his orders. From now on, in the name of our kingdom, Marquis Benedict officially ordered the purge of the Dmitri family, those who wanted to rebel. The soldiers immediately approached him according to his instructions. "If you surrender, you will be forgiven, and Roman Dmitri, you will be arrested for investigation of this matter." But a pool of blood appeared, terrifying him. Jung-hyuk decisively slashed a soldier to death. Benedict exclaimed, "How dare you do that? You just want to rebel." He responded, "What you said is not true, Marquis. If there is an order from the Emperor, our family will obey, and the Marquis has no right to order us." He curled his lips sarcastically. "The one who wants to rebel and take control of this kingdom is you." He immediately jumped up, angrily shouted, "What you said, you are slandering me. All the nobles are the force representing this Cairo kingdom. We always follow the emperor's wishes, not at all intending to usurp power." The soldier's exhausted body lay motionless on the ground. He threatened, "You doing this now is choosing to put your Dmitri family to death." Jun-hyuk objected, "You are wrong. The emperor is the one who decides who is right and who is wrong here." Then he gave the order. Kevin took action to open the way. The two of them jumped up and answered loudly and clearly. Chris then unleashed his electric beam power to sweep away a group of soldiers. Kevin also used his sword to attack other soldiers at the critical point. Benedict witnessed that scene, his face covered in blood, gritting his teeth and hissing, "This crazy guy," he thought, "how dare you oppose this noble army in Cairo?" He walked slowly and swung his sword into the air to unleash his power. In just one attack, a huge explosion occurred. He immediately turned around and ran away, giving orders, "Attack, general attack, whoever can defeat that Roman Dmitri, I will reward him greatly." A brave soldier stood up and said, "Everyone stopped, here in the Cairo kingdom, do you think you can have peace by doing this?" Just to let him say, "You guys just go ahead and I'll show you how to be polite," he decisively cut off his upper body. He pondered, "It's time for me to show you my true strength." At the Cairo royal castle, an urgent voice rang out, "Your Majesty, there is a rebellion in the capital." He knelt down and properly performed the ritual to tell Daniel that Roman Dmitri was confronting the noble faction of Marquis Benedict. He clutched his head in panic, complaining, "Rioting and killing in the capital," he wanted to rebel. The head knight of the royal guard loudly ordered, summoning all the royal soldiers here quickly, "We need to suppress that guy immediately, we can't let him do whatever he wants in the capital, this is okay." Daniel thought tightly, clutching the arm of the chair, not thinking that he would do something like this. Suddenly Jung-hyuk's voice rang out, causing him to look up in surprise. "Roman Dmitri asked to see His Majesty." He placed one hand on his right chest, knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, paying his respects to His Majesty. Daniel looked at him in shock and said, "Forget about that ritual, what are you talking about?" He closed his eyes and narrated, "After I achieved the top rank in the swordsman rankings, Marquis Benedict blocked my way, and wanted me to submit to the noble faction." He narrowed his eyes and explained, "But I chose to follow your Majesty, so I had to confront Benedict's aristocratic faction, which was the cause of this incident." He bowed his head and continued to explain, "I am here to do as your Majesty said, as long as your Majesty orders the death of the Dmitri family. The noble faction now wants to take over real power in the kingdom. If your Majesty, I wish I could punish them." He nervously wondered in his mind, "Does he want me to eliminate the noble faction?" Then Daniel asked, "Are you trying to make a deal with me?" He immediately replied, "When the kingdom of Hector invaded our country of Cairo, the desolate scene of war appeared." Jung-hyuk continued to say, "We predicted it and should have given a lot of time to prevent it, but we couldn't do it. All the border lines quickly collapsed." Next is the image of the powerful Daniel reaching out to drop the chess pieces into the balance. He said, "It is due to the factional division in our kingdom led by the noble faction. If His Majesty has full control, kept troops, that would not have happened." Jung-hyuk looked up at him and said in a low voice, "Within a year our kingdom has not had any major changes." Daniel felt like there was a strong force pressing his whole body, causing it to bend down when he heard him speak. While the entire Salamander continent had made clear changes, the other kingdoms had their plans. How long can we wait for our own preparations? Beck Jun-hyuk's pupils shrunk. He rolled his eyes and loudly declared that all power in Cairo would have to be concentrated in the hands of His Majesty, not in the hands of the aristocracy. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth speechless. He continued, "If you can't do it, your Majesty will definitely be deposed." Vector raised his eyebrows in thought. He showed his actions and thoughts. The chief knight looked at him with his mouth open in surprise, thinking, did he say that to intentionally force His Majesty? Jung-hyuk seemed to read everyone's thoughts and immediately explained, "These are my honest words. The Dmitri family will always be loyal to the royal family." He looked at Daniel with a sharp, serious expression and said, "Now you need to have your own opinion." He silently replied, "I understand what you mean." Then he asked, "So for you to be able to do this, what do you want in return?" An extremely lush giant tree appeared. Jung-hyuk replied, "I want the northeast to be separated from the kingdom, to be an independent country, but still always be a support for Cairo. I will not never forget your origins. Whenever Cairo is in danger we will do our best to help your Majesty." He narrowed his eyes and thought, was he going to separate into a new kingdom? He placed his hand on his right chest and spoke loudly, "Your Majesty, please make a decision. You cannot have everything you want, but choose the best you have." Daniel thought quietly, "So now I have to make my choice that is most beneficial for Cairo." Then he said to Roman, I completely understand what you mean, but if Count Denver and Count Gregory are captured again, do you think the nobles in Cairo and the people behind them will retaliate? How is this? Roman bowed his head and replied, I understand your majesty's intention, but you don't need to worry too much about it. Currently, although other countries are taking many actions to prepare for war, we are still quite far from the Valhalla border, so far away, they can't react in time, and with a big country like Kronos, they also have to deal with the alliance of small countries in the south because recently their conflicts with those countries are becoming more intense, harsher than ever. Therefore Cairo will not be the top priority in their invasion. Kronos they need to suppress the rebellion in the south before thinking about other actions. Daniel replied, you have a pretty comprehensive plan. To be able to deal with many forces at the same time is quite relative. The aristocratic faction and the spies or henchmen of big countries have taken root very deeply into our Cairo government apparatus. If we eliminate them too quickly now, then the vacuum in the positions of power they hold will be too much and we will have difficulty running this country. Roman glared, Your Majesty now worries too much. If you want to fulfill it, which is almost impossible, you can only choose the best thing you have. Every choice contains risks. No, if you have a good choice, you will have to accept those risks. When Daniel heard that, a series of thoughts appeared in his mind. Roman had already thought ahead, in order to take specific appropriate actions when dealing with internal and external enemies. He had thought carefully based on the country's situation as well as the fluctuations in countries bordering Cairo to make the best decisions. He is truly a talented person, truly a national talent. Simon wants to give his opinion. I have something to say, Your Majesty. What Roman said and wants you to do is only for the benefit of the Dmitri family, to fight against the gang of nobles who are dealing with other countries. This neighborhood is too dangerous, so Your Majesty needs to think carefully. Roman spoke up, say whatever you want, but can you give an answer to the current situation in the kingdom? Simon was stunned when he heard that. What? Roman continued to explain, when the noble faction silently rebelled and took over real power, their power became much stronger. What did you guys do here, while we had to stand up against them with my strength? If this were to be simple, many soldiers would fall. We have made such great sacrifices to regain Your Majesty's real power, so we only want to be compensated for our true value and do not want much. After Your Majesty recognized Dmitri as a small, independent principality, politically and financially independent, we always support Cairo. After all, we in Cairo are a land with history and destiny linked together. Simon gritted his teeth and thought, this guy is too cunning. All his words seem like lies. He wants to separate into an independent country, but all his arguments seem to help Cairo escape the current situation. Daniel silently thought, but letting him send troops to regain real power from the aristocrats, this proposal is not wrong. Now that I am the emperor, I am completely powerless before their power. Sooner or later this throne position will no longer be mine. As an emperor, I have to decide. Considering the current situation, if the Dmitri family wants to rebel and automatically separate from the Cairo kingdom, we will be powerless. The battle for kingship in the capital is already out of our control. Where are our forces? But go and quell the rebellion. Now choosing the best we have is what we can do. Current reality is so chaotic that if we just sit still and do not act, we cannot escape death. Giving up something we cannot control, in order to regain everything we gradually lose, thereby creating a kingdom, is the brand new Cairo nation the best choice for us? If I don't make that choice, then as this puppet king, I won't be able to do anything I want and will forever live in shackles. Now the only choice left is to join hands with Roman, who wants to take back power for me from the aristocracy, although his conditions also make me regret it. Daniel raised his hand as if to say yes, I understand. As you wish, with the honor of the head of the Cairo kingdom, I promise that the entire northern lands including the Dmitri family at the center will be separated into an independent principality in all aspects. I will now give it to you. You have the title of Duke, the one who can hold supreme power for the Dmitri Duchy. Instead, on the condition that you punish the noble faction, punish Marquis Benedict and restore my power. Count Denver was sitting leisurely thinking, Roman, he is truly an old fox, a scary guy. Right in the middle of the capital where the power of the aristocracy is the strongest, he still dares to attack Marquis Benedict. Now the situation is determined. Roman and the aristocracy will have one side fail and fall in the Cairo internal war, just stopped. Roman, he has already considered this. What is he planning now? Maybe he wants to borrow the power of the royal family after defeating the aristocracy and then rely on his prestige to do something great. We can't calculate it at all. But the current situation is too clear. The royal faction of the Dmitri family will join forces to confront the noble faction, which is good no matter which side wins. There will not be many forces left, as well as money. Then Valhalla will take advantage of this opportunity to overthrow them, he thought with excitement. Suddenly a subordinate came in to report, "Sir, there is an urgent matter to report. Why is this happening?" "Roman, he has already marched his army into here." He quickly ran away, and as soon as he finished speaking, he was stabbed by Roman. Roman said, "Count Denver, if you do not listen to His Majesty's orders from now on, I will have no choice but to take your life." Denver couldn't believe his eyes. How could it be that he was still fighting with the nobles? How could he have brought troops here? "Slowly, I need to calmly deal with it." Then he acted fake with Roman. "What are your intentions for coming here? I have always been loyal to your Majesty." Roman replied, "Well said, but according to the investigation, you colluded with Valhalla's forces to manipulate power and cause chaos in Cairo, so I was ordered by His Majesty to come here to arrest you for questioning." Roman solemnly affirmed that if the order from above had been issued, if you intended to oppose it, it would be considered treason, at which point his sword would definitely leave your head without a doubt. Hearing that, he wanted to deny it. "How could he say that to me? I did not rebel or usurp any power. Everyone knew that I followed Valhalla. Now that he is here with me, that's me." Then Denver turned around and said loudly, "I am also a person with status in Cairo. Do you think I will leave Cairo alone? Where? Roman doesn't care that you slowly draw your sword." "Well said, but if you still open your mouth to mention Valhalla, be careful, die immediately. I really hate traitors like you." Denver glared, "How dare you?" Roman pointed his sword straight at his neck. "Shut up and don't speak anymore. I'm already here, so why are you still afraid of the forces? What about you? You're still in the dark about Cairo's situation this time. If the sword is close to the neck, just move and you will die. This comprehensive war is not just about defeating the noble faction, but it is much broader. All bastards like you, those who follow Valhalla or Kronos, will be punished by me. If they pull out the weeds, they will pull them out by the roots. We cannot let them cause chaos in Cairo." Denver, he didn't dare move or say a word. "Just wait, there will be many interesting things ahead that you can't think of." Over here, Count Gregory of Kronos' side is panicking. "You bastards, how could you do that to me?" Simon led his soldiers to rush forward. "Simon, do you know what this action will lead to? If you touch me, the powerhouse Kronos will take advantage of this as an excuse to fully attack Cairo." Simon doesn't care. "Do you think Cairo can fight against the powerhouse Kronos now?" Simon stepped forward. What he said was right. Right now, the powerhouse Kronos had begun to intend to invade surrounding countries, to serve as a springboard to invade the entire continent. But to make this decision, your Majesty has thought carefully. Once you step away, you can't go back. Everyone must choose. No matter what consequences that choice has, they must bear it. Gregory sweated. He smirked and said, "It seems you understand what I said." Simon did not hesitate to slash him straight. "Talk too much. Shut your dog's mouth. This is an order from His Majesty that is not allowed to be opposed. If those bastards of Kronos ever come to Cairo, we will teach them a lesson, and of course your head will be brought out so they will be there at that time. Your Majesty and Lord Roman have already planned. Okay, so we can't let anything unexpected happen." At Marquis Benedict's palace, Roman was not okay. He joined hands with His Majesty to suppress all forces. "Now my plot to take over the throne in Cairo will no longer be simple. I don't think the situation is happening too fast. Now I still have power over the noble faction. If I concentrate all my power and draw the armies of all strongholds to this capital, I can still defeat your Majesty's faction." Benedict is full of intrigue. "Roman, even if you become the strongest swordsman in Cairo after defeating Count Nicholas, I still recognize that your strength is very strong, but don't think that combining with His Majesty will be simple. Can't defeat our aristocratic faction." He ordered, "Summon all the forces and armies of the nobles to return to this capital immediately, clearly." Suddenly his subordinate reported, "Marquis has something to do." That Marquis Fabius did not accept the call to summon the army as ordered. "What? Connect with him so I can talk to him immediately." "Fabius, what do you mean by that? How dare you refuse my order to summon the army?" Benedict was extremely angry. "Are you planning to choose against us?" Fabius calmly replied, "The current situation is clear. You and I also spoke frankly based on my sources and predictions. Roman, this war can defeat that aristocratic faction, therefore I refuse to join the noble faction as well as your summons." "Don't look at me so crossly," Benedict replied. "Are you sure your decision is right?" Fabius smiled slightly. "Having made a choice, what can I say? If I make the wrong choice I will die, so please try to win against Roman or you won't have the chance to see my face again. Before, I was always in the middle and didn't side with either side, but I sided with Roman and helped him. You probably haven't fully considered the current situation yet. You don't know what kind of benefits those who follow him will receive. Even though you are the head of the noble faction, the information you have is too little. You cannot deal with Roman if you are still in this ambiguous state. The noble faction is no longer the same as before. Everything is already shaken. There will be many people who choose to follow Roman like me. If you don't even know this, what can you do? The noble faction has already wavered. At the same time, our Valentinon family will support Lord Roman and His Majesty. In addition, the nobles on the neutral side also made their own decisions in this power battle. After the Valentino family, who had gone from neutral to supporting the Dmitri family, there was a move to hire many mercenaries throughout the kingdom. This consistent action by the neutral faction in the Valentino family made it impossible for the wary noble faction to attack the Dmitri family immediately after they expressed their attitude in this war for power. In the palace conference room, Roman said, "A few days ago, Count Fadius, who was once a member of the noble faction, switched sides to join us, bringing along a number of powerful nobles. The weaker force also turned around and did the same." When Daniel heard that, he thought with tears in his eyes, those rich and wealthy nobles had always opposed us in the past, but after Roman took drastic action, it seemed like we were swayed. No matter what, money without a network to spend is no good. In this power struggle, Roman did the right thing. He handled everything very decisively. Roman pointed at the map and continued, "If the nobles could have gathered all their troops and brought them to the capital, but as of now, they don't seem to have made any move to do so. Currently the situation is very favorable for us. The noble faction is internally divided. They are no longer as united as before. The opportunity for us to once and for all wipe out their forces has come." Daniel replied, "Roman, you can rest assured about this. I have given you full authority to make decisions. All of Cairo's soldiers will be commanded by you in this war. I am always behind you to support you. No matter what decision you make, you can act first and then report back to me later." Roman replied solemnly, thanking His Majesty. At Marquis Benedict's conference room, after Roman took command of the army, it seemed that he was preparing for a general attack on us. "They will be here in at most a week or so. Right now, our soldiers cannot confront them directly because the force is divided quite a bit, so the situation is that we will have to stay here to wait for an opportunity to counterattack and repel them." The teammate sitting next to the Marquis said that the biggest trouble in this war was that Marquis Valentino, who had always maintained neutrality, had now drawn many nobles to join the Roman force. "We never thought about it. With the power reinforced by the royal family, do we have a chance to win this war?" Marquis pondered. Viscount Owen continued, "Our noble force is mainly greedy for money and afraid of death. This time all the troops gathered together are less than 1/5 of our strength. If we were to confront them alone like that, it will be difficult for us, or we can contact new outside forces such as the factions of Kronos and Vaala. If those two countries support us, we can counterattack. Now in the country, those two factions have been suppressed by the Romans. They have been pushed to a dead end. Now that we make a proposal with great benefits, they will have to agree to listen." Marquis replied, "That is also in a good way. Everyone joins forces to fight a common enemy. But time is running out. I don't know how long we need to convince them to support us." The next teammate continued, "According to estimates, because those two factions are mainly concentrated in the capital, it's not difficult for them. But gathering all the forces together is quite difficult in this situation. It's estimated to take more than 2 weeks, so it's better late than never. So we leave it to you to decide whether to contact the two factions." "Okay, wait for good news from me." They discussed together. "This war is a large-scale war that involves our lives and deaths. We have prepared for it before. Now is the time for our forces to do the right thing. Then, all the power of Cairo will belong to our noble faction." On this side, the injured Nicholas was lying bandaged on the bed and suddenly woke up. "Where am I?" He sat up. "Remember, after that competition I was injured. The wound doesn't seem too serious. Roman, he was lenient with me." He sat back and remembered, "Don't think too far into things like that. Roman, I will never betray my kingdom." Suddenly he panicked. He didn't know what the situation in the capital was like right now. Simon walks in. "Oh my God. I thought you could never wake up." "You're so lucky," Nicholas replied. "You've worked hard." "Thank you, Simon." He asked, after I fainted, "How is the current situation in Cairo?" Simon replied, "This is complicated. I am currently under Roman's command." He and His Majesty joined hands to join forces to attack Marquis Benedict's aristocratic faction along with the aristocratic forces of the two countries Kronos and Vaala. "I understand. Take me to the barracks. We need to be there to grasp the situation." Roman boldly walked forward, preparing to receive power. He thought to himself, never thinking that one day the most powerful person in the royal army would directly hand over power to him. The person who used to be Cairo's strongest swordsman, Count Nicholas, in this chaotic situation he still loyally stood by His Majesty's side. After receiving power, Roman stood before everyone and said, Cairo is currently in chaos and everything needs to be resolved quickly. We and the aristocracy will soon have to face a life-or-death confrontation. This is inevitable. This is truly a meaningless war. Many people and soldiers will fall, relatives and compatriots will have to kill each other. But in order to regain power towards stability in the future, there is no other way. We need to defeat the aristocratic faction to eliminate this evil seed. Moreover, in this war I will be the pioneer. You just need to listen to my orders and join me towards final victory. Everyone below cheered, Roman, Roman, Roman. The royal war, a fierce war, has finally officially taken place. There will be no mercy in this war. We need to fight quickly and win quickly. We cannot give the aristocrats time to gather their forces. They are now in chaos, so we need to preemptively attack. Attack first. We will attack quickly. The soldiers will only need to rest for a moment, then launch a general attack to destroy their army. On this side, the captain of the wall defense, Cameron, is observing. It is true that they will use machine guns to attack the city. He was proud. This wall has been enchanted with a powerful defensive magic. Do you think you can simply use a catapult to attack? We just need to use magicians to slowly add magic. The force for this magic shield will automatically recover. But, besides the catapults, there are those magicians. What else are they planning to do? Team number 1 is ready, team number 2 is stable. Roman observed, in order to prepare for this siege, the Phoenix Magic Tower has sent people to support us. These magicians with fire attribute attacks will break the defensive shield of the city wall. The master of the Phoenix Tower Felix ordered, You mages of Phoenix Magic, this is your opportunity to make merit for the Dimitri family. Let's show them our power, one of the Fire Tower Magic, the strongest system on the continent. Everyone concentrates their magic and attacks together at once. The magician began to cast spells and magic to strengthen the fireball. A terrifying stream of energy radiated out. Cameron's soldier shouted, Not good, Captain, the protective shield has weakened a lot. We must quickly replenish magic power or the protective shield will break. Cameron was sweating. He couldn't believe that he had invited the wizards of the Phoenix Magic Tower to join him in this siege. The number of magicians is also quite large. He immediately ordered, Quickly activate the defensive shield and add magic power to the shield protecting the wall. Quickly, protecting the wall is the top priority. We cannot let it collapse. Over here, Simon is observing everything that is going on. I didn't think we would have so many magicians helping us. I don't know where they came from. Chris answered, They are the magicians in the Phoenix Tower. Now that magic tower is located in the Dimitri family's territory. Simon asked incredulously, Is the Phoenix Magic Tower located in Dimitri's territory? He replied, They have now sworn allegiance to the Dimitri family. In the future they will join us in any war. Now that the Cairo kingdom has their help, the army's strength has also increased significantly, and the magicians continue to prepare to attack. Simon looked at Roman and thought, I can't believe that Roman could find himself a magic tower to be his own power. This is something that no other power has ever done. The power of one of the 13 the tower is out of the question. The Dimitri family will grow stronger and stronger. After separating to become an independent principality, it is unknown how strong their strength will be. Your Majesty has made the very correct decision to side with Roman. We will definitely win this war. Roman's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he ordered all the magicians to focus on destroying the city wall and burning everything. Simon's eyes were full of admiration. Oh! This is truly a large-scale war, one that will reclaim all power from the noble faction, and create a new future for Cairo. The sun gradually set, the battle ended and the soldiers on both sides could rest. At Marquis Benedict's conference room, they continue to discuss how long we can hold out. If this continues, our troops can only hold out for 10 more days. 10 days, just a few days like that. Marquis asked, How are Viscount Owen and Baron Wystan? He replied, Now, the noble faction's troops are on their way to the northeast. Marquis said with a murderous expression, What are the chances of failure when we attack Dimitri? He replied that our side would definitely win. Among the nobility, there was no one who did not know about Baron Wystan's abilities. Those bastards Dimitri, if there are no changes, it will only take 3 days for them to surrender to us. East meets west, Marquis replied. Okay, then there is no need to wait for the royal side anymore. I leave all decisions to Baron Wystan. Must definitely return victorious. On this side, Baron Wystan's noble faction is discussing. A little further is Earl Adela's territory. I just contacted the main army. They said they can only hold out for 10 days. Within 10 days we must defeat Dmitri. That is extremely difficult. Meaningless wars only make we suffer more damage. So we need to change our strategy, reduce the frequency of re-attacks. To do that, we have to go through 3 places on the map: Adelion, Rollo, Conrad. These 3 people are not on Dmitri's side. These 3 regions belong to Dmitri because of the previous battle. Those are the 3 northeast regions. Adalia is a commercial district. They are not affiliated with the central government and are neutral. More importantly, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad still consider Dmitri an enemy, a thorn in their side, so let's contact the 3 of them now. Tell them if they agree to open the door for us to pass, then we will have a gift as a thank you. 1 hour later, all 3 families agreed to open. Commander, can you believe those northeast nobles? I'm afraid they will set a trap for us, Winston replied. I also thought about that. But even if it was a trap, the forces in the northeast were all weak. Dmitri's elite troops were all gathered in the barracks reserved for the main army. So you think, we will win against our elite army? Of course we can't. With such a vast land, even if the northeastern army attacks, we will still be able to resist. As expected, he had calculated all possibilities. It was true that people from the Western Front were different. Suddenly, a series of red lights appeared in front. Knight Jonathan shouted, Baron Wystan, Marquis Benedict's noble faction are traitors. You better surrender before being surrendered for treason. Winston was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Marquis Benedict is not a traitor. I have a proposal. If you let us pass, the Marquis Benedict will graciously return the favor. And if you insist on resisting, then I will fight to the death with you here. Mr. Knox, thanks to you, I understand. Knox unleashed a terrifying blast of fire magic. Jonathan gave the order. Everyone rushed forward. Winston couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. After fighting on the Western Front for so long, we had never met such a powerful army. Jonathan rode straight towards Winston. Asura swordsmanship, could it be that someone like me would lose to border area trash like you? A week later at Benedict's wall, the wall was blown up. Quickly find a way to rebuild it. At this rate, we can't hold on any longer. Marquis can't keep calm. He's impatient. What's the situation with Baron Wistan's army? Up until now, we still haven't seen any news. A subordinate in intelligence, I just received news from the deputy commander. The story is, the army on that side has been destroyed. Baron Winstan has died in battle. So it was over. Baron Winston's army was completely defeated and soon, Benedict's citadel would also collapse. The other nobles are also unreachable. Should we surrender now? Viscount Owen angrily pounded the table. Why should he surrender? Have you forgotten everything? How miserable Roman Dmitri has made us all this time? Marquis, why don't we join hands with the imperialists and ask them for some help? Marquis asked. What do you mean? He replied. We are about to die. We can't just sit and wait for death, so it's better to find a way to survive even if we're guilty of treason. Marquis said. Contact Kronos. I will go negotiate with them. Charlin said, Excuse me, sir, we have already shaken hands with Count Gregory, not Mr. Benedict. We have no reason to shake hands with you, the Marquis replied. The royal side has taken action. Count Gregory and Count Denver are now imprisoned. On our side, Kronos' side will not lose anything. No matter whose side it is, the one who benefits the most will still be the Empire's side. Charlin replied, That sounds interesting. Okay, tell me what you need. How can we help you? Please send troops to attack the western front of Cairo. After Kronos agreed, within 12 hours, 2 of the 3 defense lines were penetrated. Marquis contacted Daniel. Haven't seen you for a long time, my king. You see what our gift is for you. Daniel shouted, What is this? This is a domestic issue. Why did you bring in Kronos' army? Marquis replied, I have to find a way to survive anyway. Please continue to be the great king of Cairo. Let's see if you will ignore Cairo's safety and kill me, or will you protect Cairo by sending more troops to protect the western border? Now, please stop thinking carefully, because you are the king of a country, so I hope you make a wise decision. Daniel fell into a stream of thoughts with intense inner turmoil. Marquis Benedict, who was once called uncle. His hands were clenched, his expression painful, now blinded by power and unable to pay attention to anything else. Now he was ready to push the kingdom to the brink of destruction without even thinking. Now I must stop attacking the nobles and the war with Benedict if I want to protect the Western Front, then Cairo can continue to exist. But at that time, the nobles will also be able to escape this battle. After that, with the support of the Kronos Empire, they did not know what to do next. In a state of anxiety and confusion, he called out, "Simon." He immediately answered, "Yes." His eyes lit up, his face was clearly filled with fear, and he silently whispered, "No matter how weak and incompetent we are as a king, we cannot let history record our name as a king." It's because of this thought that he blurted out, "Please contact Roman immediately." As soon as Roman Daniel's image appeared on the communication medium, he hastily presented that Marquis Benedict had joined hands with the Kronos Imperialists. The first and second lines on the Western Front had completely collapsed, the line number 3 only exists a little longer. He seriously told Roman the difficult situation of the kingdom and the kingdom. It is extremely important to destroy the noble faction, but right now we cannot let the Kronos Imperial faction do whatever they want. He heard that and immediately understood, if we cannot resolve this civil war at once, then we will have extremely serious consequences. Daniel replied, "I understand that." He spoke in a sorrowful tone, carrying despair, but the fear in the west would spread and engulf all of Cairo. Roman on the other end of the line was still quite calm. He gently called, "Your Majesty, since we started the war with this noble faction, we have been ready for every possible situation. Whether Count Grogri or Marquis Benedict are not important matters." His next words made him take a step back in surprise. "The main problem here is that if the internal and external forces come together, how will we deal with it? Your Majesty is thinking about us now. We'll have to temporarily take a step back." His voice became more and more steely, "But in the future, to be able to take that step again, we will have to sacrifice many people. Does your Majesty know this?" His eyes slightly lowered down to a sad look. A thought appeared in his mind that if he had been born during the Taiban period, Daniel Cairo would have been a good king. But to overcome such a difficult situation as now, one day one must face the current truth. Thinking about it, he began to speak, partly to reassure Daniel, partly to affirm his ability. Line 3 of the Western Front was completely different from the 2 lines that had fallen before, where the army we crucified there with more numbers and more strength. The Kronos Empire's army was making a rather hasty attack, so they certainly wouldn't be able to fully utilize their inherent strength. Therefore, I hope your Majesty will trust Cairo's generals, as long as they can hold back Kronos' army and give me a little more time. Within 3 days I will completely destroy the faction of nobles, then we will return with all our strength to the Western Front line to be able to confront the army of the Kronos Empire. Hearing Roman speak for a while, he understood and replied with a face full of determination and no longer afraid, "I understand, so in 3 days, we must completely destroy that rebel group." That night, Roman predicted that the royal carriages would be caught off guard due to complacency, so Roman ordered the army to march at night to block all retreats from Benedict Castle. And wait until the castle's defensive magic reaches its limit. The leader loudly announced to the army that the castle's defensive barrier had reached its limit and expired. Tomorrow would be our army's final attack. A step went up accompanied by a commanding sound. Fabius stepped out of the army's ranks and proposed, "Let me be the vanguard of the attack on the castle." In his heart, he secretly thought, as far as he knew, Roman was a very clear person in rewards and punishments. He was once a member of the noble faction but refused Marquis Benedict's summons and joined Roman's side. With the spirit of a hero ready to contribute, Fabius said, "Please give me a chance to prove my loyalty." A smile appeared on Roman's normally serious face. He thought to himself, they seemed quite similar. In complete contrast to the demon photographer, who is quite loyal, the blood demon represents the desire to always become strong. Among the 4 great demons, the blood demon has changed owners 3 times. What an interesting old man. He always survived until the end, and he was next to Beck Jun-huk, who achieved the final victory. When he noticed the smile appearing on his face, he seriously corrected it. There was no need for him. "Fake smile in front of me." Roman regained the seriousness of a brave commander. "If you want to prove yourself useful, don't worry about your past." He pointed his finger at him and declared, "Fabius will lead the vanguard army to start this war. I will let you do as you wish." The next day, upon receiving this news, the traitor to the noble faction, Count Fabius, was determined to tell Roman, Fabius is willing to sacrifice my life to be able to complete the mission." The next day, believing that they would have the support and assistance of Kronos' imperial faction, the noble soldiers seemed to be at ease and very comfortable defending on the city walls. On the dry ground, a person's footsteps appeared. The back of this person was tall, his blonde hair flying in the wind, as he stood in front of the city wall, thinking, "Now is the time to repay the master's trust." His expression was serious and filled with hatred, his eyes bright. He whispered in his throat, "I am Felix, the master of the king's magic. Today I will show you my power." Then, slowly raising both hands, a red dragon appeared from behind. This attack was called Holy Fire. Standing on the high rampart, a soldier glanced slightly down at the invitation lady, still smiling. As the fire of Felix's power grew larger, creating a yellow light that covered the space, everyone paid attention. What is that over there? His eyes lit up when he unleashed the super-violent wind and fire. Faced with this attack, all the soldiers were scared and ran away screaming, "Run away quickly!" They kept screaming in vain. "Oh, activate defensive magic!" A huge explosion was created accompanied by a scream of despair. The defensive magic was broken. Felix was like a king arrogantly adjusting the explosion in front of him, his arrogance making the other soldiers even more terrified. Finally, as expected, the castle wall collapsed. Fabius saw that the opportunity was ripe and immediately gave the order. The soldiers did not follow us to attack. As soon as the order was finished, everyone rushed to attack with the desire to punish these traitors. Everyone was strong and motivated to fight without caring about their own lives. Fabius, in order to prove his loyalty, was not afraid to risk life and death with these traitors. Everyone accelerated their fighting speed. Fabius dared to take on responsibilities that others avoided, and was willing to accept risks to prove his worth. He is also not young, but that's why he has a lot of fighting experience. He risked his life for this battle no matter what. No one can look down on him in the future. Although he could do something simpler than stay in the background of the battle. When the last soldier in the plan died under his sharp sword, Fabius sat tiredly on the ground, breathing heavily to regain strength. "So my work is done, from now on it's Roman's time." He proudly walked in. All the soldiers who were still alive shouted when they saw him. He was the evil Roman Dmitri Cairo. "Stop him quickly, you must use all means to defeat him." Hearing this, Roman just smirked. "What a devil, I like that name." Cameron stood on the edge and looked down. His face couldn't help but feel scared. His voice began to tremble. Was that the devil Roman? Seeing him wearing a robe alone standing around tens of thousands of corpses of soldiers, he couldn't help but exclaim. He was truly a monster, unbelievable. The scene gradually moves to the meeting room of the noble faction. The radio emits intelligent sounds. Something big is going on. The defensive wall has been destroyed by Roman. All the people sitting around listening were silent. The magic had been neutralized. The soldiers were running away and the few remaining soldiers were being massacred. As soon as he said the sentence, "Let's run away," I heard a loud scream. Perhaps that person was no longer alive. This made everyone in the room panic. Roman quickly got the device to communicate with them. He held it in his hand and raised his voice. "Can you hear me, Marquis Benedict and that group of rebel nobles? You don't respect anyone and make threats. I certainly won't leave anyone alone, so please try your best to fight to the end. No matter how much you kneel down, confess, cry, and beg, even so, I will banish all your rebels from the 3 clans." His eyes lit up and his voice became gloomy. "Just wait, we'll see each other soon." 10 years ago the Marquis met the previous emperor. At that time, the emperor sat on the throne and told him in a calm tone, "We cannot start a war with the empire, because you will have to suffer severe consequences. Most of all, it's still the people." The Marquis below heard that and immediately spoke up, "But, your majesty." But he hadn't finished speaking yet. The emperor interrupted, "You can retreat now." The Marquis's face was now filled with helplessness. Previously, Cairo could not make quick decisions because the king was incompetent. Therefore, supporters of the empire sided with Valhalla and Kronos, and they expanded their influence and successfully surpassed Cairo's power. And at the funeral of Marquis Benedict's sister, everyone was talking about his sister even after she passed away. It was said that her illness was transmitted from Benedict's family, right? However, in this small kingdom, no one could save her. If she used the Empire's developed technology, it was possible that she would survive. The Marquis heard it all, his face filled with anger and sadness at that time. A thought appeared in Marquis Benedict's mind. If this continued, would Cairo be okay? And then, the Marquis stood up and called on the nobles in this country to rebel. "I can't trust the Cairo royal family anymore. It's time for me to build power for myself, to bring Cairo into its correct position. Cairo nobles, follow me." And then, this was the beginning of the formation of the Noble Alliance. And over time, the original goal gradually deviated. Marquis Benedict began to yearn to take over the throne. Returning to the present, Marquis is extremely depressed. He thinks about it and still can't think of a reason. In the end, what wrong step did he take that now has to bear these consequences? The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Now that he controlled everything, Cairo had become meaningless. Marquis's face had turned pale. He was now both worried and scared. If this continued, his end would only be death. After being silent for a long time, Marquis stood up and said, "We need to retreat to save our lives," and then asked the Kronos Empire for help to reverse the situation. "Take orders quickly, the Noble Alliance will end if we are captured." As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled and scared because he saw that all his soldiers had been killed. He had just pulled the sword out of the body of a soldier he had stabbed and spoke in a deep, slow voice. That person with red hair and yellow eyes sat on a pile of corpses stacked on top of each other, his eyes clearly showing bloodlust, and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Marquis Benedict." Marquis stood behind the soldiers, pointing at him with a scared face and shouting orders, "Soldiers, hurry up and kill him for me." As soon as the soldier with yellow hair heard the order, he immediately rushed forward with his sword and shouted, "Protecting the Marquis." But right after that, his arm holding the sword was cut off by the swordsman with red hair and yellow eyes. Then he quickly ran to the soldier behind him and slashed him in the middle. The guard's blood splashed into the snow. The remaining guards were also continuously brutally killed by him. One tried to beg him when he held him close to his neck, "Please," but he still laughed savagely and then killed him, that guard. At this moment, Marquis's expression turned pale. And then Marquis turned around and ran away, screaming in fear, as soon as he saw the horrifying bloody scene before his eyes. But in the end, Chris suddenly came out from inside. He frowned and said he was planning on running somewhere. He was so scared that his face turned pale when he saw Chris's sword rushing towards him. What a bunch of useless people. But he dodged him and rushed back, continuously taking down the remaining soldiers. Chris's sword was now stained with the soldiers' blood. Marquis was so scared that he didn't dare turn around. But he just rushed out. He ran away and screamed in fear. Chris glanced at him with a calm expression. Marquis' face ran in thought, "I will definitely do it." After a while of running away, he also ran out of the mansion. "As long as he can escape this damn situation, I will definitely take revenge on you." At this time, he turned his head and saw a cave. That place was. Marquis did get in there. Outside, the soldiers are constantly searching for his traces. He cannot escape, they are checking every corner for us. Marquis sat in the small cave, his whole body trembling, his face turned pale, thinking to himself, "I was about to have Cairo in my hands, but because of that bastard, everything was turned upside down." The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. "I will definitely take revenge and pay you back for all the humiliation I suffered today." Outside, suddenly a trembling voice approached. "Marquis Benedict, it was really over." Hearing the voice, he immediately recognized it as Viscount Owen. "He's getting closer and closer. You ran here to hide and didn't see anything unusual. I mean, from the beginning, you and I had no way to escape." Marquis glared at the cave entrance. "He was approaching me. Did he know I was here?" "You can go out now." The face of that Viscount with yellow hair darkened, saying, "You bastard, do you think I don't know you're there?" The Marquis's face turned pale and he covered his mouth with his hand. And he was outside crying with a broken face and using that haunting voice to say to Marquis, "I trusted you to be a talented commander, so I followed you. You disappointed me." This feeling was, before he could finish speaking, a sword pierced him backwards, his blood flying everywhere. Roman suddenly appeared and looked into the cave. His face was angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He walked out. Then Marquis was arrested and handcuffed, then dragged into the middle of the main street. The guard shouted at him, "Hurry up." The people around saw Marquis and cursed badly. He was serving Benedict. "You bastard, why did you run away like that? Just die." And then he finally had to kneel before Roman. The Marquis was filled with anger. "It was so unfair. I had devoted so much to this kingdom, yet he treated me like that." He continued to say, while the useless king sat idle, "I am a talented leader who has protected Cairo until this moment. If it were you, then you could devote yourself wholeheartedly to Cairo, a king like that. The Kronos Empire has always threatened Cairo's borders, because within Cairo there are traitors. Please tell me, what did I do wrong?" At this time, Roman still frowned at him. After a while he spoke up. "I'm not saying his decision at that time was wrong. Maybe it was thanks to his dependence on the empire that Cairo survived that time. But think again, the result now, what have you got?" Marquis looked shocked when he heard that. As for Roman, he continued to calmly say that even though he was a high-ranking Mandarin, he still realized that the order of power had not changed, so what he was doing now was not for the safety of everyone, this kingdom, but because of his own greater ambition. At the moment when he heard those words, Marquis seemed unable to say anything more. Me. Without letting him continue, Roman immediately interrupted. If he truly wanted to help the poor people, there would be nothing wrong, but in reality he was doing it for himself, that's all. His eyes were completely covered with anger, his voice coldly said, to realize his ambition, who else did he want to sacrifice? At this moment, the Marquis screamed for forgiveness with a desperate face. Please, please forgive me, I am willing to do anything for the royal family, no, for the Dmitri family from now on. He frowned and said, it's too late. Then one move cut off Marquis's head. This was the end for him, someone who was once a great hero of Cairo, the one who once possessed what was called absolute power. Over here at the Royal Cairo, soldiers happily ran in to announce our victory. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Roman Dmitri had destroyed Marquis Benedict. When the emperor's heart was filled with joy that nothing could compare to, he had done it. Now is not the time to be happy about that. Kronos' side is making strange moves. Thinking of this, the emperor hastily ordered, report to Roman Dmitri. I will definitely bestow the highest title on this feat, protect the western border. Defense line number 3 on the western front, according to His Majesty's orders, within 3 days, we will have to suppress the uprising on the western front. Roman Dmitri will bring troops, so try to hold out. You guessed right, Flora, she is a well-known and famous person on the western front. After meeting Roman, she left Florence, and enrolled in the Royal Academy. Afterwards, she studied tactics and volunteered as a member of the Western Front contingent. And she became Cairo's first female officer. Although her opponents were not ordinary, with many unique ideas, she proved her abilities and gradually gained recognition. The captain of the officer corps, Baron Hole, shouted, how could he defeat the rebels in just 3 days? We should prepare in advance for a long war. Even if it can be extinguished, using the acceleration gate will still take 1 to 2 days to move, so how can that be done? Commander of the Western Front, Earl Vandenberg said, everyone is right, in such a situation it is impossible to destroy the enemy. She suggested, but I had other thoughts. He asked again, thinking differently, she replied, if Roman Dmitri had planned 3 days, then surely the battle would not last more than 5 days. He wondered how she could be sure of that. She replied, according to my experience of looking at people. Then he is not one to judge things on a subjective basis. Furthermore, Kronos is also under time pressure. He dismissed it as just a baseless comment. They must get Cairo, she added, before Marquis Benedict falls completely, so now they only have one choice left. She opened the map. This was Kronos' attack diagram. At first they will conduct close combat attacks to deter their opponents, but during this time, if they want to win quickly, they must use combat magicians. Our side needs to understand this move of theirs, he reminded, but that was the Kronos Empire. She continued, in the Empire, there were up to 7 magic towers, and it seems they're trying out some new methods to enhance their magic power. She narrowed her eyes, we need to destroy these magicians. While casting spells, magicians often reveal loopholes, making it difficult to defend themselves, therefore, they will choose a safe distance to cast magic. We have to guess where the magicians are standing, and set a magic trap there. That's not possible, he protested. First, we have no way of knowing where they stand. Second, magicians will detect magic traps with their mana. For that reason, she added, I must find a master swordsman to join me. He was surprised. What? Yes, she reasoned, after having a master swordsman, we have to let that person move with the army everywhere. That way, we will find out the location of the enemy magicians. He wondered, then how to avoid being trapped by mana. She replied, the role of the master swordsman is the key. That swordsman will release their aura at the highest level, causing the surrounding mana environment to be disturbed. Even magicians cannot detect mana traps. He nodded, that's right, since when did Rodwell appear behind you? The problem, she added, was who would agree to be the master swordsman and take the lead. Rodwell spoke up, to be honest the chances of survival were pretty slim. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He continued, still walking quickly, I will do it, someone has to do it. So please allow me to take the lead. Everyone is stunned. Rodwell. The captain decided, okay, in this battle, Rodwell Dmitri will be the one to lead. The sunset has fallen. Flora saw Rodwell standing alone watching. She approached and asked why he was so enthusiastic about doing such dangerous things. Your position as a combat soldier ended a long time ago, why are you still here? I mean, you're really strange. Everyone calls you a patriot, but I see you as nothing more than a desperate idiot who can't die. And in the future, you might become a commander, so you can't die there somewhere. He replied, this is a necessary task for me. Flora, if it was Roman instead of me, how would you feel? She asked in surprise. What? He explained, he had changed, which was hard for me to accept but also impossible to deny. Now that I understand him, I will do anything to get over him. That's why I stay. He turned to ask, and why are you still here? She answered, her beautiful blue eyes contained a determination, I just want to avoid repeating the same mistake, don't talk about this anymore. She repeated, the question from before really pulled me back to reality. She gently nudged his arm, but win at all costs, but I also hope you will come back alive. The scene changed to a battle. He shouted loudly, I am Rodwell of Cairo, I want to challenge the Kronos Empire. He suddenly sighed and thought, today, maybe I will die. From this moment on it is a matter of survival. A person who calls himself, I am Ospard, will be your opponent. He is the unranked 3-star swordsman Ospard. Unlike Cairo, a person who reaches 3 stars will become a ranked warrior. A soldier waved a red flag high, signaling to begin. In the Kronos Empire, to be on the rankings, you must have at least 4 stars. The two rushed to fight each other. Rodwell initially felt stunned by the strength coming from his opponent. Ospard shouted, holding his sword and attacking him directly, you dare. The world they live in is completely different from Cairo. The soldiers excitedly shouted, it's over. Ospard screams, die. He thought, sure enough, I'm not even worthy of carrying my brother's shoes, but I, definitely, will fight until the last moment. If you don't dodge, you'll lose your eyes, and if you dodge, you'll lose the battle. Blood splattered from Ospard's mouth onto his body, he fell prostrate on the ground. He smiled happily, get the hell out of Cairo, you bastards. Rodwell walked over, hugged his injured arm and asked, did our plan succeed? Flora replied, sure. Hearing Rodwell's answer he sighed in relief. Flora just smiled and said nothing. Kronos' commander, Count Fabio, ordered the magicians to prepare. At this time, a group of magicians had arrived in front of the city gate. Vandenberg asked Flora, when will she blow up this magic trap? She replied that blowing it up too early might give them more time to prepare. We can't kill all those magicians at once. If we go beyond 300 meters from the trap, according to the plan, the error range is only 100 meters. The more magical power you summon, the higher the chance of success. Detonated at that time and those magicians will not be able to fight due to the mana disturbance. Vandenberg, after you said yes, I know, you will give the signal. The magicians began to cast magic. Flora shouted orders, now. Vandenberg also shouted, let it explode. A blue light flashed. The area where the magicians were standing exploded. Seeing the situation happening, Count Fabio couldn't sit still, these bad guys are very funny. He headed towards the city gate and shouted loudly, Kronos' soldiers, listen to me. Let's show those of us who dream of being able to fight against the Kronos Empire what the existence of an empire is like. Soldiers wearing armor rushed toward the city gate, shouting loudly and attacking. The soldiers in the citadel were not weak either, blocking and pushing the ladders down to prevent the opposing side from breaking into the citadel. A soldier was happy to climb up to the city gate. Just a moment later the arrow flew through his head. He fell down. Flora shoots arrows while commanding soldiers, don't lose focus, the enemy has already lost the magician, the one who has the advantage in this war is us. Don't be pushed back by them, our family in Cairo will be in danger, if this western front collapses. The battle lasted until the next day. The Kronos Empire, which had the ability to capture the citadel immediately, was beaten to a pulp like this, the corpses of soldiers lying all over the base of the citadel. In the third day, the royal army and Roman Dmitri reached the western front. Roman commanded the entire army, completely repelling Kronos' army. In the city, 4 people were meeting to discuss a plan. Vandenberg praised Roman, it was wonderful, in just one day, he defeated the rebel army. Thanks to you, we can now breathe calmly. Now, Roman spoke up to interrupt you, not yet, please gather your forces. Vandenberg wondered, what's going on? The insider nobles in Kronos have also been captured, their attack has failed so they will withdraw immediately. Can I ask the reason? Roman pointed to a point on the map and said, the enemy has invaded Cairo territory. We must show a different attitude, we cannot act like we are too used to being oppressed by Kronos. Your Majesty has given me full authority in this matter, please summon the soldiers and prepare to open the city gates. We will send them back to the Empire, we will drive them out. Rodwell was scared by Roman's words, was that person really Mr. Roman? The Roman brother I remember is just a useless guy living in alcohol. Completely different from now, and often dragged away after fights in bars. Rodwell looked at Roman skeptically, but in such a short period of time, how could people change so much? Mr. Roman's voice and face were not the same as before, but it was definitely him. I lived on the Western Front just hoping to raise my family's reputation. But in a moment, everything I achieved became meaningless. Everyone calls me Dimitri's future, but in reality I'm nothing. Why, until now? Rodwell bowed his head and glanced at Roman. Noel asked, if we kill the Kronos army, what will Cairo gain? Flora also agreed. The soldiers on the Western Front had been fighting hard for the past few days, now opening the city gate would be like looking for death. Vandenberg also continued, the Western Front is a strategic key. Our mission is not to destroy the army of the Kronos Empire, but to protect the safety of Cairo. Is it necessary to touch that hive? Roman asked everyone. Is that really the best thing everyone had in mind? Everyone knows the truth. Kronos had a dispute with the alliance of southern countries. The enemy was in a situation where he could not do his best here. Cairo no longer has to witness the brutality of the Kronos Empire. That is enough to prove the importance of this decision. Vandenberg was scared by Roman's words. He asked, so what should we do now? At night, Flora went out to look at the city gate. She thought back to her childhood. Roman Dimitri hadn't changed at all. I am now a little different than when I was a child. It's impossible to be like that person. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. On the city wall, Roman and Rodwell were talking. I heard that he injured his eye in this battle. There's nothing to worry about, but thanks to that, our army was able to deal with Kronos' magicians. If it weren't for you, the Western Front definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out until you arrived. Rodwell Dimitri, my blood and flesh. Rodwell was embarrassed by his brother's compliment, wondering what he suddenly said. Roman silently thought, I will get closer to Rodwell, the same way I build new relationships, or current relationships. Roman said, even though I'm still not satisfied, please remember this one thing. If you follow me tomorrow, Roman clenched his fists in determination, I will show you the price of daring to touch Dimitri. The Kronos Empire will pay the price for taking away one of your eyes. So remember that we are brothers. Baron Charlin, in charge of foreign affairs, announced through a virtual image that Marquis Benedict's rebellion in Cairo had been suppressed and resulted in failure. The royal army is now marching to the Western Front to fight the Empire. You better retreat, Count Fabio. Fabio angrily cursed, that bastard Marquis Benedict. We've spent too much time on this Western Front, Baron Charlin, and now you're telling me to just retreat. Even though we failed in the last siege, we can still attack again. With my honor as a soldier, I am not allowed to retreat so humiliatingly. Charlin sighed helplessly. I don't understand your thoughts right now. But the Kronos Empire is currently concentrating a lot of troops to attack the south and neighboring kingdoms. Now, if Count Fabio loses this army in the west, it will affect the morale of the entire army on other battlefields. Therefore, for the sake of the whole army, please think carefully and then decide. Fabio gritted his teeth angrily. Okay, I understand what you mean. Tomorrow I will gather the army to retreat safely. The next day, sir, I left some troops behind as scouts in case the Cairo army attacked us. Fabio replied, that's not necessary. Jaden said in surprise, yes but. He gritted his teeth in anger. If they dared to attack and chase after our army, I would thank them even more. Then I would have the opportunity to fight and defeat their army and capture this Western Front. Suddenly a loud sound came from far away. A soldier turned his head to look. It was Flora and Vandenberg riding towards them. A soldier ran to inform Count Fabio, the commander, that enemy troops had appeared chasing us. They have advanced from behind, almost approaching our army. You are surprised, why? Fabio gave a smug smile. They came to take their lives. You Cairo army made a serious mistake. I retreated not because I was afraid of you. He turned his horse and shouted loudly, so all the soldiers heard. Everyone prepares to confront Cairo's damn army. Vandenberg, not weak, ordered, all of them, to attack. The two groups of soldiers rushed at each other. The night before, Roman proposed the plan. It seems I guessed correctly that the entire Kronos army on this Western Front has retreated. Now it's time for us to counterattack. The attack plan is quite simple. Due to the tight time to prepare to withdraw their troops, they will not be able to retreat quickly. We will divide our troops into two sides, one to attack the rear and the other to attack the center. Enemy army, Rodwell and I will lead the troops to attack straight into the middle of the enemy army, and Count Vandenberg, you will lead the troops to attack them, along with Flora. Let's chase them from behind to attract their attention. No, praised Roman, his plan is quite good and simple, but if we split the army into two, wouldn't it be weaker, especially without him leading the soldiers behind? Roman replied, what you say is right, but rest assured that when the situation in the middle stabilizes, I will send people back to support, so you can rest assured that you will follow the plan. My troops will be in charge of fighting, disband the imperial army. When we split into two like that, they will be difficult to deal with, then we will have an advantage in tactics as well as morale. Our army will definitely win this battle. A soldier's head was severed, blood spurting out. Jaden is angry, you bastards, everyone calm down. Our opponent is the Cairo army, how can they fight against the powerful Kronos imperial army like us? Please calm down and fight. Soldiers from both sides rush to fight. It doesn't look good. Cairo's army, after gathering enough troops, has made tactical progress. Now with the addition of the newly arrived royal army, it seems we are in danger. Vandenberg shouted loudly, everyone stood up and fought, let's show them our strength. The situation at that time, unlike Earl Vandenberg's side which was fighting in chaos, in the middle there was a massacre taking place with the Kronos imperial army. Cairo soldiers rushed to attack. Kronos' soldiers were extremely surprised. No way, how could a group of their soldiers radiate such strong killing intent? As soon as they finished speaking, they were cut in half. Screams rang out in all directions. Rodwell and Roman stood in the distance watching the battle. Rodwell couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What was happening? The mighty imperial army is now being completely overwhelmed by my family's army. Another soldier was hacked to death. There was nothing special about those soldiers, they looked very ordinary, but on the battlefield they fought like there was no one there. All this is due to the training of. Rodwell looked towards Roman, his brother. Tomorrow you follow me to fight, then I will show you the price they pay when they dare to touch people of the Dmitri family. At that time I thought he was just encouraging me, but now I know it was real. Roman called Chris, he came forward, yes. Roman controls the horse, now it's time for us to do as planned. You lead your troops back to help them. And we will move forward to prevent them from safely retreating. Rodwell was surprised by his brother's words. Chris obeyed the order, led the troops forward. Yes, Squad 2 followed me. Rodwell was extremely scared. Does he really want to destroy the entire Imperial army? An arrow shot into the soldier's head. Flora was worried that when the situation changed, we were being pressured by them. It seemed like the situation was not good. She turned back to call the commander. Vandenberg said, I know, let's just follow the plan. The whole team put up shields to defend. Shield wall. Soldiers raised their shields to form a solid wall. Kronos' side was surprised, not understanding what Cairo was planning to do. What were they doing while fighting? Why did they put up shields? Did they want to defend or something? Cairo's soldiers are trying to maintain the shield wall against the enemy's attack, trying to shield them from breaking the battle. All it takes is time. At this time, a group of soldiers pulled in this direction. Vandenberg shouted loudly, the reinforcements have arrived, put down your shields and fight. On this side, Chris led his troops to rush in, showing them the power of the Dmitri family army. His eyes flashed and he rushed forward, like lightning, cutting down every soldier. Flora couldn't help but be surprised by this aura. It was truly Roman's army. With just a group of elite troops, the situation has completely changed. At this moment a voice rang out, these idiots should all get out of the way. That is Miles, the 3-star swordsman of the Kronos Empire. His entire body burst into blue flames, allowing me to confront them. But, before he could finish his sentence, Chris rushed at him like blue lightning and slashed him to death. This is my moment. His face was filled with murderous intent, which is when I show my strength on the battlefield. Among the Kronos Imperial Army. How many soldiers did Roman take down alone? The soldier's blood continuously spurted out. Roman's face remained unchanged. Fabio was horrified. How could that be possible? The soldier next to him suddenly announced, Commander, that our troops behind were also attacked. We are quite weak. If we continue like this, our entire army will be destroyed. Fabio gasped but still insisted that the entire army deal with that bastard Roman first. When he is destroyed, their army will automatically collapse. Roman's mouth suddenly smiled happily. He quickly killed each soldier one by one. Fabio's pupils dilated. That crazy bastard is planning on risking his life to cross my entire army to come here to take me down. A tough voice came out. The bastard stopped there. That is the Empire's 4-star swordsman knight Kronos Gustavo. Your opponent today will be me. The two people's weapons immediately touched each other, the radiating power causing rocks and soil to fly everywhere. Who ranked 78th on the continental rankings, and 35th in the entire Kronos Empire, Roman assessed that this guy is quite strong. It is difficult for two people to fight each other. Gustavo pushed Roman away and jumped up. He used a series of swords to rush towards Roman. Suddenly, two soldiers appeared behind him, intending to take the opportunity to kill. But Roman knew their intentions. He turned around and used a move that killed the other two men and responded to Gustavo. Gustavo was surprised, unable to believe that he could attack and defeat the soldiers outside with just a sword containing aura. This Roman is more dangerous than we know. If I let him live, this empire's war will fail. Gustavo put his hand on his stomach. Now even when he decided to sacrifice his life, he was also determined to defeat the threat of the empire in the future. Burning lives, Gustavo's whole body glowed with golden light. His power radiated brightly. Roman was a bit surprised. Oh! That aura was strange. He seemed to be burning his life to increase his strength. Life, that is the root of all life. This is something that is limited. That is not something that is not the kind of energy that normal people can accumulate on their own. From birth, each person has a life. This is the origin of each human's life. It is a type of God-given ability that someone is born with. I have researched this issue before on this continent. I have never seen anyone able to burn life to increase strength like that, but after a period of research I have come to understand it. If we had encountered a situation like this before, it would have been very dangerous because there was no way to respond. Gustavo rushed forward and showered Roman with a powerful force. But Roman calmly supported it. Gustavo's eyes flashed with blood. He gritted his teeth in surprise. How could he block that move of his? Roman immediately responded, Heavenly Demon Sword Skill, 3rd Form. The rushing water rushed towards Gustavo. No. Strong water surrounded him, making him scream. Then it also sank. The soldiers watched such a stormy battle. Everyone was scared. Oh no, Gustavo had been defeated. Gustavo's entire body was burned black, his face was unrecognizable. Roman appeared among the soldiers. Going to ride Fabio's horse made him wobble. Suddenly fell to the ground. Fabio immediately reasoned, You can't kill me, I'm a noble of the Kronos Empire. He shouted, Even on the battlefield, you cannot kill a noble like me. If you kill me, your entire family will be hunted down by the Empire and will never rest in peace. Roman ignored what he just said. You don't need to say it, I know what consequences my actions will lead to. Fabio steps back in fear. Forgive me, I surrender, please. Roman decided, enough is enough. His terrifying killing intent radiated like a monster. Now it was over. Only one sentence appeared in Fabio's mind. This guy intends to kill me. In less than a second, Fabio's head fell off his neck. Behind the Imperial army. Vandenberg looked at the column of smoke in surprise. This was a stellar explosion. Chris behind him shouted encouragement, No need to worry. He smiled, The young master will know what to do, we don't need to worry about him. Vandenberg was surprised. How could he trust Mr. Roman so much? Suddenly a cannon was fired, that signal flare, which means Roman was successful. Cairo Kingdom, King Daniel sits on the throne. Suddenly a guard ran in to report the news. The king's face immediately became radiant. Oh my God, Roman has successfully repelled the imperial army. Inside the palace, King Daniel contacted his army. Vandenberg eagerly announced, Your Majesty, the battle in the west. Roman he defeated the commander of the imperial army, Count Fabio, the number of troops the remaining empire had to surrender. The king asked, What is the situation of our army? Vandenberg confidently replied, Thanks to Mr. Roman's leadership and ingenious strategy, our army suffered very little damage. Your Majesty, he was satisfied, so he had dispatched the army excellently. Daniel thought thoughtfully, From now on there will be a period of time when our kingdom can rest without worrying about the imperial invasion. He immediately ordered, You must ensure the safety of the empire's prisoners, so that I can have an advantage at the negotiating table with them. The two subordinates immediately knelt down to receive orders. All matters related to the battle should be arranged properly and ready to wait for my orders. We understand, Your Majesty. In the western steppe, fire and smoke covered the area. Thousands of bodies are being burned. Roman closed his eyes to commemorate the fallen soldiers. Then he said, Make sure the surrounding area has been resolved. The subordinates next to you obey orders. I understand. A voice said, Mr. Roman. Noel, please excuse me, can I bother you for a moment? He bowed down. I'm sorry for always opposing you during the previous strategy conference. I sincerely apologize and thank Mr. Roman, thanks to you, the Western Fortress is safe. Roman seriously looked at Noel. Baron Noel, you are a good man. He replied, no, blind trust in one person is poison on the battlefield, opposing opinions are needed to see many things. Baron Noel just did what had to be done. Noel breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him for his compliment. The two looked towards the surrendering soldiers. Noel said, now that we have captured the prisoners, we will have an advantage in negotiating with the Empire. Roman immediately denied, no. Negotiation will not go well. Roman emphasized that the Empire will never agree to negotiate with us. They are always the ones who violate other countries' borders first and then concentrate their troops to oppress that country. Only then can they make unreasonable demands so that when they do not agree, they will take advantage of them, to attack. In conflicts between countries, the reason for invading another country is extremely important, but even so it was meaningless in the face of absolute power. Their problem is that the Cairo Kingdom, a small country, can defeat them. Noel asked worriedly, so what should we do? Roman says, in order for the Cairo Kingdom to continue, this is something we must deal with. The first side to back down will be the side that suffers the most. We will start another battle at the negotiating table. Cairo Kingdom, a strong voice rang out, as the Emperor's representative, I will stand on Kronos' stance. Baron Charlton belongs to the Kronos Foreign Ministry. The reason the Kron's Empire attacked Cairo this time was because of Duke Benedict's request. King Daniel and his entourage listened to Charlton. However, due to the incident, Duke Benedict was defeated, so now we no longer need to comply with that request. We have made our empire's stance clear, by retreating. Suddenly the Baron's voice dropped. What did you Cairo sect do after that? Not only did he attack the retreating army of Kronos and Roman, he also killed Count Fabio and Commander Gustavo of our empire. Those are the talents of our empire. The king countered, we are at war, so what's wrong with killing the enemy? The Baron denied, what you guys did was wrong. He loudly declared, therefore, to make things right, the empire expected adequate compensation. King Daniel was angry. Kronos was the one who attacked us first. He responded strongly, if this continues, Cairo will bring this issue to the community of nations across the continent. Charlton smiled cunningly, do whatever you want. Kronos may become the target of the others' attacks but will never accept negotiation. He gave a condition. Instead, I give you a choice. The king wondered, a choice? That's it, Roman Demistry, we want one of his arms. If he comes alone to the empire, offers an arm, and apologizes to us on his knees, the empire will no longer pursue this issue of compensation. Charlton is determined. If you refuse, there will be total war with Kronos. The king was surprised and found it difficult to speak. Charlton extended, you have 10 days, to decide what to do. King Daniel's hand tightened, weakness has caused us to suffer this humiliation. As soon as the screen turned off, Beck spoke up, King. He reminded that the Kronos Empire was aiming to destroy Roman Dimitri, fearing that he would become a threat in the future. King Daniel did not hesitate to say, Roman Dimitri is Cairo's hero. Everyone knows it, all citizens of Cairo know it. The king said loudly, if we throw him away to save ourselves, there will be no one loyal to the kingdom anymore. Call Roman Dimitri here. We will discuss this, directly with him. 2 days later. King Daniel told Roman everything. This is the situation, what should we do to deal with it? Roman replied, if we accept Kronos' request, Cairo will definitely become a Kronos colony. I am determined, I will personally go to the empire and resolve this matter. King Daniel was surprised by Roman's decision, please send me to the empire as a messenger. He firmly denied, I won't allow it, Kronos is trying to punish you. He emphasized that coming to Kronos in this situation is the worst-case scenario, you could lose your life. No one next to them dared to speak up. Then a voice asked, can I make this suggestion? Daniel immediately gave permission, say it, he slowly explained, Mr. Roman clearly knew how to solve this problem. And the king also believes that it is dangerous for Lord Roman to go to the Kronos Empire. He emphasized, so shouldn't there be someone who can prove Cairo's stance to the empire? King Daniel realized, Count Fabius, you are saying you will be a messenger to Kronos. He smiled with satisfaction, exactly. Fabius bows, I will represent Cairo, and demonstrate our position to Kronos. Cairo the raccoon, Roman looked at him. Suggested a new way. Perhaps Fabius is the right person for the job. Fabius is one of Cairo's leading politicians. He knows how to read situations quickly and make correct decisions. That's his strength. Even though he is an important person among the nobles, the fact that he spoke up for Roman's sake shows that his determination and observance. King Daniel once again asked, "Coming to the Kronos Empire could endanger your life. Do you intend to take this risk?" Fabius was determined to swear that he would do his best to complete the task. The king asked Roman for his opinion. "What do you think, Roman Dmitri?" In the palace hallway, Roman calls Fabius. He held out his hand firmly. "You must have some purpose in volunteering to be a messenger. Tell me what you want." In the hallway, a thin light shined in from the side through the door bars. Roman turned around to look at Pacius. He placed a hand on his chest. His deep eyes stared at Roman and said, "I can't tell you to trust him. It's okay for someone like me, but through this mission I want to tell you one thing." He still kept his hand on his chest, frowning slightly. Pacius closed his eyes and said sincerely, "I, Fabius, am willing to dedicate my life to Mr. Roman. Please consider my volunteering for this diplomatic mission as a way to prove his loyalty." In his mind, he pictured Chris and the other swordsmen standing next to each other with serious faces. Pacius continued, "I don't expect to be treated like the swordsman under Mr. Roman." Pacius continued to express his feelings, hoping that he would continue to use Count Fabius as a stepping stone to move forward. Roman looked at him attentively, his expression thoughtful. He remained silent without saying a word. Pacius opened his eyes and looked straight at Roman, his face gloomy. He raised his voice with a slight threat and continued, "If I follow Mr. Roman, I can become a symbol of wealth and honor. I will be everything, things to achieve that." Roman opened his eyes wide. A thought crossed his mind. Count Fabius's proposal was surprisingly straightforward. Pacius immediately knelt down, placed his hand on his left chest, bowed his head and shouted, "Please accept me." Roman stood silently looking at Count Pacius kneeling in front of him. In his heart he thought, "No." On the contrary, when he said that, it proved that he had seen the nature of the relationship between lord and vassal. Roman grinned widely, his bright white teeth exposed. He thought to himself that the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Looking down from above at Pacius kneeling on the ground, he smiled and shouted his name, "Count Fabius." Hearing Pacius call, he raised his head and looked up. Roman looked at him with sharp eyes. He smiled, but his voice sounded cold. "As one of my people, you will get everything you want." A few days later, the weather was beautiful. Warm sunlight covered the whole citadel. Cairo's diplomatic mission. Led by Pacius on horseback, carrying soldiers on horseback, through the stone city gate and out. Roman stood on the wall watching from afar. He felt satisfied and smiled slightly. At this time, on the trail passing through the dense forest, Pacius slowly rode his horse in front. A retainer riding beside him asked in his heart, "Count Fabius, what should he do? How can you betray the person you serve and still survive?" Pacius glanced at the entourage behind him. He continued to raise his doubts. Normally, a person like that would never rise again, but he, in the end, still lived well, on the side in power, right? Pacius glanced sharply at his entourage and said, "There was one thing that everyone still seemed to misunderstand." He continued, "Betrayal also has its romance." The entourage looked bewildered. He rolled his eyes and asked back, "Romantic?" Pacius thought of the time when he was kneeling in front of the nobles. They folded their arms across their chests, looking down at him from above with cold faces. Pacius continued, "To those with power, those who were considered standing on their side, only when those people devote themselves to them. That's why we always work hard to be loyal to them." Holding a plate with both hands on top of a bleeding heart, Pacius continued, "If one person can be willing to sacrifice for himself, when others hesitate, what will you do? Surely, will have them with you and use them." Pacius knelt and raised his bleeding heart to the nobleman who was standing in front of him with his arms crossed. His voice became dangerous. "That was it, using them, that was the reason, to be able to accept a traitor like me." Pacius turned his head and glanced at his entourage, saying that today's lesson is enough. In his heart, he thought, "I, like everyone else, do not want to live as a traitor." Pacius leisurely rode his horse, got on the road, leisurely moved forward, thinking in his heart, "The reason I betrayed was, there was no one worthy of my loyalty." Pacius was silent, half his face obscured by his bangs. He said to himself, "But maybe Roman Dmitri." Capital of the Empire of Kronos Alexander, Pacius and his entourage stood in front of a magnificent mansion, a large building combined with soaring towers. Pacius was a little panicked. His whole body was covered in sweat. His body was a bit stiff due to stress. He thought, "So this is the Empire." While Pacius was bewilderedly admiring the mansion, Fabio suddenly appeared next to him and said coldly, "Following me." Pacius was startled and turned his head to look at him. In the hallway, many huge metal statues of knights stood along the hallway. Pacius followed Fabio forward. Pacius observed Fabio and saw that on the shoulder of his armor was engraved the sun badge, 7 superimposed on the badge. Pacius thought that was the symbol. Looking at Fabio's back emitting blue light, Pacius thought to himself, this aura, even though he was only the 7th Knight Order. Fabio walked forward with a serious face. Pacius followed behind, looking at his back and thinking, maybe just based on this aura, it can be said that this person is stronger than Count Nicholas. The two came to an exquisitely carved door. Pacius stood and waited. Fabio stood in front of the door, shouting, Your Majesty. The diplomatic envoy had arrived. As soon as Fabio finished speaking, the huge door slowly opened. The light from inside shined straight into Pacius' eyes, making his eyes widen, his body motionless for a few seconds. He thought, am I now entering another world? Behind the door is a huge room. The Emperor of the Kronos Empire is sitting high up, his whole body lazily leaning on the armrest of the chair to support his head. Below are many armored guards standing in a row, Fabio clasping his hands together, standing in front of Pacius with his hands behind his back. Pacius felt a little worried. If he said the wrong thing, he would die immediately. He looked up at the man wearing a mask with his chin resting on his head, looking at him with searching eyes. Pacius thought, this man is the Emperor of the Kronos Empire. The Emperor frowned tightly, looked sharply at Pacius, and asked in a cold voice, You are Roman Dmitri. A huge pressure pressed down on Pacius, his eyes widened, his face began to sweat, he silently groaned. The pressure was so much that he couldn't breathe. As soon as Pacius opened his mouth to speak, it was no wonder he was Fabius of Cairo. Before he could finish speaking, a large hand slapped hard on the side of his face, causing his face to be distorted. Fabio's face was gloomy, his eyes flashed. He used one hand to squeeze his head and press it hard to the ground. Pacius hit his head hard on the ground, groaning in pain. Croc. The Emperor looked down from above at Pacius being pressed to the ground by Fabio, and said coldly, My people have already said it, right? Roman Dmitri must come here himself and give an arm. Pressed firmly to the ground by Fabio's large hand, Pacius' whole body began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying his best to speak, but it didn't work. The Emperor looked dissatisfied, narrowed his eyes and said, I understand Cairo's stance. The Emperor sat up straight, coldly ordered, cut off his hand and declared war on Cairo immediately. Pressed on the ground, Pacius tried to raise his head. Hearing this order, he was a little panicked and speechless. Pacius tensed his body and tried his best to raise his head and shout loudly, Emperor Kronos, Cairo does not want to go to war with you. His whole body was being forcefully pressed to the ground by Fabio. Pacius struggled and tried his best to shout, Please give me a chance to talk. After that, you can cut off my head or my hands if you want. The Emperor's face was gloomy. He coldly looked at Pacius and said, Remember what you said, if you fail to convince me, you will die here immediately. Released by Fabio, Pacius knelt on the ground, put his hands on his chest. He closed his eyes and bowed his head thinking, My words from now on must convey Cairo's stance and make it clear that the Empire cannot act, move gently, invade Cairo in this situation. The bodyguards were wrapped in iron armor, their faces expressionless, their long swords resting on the ground, careful to use words without being too demeaning. Fabius continued to persuade the Emperor in tension, straight. Convince Emperor Kronos that intervening in the civil war is unnecessary. The 5 kingdoms, except Valhalla, all agree with Cairo. The Empire cannot intervene in Cairo's internal war. Image of a cleric was signed and the seal of the co-east countries appeared. Roman opened his eyes wide and looked straight at Pacius, saying, Even if one of the 6 kingdoms attacked first, the Kronos Empire could still win completely. However, the problem was later when the war ended. Roman and Pacius stood facing each other. Roman continued to say that the Kronos Empire, exhausted after the war, would have to worry about the war with Valhalla, mentioning Valhalla was a problem they could not avoid, the best choice we can make. Pacius placed his hand on his left chest and bowed his head and said, Cairo always seeks peace. If the Kronos Empire still wants war, in this situation, then behead me. The Emperor's face darkened and his eyes sharpened and said, Do you think that's smart? In exchange for releasing Kronos' prisoners, we will consider this matter. Pacius opened his eyes wide and stammered, then. The Emperor sat high up, smirking and said, However, dealing with Roman Dmitri is another matter. Every night, an assassin will be sent to find Roman Dmitri. Pacius asked again, What does that mean? The Emperor continued, My people have been killed, therefore as the Emperor of Kronos, blood debt must be paid with blood. Pacius widened his eyes in panic, and opened his mouth wide. Pacius clenched his fists and thought to himself, could it be that Emperor Kronos did not want a full-scale war with Cairo from the beginning? The emperor placed his hand on the map, patted Cairo's position on it. Pacious thought, pushing Cairo to the road with the same purpose was to free the prisoners. The emperor sat high up and bowed his head, looking down at a bloodied man lying at his feet. Pacious secretly wondered, by sending assassins to assassinate Roman, was his plan to regain the honor of the nation? The emperor squinted his eyes, looked straight at Pacious, curled his lips and said, "From now on, your trick like today will no longer be effective." Pacious thought, "I want to prove my worth," but, right after that, Pacious seriously bowed his head deeply, shouting loudly, "I'm sorry." Roman stood with his hands behind his back looking out the window and said, "Good job." Pacious looked at him and asked again, "Yes, did you predict this would happen?" Roman turned around, smiled at him and said, "The Kronos Empire has never listened to anyone's wishes before, their goal has always been us from the beginning." Pacious panicked and asked with wide eyes, "Are you really okay?" Roman calmly said, "That's my problem, no need to worry." Roman opened his eyes wide, his lips smiled slightly. He thought, "The threat of assassinating me has always been a part of my life before." He sighed, PFFT. He stroked his chin and thought of the image of the emperor with a gloomy face smiling slightly. Roman thought, "Let's see who they will send this time, Emperor Kronos." Emperor Daniel sat on the throne looking down from above, angrily shouted, "Count Gregory, you are an insider of the Kronos Empire. What you have done has caused great damage to our kingdom." Daniel looked from above at Gregory, who was kneeling below, with 2 armored guards standing next to him. He shouted loudly, "Do you admit your guilt for that act of sabotage?" Gregory raised his head and said, "I admit those sins." Gregory's eyes became sharp and said, "I don't think I did anything wrong with the things that are mine." Daniel asked again, "Why?" Gregory raised his head to look at Daniel and shouted loudly, "I support the Kronos Empire." "No one knows, but that is only good for the kingdom. The kingdom under your rule is too weak." Daniel angrily shouted, "Duke Gregory." Daniel was so angry that he gritted his teeth, frowned and stared at Gregory, saying, "What a bastard, so you still haven't repented and only know how to resist." Gregory was startled for a moment, frowned, his face began to sweat. He said, "There is no question that I have done good things for this kingdom, but do you think you can simply kill me?" He thought of the image of the emperor sitting high up looking at him with a cold face and dark eyes. Gregory confidently said to Daniel, "Do you think the Kronos Empire will leave you alone when you do that? When I die, believe me, news will be transmitted to the empire at that time." Gregory's face became distorted, his eyes filled with red blood, his voice filled with menace. "Emperor Kronos will send his army to conquer the kingdom. At that time the Cairo kingdom will not be able to avoid a battle, bloody war. Eventually they will suffer defeat and surrender." Gregory was tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Daniel sitting on the throne, frantically saying, "If you forgive me and let me return to the Kronos Empire, then you can avoid a bloody war, my subordinate." Daniel's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed and he rolled his eyes in thought. He said nothing wrong. Daniel thought of Roman's tall back. He turned his head and looked at him with sharp eyes. Daniel thought to himself, "The Empire always wants an excuse to destroy this country, but if they release him to the Empire, how can they conquer them later? The traitors will take that as an example, try to cause chaos, then the situation will get worse and worse." Roman standing below raised his head and looked up to see Daniel biting his lip, frowning in thought. Roman bowed his head, his hair covering half of his face. He spoke up, "May I say something, Your Majesty?" Daniel immediately said, "Okay." Roman raised his head, eyes calm and said, as if saying, "Emperor Kronos always wants to invade us, and now he is targeting me. He wants to send assassins to kill me, after I killed his generals on the battlefield." Daniel sat on the throne silently listening to Roman continue, but these two things were also two different things, unrelated at all. Gregory knelt on the ground and did not understand what Roman meant. Roman calmly continued, "It can be said that Count Fabio and the swordsman Gustavo whom I defeated on the battlefield, those are two important figures of the Empire. How can you compare those two characters with my dog, Empire like this bastard Gregory?" Gregory heard Roman say that and glanced at Roman with wide eyes. His forehead turned black, his whole face was full of sweat. Countless eyes focused on Roman. He calmly stood still to receive those eyes. "After I killed those two people, the Empire cannot simply forgive me. It doesn't matter if we forgive the traitor, this or not, it's the same." Roman looked down from above at Gregory who was kneeling on the ground and said, "So your Majesty can execute this bastard Gregory to set an example for the traitors. That will not change the hostile attitude. Where are Kronos' former enemies with us?" Roman glanced at Daniel and continued, "When we rose up to suppress the aristocratic gang, when we finished off Count Benedict, the war between the two countries could no longer be stopped." He continued, "Therefore, Your Majesty, please make your decision. Your decision will lead Cairo to success or failure." Daniel heard this and opened his eyes wide, thinking silently. Daniel's large back covered the entire space of the room. Daniel thought to himself, Roman, you have a very opinion, I understand. Daniel stepped forward and said, as mentioned before, in this battle, the Dritri family had great success in repelling the imperial army, so the kingdom owes you a debt of gratitude. Daniel stood from above looking down at Gregory who was kneeling below. He raised his head to look at Daniel. Daniel said, as for this traitor Gregory, I have already decided, you are the one who colluded with the Empire to cause chaos in the Cairo kingdom. Gregory twisted his face in panic and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, please think again, damn it. Daniel bowed his hand and gave orders, this traitor and rebel Cairo will never be forgiven. I officially sentence you to death, Count Gregory. At this time at Cairo's gallows, the sky was gloomy. On the gallows there were 2 rings prepared for execution. Denver's voice rang out, I am truly stupid. With a dull face and absent-minded eyes, Count Denver raised his eyes to the gallows and said, a tough bastard like you, maybe deciding to reconcile with you was my mistake, maybe I should kill him, you should die from the beginning. He turned his head to look back. Roman was standing in front of the group of swordsmen looking intently at him. Denver shouted loudly, Roman, if you spare me, you will have good relations with the Empire. Denver remembered the time when he pulled out his sword to fight Roman. His eyes were crazy, there was a smug smile on his lips, his hands tightened on the sword trying to concentrate his strength to attack Roman. Roman raised his sword to block the attack. Denver continued, don't think you can defeat us, your strength is nothing, compared to the strong swordsmen out there. Do you think you can defeat the swordsman Gustavo? Is he already a champion? Although he's good, he's only ranked second 78 on this continent, understand? In the presence of many people and swordsmen, Gregory and Denver walked up to the gallows. Roman stood next to the execution platform observing. Denver still tried to convince him, out there or in the kingdom of Valhalla, there was many talents, many swordsmen are much stronger than you. If you kill me, you will officially commit aggression against Valhalla. Do you think you can be safe after being an enemy of both Valhalla and Kronos? Near the time of execution, Denver became more and more impatient, his whole face twisted, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes widened as he looked at Roman and shouted, a person like you will not be able to live, so think carefully, again, while you can change your mind, Roman, that's what I want to say. Denver screamed in panic, if I die, then that will be the move that will cause a death sentence for you, Roman. Roman looked at him indifferently, he smirked and said contemptuously, you said it well, this we are waiting for it to come here. Denver was so angry that he was about to bite his teeth. He glanced at Roman and said resentfully, bastard. The guards then proceeded to place nooses around the necks of Gregory and Denver. Both of them gritted their teeth in unwillingness. Denver bowed his head, his face gloomy and said, do you dare to underestimate Valhalla? Then you will not. How can I live in peace? His legs were gradually pulled up, off the floor. Finally all the traitors and spies planted in Cairo were eliminated. Gregory and Denver were hung on the gallows, their bodies floating in the air. Vandenberg respectfully bowed his head, knelt on one knee in front of Daniel, waiting to hear the order. Daniel said, Count Vandenberg, who was instrumental in repelling the Imperial army on the Western Front, thereby helping our kingdom take over, regain face, as well as have an advantage at the negotiating table with the Kronos Empire. A courtier stood next to him, holding a small chest with both hands. Daniel stretched out his arms. He looked straight at Vandenberg who was kneeling in front of him and said, I will be grateful to you, and give you a generous reward. Daniel's face was full of joy and excitement. He smiled brightly, looked around the room and continued, the heroes and soldiers who shed their blood for the country, we will always remember them. There were many people in the room watching from afar. A team of armored guards stood neatly next to them. Vandenberg and 3 others knelt in front of Daniel. The guard stood next to him holding a small chest. Daniel waved his hand and called out, the names of those who made the merits, Baron Knoll, and Flora, Roman as well as Rodwell. All of you have made great contributions to Cairo in this battle. The small chest opened, filled with gold. Daniel generously continued, so I will generously reward each person with 1,000 gold coins. Daniel smiled and continued, if it weren't for the Dritri family's efforts in this war, we wouldn't have been able to repel the army of the Kronos Empire. I will be very grateful to you. After Daniel finished speaking, he sat back on the throne. The group of nobles below began to stir. Some people were dissatisfied and said loudly, in this war, Roman has made a great contribution, that is what he deserves. Enjoy. But the power of the Dmitri family is now too great, they have surpassed the power of the former aristocracy. The group of nobles frowned and continued, if we continue to give them more power, the Dmitri family may no longer be able to control them. The noble faction continued to speak, so what we can do now is cut off their power. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Beck angrily closed his eyes and shouted loudly, stop it, enough is enough. The nobleman whose words were interrupted frowned, looking bewildered at Beck who had just shouted. Beck still closed his eyes tightly and continued to shout, "Do you think, in the past, we were betrayed by different factions? How can we suppress it? If it weren't for Roman, he took action to destroy it, then how would we regain real power? Now, if we restrain and eliminate Roman's power, it will cause chaos in the world, only Cairo." Daniel looked serious and spoke slowly, "Just as you said." Roman stood solemnly, both hands clasped the hilt of the sword, the tip of the sword pointing straight to the sky. Daniel continued to say, "Roman and the Dmitri family are now no longer able to decide their fate." Daniel and Roman stood facing each other. Roman smiled and shook hands with Daniel. He continued to say, "In this war, we have relied on them too much. We also made a promise to let them separate into one territory, small territory, independent of Cairo, so eliminating their power is impossible. We can only treat them as allies, to develop together, or in other words, they are an independent principality." Daniel put his hands together and continued to say that this is also an opportunity for us, and thanks to this incident, I want to tell the entire continent. Daniel put his hands together, a satisfied smile on his face. He said, "The day the Dmitri family officially separated from Cairo to form a new principality, I, King Cairo Daniel, was happy for that." Stephen and Chris happily looked at Daniel. Daniel continued, "With my authority, I bestowed the title of Duke to Roman Dmitri, and many other powers." Roman stood facing Daniel. Daniel spread his arms and continued, "From this moment, the entire area northeast of Cairo will be the country of the Dmitri family." Roman's eyes widened, his lips smiled slightly. Previously that land belonged to the Cairo kingdom, but now it is an independent land under the control of the Dmitri family. On a street with spacious houses and a fountain on the square, people gathered in small groups and began to talk. Unbelievably, the war between factions had ended and the Dmitri family had been restored, separated into an independent principality. "So Roman, he has too much power, but that's what His Majesty promised them." The two men talked to each other, wondering how strong the Dmitri family would be now. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly, an eagle glided across the sky. The people's gossip rang out. He was the swordsman who defeated the 78th ranked swordsman. No knowing what kind of strength he has at such a young age. I don't know how he will develop in the future. The high ladder ascended to the endless universe above. Roman climbed step by step. The higher he went, the higher he went. Some people thought, where else could he go in the ranking of swordsmen in the entire world, continent? This is difficult to predict, but no one wants to know what the result will be. A busker holds a guitar and sits on the fountain, playing and singing. People around excitedly raise their hands, smiling happily on their faces. This is also a strange thing. All the people, the safe and secure people across the country always mention Roman. Artists and buskers composed songs praising Roman for bringing peace to the country. The Dmitri family's coat of arms covered a territory. Under that great influence, the Dmitri family gained even more support. That evening at a mansion, more rumors appeared and spread. Those rumors could be said to originate from the nobles of Cairo. In the room, the servant entered, placed his hand on his chest, respectfully bowed his head and said to Henry's back, the swordsmen across the continent had already paid attention to Roman. Now not only the people of Cairo, but many people outside the kingdom also know about Lord Roman. The servant, with cunning eyes, smiled brightly and said, "So it seems like your plan is on track." Henry said, "That's not enough. The mountains stretch all the way to the sea. The sea is deep blue. The sun is shining brightly in the clear blue sky." Henry said, "It only took 2 quick years. From a family to an independent principality. I need to keep spreading the news. Let the entire continent know." Henry's eyes flashed with calculation. He spoke, letting everyone know the news of Roman Dmitri. Henry, with a chubby body, stood looking out the window and continued, "In order for him to become a hero, we need to spread more news about his victories." Henry's eyes widened, a twisted smile appeared on his face. He spread his hands and said, "Roman Dmitri, meeting you is my luck, so I need to cling to you to climb even higher." Henry Albert turned around and smiled slightly, wondering how he lived after his time on the battlefield. A chart representing Roman and Henry. Although Henry's value is low, it is proportional to Roman's value. After following Roman back to battle on the battlefield, Roman has received much more attention throughout the kingdom. Of course, someone who is already a subordinate and has a title like Henry Albert will benefit more thanks to that. Henry stood in the lecture hall passionately explaining to many people. Those sitting below were all listening attentively, first receiving an invitation to lecture on war and peace at Cairo Royal Academy. Before there was absolutely no way he could have a place in the Royal Academy. Being invited to the academy was something he had never thought of. From there he had the opportunity to teach the royal children, noble families. The group of people listening to the lecture excitedly raised their fists, smiled and cheered. After his lectures, all the explosions from which his reputation increased. His hands were full of gold coins. Countless gold coins fell like rain from the sky. Henry's parents happily smiled. At that time, Henry Albert's family members were very proud of him. Money is no longer a problem for his family. Everyone has become rich and famous since then. Professor Hand of Cairo Royal Academy placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes and said, "Sir, I didn't think that someone as young as you would have so much experience in war and peace. To hear such things, his lecture made me feel excited, and a lot younger." Hand still put his hand on his chest, tearfully said, "Thanks to this young master, I have learned about the merits of many heroes on the battlefield." Henry found Hand expressing such emotions a bit incomprehensible. He remembered the barracks stationed on the battlefield, a soldier covered in blood, resting his head on his weapon temporarily resting. Hand said, "Thanks to their sacrifices on the southern border before, but we Cairo can live comfortably and comfortably, so now we will need to be very grateful to them." Henry's face turned pale, his face was covered in sweat. A thought flashed through his head. When being praised by the professors like that, Henry Albert realized something that he had never felt before. The surroundings were dark. Henry's whole body stiffened, eyes wide open, standing under the light directly on him. The reason everyone praised him was simple. Henry's eyes widened, his expression extremely tense. Behind him was the tall, cold figure of Roman. Everyone could see his small figure through the things that Roman did. Even though Roman, despite being a very difficult hero to approach, he is someone who is more accessible to the public. Henry thought of the image of him placing his hand on his chest, carefully talking to Daniel. He thought to himself, "These people, they don't know anything about what I did in the southern battlefield, they simply know me." It was because he had participated in the war and accompanied Roman that he had contacted and reported to the emperor about the war situation on behalf of Roman. Just like that, they had already praised me to the fullest. Henry opened his eyes wide, sweating and thinking, all of this is basically human instinct. In the center of a busy street, people gathered to look at the Roman monument that had just been placed there. Henry thought to himself, they always aim for beauty and goodness, always want to be praised, and to be respected. Others admire us, they see a bit of their image and desire in us. Roman statues stood solemnly in the middle of the street. Many wanted to make their reputation even higher, which was basically what they had always wanted. Henry stood under the halo of Roman's statue. He happily spread out his arms, smiled happily. His reputation and deeds had to be spread far and wide, to all corners of the kingdom, this country. Henry smiled, his eyes were sinister. From then on, Henry Albert had a goal for his work. He raised a glass of wine and happily said, "Roman Dmitri, although you and I have fought together, I really have no talent." The darkness covered the whole mansion in the silence of the night. Henry's voice rang out, "But of course this comfortable life, this kingship was given by you, for you and also for me. I will spread your good news throughout the kingdom and the entire continent." Henry raised the glass of wine in his hand and said with a satisfied expression, "This is what Henry Albert must do to have a better life." Rodwell carried a luggage bag and walked to the city gate. He raised his head and looked up at the tall and solid city wall in front of him. The words Dmitri appeared in his heart. Rodwell looked up and thought, "Oh, how many years has this place been?" Rodwell approached and showed the card to the guard guarding the gate. In the city, on the streets, houses are close together. Many people are walking on the street, they are chatting loudly with each other. Inside the restaurant, people were eating together and happily chatting with each other. Working in the mine was quite miserable. There was no room for mistakes there. If you were careless, you could lose your life. The two men drank beer and laughed loudly at each other. One said, "KK, so it's not that simple." The other replied, "Of course, but after Mr. Roman reinforced the mine with many spells protection, things will be much better. Rare accidents will happen." Rodwell sat with his back to them, beer in hand, silently continuing to listen to them talk. "Let's raise a glass to Mr. Roman's deeds, okay?" Looking at the beer in his hand, listening to the noisy chatter around him, Rodwell thought, everyone here is praising Roman so wholeheartedly like this. Rodwell brought the beer to his lips and took a sip. His eyes darkened, a slight sadness flashed in his heart. Now the family domain has no more room for someone like me. He sat alone at the counter, his back hunched, wondering, what kind of choice do I have to make in life now? In the gloom, a path of light appeared. The path to a section was divided in two. Roman and Rodwell stood on their own paths, going in their own directions. Rodwell pondered, "Stayed with the family and I don't know what the future holds, or if I can return to the old life I experienced on the western edge of the kingdom." The door to Romeo's study was closed, and Roman's voice rang out from outside asking, "Can your father come in?" The voice echoed from inside, "You go in." The door opened, Roman and Rodwell walked in gradually. Roman's face was serious, Rodwell lowered his eyes looking thoughtful. Roman and Rodwell stood solemnly with their hands behind their backs, looking straight at Romero. He turned around to face his two children and said, "The reason I called you here is to take over the position of head of the family." The flag bearing the Dmitri family's coat of arms flew. It emitted sparkling light. Romero continued, "You two already know, soon, after receiving the emperor's approval, our family will separate, become an independent principality from Cairo." Roman still listened seriously. Rodwell bowed his head with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Romero said, "So we also need to decide who will be the future successor to lead the family. This is also an urgent matter, Cyprus." Romero clasped his hands behind his back and looked sternly at his two sons standing in front of him. He said, "The matter is clear, so I need to consult with you too." Rodwell's face was dark, his eyes were hidden. He opened his mouth and said, "Father, I have something to say about this." Then Rodwell raised his head, looked straight at Romero, and said decisively, "I feel I should give up my position as heir." Romero looked at his son in shock. Rodwell continued to say, "Of course, compared to what the big brother has done, the position of head of the family must be left to him to do." Rodwell bowed his head and said in a low voice, "I have thought a lot about this. This is what I need to do so that the family can develop further, so." Rodwell mustered all his courage and said, "Father, please do that. I also need some quiet time." Romero looked shocked. He silently opened his eyes wide and looked at him. Roman stood silently next to him, glanced at Rodwell, and continued to speak, rethinking his own affairs and his future. The room door closed. There were only Romero and Roman left in the room. The two looked at each other in silence. Romero bowed his head, his eyes lowered. He said, "Really, I made Raul think a lot because the responsibility was too big." He remembered the image of a group of people whispering to each other. Some were still looking at Rodwell and laughing. Romero said, "In the past our family was always looked down upon, in the ranks of the kingdom's nobility. It has been since then, but was under a lot of pressure, having to live and do things that he did not want." Romero remembered the image of Rodwell when he was young. He tried to swing his wooden sword and hit the wooden doll hard. Although Rodwell's face was small, his eyes were very serious. He said, "To be able to meet the request, my future, I forced him to study and train from a very young age, so that he could outperform others, hoping that from then on he could become the head of the family." When Romero was young, he watched Rodwell's efforts and training. His face showed extreme satisfaction. His lips curled into a faint smile. He continued, "I had high hopes for him. He would be the one to lead the family, the next life after us, so its pressure becomes increasingly greater." Romero reached out and patted baby Rodwell's head. Baby Rodwell smiled and his eyes were full of joy when his father patted his head. Romero said that thanks to his hard work and study, he became an excellent child in the world. Its system, just like the expectations we always want, it can be achieved. On the training ground, Romero continuously patted little Rodwell's head and encouraged him. Little Rodwell smiled happily with his eyes closed, both hands still clutching the wooden sword. Romero continued to confide, "But today those pressures are gone. Having proactively spoken out, he will give up being the family's successor. He wants to live the life he once wanted, no longer under pressure like before." Romero's hand was clasped behind his back, silently clutching his other wrist. He apologetically said, "I sincerely apologize to Rodwell for the expectations I placed on him." His face was a bit gloomy. Romero frowned and said, "But I always think that I wanted him to study and practice before. It was not a mistake, it has helped him become a lot more mature." Roman stood seriously listening to Romero, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes wide open, his serious face looking straight at him. Romero continued, "But now, for the future of the Dmitri family, you are the successor and will take charge. Family religion is reasonable." Romero looked intently at him and said, "But there is one thing I want from you." Roman seriously looked straight at him and said, "Father, keep talking." Roman bowed his head with a sad face. Romero patted him on the shoulder. He said, "Please take care of and pay more attention to your brother, because he had a difficult time before." Romero patted his shoulder, looked straight into his eyes and said, "This is my only request for you." Roman raised his head and looked straight into his eyes and said, "I understand, Father." Rodwell widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, swung his sword and slashed hard. On the training ground, Rodwell gritted his teeth and slashed hard at the wooden doll. Rodwell's face was twisted in a scary way, his eyes widened, his face was covered with sweat. Rodwell thought, "No, I'm not in a good mood." The sword was stuck firmly into the ground. Rodwell thought to himself, "I couldn't concentrate on doing anything. I felt like cutting the sword didn't have any strength at all." Rodwell knelt with his whole body propped up on the sword stuck in the ground. His face darkened, his remaining eye widened. Rodwell thought, it was all like cutting into nothingness. Roman watched from afar. Rodwell was kneeling with his sword on the ground. He spoke up, "You can't defeat your opponent when you swing your sword like that." He continued, all sensations were chaotic, movement was not stable, the eye was gone, one side of vision was limited, but those distorted feelings did not originate from vision. My limitations, hearing Roman say. Rodwell raised his head to look at him, his face full of surprise. Rodwell grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands, raised his head to look at Roman slowly approaching. He said as he walked, but because there was a lot of turmoil in his mind, that led to things not going as he had, you have to concentrate and erase those negative thoughts. Now I have a new goal, new things to do. Rodwell's stance, holding his sword ready to fight, appeared in his mind. Roman continued to say, your previous efforts cannot be wasted like that. Everything is over, so don't think about it too much. Focus on expanding your senses in your mind. You will see more new things. Roman looked down from above, his eyes cold. He said, this is exactly what he wanted to say. Rodwell stood up, facing Roman. Rodwell smiled. The look from his remaining eye was filled with carelessness. He asked sarcastically, why should you listen to me? Roman bowed his head, his eyes covered by his bangs. Rodwell said coldly, now that you have become the successor, why do you care about me? Rodwell angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, leave me alone. Roman and Rodwell stood facing each other. A light breeze blew through the grass under their feet. Roman said, Rodwell, now Dmitri has entered a new phase. In his mind, he saw the Emperor of Kormos and Fabio wearing masks, his eyes flashing bright blue. Roman said, so we won't know what tricks Kronos and Valhalla will play, when they are dissatisfied, and now you can't put all your trust in the alliance of kingdoms. Roman's face became serious, his eyes sharp. He said, so we must strengthen ourselves to protect ourselves. He lowered his eyes, a look of helplessness in his eyes. Roman continued to say, right now he can manage everything alone, but in the near future, his strength will be limited. Roman thought of the warriors riding on horses quickly following the flag behind, holding weapons and rushing forward. Roman said if the empire attacked, he would lead his troops to battle. He continued, Rodwell Dmitri, you are my younger brother, and have the same bloodline as me. Rodwell was a bit surprised by Roman's words. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Roman in bewilderment. Roman Chan took a step further. He said, if he was absent, Dmitri needed someone to lead. Roman patted Rodwell's shoulder and said, I hope that person will be you. Rodwell opened his other eye wide, his expression extremely confused. He opened his eyes wide, thinking silently. On the map appear 4 kingdoms in the southwest of Salamander, Umberto, Redford, Frank and Odelia bordering each other, represented by 4 different colors. The 4 hands of the 4 kingdoms overlapped. Geographically, the kingdoms all bordered each other, so they formed an alliance to protect each other. They banded together to survive, and they knew how important Roman Dmitri was to them. Roman put on a warrior's outfit, a red cape on his shoulders. He leaned his sword on the ground, his face serious. A few days before the festival in the Principality of Dmitri, the Umberto royal family, in a large room, on a long table lit by a candle, Emperor Umberto and 4 courtiers were discussing politics. One person said, Your Majesty, this civil war in Cairo is an unprecedented rebellion. Count Verdi of Umberto Kingdom frowned and said, but Roman Dmitri handled it neatly. The image of Roman seriously opening the book in his hand, looking intently, Verdi continued, moreover, to deal with the empire's wrath, force alone is not enough. He has drawn our alliance, which proves that he is very good at strategy. Verdi frowned and continued, there was no guarantee how long the Southern Alliance would last. Verdi raised his hand and continued to say, I think Roman Dmitri is the answer to the kingdom's survival. He also doesn't have a marriage contract. Should we let him marry the princess? King Umberto closed his eyes, frowned in thought, then said, doesn't the princess already have someone in her heart? Verdi slammed his hand on the table and said, Your Majesty, now is not the time to worry about an individual's feelings. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Emperor Umberto sat looking at Verdi, who was frowning at him. Another person was sitting with his arms crossed, his face full of thought. Emperor Umberto said, I know, then you should handle this matter. You must ensure the princess's affairs. The marriage with Roman Dmitri took place successfully. Time passed. The Principality of Dmitri was announced. Dmitri everywhere was filled with a festive atmosphere. The streets were full of flags and flowers. A couple holding hands happily smiled at each other. A child raised his head looking up above. There was still a cheerful and smiling look on his face. Romero and his wife Rihanna attended a ball. Verdi's voice rang out, "Mr. Dimitri, I heard that your son Roma Dimitri is nearly 30 years old. You should also consider marrying him." Romero and Rihanna just smiled without answering. Rihanna waved Romero's hand. Romero smiled happily looking at Verdi's boast. Verdi closed his eyes, a very proud look on his face, and continued, "Honestly, there is someone I really want to introduce. I don't mean to brag. Princess Umberto, the shining jewel of the Umberto kingdom." Umberto's princess was carrying a dress in one hand and an open book in the other, her eyes focused intently on the book. Verdi continued to exaggerate that she had graduated from a prestigious academy with excellent results. The princess was beautiful, beautiful and intelligent. Verdi clenched his fists, closed his eyes, held his head high and continued, "If the most wonderful girl, Umberto, married the most talented guy, Dimitri, what would be better?" Verdi kept talking. "Moreover, this marriage would definitely bind the two kingdoms more firmly." Suddenly Ringo appeared behind him, suddenly speaking, "Doesn't the princess already have someone in her heart?" Count Ringo of the Fedford kingdom stroked his red mustache, smiled, narrowed his eyes and continued, "Hearing rumors that the princess often went to meet the son of a baron." Verdi was startled, his face panicked, and he immediately shouted, "What did you say? Who spread such nonsense?" Ringo calmly replied, "Oh my God, everyone knows about that. Why are you so tense?" Verdi spread out his hands, hastily wanting to explain to the Romero couple. Ringo was not inferior. He placed his hands on his chest, respectfully bowed his head and said to the Romero couple, "Mr. Duke, in the Redford kingdom we have a lot of people. Many daughters belong to prestigious families." Suddenly, the voice of Duke Martin of the Odelia kingdom shouted loudly, "You guys are just right." He continued angrily, "For the current situation of Umberto or Redford, marrying the dukedom of Dimitri is not corruption. Are you so hopeful?" He continued, "Only Odelia is worthy." Ringo and Verdi's voices immediately rang out, "What are you talking about? You still don't apologize to us." Romero and Rihanna looked at Ringo and Verdi with wide eyes as they argued, just staring at Romero and his wife like a tiger stalking its prey. Romero said with a dark face, "Everyone, please stop. We do not agree to political marriage." Rihanna smiled and took Romero's arm. Romero patted her hand, smiled and looked at the others and said, "You don't need to make a fuss anymore. If my son wants to marry anyone," he said decisively, "then I will open my arms to welcome that person." These words made the three people, Martin, Verdi and Ringo, flash an idea in their heads. All three people laughed sinisterly. At that moment, on the rooftop, Felix leaned his hand on the railing and looked into the distance. Larson appeared from behind. He shouted loudly, "Felix!" Felix turned around and asked, "Baron Felix, are you here representing the Frank kingdom?" Narsen walked up to Felix. He waved his hand and said, "The Phoenix magic tower suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty was very worried. Can you return to Frank?" He glanced at Felix and continued, "From now on, we will support the Phoenix Tower at all costs. I promise you in my name." Felix looked into the distance and said, "You know, Frank once broke his promise to the Phoenix." Narsen immediately stood up straight and said urgently, "This time will be different. We will definitely take responsibility." Felix smiled slightly, coldly said, "No, it's too late." He placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes and said softly, "We have found someone who recognizes the value of the Phoenix, so I have sworn to be loyal to Mr. Dimitri." Outside the balcony, the sky was very beautiful. Felix continued to say, "Go back and tell the king, the relationship between Frank and the Phoenix has ended." Roman stood on a balcony, drinking wine and observing people happily greeting and chatting in the hall. He thought, indeed, the two empires did not send anyone. Roman glanced down with his sharp eyes, still holding a glass of wine in his hand. He frowned and thought, it was only natural that Kronos had announced the assassination. The Valhalla Empire probably had no intention of ignoring it, for the death of the Earl of Denver. Emperor Komos and his followers faced Daniel and his followers head-on. Roman thought, both empires had ambitions to gain control of the continent. A war would later break out between the two empires, an alliance of kingdoms. Roman held the sword, confronting the huge image of the Komos emperor, looking at him with cold eyes. Roman thought, but, the alliance of kingdoms is only a temporary thing. I have to find some way to be able to fight against the imperialists on their own. A servant bowed respectfully and said to Roman, "Mr. Roman, there is a guest waiting." Roman turned his head to look at him and asked, "Does anyone have an appointment?" The servant was sweating and stammering, saying, "That is, the prince of the Hector kingdom." Prince Edwin Hector of the Hector kingdom put his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, leaned slightly and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Roman Dimitri." Roman silently stared at Edwin. Edwin said, "Congratulations on the establishment of the Dimitri Principality." Roman went to the sofa and sat down. Edwin looked after him and continued, "You ended the Cairo Civil War, and even more wonderfully, defeated the Kronos Empire." Roman sat on the sofa, looked at Edwin and said coldly, "You're too complimentary, we're not in the type of relationship here to compliment each other like that, you just say it straight." Edwin casually walked to the opposite side of Roman and sat down. He said, "Yes, we never thought we would meet again like this." Edwin looked at Roman seriously and said, "Let me be frank, the fight between Cairo and Hector, there is definitely a trigger behind it." A dry land, cracked ground, bare trees appeared in Edwin's mind. He said, "Hector started the war because of continuous crop failure, I cannot justify that." The soldiers discovered an area of land that had turned into black lava, with black gas rising from above. Edwin continued, "But after the war ended, we investigated, and it turned out that season is created by someone." The soldiers stood watching the black land spread, causing the surrounding trees to die. The land also became dry. He continued, "The land there turned black, animal corpses were scattered everywhere." Edwin thought of a magician with a skull face, holding a black book in his hand. That guy waved his hand out and the black book emitted a thick black aura. He said, "Very similar to the curse performed by Necromancer." Edwin lowered his eyes and seriously continued, "Black magic is very dangerous, something that people should not be involved in. Through investigation, we found the truth." A parchment scroll was opened. Inside were written records of similar phenomena that had occurred in the past. Edwin said that 10 years ago, in the Kronos Empire, a phenomenon similar to Hector's had also occurred. Edwin arrived at a prison. 2 guards brought a man out. The man bowed his head and knelt in front of Edwin. He said, "They hid that truth, and after investigation, it was black magic experiment." The Komo's emperor's eyes were dark. His eyes full of murderous intent were staring down at the map. On the map a few places were on fire. Edwin continued, "They completely control the north, and in the near future they will definitely conquering the entire continent. This is not Hector's only problem." Roman sat silently listening to him. Edwin bowed his head and continued to speak. "The future of the Dimitri Principality would probably also be involved, so to stop Kronos' ambitions." Edwin clasped his hands together, looked up at Roman and said sincerely, "I suggest Dimitri and Hector shake hands." Edwin opened his eyes wide, his face full of tension, sweating, waiting for Roman's answer. Roman crossed his legs, closed his eyes and said leisurely, "I already predicted that." His words surprised Edwin. He couldn't react in time. Edwin's face turned black, his eyes turned red. An image appeared in his mind, hidden people wearing hoods, with a large spider web behind them. Edwin thought, it seemed he had predicted his intentions through the intelligence network. From there he knew what he needed. Roman caressed his hand. He continued, "We already know about your plans through our information network. If now the 2 kingdoms still confront each other, regardless of the dangers, when there is an external danger, both sides will only suffer losses, then of course our enemies behind will only benefit." Roman thought of something. He opened his eyes wide as Edwin spoke, "But the problem I wonder about here is..." Roman crossed his legs, his hands on his knees, his face serious. He asked, "Why do we have to participate in the plan led by the Hector Kingdom? That issue makes us need to think again. Should participate in it or not?" Edwin started to panic. He worriedly asked, "So in the end you refused the cooperation proposal from both sides?" Roman looked at him and said seriously, "You need to reconsider your proposal to see if your side, the Hector Kingdom, is qualified and strong enough to ask us to participate in this cooperation." Roman thought of the image of 2 farmers holding tools in their hands, trying their best to cut into the dry, hard ground full of crow's feet. The surrounding trees were dead and bare of branches. He continued, "Now there is nothing left of your Hector Kingdom. The food is gone, the army is weak, the crops are failing, it cannot be restored overnight, the polluted land it cannot be simply purified." In the garden, Edwin and a man wearing a hooded shirt stood with their backs turned. They seemed to be talking about something. Roman continued to talk about living and depending on sponsorship from the magic Tower of Heaven. "Your master, Hector's kingdom will forever live on and no longer have any self-control. The window frame has blue curtains, the light passes through the glass window, beams of light shine into the room." Roman's voice coldly rang out, "Those are of course the things we have seen. There are still many problems. It's a small matter but it also has a big impact on your kingdom." Roman's face darkened, his eyes sharpened. He said coldly, "Now with those things, it has made a kingdom that is becoming weaker and weaker. Tell me, why do I need to shake hands? With how many people?" Outside the hall, the lights were bright, everyone at the party was chatting happily together. The door to the room was closed, blocking out the noise of conversations outside. Inside the room, Roman and Edwin sat facing each other. No one said a word. Edwin bowed his head and looked solemn. The atmosphere became very tense. Edwin was placing his hands together on his lap. His hands began to tremble. He said, "As you know, I have nothing to deny that Hector's kingdom is currently very unstable, but there's something I don't understand here." The general held up two flags. One had Dimitri's coat of arms, the other had Hector's coat of arms. Edwin continued to say, "Now the war is escalating with the big powers. They are targeting the small kingdoms. The most visible is the expansion of the Kronos Empire, a war in which you will have to confront such great forces. So why don't the two of us cooperate with each other, to minimize damage and improve the situation, enhance the strength of both sides?" Edwin's eyes were obscured. He shouted with all his might, "And as far as I know, it is not now that the Dimitri family has split into a principality. Are you trying to attract unity, work from other kingdoms or something?" Roman calmly said, "What you said is true. Now that we are small, when we have to confront the Kronos Empire, we need to gather alliances of small kingdoms together in order to win. Could not fight them." Edwin heard this and frowned, eyes widening. He was clasping his hands together and bowing his head silently, listening to Roman continue. "However, each kingdom has its own autonomy and way of operating. Prince Edwin, can you believe that other countries have their own intentions, something with us or not? And how long can this coalition of small countries survive the threats and enticements from larger powers?" Roman put his hands on his thighs, slowly stood up. He said, "Simply put, if I were standing in the position of the Kronos Empire." He stood up, looking down from above. Edwin coldly continued to say, "I will show you the reasons why this alliance of small countries will collapse quickly without any solution, can resist." Some people stood on connected boxes. The three boxes in the center lit up. Roman continued, "When small countries form an alliance with each other, of course they will aim for their own safety. It is already an alliance. There needs to be trust and consensus, but of course each country has its own calculations. They will not be able to blindly trust others. Conflicts will always exist and wait to explode, just explode." Edwin sat on the chair with a gloomy face. Roman stood next to him and continued to speak. "Maybe if you look at the map, the easiest thing to see is the small kingdom of Umberto. That kingdom is located right next to the border with the Kronos Empire. On the map, a country in three directions attacks its neighboring country. The attacked country burns on the map." Roman said, "Just a few small attacks from the empire, then will cause Umberto to simply fail or be completely shaken. When the alliance is formed, Umberto will be the first kingdom to be attacked, and of course it will fail quickly and miserably." The Emperor of Redford raised his face to the sky, spread his arms and shouted loudly. Countless cards fell from the air around him. Roman said, "Next is the Kingdom of Redford. This is a kingdom with a poor economy, development. The reigning king is addicted to gambling and excessive living. The national treasury is always empty. To get money to serve those things, what they are doing is borrowing money, borrowed from other countries, as well as the Central Continental Monetary Bank." Roman turned around, smiled, his eyes flashed domineeringly. He said, "For a gambler, the best way to defeat it is of course to control it with money, so the Redford kingdom will simply be pushed back, with just a little cash flow pushed in from the Kronos Empire. When they were dependent on that source of funding, they didn't listen to anything the Empire said." Daniel took the lead and stood in front. Behind were Marquis, Denver and Gregory standing with their faces bowed. Roman continued, "There are two more unstable kingdoms, Frank and Odelia. What do you see about the instability from them? Simply put, their current situation is no different from the Cairo kingdom before." Roman remembered the two people Gregory and Denver were hanged on the execution platform. Roman continued to say that internal and external enemies were always harassing those two kingdoms. He thought they could have the strength to stand up and cleanse all the boils. That's it, rebuilding a new country or something. That's impossible, that's just a dream. Those two unstable kingdoms, simply with a few words from Kronos, they would have surrendered themselves, already. Roman stood by the window looking out. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to speak. At first glance, he saw that the four small kingdoms surrounding us all have fatal weaknesses that cannot be overcome. So how long will this alliance survive the attacks and threats of the Kronos Empire? He continued, of course, no matter what he said. Hector's kingdom was no different. Edwin sat in a chair, his hands clasped together, his face darkened, his eyes wide open. Edwin thought of the sand castle. It had been eroded over time. He thought to himself, looking back, he said it was completely reasonable. An alliance between these small unstable kingdoms could exist. Before the Empire's attack, it was no different than a castle built of sand, which would collapse in a moment. Roman turned around to look at Edwin sitting on the chair, clasping his hands together, the light from the window shining on him. Roman said again, adding that I still haven't fully seen the kingdom's efforts and determination. Hector in this matter is different from other countries. Although they are threatened by the Empire, they still have a way to retreat. We are not like that. We must stand up against the Kronos Empire at all costs, no matter what sacrifices have to be made. On one side of the scale is Hector's coat of arms. Roman continued, according to what I said, your kingdom's problems are too difficult to overcome, so combine our two sides. How valuable will we be when you are completely dependent on us? Roman lowered his face, his eyes were hidden. He said, once again I ask you. Roman continued to ask, what is the reason for Asserting to cooperate with you? What is the meaning of the alliance here, or is it just a dependence? Edwin bowed his face, half of his face was covered with hair. Cover it up. Edwin raised his head, smiled and said, it is true that as you analyzed, we are too weak. I know that is obvious, but if I do not have a specific solution, the Hector kingdom will soon be defeated. It's just death. We have fallen into a dead end with no way out. Burlett and Jackson led a group of soldiers wearing armor. Edwin said we had no right to speak up in this negotiation, but we would not be able to give up. We could just give up and then Hector's kingdom would fall, completely pourable. Roman frowned and stared at Edwin. He silently listened to Edwin continue, where are our reasons and values in this alliance? Edwin took a step forward. He said, although we are exhausted, we are still a kingdom. In a bloody war like this that requires many sacrifices, we will be the pioneers. In the alliance's wars, we will be the pawns who stand at the forefront of each battle. Edwin walked to the light shining from the window. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Roman standing opposite. He solemnly said, that is our value. I promise you, no matter what, no matter the war, we will always pioneer, paving the way for the alliance. Roman looked at him, smiled with satisfaction. Edwin continued, this is the value we bring to you, so I think, we in the Hector kingdom will be somewhat useful, in this alliance. Roman clasped his hands behind his back, looked straight at Edwin and said, you speak very well, but to say something must be done. Please always remember these words until the future. Edwin put his hand on his chest and looked at him happily smiling. The door to the room opened. Edwin's voice rang out, when he had previously confronted him on the battlefield. As Edwin walked out of the room, he turned around and glanced at him. I realize that you are a talented person. In the future, you will create events that can change a war of such scale, like this. In the large room, Edwin sat shirtless with his legs crossed, his hands placed on his thighs in a meditative position, his whole body floating in the air, a flash below the ground, emitting a red light that surrounded him. Even Edwin, he said, you are the role model I am following, but I have also tried to learn from what you can do. In every dangerous situation, you always make the right decision, to changing the situation in my favor. Looking at it, I learned many things that I had never known before. Edwin walked out of the room with a serious face and determined eyes. He said firmly, Hector's kingdom will definitely grow stronger, to be more worthy in your eyes. Roman clasped his hands behind his back. Look at his back. Behind Edwin's back emitted yellow lines of light, as bright as fire. Roman thought, all the magical power seemed to explode from inside that person. This was his determination, a determination that had never been known, had before. Under the light from the window, Roman looked at Edwin's back, a satisfied smile on his face. He thought, with the current Hector kingdom weakened, but with such Edwin's leadership, then it is still valuable for us in the alliance against the Kronos Empire. A week before that, in a large room, Flora was playing chess with an old man. Flora held the pawn in her hand. She looked straight at the old man and said, in the battles of Cairo, Roman he led the family and the royal army to stand up and defeat the aristocratic gang. After heading to the castle, Benedict, the last base of the nobility. The two white and black pawns stood next to each other on the chessboard. Flora continued, he completely destroyed them. The attack quickly gained an advantage. In this battle of internal enemies and external enemies, each decision is decisive, must be exact. Flora lowered her eyes, furrowed her eyebrows and continued, if the battle inside the Cairo kingdom lasted a little longer, the empire would have enough time to intervene in that war. The old man had very long hair and beard, wore large round glasses over his eyes. He held up a black chess piece, looked down intently at the chessboard. He continued Flora's words, but thanks to his quick and accurate decisions of Roman, was to attract the magic tower of the Phoenix, increasing the army of his family, which gave them an advantage in the war. He pushed his glasses back on his eyes and continued, what about the decision to strongly attack his stronghold in the west? Flora sat seriously in her chair, her hands on her thighs, looking at him as she continued, of course that was what needed to be done after eliminating the aristocrats to repel the imperialist troops stationed on the western border. That's all. It was necessary to regain Cairo's self-control. The old man held up a chess piece and told Flora that standing there was a quick and quite risky decision. The knight was placed a few squares away from the pawn. The old man continued, because that citadel was under the direction of a quite talented general of the empire, Gustavo, so that decision to attack was quite reckless. Only for someone with only talent and bravery dared to do it. The old man's face darkened and he continued to say, Flora, these are the lessons of war, and war cannot be learned simply in books. Every decision will lead to the destruction of a kingdom, but this decision needs to be made at the right time, right place, and under the right circumstances. Flora's eyes widened. The old man continued, but recklessness and boldness in every task are indispensable. This war has shown that Roman's tactics and military leadership skills. He is truly talented, a person with sharp eyes and far-sighted vision. The old man placed the queen on the chessboard and said, checkmate. Flora was concentrating on her thoughts to the point of loss, when suddenly Baron Lawrence called out to her, Flora. He slowly walked down the stairs, approaching her. Flora turned around and looked back. Baron Lawrence said, I don't understand why he is still so passionate about military tactics, but I also support his determination to learn. That's my question. But during the recent battle on the Western Front, he looked at her and continued with a solemn face, I'm really worried about you. Being a daughter on the battlefield is too risky. If anything happens, how can a father like me survive? Flora clasped her hands in front of her, listening seriously. Baron Lawrence looked at her and continued, Can you come back to Lawrence with me? He frowned, looked straight at Flora. She spoke, Father, I went through the bloody war on the Western Front. Baron Lawrence clenched his fists and looked at her. Flora turned around, raised his head and looked up into the sky and said, If there were no entrenched army, the people would not be able to live peacefully. The flames of war will burn them down. I can't stand by and watch that happen, Dad. I don't like war or leading troops to fight, but there is no other way. She continued, War has now broken out across the continent, so you need to be braver than before. You don't want to become a useless lady living in the family forever. You need to grow up quickly, sooner. Baron Lawrence opened his eyes wide in panic. He said, Son. Flora picked up her skirt, turned around and smiled at him, then said, Father, I have decided, I will join Roman Dimitri's army to participate in the fight. In the room, Chris asked with a serious attitude, What do you mean, will she follow us? Chris clasped his hands behind his back, looking at him seriously. Roman sat on the chair behind the desk. He crossed his legs, his hands on his knees, turned to the side and said, Flora, she really has some influence on this battlefield, but that was just on the recent Western Front. As for her wanting to join the Dimitri family's army, it's hard to say. A stack of books placed on his desk, Roman told Chris, You should give her the message, in a few days if she accepts. Roman turned his head to look straight at Chris and said, Then participate in the training course of those reserve soldiers. If she can follow that training program and prove that her strength is qualified, then at that time, I will accept her to join the Dimitri family army. Chris closed his eyes and said, Yes, I understand. Roman's eyes were hidden. He thought to himself, To do that is not simple. She will probably give up. Early in the morning on the training ground of the Dimitri family's army, the morning sunlight shined through the forest, and a few groans rang out, panting, panting. The Dimitri family's army practiced running together. Everyone's faces were covered in sweat. Everyone opened their mouths wide, panting, panting. Feet firmly walked on the path in the forest. The sound of tired breathing rang out, puff, puff. Flora in the uniform of the Dimitri family's army, her eyes widened, her mouth opened and she gasped, thinking to herself, running continuously like this from early morning until now without stopping at all, what an army. The Dimitri family is very strict and practices very methodically. On the path in the forest, the group rushed forward. Flora was left far behind. As she ran, she thought, but after running for a while, it must be time to end this morning's exercise. The people in the Dimitri family's army continued to run, showing no signs of stopping. Flora was stunned, her face was covered in sweat. She frowned and thought to herself, could there still be more? Chris led the group. He ran and looked back and shouted loudly, Hurry up, the first 10 people to reach the top of the slope will have a short rest, run quickly. Chris took the lead, eyes wide, pursed his lips, trying to rush forward. A few people gritted their teeth and rolled their eyes, trying their best to follow him. Flora stood there breathing heavily. She looked up at the group of people who had run far away. We both stood on our knees. Flora opened her mouth and gasped, eyes narrowed, thinking to herself, This is not good, I don't have any strength left. Chris stood seriously, his hands clasped behind his back, his face stern and said, Do you think training is hard? But think on the battlefield, don't try to rest while fighting. Understand, you must always be ready, so you must practice towards perfection, must overcome all your ultimate challenges. The soldiers in the Dimitri family's army looked up, their whole bodies covered in sweat, their eyes in panic, their mouths open to listen to Chris's words. Physical strength, intellectual strength, these are what is needed in battle. You guys, always keep that in mind and use it as your goal. While everyone was standing neatly listening to Chris's teachings, to be able to do that, you need to practice non-stop, understand? At this moment, Flora staggered closer. Chris stood on a high platform talking to everyone in the Dmitri family's army. Flora knelt down somewhere nearby. In her heart she thought, I also knew that through reading books and the experiences of my predecessors, but being as close to a girl as I want is not necessarily possible. Flora knelt down near the army's gathering place, the army neatly lined up below. Chris stood on the platform observing everyone, woke up and went to the training ground to warm up for 1 hour of climbing and running for physical training. 1 o'clock, so the morning basic training is over. Chris shouted with a serious face, resting is not in our military dictionary, now it's time to practice swordsmanship. The face of one person in the army became fierce, eyes widened, holding a sword and rushing forward. The two rushed at each other, fighting fiercely, moving decisively and strongly attacking each other. Chris's footsteps stepped on the ground. He walked and said, as I said before, if you fight on the battlefield, you always have to be ready. Now is the time when your physical strength is weak. This is the time when I can know your limits. The two swords collided strongly with each other. Chris walked next to him, clasping his hands behind his back and not looking at the two swords. His eyes looked straight and said, in this war, you need to try to sweat on the battlefield so there will be no bloodshed. On the battlefield, do you understand? This is something you must not forget. Flora took off her coat on the ground. She lay under the canopy of a tree, resting her hand on her forehead. She covered her forehead with one hand, her whole body was covered in sweat. Flora opened one eye and thought to herself, this is truly hellish training. Two people in the army carried 2 large stones on their backs, their whole bodies trembled, they clenched their teeth to try to endure. Flora thought, to be able to qualify for the Dmitri family army was really harsh. In the army, when other groups are trained harshly like this, they will protest, but in the Dmitri family's army, that doesn't happen at all. Miles carried a big stone on his back, his whole body trembled, he clenched his teeth, his whole face was full of sweat, one of his eyes flashed blue light. Flora thought, through the seriousness, I could still see the incident, their relentless effort is the enthusiasm and loyalty in the Dmitri family army. She propped herself up with her hands and sat up, half of her face obscured by her bangs. She thought, okay, I don't need to think about anything anymore, training in hell, I'm a girl but I can still do it. Her eyes became sharp. Flora frowned and thought, with these anticipated difficulties, I will not be able to give up because of that. A few days later at the clan's training ground, a beautiful day, on the wet green grass, Roman was swinging his sword. The sword emitted a purple aura. Chris clasped his hands behind his back, standing next to him and reported, Sir, even though it seems like she had a hard time following the training, judging by her determination, it seems like she won't give up. Chris continued, at first glance, in terms of observing the terrain, as well as being quick to improvise and use tactics, she is quite high vision, but of course in terms of physical strength in combat, she is a girl, she was lacking in those areas. If she wanted to complete the course she needed to try harder. Roman stuck the sword into the ground, one hand on the sword, the other on his hip. He turned around to look at Chris. Chris thought of the image of Flora in the uniform of the Dmitri family army. She stared wide-eyed, opened her mouth, pointed her finger forward and shouted. The two people on her team, their faces turned black, glared at Flora. Chris continued, on the 4th day of training of the course, the army led by Flora achieved a few convincing victories. Chris held up a roll of parchment with both hands. He said, in a dangerous situation for her army, she made certain and intelligent adjustments to help her army escape danger and achieve victory. Chris stood next to watch. Roman opened the parchment to read. He said, so do you think, is it necessary for our Dmitri family army to add her as a member, Chris? Chris opened his eyes wide and said seriously, this is fine, my lord, the Dmitri family's army really needs a talent like her. Roman glanced at him, smiling slightly. The sunlight shone down on a large white mansion, so Cairo was completely stable after the rebellion. The Dmitri Principality was established later with the king's consent. Peaceful times continued to pass, via an alley in the alley of the Dmitri family, a pair of man's legs, quickly running after someone, shouting loudly as he ran, hey, wait for me, the food is still there. Then he bumped into the back of the hooded man. He screamed, ah! Commanding the assassin army of the Kronos Empire, Sierra turned her head, a large cigarette in her lips. She glanced at it, coldly asked, where are you going with your eyes at your feet? Thomas, the restaurant owner, panicked, widened his eyes, and immediately said, I'm sorry. Sierra walked quickly into an alley. Thomas stood motionless and could only see a corner of her shirt. Sierra held a cigarette between her lips, without turning around, walking and talking. The battle plan would take effect tonight. In the dark alley, there were many eyes staring at Sierra. She continued, "Until the battle starts, please stay calm and don't cause any disturbance. Understand, please collect everything, the information they had about the situation of the Dmitri family's army and related outside information." The eyes in the darkness replied that I understood. Late afternoon on the main road of the Dmitri family, the afternoon sunlight dyed the whole road a yellow-orange color. 2 soldiers in iron armor were patrolling. Sierra sat cross-legged, her arms resting on the edge of a bench at a street corner, watching 2 patrolling soldiers pass by. She thought to herself, "It's true that the soldiers' equipment here isn't cheap." 2 soldiers were walking on the road, their whole bodies emitting blue light. Sierra thought, not only were their equipment expensive, the strength these soldiers exuded also had an unfathomable aura. It seemed like strength. Their strength is on par with the reserve knights in our empire. If fighting breaks out, it will be difficult to deal with an army of this strength and full equipment. Sierra sat in a chair, holding a cigarette between her lips, glancing at a person wearing a hooded cloak standing next to a tree. That person said, "The security situation in the mines is also quite good, sir. Of course, inside the family mansion, it goes without saying, those are important resources of the Dmitri family. If anything happens, their army will respond immediately. I estimate that in just a few minutes during the day, they will have reinforcements. There is a hospital, and the palace always has troops patrolling day and night." Sierra's face darkened as he thought. That person continued, "At night it would be a little longer, but not for long, so choosing a place to attack was quite difficult." Braha raised his face from the tree, glanced at Sierra and said, "Just as the Empire had already estimated the situation here, because the Dmitri family had just split into a principality, they were quite cautious about everything, especially after when the king announced that he would send assassins to assassinate Roman." Sierra leaned on the chair with one hand, held a cigarette in the other, raised her head and laughed. Ha! In her heart she thought, that's right, because the king had declared so Roman had also mentioned it, much more vigilant now. Sierra tilted her head back and smiled, her eyes dark. She thought, but with this difficulty, I can be interested. If I can overcome all these defense lines and successfully assassinate Roman, then this will be famous throughout the continent. Sierra told Braha, who was hiding behind the tree, "Okay, now that you know the situation here, please give orders to the other assassins." The sky turned dark and a few stars appeared above. Sierra continued, "The plan was like that, but a little more careful." A circle of assassins wearing hooded cloaks surrounded Sierra. She told them, "We have grasped the situation inside the Dmitri family mansion. We will enter there within 15 minutes. Minutes as scheduled." The assassins in cloaks with hoods and masks kept nodding. Sierra continued, "I will take the lead to scout the situation first." Sierra smiled cunningly, placed a hand on her chest. She thought, "Roman, you are truly a warrior on the battlefield, but lurking in the darkness hunting, I am the strongest." She smiled and pressed the inlaid stone on the chest of her invisibility cloak. Blue light emitted from the stone, hiding her body. Sierra's virtual corner began to fade, disappearing into thin air. On the road 2 guards were walking towards the city gate. Sierra was invisible, holding a sword in her hand. She jumped up behind the 2 guards. The 2 of them still did not know anything. Sierra thought, the 2 soldiers in front of her needed to be eliminated. Sierra's invisible sword was about to pierce the back of a soldier's neck. An invisible force stopped Sierra's sword. Sierra, who was in an invisible state, stabbed her sword down but was stopped by a shield. The 2 soldiers heard the movement and quickly turned around. A person holding a stone contacted him and said there were assassins on the city wall. The 2 soldiers pulled out their swords in a ready-to-fight position. Sierra, losing her ability to be invisible, gradually appeared, holding the sword firmly in her hand. Sierra was sweating, her face was full of panic. Sierra widened her eyes and clenched her teeth. The 2 soldiers shouted loudly. The enemy had appeared, immediately alerting the entire army. Someone shouted, "The assassins in front, stop there immediately." 2 people in Kronos' assassination team were suddenly discovered, standing bewildered in place, their heads constantly turning back and forth to look at the people who had just shouted. Sierra turned her head, her eyes widened in panic and she shouted loudly, "We have been discovered, we need to get out of here quickly." A step slowly approached, the person walked back and spoke, rarely welcoming assassins from the Empire, greeting the leader of the Sierra Assassin Guild. A person with a strange face led 2 soldiers wearing iron armor and approached Sierra. Sierra looked at the person who had just arrived and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The man reached out and pulled down the leather mask on his body. He said, "I am the one who will force you to submit today, the owner of the Moongate Intelligence Association." Lucas tore off the leather mask on his body, revealing his handsome face, with 2 scars on his left cheek. Lucas smiled brightly and introduced himself, "Lucas." Sierra narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, Moon, Cairo's intelligence trading organization. Sierra said, how could you? Lucas smiled and interrupted her. Of course it was possible. Before you attacked here, more than a week ago, we had information about the attack. This work is done. He remembered the time before when Sierra walked through a door into town and saw a fat woman who turned around and smiled at her. Lucas said, the owner of the shop you met outside of town. Or when Sierra sat on a bench observing two patrolling soldiers. Not far away there was a man selling apples, shaking his hands and shouting loudly to sell. Lucas continued to explain to Sierra, the cake seller, outside the square. All of those people are members of our association. Lucas thought of images of different people. There were blacksmiths forging swords, there were miners digging ore, and there was even a man in a tattered uniform with pimples on his body. He said, of course he was a member of the team. We are not just that, blacksmiths, miners, beggars. Countless eyes opened wide staring at the target. Lucas continued, everyone you meet on the road could be a member of our Moon organization. Sierra froze, her eyes lowered a bit helplessly. She thought to herself, this is not good. Since they discovered her first like this attack has lost its surprise. Sierra's eyes were filled with murderous intent, raising her hand to order the people in the assassin organization behind her to open a bloody way to escape from here. She shouted loudly, she had to defeat these guys to get out of here. Then three of the assassins rushed up. Two soldiers wearing iron armor also rushed up to fight. Lucas calmly walked away, followed behind. The soldier wearing iron armor swung his sword and slashed hard, hitting a person in the assassin organization. Blood splattered. The assassin screamed in pain. Whoosh, ah. Sierra was holding a short sword as she rushed towards her. Suddenly an assassin was thrown towards her. Blood splattered everywhere. Sierra's eyes widened, her face blankly staring at the corpse of her teammate. Blood splattered on her face. Sierra widened her eyes, and began to panic, thinking to herself, they are too strong. Lucas stepped forward, his feet stepped on the blood of the fallen assassin, came in front of Sierra and said, I give you 10 seconds. Half of Lucas's face was covered by a shadow, his face was fierce. He raised the sword in his hand, green light emitted from the sword in his hand. Lucas said coldly, quickly reveal his accomplices. If your assassination team is here right now, there will be a chance to live. Sierra thought worriedly, I can't touch that guy. Lucas's strength. Sierra tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She looked at the green glowing sword in Lucas's hand and shouted, you are strong, but do you think we will simply surrender like that? We, the group, the Empire's assassins always have a contingency plan. If one person falls, many others will stand up. We will definitely complete this assassination mission. Sierra continued frantically, now one of our powerful assassins can approach Roman. Before she could finish speaking, Lucas swung his big hand and grabbed her face hard. Lucas slammed Sierra onto the ground. The spot where Sierra's head collided collapsed, forming a hole. Lucas pressed Sierra to the ground, his face turned dark, his eyes flashed cold light. He smiled coldly and said, I don't care about such things, my master will know how to deal with it. I only care about how many members your organization currently has in this city and where they are. Sierra tried to open her eyes wide through the gap between Lucas's fingers, looking straight at him, asking in disbelief, why? Sierra worriedly thought, did he not care about the assassin sent to assassinate Roman? Lucas's voice was cold to the bone. He said, if you stubbornly don't say anything, there is only one way left, death. Then a stream of red blood shot out. Sierra lay motionless on the ground, her head stuck in the hole created by Lucas's strong pressure. Blood from her head shot out and soaked an area of the hole red. Lucas stood and wiped the blood on his sword. He said, with soldiers wearing armor standing next to them, okay, the assassins here are done. Now divide into two groups. One group will search around the citadel. The other group will clean up the bodies of the assassins. This assassin is gone. Inside the mansion there is no need for an Uncle Ys. This assassin can handle him. Lucas's eyes lit up. He smiled and continued, just let them wave in despair. Darkness covers the White Mansion, inside the castle of the Dmitri family. A foot crept in, trying its best to reduce the noise. The top assassin, nicknamed the Grim Reaper of the Assassin Guild, the one with extremely strong assassination skills, Elena climbed in from the window. She gently landed on the ground, smiling with her eyes filled with pride. Elena narrowed her eyes and smiled, carrying the bloody dagger on her shoulder. Behind her, the lifeless human skins, hung on crosses, were all the most important people across the continent. If she is targeted by her, she will not be able to escape. With 9 successful assassinations of key enemy figures, the reputation of death has spread far and wide. No organization does not know. To confirm its strength is also as her mark. Every time she assassinates her, she also peels off the enemy's skin as a trophy. This was her 10th assassination of an important member. Elena tucked the dagger into her shirt, smiled and walked down the hallway, looking around with interest as she walked, thinking, Roman, of course. She also knows that this is the most important character, a powerful person, who is very famous after his victory in the West, defeating the army of the Kronos Empire. Elena held out her hand. A small magic circle emitting blue light appeared, taming the little mouse. Elena stood and watched the little mouse run down the hallway by magic. The mouse appeared at the foot of the bed in a room. Through the mouse's senses, Elena looked up at the large bed in the middle of the room. The blanket on the bed was bulging as if someone was inside, Elena thought, looking and feeling with her senses. It seemed like he was fast asleep, already. Behind the mouse were Elena's fierce eyes flashing blue light, silently observing everything around through the little mouse. She confidently thought, okay, then this time's target, it's simple, he will die peacefully without knowing what happened to him. This may be the last time you get to lie on that soft bed. A beautiful dream will make you never forget. Wake up now. The room door was gently opened. Elena came to the bed, smiled and raised her hand, performing retreat magic on the person lying on the bed. Blue light from her hand covered the person lying on the bed. Elena had a very proud smile on her face. She pulled out her dagger and prepared to stab it. She thought, this time the mission was simpler to complete than I thought. Suddenly Roman, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He calmly said, it seems like you no longer control that mouse. Elena's whole body stiffened. Her arm was about to stab down and float in the air. Elena's face darkened. She clenched her teeth angrily and put all her strength into stabbing the dagger down. She thought angrily, it's too late for you to wake up now. Roman, this is the last time you'll see someone in front of you. There. The dagger was about to strike. Roman reached out and lightly flicked the tip of the dagger. After Roman flicked the dagger, he calmly lay down and watched. Elena's arm was sent flying backwards. She cried out in pain, whooshing. Elena gritted her teeth, squinted her eyes and thought to herself, how could it be possible that with just one wave of his hand he could have sent his sword flying away? Roman sat up, his face was gloomy, his whole body emitted a blue-purple light. He looked at Elena with glowing eyes as if he saw prey. Elena was frightened by the blinding light emitted by Roman. She widened her eyes. Her whole body was covered in sweat. She said, why? In the red space, purple rays of light cut her whole body into many small pieces. Elena's face was still in shock as it was cut into pieces. Elena fell backwards in fright. She looked at Roman sitting on the bed, screaming in horror. Elena's face darkened, her eyes opened wide, her hands clasped her neck, breathing hard, thinking, it was all just an illusion. As soon as Elena let go of her neck, Roman came closer, stared at Elena and said coldly, you can only get this far. Roman raised his hand and slashed down hard. He gave a strong blow to Elena's body. She screamed miserably. Elena squeezed a ball in her hand, thinking, no, he's too strong. This mission is considered a failure. I need to escape from here immediately. The orb in Elena's hand emitted a terrible light blocking Roman and Elena. There were small blood stains on the road in one direction. Elena held her severed arm. The wound was still dripping blood. She grimaced in pain, trying her best to run as fast as possible on the road. Elena thought, fortunately this guy is right. His reputation is better. According to rumors, even if an entire assassin organization came to assassinate him, it would not necessarily succeed. Elena tried to run quickly on the road. She thought, there is no way to escape from here. Think about it later. If you still have your life, you still have a chance. Elena ran to a corner of the wall, crouched in the corner and saw the back of Chris standing with a gloomy face not far away. Elena thought, why is there a guy standing over there? A group of assassins were hit in each person's chest by blue rays like lightning, and the assassins screamed in pain. Chris's tallback was holding a sword in his hand. Blood was splashed all over his sword and arm. Chris's whole body emitted blue light. Elena thought, during this assassination mission, there was a Roman's entourage number has been saved. When encountering these crazy people, you must be very careful. The first is the crazy sword Lucas, the second is the demon sword Kevin, the third is the lightning Kairos familiar subordinate, Roman, Chris. Elena crouched at the corner of the wall, clutching her bleeding shoulder, thinking with worry on her face, this guy seems to have been waiting for me here before. We figured we would escape the castle so we gave it to you. Are you planning to block your escape route? Elena turned around and ran into the alley, in the opposite direction of where Chris was standing. As she ran, she thought, so I have to retreat and find another way to escape. I need to go to the meeting place of the Assassin's Guild to report the incident. What happened here? Elena stopped, squinted her eyes, opened her mouth and gasped. She raised her head and saw Kevin holding two swords in both hands, his whole body emitting a burning red flame. He said, finally waiting for you here. a group of assassins were defeated, lying on the ground, covered in blood. Kevin continued, I thought you ran in another direction, but I was still lucky to meet you there. Kevin's whole body emitted red flames, holding two swords in his hands and gradually approaching Alina. She hugged her bleeding shoulder, raised her head to look at him. Kevin said, I wasted my time waiting here. Will be able to satisfy his wish of once clashing with the Empire's strongest assassin from the organization nicknamed Death. The demon sword Cairo, and Kevin's entire body emitted red flames. He raised his head and stared at Alina. He smiled and said, seeing you struggling to escape like that, you must have confronted the main army in the castle. On the deserted road, Alina faced Kevin head-on, his whole body emitting red flames. Alina jumped into the air and rushed forward. She struck a blue sword slash on Kevin's body. Kevin coldly said, let's see where you're going. Then Kevin dodged Alina's attack. Then he appeared behind Alina, his whole body emitting red flames, swinging his sword in hand. Yellow light flashed in her eyes. Alina missed, frowned tightly. Her whole body was covered in sweat. Her face was extremely tense. Kevin swung his sword and slashed hard at Alina's body. Kevin stood and watched. Alina fell to her knees, blood splattered all over the ground. She screamed in pain, ah ah ah. Kevin walked closer to Alina's trembling body and said, if the master doesn't tell me not to kill you. Kevin looked down from above at Alina kneeling on the ground. His face was dark, both his body and two swords were covered in blood. Kevin continued, then you will definitely die painfully under this sword of mine. Kevin's face was gloomy, his eyes full of murderous intent. He said, lucky for you. Alina raised her head to look up. Her face was pale with panic. She opened her mouth wide to speak but couldn't get a word out. She thought, me. The moon was waning in the sky. The streets became quiet at night. Alina thought, she had received an impossible task. At the prison, night covers the prison tower and the surrounding forest. The torture tools fell all over the ground. Blood splattered all over the floor. Alina's whole body was covered in sweat. The blood at the corner of her mouth had not yet dried. She opened her mouth with difficulty to say each word, I will reveal everything. Lucas sat across from her. Alina was covered in blood, sitting on the torture chair, her voice trembling and begging, please stop, please don't kill me. Lucas smiled, half of his face obscured by his bangs. He said, don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. Alina sat on the chair with her head bowed, her face dark, blood continuously flowing from her mouth. Lucas continued, the wounds on your body right now are just the price you had to pay for coming here to assassinate them. Lucas reached out and grabbed the hair on Alina's head. Lucas put his face close to hers. He grabbed Alina's hair and pulled her head straight up, brought a small purple bottle close to her mouth and said, now drink this. Alina stared at the bottle in panic. I thought, is this poison or what? Alina pursed her lips in resistance, but Lucas forcibly poured the potion into her mouth. The empty medicine bottle fell to the ground. Some remaining medicine flew out. Lucas said, our leader, a few days ago, sent someone to the Kronos Empire to survey the situation and then personally went to the headquarters of the soldiers. There you are. Alina bowed her head and coughed repeatedly. Lucas stood opposite and continued to speak, and he has found the headquarters of your assassin group in the Empire. Now I can let you go immediately. Lucas took a step forward, stood next to her ear, glanced at Alina, smiled and said, but, before that, if you don't hurry back and report to your guild master, then your guild master will definitely be yours. Must die for sure. At this time it was night. At the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, a voice rang out. A week had passed since the execution began, so the mission had failed. The leader of the assassin group Braha bowed his head and said, please give us another chance. Braha sat on the desk. On the desk there was a communication stone. He stared at the stone and said, although he failed once but that's not all. Please be patient and we will succeed. His voice, the voice inside the stone resonates. I understand. The voice came from inside the stone, but the failure just now is not quite that simple. The price to pay will be quite large. Braha frowned as he looked at the stone and thought, the assassins sent have not responded yet. It seems they have all failed and been killed. He thought of Roman being surrounded by countless assassins, the assassins pointing their swords at him. Braha thought, if that was the case, all of the guild's assassination missions on the entire continent would need to be postponed to regroup, gather top assassins, return to complete the mission of assassinating Roman Dmitri. Blood flowed through the gold coins. Braha continued to think, even if he had to suffer defeat in terms of numbers and losses in money, he must complete this mission, only then can he receive support. The conflict of Kronos' empire was. Braha stood up with his hands on the desk. He said, it seems, I will have to directly participate in this mission. The candle in the room suddenly shook a bit. Someone asked, huh? Roman stood with his arms crossed and a solemn face appeared behind Braha. He rolled his eyes and looked back, his whole body tensed. Braha turned his head and glanced back, thinking in panic, was it Roman? He reached out and grabbed 2 darts under the table. Quick as lightning, he launched a dart at Roman. Roman calmly looked at the flying darts, about to hit his face. Roman closed his eyes, chanting in his heart, "Heavenly demon protects his body." A purple barrier appeared around him blocking all the darts. Braha was frightened by this scene. Before he could retract his hand, his face turned black and his mouth opened wide. He put his hand on the desk's cabinet door. Roman's eyes were sharp. He rushed forward. He held out his hand. A precise blow squeezed Braha's neck. His face tilted upward. He clenched his teeth and let out a whooshing sound. Roman strangled him and lifted him up. Braha tried to struggle, his whole body trembling violently. He said, "It seems like you are the leader of the assassin group." Roman's eyes flashed. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Braha thought, how dare he set foot deep into the Empire's territory like this? He is too arrogant. I never thought of this. Roman saw the hidden button under the table. Roman said, "It seems like you were about to press the alarm button." Braha thought to himself, how could he guess? Roman walked over and pressed the button hidden under the table. He said, "So I will press it for you." Alarms rang throughout the headquarters building. The strangled Braha bared his teeth and rolled his eyes, his whole body trembling and trying to scream loudly. "You know, soon all the assassins at this headquarters will come. Do you think you can take down all the assassins alone? What about us?" Roman calmly said, "I estimate there are 30 remaining assassins here." Braha's eyes widened when he heard that. The candle in the room shook slightly. Roman said, "Of the people you sent on a mission to eliminate that number, the remaining number in this headquarters is the number I just talked about." Braha thought in horror. He had calculated, got the remaining assassins at headquarters. Roman kept looking at him, smiling and saying, "So how do you think we got in here without them alerting us?" So could it be that all the assassins were killed in the hallway? Corpses were lying everywhere, blood was splattered. Roman swung his hand and knocked Braha away. Braha flew out and hit the opposite wall. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Braha hit the wall and fell hard to the floor, a distance away from where Roman was standing. Roman discovered something. He reached out and took out the scrolls of parchment from the cabinet, thinking in his heart, this assassin group is a large and famous organization on the continent. Of course the biggest customer is the Kronos Empire. Roman took out a scroll of parchment and opened it to concentrate on reading. He thought to himself, from the looks of it, they not only sent people to assassinate us, but looking at this list of assassinations, we can somewhat guess his next intention, Empire already. The parchment scroll in Roman's hand has the content: Mission 1 to assassinate Earl Draken, Mission 2 to assassinate high-ranking Earl Rondon. Roman opened his hand, a fire burned the parchment. He smiled and thought, the son of military commander Lamberto, is the legal successor of Redford. Here we can see the intention of the Kronos Empire. At that moment, at an assassination association branch in Dante in Cairo, Ileana rushed in screaming, "Quickly contact the leader at the headquarters in the Empire." A masked assassin was stabbed. He jumped, turned his head and stared at Ileana. Ileana was wrapped in bandages all over her body. She stood at the door trying to scream. There was no time left. Hurry up. The communication stone lit up but no one answered. Someone said, "Can't connect to headquarters, something's wrong." Ileana lowered her head and stared at the communication stone. She gritted her teeth and said, "Quickly contact the sub-branch that has customers in the Kronos Empire." In her heart, she thought, I need to stay calm in this situation, otherwise it's okay to contact that party. I will contact the customer. Charlin appeared on the communication stone. He said, "It seems like the mission in Cairo failed." Ileana told him, "Roman, he guessed our intentions. He set a trap to kill all the assassins. It's come to that." Ileana raised her head and continued speaking loudly, not only stopping there. "That bastard continued, heading to the headquarters in Kronos to destroy our leader." Charlin said coldly, "That's all. What do you want to say?" Ileana was so shocked by his question that her eyes widened and her mouth opened. Ileana thought, that's impossible. Charlin raised his chin and narrowed his eyes in annoyance, saying, "Can we end the conversation here?" Ileana raised her head to look at Charlin and asked, "So you guys are using us as bait to lure them?" Charlin said calmly, "Don't say how serious it is." His illusion from above looked down at Ileana, who was struggling to look up. Charlin said, "You have done as per the conditions, although you have not killed Roman yet, but rest assured, I will pay for your losses. In return, you should think again." Countless hands wanted to grab Roman's back. Charlin continued, "The assassination of Roman was announced by the Emperor, so all people across the continent knew about it. Charlin continued, if the assassination fails, where will the Empire's face be? We therefore have many options, you are just one of them. Alina's face became colder and colder, she opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe what she was hearing. Charlin frowned and continued, of course thanks to you, we were able to achieve some of our goals, which was to make him leave the family and come to the Empire. Alina spat out a mouthful of blood, she shouted, you bastard. Ileana bowed her head and spat out more and more blood, but the blood she spat out was black. She remembered the time when Lucas grabbed her hair and brought a bottle of purple medicine in front of her. Alina wondered to herself, is that the effect of the poison? She remembered Lucas's gloomy face bringing the bottle of medicine to her mouth. Alina thought, it seems like it's taking effect quite slowly. They've already planned this. It hasn't taken effect yet so we can tell the Empire about it. Roman has arrived at Kronos. Alina looked at Charlin's scornful smile on the reflection. She thought, Roman, he is truly a monster. Maybe you will pay the price in the Empire for angering him. But look again. Charlin's reflection was staring at Alina with a contemptuous smile. She thought, with that arrogant face of his, there are many things I could reveal but I won't let him know. Alina fell hard to the floor. Charlin saw it and said coldly, so that's it. Alina fell down, blood splashed out and dyed an area on the floor red. She stopped breathing and died without closing her eyes. Finally, the famous assassin across the continent ended her life in the 10th serial assassination mission, in failure. The entire headquarters building of the Assassin Association was engulfed in flames. The giant fire engulfed the entire mansion. The firelight illuminated the sky in the night. Braha's face was consumed by the flames, his wide-open eyes filled with terror being gradually burned by the flames. Roman stood and watched the fire grow strongly. He turned around, leaving behind the assassin's headquarters mansion buried in flames. The crescent moon shines high above. The night sky is not too bright. The mountains and forests are immersed in the silence of the night. Roman stood in the middle of the forest. He spoke, leave, don't hide anymore. In the canopy of a tall tree next to it, the movement emitted a low sound. Creatures shaped like humans, their whole bodies wrapped in bandages, with red eyes like devils crawling out of hell, appeared on the trees. They slowly approached Roman. He calmly observed those monsters. Looking at a monster wrapped in bandages approaching, Roman coldly asked, monsters lurking in the darkness, gnawing pain, sucking the vitality of humans to grow, you are minions of that empire, is that all you guys have come here? Roman stared at them. He thought, it seems the assassins are just bait. The Empire wants to take us down, so they have used all their strongest cards. This time we need to be a little more careful. No subjective body. The monster's red eyes flashed. His voice hoarsely said, you bastard, you're so quick, I didn't think you'd find out we were chasing you. Roman smirked contemptuously. He said, from the moment we left the Assassin Association headquarters, the monsters immediately rushed to attack Roman. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, and the sword began to emit a purple-blue light. Roman swung his hand and slashed hard at the monster in front of him. The sword emitted a purple-blue light, cutting the monster in half. A part of the monster's body oozed a red fluid. Then his body gradually healed. Roman glanced at the monster's slowly regenerating body. The monster turned his back to Roman. One of his shoulders emitted a black aura. Roman thought, no good, my sword has no effect on them. Roman's eyes flashed purple light. He thought, he needed to add magic power to the sword light. Roman's whole body emitted a purple-blue light. He swung his hand and slashed hard. A giant purple-blue lightning bolt came out from Roman's sword, slashing across the monster's body. Roman stomped his feet hard on the ground to steady his body. He thought, it's really unpredictable. Roman leaned over, both hands clasped the sword emitted a purple-blue light. His eyes stared sharply ahead. He thought, they are too fast and strong. Is this the power of the Empire? It seems like this is black magic. The red liquid mixed with the black aura of the monsters began to merge. Roman remembered the time when he was still Beck Jun-huk. He stood facing a giant monster. His whole body emitted a black aura. He thought, when I was still in the martial arts world, I had met these entities before. Similarly, they are puppets of the demon church. I don't think I will see them again in this world. Creatures that absorb human vitality, thereby developing their own strength. Roman swung his sword and slashed hard at the monster. He leaned to avoid his attack. Roman thought, this is a forbidden black magic. The Kronos Empire used certain offerings to summon them from hell. The monster's auras rushed in to attack Roman from above. He thought, these demons. Roman smiled. His eyes flashed with excitement, a devilish smile on his face. His whole body emitted a blue-violet light. Roman thought, how can we devils lose to petty devils like you? Roman clenched his fist, blue-violet light surrounding his fist. The monster raised his hand towards Roman, the blue-violet light forming an arc cutting several lines on his body. Before the monster's body could regenerate, Roman appeared in front of him. He smiled and pointed his fist right at the monster's stomach. A stream of red-black liquid flowed down, and liquids that were close to each other began to approach, preparing to fuse with each other. Roman coldly bowed his head and looked up. He raised his leg, stepping hard on the red-black liquid. The monster stood looking at Roman. He bowed his head. His whole body emitted a blue-purple light. Roman clenched his fists and thought, "Oh, they still recover after being hit. How can we limit this?" The monster looked at him with black eyes with red pupils. Roman thought, "This dark magic uses magic power to survive. Normally, to defeat them, holy power is needed to purify them." Roman's eyes widened. The monster's body began to merge. He held a sword in his hand, Roman thought, but even though they are monsters, they still have weaknesses. First, their bodies when attacked will when fragmented, they radiate like light smoke. After fragmenting, they will slowly converge, then they will pause a bit and only take a defensive stance, not attack. Parts of the monster's body began to fuse together, Roman thought, so I could continue attacking the moment they were recovering. The airflow spread out, a red quadrangular stone was in the center. Next, when they fragmented into smoke, along with that, small red energy streams also radiated around the body of them. A ray of light passes through and cuts the red quadrangular stone in half. After the light smoke escapes, it will slowly merge with the light smoke hovering around its body as the center. We will attack immediately. At that time, the connection between the thin smoke and the red energy will be severed, so they will not be able to recover as before. The monsters together held weapons and rushed towards Roman. His whole body emitted a blue-purple light, he thought, attacking all at once. Roman smiled excitedly, his eyes turned red, his whole body emitted alternating purple and blue light. He thought, "Okay, I also understand how you move, so you don't even try to do anything to me." Roman reached out and squeezed the monster's head. Purple-blue light surrounded the monster's head. Roman shouted, "Blood demon attack." Roman rushed forward, squeezed the monster's head and pressed it hard to the ground. Around Roman's arm emitted a blue-purple light. Roman retracted his hand. His whole body emitted a light of blue, purple and red as he watched. Roman clenched his hands and stood there watching, smiling and thinking, how could I, as the leader of the demon sect like me, fail before you guys? Demonic martial arts, as the name suggests, use the user's ferocity, so that the demonic arts can maximize the entire internal force in the body. The remaining monster, holding the sword tightly in his hand, stood staring at Roman. He panicked and thought, this doesn't look good. Those demons have completely failed before this bastard. This time the plot has failed. The monster rushed away and disappeared like the wind. He thought to himself, I need to retreat quickly. The monster rushed quickly on the escape route. He thought, Roman, this guy is much more dangerous than what he knew. He remembered seeing Roman and Jaden fighting each other. He thought that his past battles had not fully demonstrated his current strength, so his plan to deal with him was completely lacking. Be exact. The monster tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and rushed away into the night. He thought, so this time it was too humiliating to fail, but it's okay. If I fail, I'll do it again next time. Suddenly his legs fell off his body. The monster's eyes darkened. He wondered, The monster fell down, his legs were severed, a red area appeared on the ground that slowly swallowed his legs. The monster thought inexplicably, when did my legs come from? Roman's face was serious, sharp eyes staring at him. Seeing Roman standing tall in front of him, the monster leaning back with both hands, he panicked and thought, so my evil subordinates have been defeated by him. Roman looked down from above, his eyes sharp. He gave him a communication stone encrusted on an octagonal ring and said, now it's just you, contact the Empire and tell me everything. The monster's face was solemn, looking at him with black eyes. The communication stone lit up. Charlin's voice came out, have you finished dealing with that Roman? The monster said tremblingly, his subordinates have completely failed. Charlin's voice in the communication stone rang out harshly, are you saying you failed to defeat him? The monster bowed and trembled and replied, yes, Baron Charlin, what you judged, everything about him is completely wrong. The monster was a little scared, his whole body was covered in sweat. He said, I summoned demons from hell, those are immortal demons, but they all failed, and were destroyed by him. Even though I personally tried to cast a spell on him, I couldn't succeed in defeating him. The monster knelt next to the glowing communication stone. He continued, Roman, he is a demon, his power is beyond measure. Charlin's voice rang out from the stone, I see, it seems Roman you are there and controlling my subordinates, right? Roman smiled and looked at the stone. Charlin continued to say, "It's true that you are quite good. Not only did you attack the headquarters of the Assassin Guild, but you also dealt with the demons summoned from hell." Charlin said with a serious face, "Our plan to assassinate you may now be doomed to failure." Charlin clenched his fist next to the communication stone. He said, "But of course it is not just because of this that our Kronos Empire will abandon its plan." Charlin sat at the work table, his hands touching each other, facing the communication stone and said, "You are a thorn in our empire's side. If you fail the first time, there will be a second time, just like that, until we take your life. Our empire vows not to give up." Roman stood opposite a mansion. He raised his head to look up at the exquisite architecture of the building. Charlin continued to say, "Today you can resist us, but tomorrow it is uncertain. A small individual like you will fail at times." Roman smirked and said, "You said it well, but you guys have forgotten who I am. Today I will teach you a lesson here." He reached out and squeezed the monster's neck. Roman smiled and squeezed the force in his hand. The monster's whole body trembled, his mouth spit out a mouthful of blood. Charlin furrowed his eyebrows and widened his eyes. Charlin clasped his hands together and leaned on the table, his whole body covered in sweat, staring at the glowing communication stone. Roman's voice rang out, "In the near future, I will personally send a gift to your mansion. Baron Charlton, since you sent someone to assassinate me, you will also have to endure threats from others." Roman glanced, smiled and said, "Of course, assassinating others is not only something you can do, I can also do it and do it better than you, so after this time I has officially declared war on you." Charlin's face changed in anger. He clenched his teeth, his face twisted. Roman continued to speak, "So that in the future when you die because of what you did, you will no longer be surprised because you don't know who did it. My gift will be sent to you soon." Charlin threw up his hands in panic, shouted loudly, "Everyone is gone," quickly increased the guard in the mansion, absolutely not letting even a single fly slip. Darkness covered Charlin's mansion. A voice rang out inside, "Sir, we searched the mansion and found no suspicious people." A small transparent jar with a yellow lid was placed on a wooden crate, the guard said, "But we found a jar in the warehouse here in the basement." Charlin led a few people into the underground bunker. As soon as he entered the door, he discovered a vase placed neatly on a wooden barrel. Charlin thought, so according to what he said, he gave this gift of a vial containing poison to "Why do you harm me?" Charlo angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone prepare the horses, take me to the Behemoth Magic Tower immediately." At this time, it was dark night in Behemoth Magic Tower. At the top of the tower, a blue light emitted like a lighthouse in the night. Behemoth Magic Tower was an organization of magicians, also known as alchemists. They were researching poisons and various assassination methods. Of course, having researched poisons, they can also find effective detoxification methods, which no other organization can know. The great magician of the Behemoth Tower, Matthew, brought his hands closer to the glass vial. A magic circle appeared and swept across the glass vial. He said, "The poison is colorless and odorless. This is a type I have never heard of before, this continent." Charlin stood up impatiently and shouted, "What are you still standing there doing? Quickly check to see what kind of poison is in that bottle. Can you cure that poison?" Behemoth turned around to look at him, said, "Okay, don't worry, Baron." In a room filled with bottles on shelves, Charlin stood watching. Behemoth holding a glass bottle approached a man tied to a chair. The man screamed in panic, Don't make me drink that." Behemoth picked up the glass bottle and poured out the liquid inside. The liquid poured directly on the man's face. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide to scream, "Tragic." Then Behemoth waved his hand, pressed it to the man's face and chanted, "Antidote magic," a blue light spinning towards his face. Behemoth widened his eyes and frowned. His whole body was sweating. He thought to himself, "This is not good. Such strong magic power cannot cure this poison." Charlin stood with his hands behind his back, silently observing Behemoth's actions. Behemoth continued to create antidote magic. He widened his eyes and nervously asked Charlin, "Baron, where did you get this deadly poison?" Behemoth trembled all over, his whole body was sweating, his face turned black. He said, "As far as I can see, this is currently a poison. It is impossible to create an antidote. Magic treatment is also powerless." Charlin bowed his head, sweating as he thought about the image. Roman turned his head and glanced at him, smiling evilly. He thought, "That bastard Roman, how did he get this terrible poison?" The Behemoth Magic Tower with its even the leading pharmacists and alchemists could not know what this poison was, and there was no antidote for it. In the big room, Emperor Kornos lazily sat high on his chin, looking at Charlin kneeling below. He said, "Your Majesty, everything we did to assassinate Roman, it all failed." Emperor Kornos put his chin on his hand, his face darkened. He said, "Okay Baron, I understand, so what kind of person do you think that Roman is?" Roman's image appeared, he opened his hands, the red cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, his eyes coldly swept across. Charlin said, "So in my opinion he is a person with strength and intelligence beyond others. I failed to assassinate him, later I guess he will not leave the Empire alone." Emperor Kornos coldly said, "Okay, next let's call back our top assassins in the abyss." Charlin frowned tightly, his eyes widened, his whole body was covered in sweat. Emperor Kornos propped his chin up, sat on the chair with eyes narrowed and continued, "This time we will use the best assassins, anonymous aliases. We will show that bastard Roman our strength, and make giving him fear when confronting the Empire." The image of the Roman puppet having his body cut into pieces by the strings, Emperor Kornos continued, "This time he will have to die. That death will set an example for all others, those who honor him as a hero, and want to learn from what he did. His death will make those people no longer dare to dream or aspire to oppose our mighty Kronos Empire." Charlin knelt on the ground and raised his head, his face darkened, he placed one hand on his chest and shouted loudly, obediently. Footsteps stepped on the stone floor, making a deep sound. Roman step by step stepped forward on the stone floor under his feet. He thought to himself, "Don't think you can easily solve my poison. Even if you are a pharmacist or an alchemist, it is useless." He remembered the palace with oriental architecture from before, a gourd emitting purple-blue light pouring out a purple liquid. Below is a large snake curled up, raising its head and showing two long fangs, purple poison dripping from its fangs. Roman thought, in the martial arts world, that poison is the number one poison among the 10 poisons, of the Sichuan Tang sect, the 100 ancient doctrine. The servant stepped forward and carefully helped Roman remove the pieces of armor on his body. He thought, "I sent that poison to them, making the Empire scared and a little cautious." The servant hung Roman's armor and cloak on the rack. He adjusted his sleeves. Roman thought to himself, "From now on we will have to be more careful in every situation, because we ourselves can do things that our country will do even better, so they will slow down their actions to plot against us, and we will have more time to calculate our steps." Roman raised his hand to adjust the scarf around his neck, his face serious as he thought, "Of course this is only a temporary solution, but in the long run it will no longer be effective. A large-scale war between the two sides will soon happen." The servant held out a letter with both hands and respectfully said, "There was a letter from Valhalla." Roman opened the letter and read it attentively. The content of the letter read, "To the soldiers who fell on the bloody battlefield, to remember them, we invite you to personally attend the memorial service. Warrior representing the Dmitry Duchy, the invitation has been sent to you. If you do not come 100 days before the ceremony, it will be considered that you have refused our invitation." Chris stood facing Roman, looking at him reading the letter. Chris said, "Sir, the Valhalla side representing them to attend this ceremony is a quite strong swordsman named Batbosa. It is said that this person once won many battles, and was a swordsman with status throughout the continent." The image of Gregory and Denver hanging from the gallows appeared. Chris continued, "From here we could see their intention, which was to invite the young man to come there with a plan to avenge the death of Earl Denver, when before you defeated him." A muscular man was shirtless, his whole body emitted red light, his whole body was full of scars. He clenched the sword in his hand, opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Chris said, "The swordsman was ranked 6th in the rankings. Rank, Valhalla's top swordsman, also known as sword fanatics, who ranked 11th in the ranking of the continent's top swordsmen." Roman lowered his head to look at the letter, smiling and thinking, "So here we can see two contrasting options for the actions of Valhalla and Kronos." The man was shirtless and covered in scars, his whole body emitted red light, holding a sword in his hand, and behind him was the image of Emperor Kornos glancing, his face gloomy. "Assassins plotted against me day and night to take action when I was vulnerable, while Valhalla openly announced that they would use the strength of top swordsmen to declare war on us directly." Roman was still looking at the letter in his hand. Chris stood opposite and said, "This is too dangerous, sir. There is no need for you to participate, now that the newly established Duchy of Dmitry has many things to do, therefore, his life should be given top priority." Roman dropped the letter on the table. He said, "I can completely understand what you want to say. I can refuse this invitation, but..." Roman turned around, one hand clasped behind his back, the other outstretched. He said, "With that comes unwanted consequences. If I refuse this invitation, it can be said that Valhalla is a kingdom that values honor, of swordsmen, will rely on this to say that we are cowards, from which our reputation and prestige on the continent will seriously decline." He turned around, looked straight at Chris and said, "One more thing." Roman stood on the top of the mountain. Behind him there were many people watching. Roman said that since you have chosen to follow me, I need to show you my value, my faith and my spirit. The ruler has strength and intelligence and can cope with anything. Chris frowned slightly, a confused look on his face. The image of Roman standing on the top of the mountain, with many people watching behind him, blurred. The image cracked. Roman continued, if only with this incident of Valhalla, when knowing that there is danger nearby, if we proactively retreat in fear, not daring to confront it, how can we control you in the future? Your words and beliefs will gradually collapse. Roman clenched his fist and said, I have decided, after 100 days I will go there at Valhalla's invitation. Roman clenched his hands, his eyes were steady, his expression serious, and he said, this is the important responsibility as well as the belief that I will show you in a leader that you trust.